This young man had just opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was two tiny, chubby hands. Looking up a bit, he saw the members of the Runcandel clan, and they were all still very young. He even saw Julie, his childhood nanny. "Cheer up, young Master Jin," Julie said with a joyful smile. Jin looked around and saw many swords stuck in the ground. The most prominent among them was Barasada, the sword of the first patriarch. This situation was identical to the selection ritual from when he was a baby, and Jin instinctively began to crawl toward the sword Barasada. Jin quickly figured out the reason for this situation. It seemed he had regressed in time, returning to being Jin Runcandel at exactly 1 year old. It was also at this very place in his previous life that Jin had also chosen the clan founder's sword. However, contrary to the hope that he would grow up to possess great power and lead the clan, Jin turned out to be a complete failure. He didn't show even a shred of talent in swordsmanship and was eventually kicked out of the Runcandel clan. It wasn't until he faced death that Jin learned the truth that someone had placed a debilitating curse on him called Bladeless. It was this curse that had devoured his talent for the sword and turned Jin into the clan's failure. Thinking of this, Jin crawled faster and soon reached the sword Barasada, much to the satisfaction of all the clan members. Although this was no different from his past life, in this life, he would be the one to seize his own destiny. After Jin chose the sword Barasada, he was taken back to Storm Castle and began his life there. In the blink of an eye, 6 years passed, and Jin was now 7 years old. According to the clan's rules, he had to live here until he was 10 years old, which meant he had 3 more years to go. To be honest, life here was incredibly boring. Moreover, Jin still had to deal with the childish pranks of his older brothers. This was no different from his past life. For example, today, while he was seriously looking for a book to read, he suddenly heard a maid let out a piercing scream. It turned out that when she entered Jin's room to clean, she saw a dead bird in a gruesome state, its body covered in blood. Jin looked at the bird, his expression unchanging, because he knew that the only ones in Storm Castle who would do something like this were his older brothers. As expected, the laughter of Daytona and Haytona, the 9-year-old twins ranked 11th and 12th in the Runcandel household, echoed out. They even seemed disappointed that the first person to discover the bird was the maid and not their younger brother. "What's wrong? Do you like the gift your big brothers gave you? Moved to tears, are you?" Jin kept staring at the bird without blinking, but his mind drifted to his past life. It was said that not long after Jin was exiled from the clan, these two had become notorious murderers who treated human lives like dirt. Now, seeing how they, at only 9 years old, could treat an innocent bird so cruelly just to provoke him, Jin felt it was no wonder they grew up to be murderers. "Hey, don't you dare start crying for real. That'd be so lame," Haytona taunted. But Jin's silence was his only response. "Hey, did you hear what we said? Or do you think you can just ignore us now that destiny has chosen you to be the patriarch?" Jin remained silent. This attitude of his made the two 9-year-olds lose their patience. They decided to stop their verbal attacks and instead would get physical. However, as Hauna lunged forward to throw a punch at Jin, his hand was caught by his little brother, who was 2 years younger, and locked in a firm grip. "You're both too loud. Shut up." Haytona seemed completely stunned by his younger brother's effortlessly icy expression. But the bigger surprise was still to come, because Jin returned the favor with a jaw-dropping punch. Even one punch wasn't enough. He had been putting up with them from his past life to this one, so his anger finally erupted. Jin treated the twins like a punching bag and beat them relentlessly. After beating them until they were flat on the ground, he was satisfied and left a warning. "It would be better for you if you never appear before me again." "Young master, what happened here?" A knight named Khan suddenly burst into the room. Jin immediately retracted the lingering power in his hand. Khan looked at the unconscious twins on the ground, their clothes disheveled and their faces swollen from the beating. Jin, on the other hand, was perfectly neat and clean, as if he hadn't been in a fight at all. "They suddenly started fighting each other," he replied. Naturally, Khan didn't believe a word of it. "Pardon me," he asked again. "Didn't you hear what I said? They suddenly started fighting and passed out." The truth no longer mattered. The moment he saw the frigid expression on the face of the 7-year-old boy, Khan realized that even the youngest master of the Runcandel clan was just as ruthless as the rest. He nodded, saying that he understood and picked up the twins. He was about to take them to a doctor, but Jin stopped him. "There's no need for that. Khan, my brothers need to be taken somewhere else. Follow me." Khan hesitated but dared not disobey his young master's order. He carried the twins and followed Jin outside. Outside the Storm Castle, it was raining heavily. Jin ordered Khan to dump Tona and Haytona under a large tree. Then he made a grave for the little bird right in front of them. Witnessing this, Khan looked uneasy. "Young Master Jin, are you really going to leave them here? The storm is getting stronger." Jin's expression didn't falter in the slightest. He declared that his brothers needed to endure this punishment to understand the severity of their actions. Khan knew he couldn't change the young master's mind, so he had no choice but to follow Jin back inside the storm castle. However, a moment ago, he had distinctly felt a powerful surge of energy coming from Jin that Khan was certain was not aura. Could it be mana? Khan wondered. If that were the case, then this was no longer a simple sibling squabble. I need to report this to the Patriarch. Immediately after, Khan ordered his subordinate to bring a horse. Despite the heavy rain, it seemed he intended to. He returned to the Runcandel estate immediately. This was actually within Jin's expectations. He knew that Khan was not just a knight assigned to protect the children at the storm castle, but also their monitor. In Khan's eyes, the energy from Jin seemed like magic, so he certainly couldn't ignore it. But in reality, it was spiritual power, the sole proof of the contract between Jin and Solderet. Thanks to that power, he knew that the contract was still effective in this lifetime. Moreover, the curse immunity granted to him by Solderet as part of the contract had allowed him to escape the bladed illusion curse. In short, the useless trash of the Runcandel clan was gone. This time, he was sure of it. My life will be completely different from my previous one. And if that's the case, the first thing I need to do is meet my father. Not long after, Khan met with the patriarch of the Runcandel clan and reported the entire incident, along with his suspicions, to him. The patriarch was silent for a few seconds in thought, then ordered Khan to gather the knights because he wanted to personally go and see his youngest son. Before long, the older children of the Runcandel family who were in the vanguard had gathered. There were 7 of them in total, bringing 200 knights under their command. Let's go, then, to the storm cradle, the patriarch of the Runcandel clan declared commandingly. The gravity of the situation was clear, as the patriarch's words constituted an emergency summons. As a result, his older children each had their own thoughts on the matter. Do you know anything about this, Brother Diprus? I just asked Luna, but I bet she doesn't know anything either. This is so annoying. I was busy fighting those mages and then I get called back like this. Mary Runcandel asked. She is the 7th child of the Runcandel clan. Next year, the Tona twins will be leaving the storm cradle. Perhaps father is going there for that reason, or it could also be to see our youngest brother. Diprus replied calmly. He was the 4th child in the family. The youngest? Oh, right. During his first birthday selection ceremony, the kid chose the founder's sword. How could I have forgotten that? But would father come all this way just for that? Well, you can never know what father is thinking. They kept talking back and forth until Luna Runcandel, the eldest child of the clan, signaled for them both to be quiet. Mary didn't dare to speak again, but she kept staring at her father's back, her mind racing with questions. She didn't understand why he had to come all the way to the storm cradle just to see Jin. Could that kid really be that exceptional? Jin wasn't surprised at all by the patriarch's visit. That's why he remained perfectly calm, even as a surprised and excited Julie straightened his clothes. That's why he remained perfectly calm, even as a surprised and excited Julie straightened his clothes for him. Jin knew Khan was a simple man, so he likely wouldn't tell the patriarch explicitly that he used magic, but would just describe what he saw, and that would raise a huge question, forcing the patriarch to come and personally verify what kind of power his youngest son possessed, beyond swordsmanship and aura, and also to see whether that power, or Jin himself, could become a valuable asset for the clan's future. Just as Julie finished dressing Jin, the patriarch arrived. The contingent of knights he brought with him was truly imposing. But the first thing the patriarch did wasn't to meet his youngest son, but to have the twins, Daytona and Haytona, brought before him. However, the first thing the patriarch did wasn't to meet his youngest son, but to have the twins, Daytona and Haytona, brought before him. Daytona, Haytona, I hear you brawl with Jin. Tell me, what did you do wrong? Normally, these two were incredibly arrogant, but standing before their father, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. But even now, they stubbornly insisted they were not at fault, claiming that Jin was the one who hurt them first. They even made a point of emphasizing that his power was abnormal, not aura, but something more like magic. Both of them knew very well that in the Runcandel clan, using magic was taboo, which is why they tried to press the issue. That's right, father. If Jin used magic, we must interrogate him quickly, before he finds a way to hide it. Standing nearby, Mary and Diprus could only sigh in exasperation upon hearing these words. They probably understood the twins all too well, how cunning and malicious this was. The two of them wanted to compete in exposing his crimes but were suddenly shut down by their father. Enough. Listen to me very carefully. If you continue with that attitude, you won't be able to survive in this family. The Runcandel clan. The twins seemed surprised that their father wasn't taking their side, but he also had no intention of hearing their excuses, because his main purpose for returning today was to see his youngest son. Immediately after, the patriarch ordered his subordinates to bring Jin out. As he walked to the main hall, he saw the Tona twins gritting their teeth as they went back. Inside. This was nothing strange. From his past life, Jin already knew that his father, Ken Runcandel, was the strongest person, and also the most heartless. He was known as the Genesis Knight, the pinnacle of demigods. Before being granted those grand titles, he was just an ordinary human. However, after receiving his title, Ken gradually lost all worldly emotions, becoming a man who only knew the honor and future of the clan. Therefore, to him, people with no talent for swordsmanship like Jin in his previous life were simply worthless trash. The twins were probably shocked to witness their father's coldness, but that was nothing compared to what Jin had experienced in his past life. But this time was different. In this life, no one could look down on him anymore, not even Ken Runcandel. In the grand hall, many eyes were waiting for Jin. He had the body of a 7-year-old child, but his soul belonged to a man of nearly 30, so of course, he wasn't intimidated by this situation. Jin opened the doors to the grand hall, walked calmly step by step, and then knelt before his father. "I have come to see the patriarch." This time, it was Ken who was surprised when he heard his youngest son call him patriarch instead of father. "Here, with all my siblings, numerous guards, and over 100 clan members in attendance, I believe you are here today on official business. I thought calling you patriarch would be more appropriate," Jin explained. This answer, coming from the mouth of a 7-year-old child, surprised everyone. Ken was also quite pleased, though he showed no expression on the outside. "But I am here for a different purpose today, so you may call me father. I will ask you the same question I asked your siblings. Where do you think you were wrong?" Jin clenched his fists. Then, in front of the more than 200 people in the grand hall, he clearly stated that he did it simply for revenge. Mary, witnessing this spectacular scene, couldn't help but smirk. She felt that the youngest of the family was quite formidable. "Father, as a member of the Runcandel family, one must repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. A favor must be returned, and a grudge must be settled," Jin said. His answer made Ken fall silent for about 5 seconds. Then, he ordered everyone to leave, keeping only his youngest son behind. The knights looked at each other with doubtful eyes, silently wondering if the young master had passed the patriarch's test. No one dared to guess Ken's thoughts, but they all felt that Jin daring to confront his father just now was quite something. After only the two of them remained in the grand hall, Ken spoke. "I had everyone leave because I have a private matter to ask you about. The Tona twins told me that you possess an unusual power. Our Runcandel clan forbids the use of magic, because if you dabble in it, you can never reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. So, what power did you use?" Kirin didn't hesitate to threaten Jin, saying that if he truly dared to use magic, he definitely wouldn't let him off the hook. But Jin knew he would be fine. Even when his father found out about this power, he wouldn't be able to turn a blind eye. And so, in front of Kirin, Jin brought out the power that Solderet had given him through the contract. "Father, I don't know what this is either. I'm not sure if it's magic or aura. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask you to identify this power for me." Kirin looked at the stream of power appearing in his son's palm and couldn't help but widen his eyes, because he realized that it was the power belonging to the founder of the Kandon family. Seeing the dark power surging from his youngest son, combined with the fact that he had chosen Baricella's sword at just 1 year old, made Kirin Kandon unable to help but wonder. Does this truly mean this child is destined to become the patriarch of the family? Seeing Kirin in a daze, Jin reminded him in a low voice. "Father, my power belongs to the god of shadows, Solderet." Kirin replied. Although he knew his power was granted by Solderet, this was the first time Jin learned that the entity also held the title of the god of shadows. According to his father, many years ago, Solderet had signed a contract with the person who founded the Kandon family, Lord Tema, and had been on the family's side ever since. But because Tema passed away not long after, Solderet no longer appeared in the Kandon family. As a later generation, Kirin didn't know the reason for this, but he felt that now Solderet was once again trying to connect with the Kandon family, this time through Jin. "Father, I'm curious about something," Jin asked shyly. "That being, is that god stronger than you?" Kirin hesitated for a moment, then said he didn't know, because he had never fought a god. After hearing this answer, a wry smile appeared on Jin's face. "Never fought a god? That's the most arrogant answer I've ever heard." But just then, Kirin suddenly reached out and patted Jin's head in a puzzling manner. "My son, that's a good question. Thanks to your innocent question, I've just found a wonderful topic of conversation. I think visiting you today was the right decision." Then, Kirin asked Jin in return, "How do you want to use Soldet's dark energy?" Of course, someone who had already lived a full life like Jin knew how to answer this question wisely. So he said that he wanted to use that power for the benefit of the family. He thought his father would be very pleased with this answer, but suddenly he burst out laughing. "Aha! What a ridiculous lie. You beat your brothers to a pulp and threw them into a storm. And now you say you'll use this power for the family? Now, tell me the truth." As expected, Kirin wasn't going to let this go easily. Jin clenched his fists, looking a bit tense. Then he decisively said, "I want to use this power for myself." His face was innocent yet stern, and his voice was firm. Kirin scrutinized his son for a long time with his sharp hawk-like eyes before replying. "All right, I like that answer. So from now on, I will be watching you very closely." After saying that, Kiran left immediately. Once he was sure that he was the only one left in the grand hall, Jin finally dared to let out a sigh. Facing my father is really so stressful, but I guess I've safely passed the first test. He had received permission to use the dark energy, and to his liking, which also made his father place great expectations on him. This was a result beyond Jin's predictions, a person who in his previous life wasn't even given a second glance by Ken after he realized Jane had no talent for swordsmanship. As night fell, the rain grew heavier. Before the knights departed, Mary lingered and gave Jin a gift, saying it was a special present she had for him. Youngest, cook this, chew it well, and get strong quickly. Got it? Mary left him with those instructions and a cunning smile, then departed with First. After returning to Storm Hall, he and Julie opened the box Mary had given him. To their surprise, inside was a blazing red phoenix heart, a situation Jin couldn't even have imagined. Giving a phoenix heart to a 7-year-old kid was the kind of crazy thing only Mary would do. Mary Candon, Jane's 7th sister, was a 6-star knight, also known as Wind Fury. But she had another nickname that not many knew, the Madwoman of the Southern Domain. The reason this battle-crazed sister gave Jin a phoenix heart seemed very clear. It was a reminder for him to get strong quickly and become a worthy opponent for her. If you eat this from a young age, you will not only gain fire resistance, but it will also act as an elixir that enhances your power as you grow. Come to think of it, this was quite useful, as it was necessary for a 6-star mage to summon a phoenix safely. Jin still planned to secretly practice magic, and he hoped to summon a phoenix in this life. Not long after, Julie brought out a bowl of soup made from the phoenix heart. She had seemed panicked earlier, but after calming down, she realized Lady Mary had given her young master a wonderful gift. Jin was about to start his dinner, but the hungry gazes of the Tana twins made it hard for him to swallow. My dear brothers, if you have something to say it quickly. The Tona twins seemed embarrassed, but sacrificing their pride to eat the phoenix heart was well worth it, so they began to beg slyly, as if the incident with the poor bird had never happened. It's nothing, but it seems this meal is too much for you to eat all by yourself, isn't it? That's right, I saw Julie bring out a big bowl. You guys want to eat it? It wasn't hard for Jin to see what they wanted, and as if just waiting for him to say this, the twins nodded their heads furiously. You can have some, but you have to do what I ask. And so, that night, Jin made the two of them dig a pit not far from Storm Hall. The two of them grumbled and cursed as they dug. Why? Why do we have to do this? That's right, there's nothing here. So why do we have to do this? And what if someone sees us digging it? What are you talking about? If someone finds out, the one who gets punished is the youngest, what could happen to us? You're right, we just have to do as he says to get a taste of that phoenix heart soup. But don't you think the youngest has been a bit scary lately? Despite their constant grumbling, neither of them stopped digging, all for a piece of the phoenix heart, and perhaps they didn't realize that the place they were diligently digging was right outside a secret chamber. In there, the body of a mysterious man was being preserved with extreme care. It wasn't until midnight that the disheveled twins returned. Just one look was enough to tell they were completely exhausted, and the only thing they wanted now was the soup. Jin had already finished his meal and saved some for his two older brothers, but he only left them a single spoonful each. Tona and Dona looked at each other, their anger flaring up. Hey, little brother, only one spoonful? Isn't that a bit too little? I said I would give you some, but I never said how much, and I did keep my promise, didn't I? So, bon appetit. Jin replied nonchalantly. The two boys were fuming but still had to thank him for the meager 2 spoonfuls of soup. As for Jin, he had achieved his goal of making them work like dogs for almost nothing. The rain was still pouring down, so Jin put on a coat and went to the tunnel his two brothers had just dug. It seemed that the phoenix heart soup was truly alluring because he had assumed they would dig carelessly, but they had actually finished the job quite well. The cave entrance was now in front of him, and at this thickness, even 1-star magic would be enough to shatter it. Jin looked left and right, confirming that no one was following him. He had felt so helpless because the mana in his body was growing more abundant every day, yet he couldn't do anything with it. Finally, today was his chance to release a little of it. Jin's surging magical power instantly shattered the cave entrance. A large door appeared before him, which was the entrance to the Candon family's secret vault. In his past life, he never had the chance to enter, so as he stood before this door, Jin felt a surge of excitement. A password was required to open the door. Jin recalled a memory from his past life. He took a deep breath and said, "The child of Candon has come to control Muraken." With a loud rumble, the gate began to shift, opening up before Jin's eyes. The Candon's secret vault was a place where the family stored secret texts belonging to the clans they had defeated over thousands of years. The inside was vast, and originally, only the family's vanguard, which consisted of the children of the Candon family who were skilled in swordsmanship, were allowed to enter. In his previous life, Jin never had that privilege, but one of Jin's older brothers had revealed many things about this room, assuming that even with the knowledge, Jin would never be able to enter. Yet now, that very information had become the key that allowed him to infiltrate this room even though he was not yet of age. After stepping inside, the first thing that caught Jin's eye was a mysterious man inside a giant glass container. As he moved closer, he could see many small black scales on the man's face. This made Jin wonder whether he was even human and why such a being was in the Kanden family's secret vault. But suddenly, Jin recalled the password to enter this room. The child of Kanden has come to control Murakhan. A thought flashed through his mind. Could this be the Black Dragon Murakhan? Legend had it that the Black Dragon Murakhan was defeated by the first patriarch of the Kanden clan and put into a deep slumber. But until now, Jin had never believed that story was real. After observing the man for a while longer, he felt now was not the time to focus on him. So he returned to his main purpose of finding the secret texts. Little did Jin know that the very moment he turned away, the Black Dragon Murakhan's fingers twitched slightly. He finally entered the room filled with the secret texts of all kinds of families. He first searched for the texts of the Khan family, since they were also a family of swordsmen. But after reading for a while, Jin felt this was somehow much more difficult than third circle magic theory. So what now? He wanted to take it home to study at his leisure, but that would make it too easy to get discovered. Therefore, Jin took out the white notebook that he had prepared beforehand. He decided to copy a portion of the secret tome each time he visited. For the next few days, Jin continued to sneak between the thunderstorm platform and the secret chamber. Until one day, while he was copying the tome, he heard the sound of footsteps echoing from behind. Jin jumped to his feet, filled with anxiety. He thought someone had discovered his secret visits to the chamber. And just as he opened the door to peek outside, a pair of gleaming eyes and a towering figure appearing through the crack in the door scared Jin stiff. "Hey kid, who are you?" Jin was so tense that he forgot to breathe. The Black Dragon Murakhan had awakened. In his past life, he had never heard about the awakening of Murakhan. So in this situation, he had no idea how to react. Although terrified, Jin forced himself to calm down. After all, Murakhan was the guardian dragon of the Runcandel clan, so Jin figured he might be let go if he showed respect and acted his age. "A child of Runcandel greets the guardian of the clan," Jin said, his voice trembling slightly. Then he even heard the sharp sound of Murakhan grinding his teeth. "You dare call me a guardian? You just called me your clan's guardian. How dare you treat me like some common watchdog? You damn Runcandel brat, how dare you speak of me like that? And I can't even take my anger out on a kid like you, but you're making me furious." Murakhan's voice pierced Jin's eardrums. It seemed that his treating the Black Dragon Murakhan as a mere gatekeeper had offended him. After a loud round of cursing, Murakhan was so exhausted he squatted down and huffed. "How annoying. Seriously, after all this time, I finally smell something fragrant and all I find is a kid?" As he spoke, Murakhan suddenly leaned in close to Jin, who didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Why do you smell of shadow energy?" "Huh? I may have slept for 1,000 years, but I remember this scent perfectly. This particular smell of shadow energy should only be found on someone with a pact, like Timar." The Timar that Murakhan just mentioned was the founding ancestor of Jin's clan. The words Murakhan just spoke seemed to trigger a realization in Jin. Could the reason for his awakening be the influence of his shadow energy? Of course, Murakhan didn't believe a child like Jin could have formed a pact with Sodet. So, he started using his dragon nose, sharp as a hound's, to sniff around the room, trying to find the source of the scent of shadow energy. Jin grew tense. He didn't know if he should reveal it, because he was still unsure of Murakhan's attitude towards Sodet's power. But after a moment, Jin decided to take a risk. Sir Murakhan, is what you're looking for perhaps this? My father told me this power comes from the shadow god, Sodet." Murakhan froze, staring at the orb of power materializing in Jin's palm. Then, he began to tremble. "Sodet, you've got to be kidding me. Are you serious? The 1,000-year pact? It was for this kid?" Both Jin and Murakhan fell into a thoughtful silence. After some time, he spoke again. "Hey kid." "Yes, Sir Murakhan," Jin answered obediently. "You know, I actually made a promise to Sodet, and it looks like I'll need your cooperation to keep it." Murakhan said he would explain the details to Jin later, as his mind was still fuzzy from having just woken up after 1,000 years of sleep at all. Besides, he didn't think Jin could grasp the full situation because he was too young. But regardless, he felt he still should formally introduce himself to the one who had contracted with Set. And so, Murakhan slowly rose to his feet, and his body also began to transform. "I am Murakhan, Soda's representative, his friend, and the last descendant of the first creature of darkness. As per our 1,000-year agreement, I will now accompany you." Murakhan's true form appeared before Jin. He trembled slightly with emotion. Just a moment ago, Jin had been afraid that Murakhan and Sodet were enemies. If that were the case, he might harm him, the wielder of Sodet's power. But no, he was Sodet's friend, not an enemy. This meant he had guessed perfectly right. State your name, you who contracted with Sodet. Jin Runcandel. Jin could finally let out a smile of satisfaction. I am the 13th and youngest child of the Runcandel clan. It is an honor to accompany you. The black dragon Murakan was a legendary creature. Mount Murakan, the holy land of the wild winds, was also named after this being. He had ruled this place long, long ago. But 1,000 years ago, Murakan was defeated in a battle with Tema Runcandel. History recorded that after the Storm Castle was destroyed, Murakan fell into a deep slumber. But after meeting Murakan, Jin felt that what was written in the history books wasn't entirely accurate. It seemed that those who made contracts with gods, like Tema or himself, would partner with a dragon. Although there were still many hidden details to this, the fateful opportunity that made him the companion of the black dragon Murakan was undoubtedly a good thing. The next day, Jin returned to the secret archive and brought him a box of food. Since they would be spending a lot of time together, Jin started to bring up the things he was curious about. His first question was about the battle between Murakan and his ancestor, Tema, all those years ago. But it seemed that too much time had passed. Murakan had slept for so long that his mind had grown fuzzy, and he couldn't remember a thing. After this happened a few times, Jin could only be sure of one thing about this creature. He was absolutely obsessed with the strawberry pies that Jin brought him. Murakan also grew curious about Jin coming to the archive every day to secretly copy the various secret texts. You must have some understanding of this stuff, right? He asked. Only about 30%. I don't understand the rest. Jin sighed. Don't lose hope. For a child your age, 30% is already incredible. Other kids couldn't do that because they're too lazy. Murakan reassured him, but Jin didn't feel any better after hearing that, because Murakan was only comparing him to ordinary children, while he was a child from the clan that controlled half the continent. He had 12 older siblings, and above them were his parents and the elders. If he wanted to surpass them, Jin had to strive much harder. Murakan, what about the clan's founder? How much could he understand of these books? Jin suddenly asked, wanting to know how he measured up to the person considered the strongest in human history. And Murakan's answer took him by surprise. Tema, I don't think he could have understood a single line in these books when he was your age. But theory isn't always correct, because Murakan remembered that Tema rarely read books yet was an exceptional fighter. And he bluntly stated that even though Jin had potential like Tema, he wasn't as skilled as his ancestor. Jin, who had been hopeful, felt his spirits sink upon hearing this, became despondent. Does that mean I'll never be as great as the family's founder? Murakan stared at him for a long while, then reached out to pat Jin's head. No, you're the one who contracted with Sodes just like Tema, and you're clever enough to read those secret tomes. You're still very young, so don't be hasty. Just keep training diligently, and you will become as strong as Tema, perhaps even surpassing him. What Murakan said wasn't just empty reassurance, he was telling the absolute truth, because Sodes, the god of shadows who granted Jin his power, also had a nickname, Infinite. His power has no limits, therefore, the one who made a contract with Sodes is also limitless. Of course, in Murakan's eyes, since he was still just a child, it was inevitable for him to feel dejected on his journey. Therefore, he decided to teach Jin a new special technique to cheer him up. It was the way to release the dark energy within his body. Murakan said, all beings who can control dark energy must become familiar with it, but it will be extremely dangerous if not learned properly. Thus, Jin had to learn it and be serious. He was very obedient and asked, So, Sir Murakan, what must I do first? You? First, you must learn how to unlock your mana. Why? Jin wondered. He thought Sodes' dark power had nothing to do with magic, but Murakan said the first thing he had to learn was unlocking his mana. Besides, in his past life, he had done this many times before. Releasing dark energy is about unlocking and moving your mana. You must know how to do these two things proficiently. From now on, you'll have to practice it for 2 to 3 years. Jin frowned slightly. 2 to 3 years. For someone as eager as him to get strong quickly, that was far too long. On the other hand, Murakan continued to ramble on. You don't even know the basics, so I can't teach you anything too advanced. In short, the next thing you need to learn is to unlock your mana. But as he finished speaking, a magic orb appeared in Jin's palm, and his expression was completely unfazed. This isn't a big deal, like this, right? Now can you teach me the more advanced things? Murakan was incredibly astonished. He leaned in to examine the magic orb closely and repeatedly asked Jin how he could do that. Of course, Jin couldn't reveal that he was reincarnated and that this was an ability he had unlocked in his past life, so he just gave a vague answer. Thus, in Murakan's eyes, he had become a genius among geniuses. And after that, he decided to demonstrate the concept of releasing dark energy for him. Jin had achieved his goal of tricking Murakan into teaching him how to master dark energy, so he was overjoyed. Despite having been asleep for 1,000 years, it seemed Murakan's power hadn't diminished in the slightest. Dark energy, as its name implies, originates from darkness, and all the darkness in this world is born from Sodes. In other words, SWORD is the master of all the darkness in the world, and at present, Jin was the only one with a contract with him, which meant, in other words, he was also the master of all the darkness in this world. As he spoke, Murakami released his immense dark energy. The sensation was overwhelming, yet it made Jin feel incredibly excited. Time went on. As time went by, while Jin was busy learning to master the power of SWORD, his older siblings were not idle either. For example, his eldest sister Luna was on a mission to clear out monsters from a vast area. According to the report from the knights under her command, Luna's team had 5 more areas to clear before the mission would be complete. 4 months should be enough. Luna silently estimated and told her knights to rest. Then, remembering something, she asked her subordinate, "By the way, what is a 9-year-old kid usually like?" 6 months after Jin's fateful encounter with Murakami the twin, Tona brothers were finally old enough to leave the Thunderbolt arena. Having escaped from Jin's clutches, they looked quite relieved. And after those two left, things became much less of an eyesore for him. Not long after, July and the servants organized a 9th birthday party for Jin. Just as they were about to cut the cake, Khan rushed in to announce that Lady Luna had arrived to visit. Jin was very surprised that Luna came to celebrate his 9th birthday. After all, everyone knew the eldest child of the Kanan family, also a 9-star knight, was incredibly busy. Luna had the nickname White Whale, perhaps stemming from her platinum blonde hair. Although she was the strongest among the Kanan siblings, she had no interest in becoming the family head. Therefore, Luna had long since removed herself from the mud pit known as the War of Succession. In Jin's eyes, this older sister was truly a lonely white whale. For that very reason, Luna had never paid attention to any of her younger siblings. Her relationship with her 12 younger siblings was more like that of strangers than blood relatives. In his past life, Jin and Luna were no exception, and yet today, on his birthday, that very sister decided to come to the Thunderbolt arena without any notice. At first, Jin thought something major had happened to the family, or that Luna had discovered that he had been secretly visiting the family's secret vault. However, when the two siblings faced each other, the first words Luna spoke were, "You've grown so much, little one. If I had known you were coming, I would have dressed up a bit more," Jin replied. "That's a cute thing to say." Luna walked over and patted Jin's head. "Do I really need to announce my visit to my own youngest brother?" This action and these words from Luna were so different from her usual demeanor that they left Jin completely astonished. And this expression of his caught his sister's eye, making her think he wasn't feeling well. "Why do you look so down? Are you sick?" "Oh, no." Jin quickly shook his head. "To be honest, I'm a little nervous because this is the first time I've been this close to you. I feel anxious for some reason." This time, it was Luna's turn to be a bit stunned. The Kanan family tradition was for the siblings to be wary of and even trample over each other. The fact that Jin assumed she was here to test him and felt anxious didn't seem strange at all. A wave of sadness washed over Luna. She clenched her fists and only spoke after a long pause. "Right, it seems I've been inconsiderate. You may be young, but I forgot that you are also a child of the Kanan family." Having said that, Luna suddenly knelt on one knee to meet Jin's gaze and said that she had something to discuss with him privately. Jin took the hint and immediately dismissed the guards, the maids, and even July. Although he didn't know why Luna was acting so strangely, it didn't seem to be for a bad reason. When only the two of them were left in the room, Luna became more serious. She said that the last time Kieran Kanan came to visit his child, his youngest, his expression had attracted the attention of all the other children, which also meant that in another year, when Jin was old enough to leave the Stormguard Citadel, he would also become a target for his other siblings. "Little one," Luna said in a heartfelt tone, "I hope you won't lose your own happiness by participating in the family's succession battle. I truly hope that you won't get hurt by this Carden family tradition." Hearing Luna's words, Jin was momentarily at a loss for words. Could the reason she gave up the position of patriarch really be that simple? And if she didn't want Jin to get involved in the sibling rivalry, why had she never warned him even once in his past life? Was it because he wasn't worthy of her attention back then, or did the others simply not see him as a rival? But whatever the reason, Jin could still feel Luna's sincerity as she sat before him now. Jin then used his other hand to gently pat Luna's hand that was tightly holding his. "Sister Luna, I truly appreciate your words, but I have absolutely no intention of staying out of this fight. Jin, I'm serious. I'm not just saying that because I think you'll have to face me. I know, sister, but I've already survived one assassination attempt. That's why I absolutely cannot avoid this quagmire." In truth, the assassination attempt Jin mentioned was the Phantom Blade's curse, and it had been broken in his previous life. When Luna heard these words, her eyes widened, her expression one of complete shock, which then turned into fury. Jin could even feel the overwhelming killing intent radiating from his sister. Who was it? Who was so bold as to try and take your life right here in the Stormguard Citadel? Tell me, Jin, who tried to kill you? It had to be said, the Stormguard Citadel was the place that protected the Carden family's children, preventing them from being eliminated too early in the battles for the Patriarch's seat. Therefore, when she heard that her little brother, who had never left the Stormguard Citadel, had been targeted for assassination, Luna's fury was justified. To be honest, I haven't been able to identify the person yet, but I'm all right, sister. Jin comforted her again, adding, not all of my siblings hate me, right? You're one of them, aren't you? Thank you for letting me know that. I feel truly happy from the bottom of my heart. Seeing a 9-year-old child speak such mature words, just like an adult, made Luna's heart ache even more. She didn't know what else to say besides pulling Jin into a hug and ceaselessly stroking his hair. This was the first time he had discovered Luna was such a warm person, so he hugged her back tightly, savoring the rare feeling of familial affection in this family. All right, today is a happy day. We shouldn't talk about these things. As she released Jin, Luna took a box from inside her blouse. She said that she came here today, and her main purpose was actually to give Jin a gift. Inside the box was a necklace with a blue stone pendant, but it wasn't an ordinary gemstone. Luna instructed him that whenever he encountered a problem he couldn't solve on his own, he just needed to shatter the blue gem on this pendant, and she would immediately return to his side. So please, always keep it with you. Luna helped Jin put it around his neck and reminded him carefully, "Happy 9th birthday, my little brother." After that, Julie brought out a piece of cake. The two siblings ate cake and talked together just like any other normal brother and sister. A while later, Luna reluctantly left. That night, Jin went to the family's secret chamber again, just as Mura shrieked upon seeing him. "Why are you so late today, and what is that thing wrapped around your neck?" "Oh, my birthday present," Jin replied. "That person must cherish you deeply to give you something like that." Murakan pointed with a trembling hand at the gem with an excited look. Seeing his strange expression, Jin pressed him for answers. It was then that he learned this blue gem was a relic of the Demon King. Over 1,000 years ago, countless people risked their lives just to obtain one of his relics. This item was miraculous because it could grant the wearer resistance to magical attacks of 5 stars or lower, as well as increasing the wearer's magical power and even granting a summoning ability. The reason Murakan knew this so well was because he also was an old being who had lived in the same era as Organ. This item must have been a gift from a powerful individual who just visited. "You, right?" Murakan asked. "Yes, my eldest sister just stopped by." "Wait, you could sense my sister's energy from all the way here." Jin handed the birthday cake to Murakan and asked again in amazement. "That's right, and your sister probably also sensed me." His words made Jin very worried. He was afraid that Luna would report this to the clan, but Murakan thought he was worrying for nothing, because a person who could give him a relic of the Demon King Organ would certainly not snitch and leave him to be torn apart by the clan. Jin felt his words made a lot of sense. Murakan also said that, among his siblings, Jin could trust Luna. Just as Murakan said, it was true that back at the Storm Castle, Luna had already sensed an unprecedented source of energy. At the same time, she suspected that her youngest brother was planning something, but she felt it was best to pretend she knew nothing. On that day, Luna also made a decision that no matter what Jin did or what he became in this clan war, she would always stand on her youngest brother's side. Another year passed by quickly. The time at the Storm Castle, which Jin had once thought would be very boring, had actually brought him many things. The recognition and expectations from Ken, the Phoenix Heart brought by Mary, a closer relationship with Luna, and even his meeting with Murakan, the Dragon Warrior. These were things that in his past, the life he would not have even dared to dream of. And now, he was preparing to leave the Storm Castle and return to the main castle. During his training sessions with Khan, Jin was always diligent and serious. After a few such sessions, Khan understood why he was the one the patriarch favored most among his 13 children. Although Khan acted as the evaluator during each training session, Jin's gaze seemed to imply that he was the one evaluating Khan's teaching ability, and that was the reason why when today's lesson ended, Khan did something he had never done for any other young master. "Young Master Jin, it has been my greatest honor to teach you. Soon you will be leaving the Storm Castle, but I promise to continue teaching you to the best of my ability until the very last moment." As he said these words, Khan bowed, deeply in respect. "All right, I will be in your care until then." Some more time passed, and finally, the day came for Jin to leave the Storm Castle. While Julie was packing his things, he was sitting and playing with a candle flame. Despite holding his finger over the burning fire, Jin felt no heat. It seemed as if Mary's gift was beginning to take effect. He figured he had absorbed about 1/2 of the Phoenix Heart's medicinal power, and will absorb the rest within the next few years. While cleaning up, Julie mentioned that she would prepare cream puffs for Jin's snack, which suddenly reminded him that Murakan was still in the storage room. Even though it was nighttime, Jin made an excuse to go for a short walk and then ran straight here. In fact, Jin had already mentioned to Murakan that he was about to leave Storm Castle. It seemed he was also very excited for this day. "How exactly are you planning to follow me?" Jin asked. and Murakhan began to show off like a peacock fanning its tail. Don't make such a big deal out of it. I'm a legendary black dragon. Even if I have gotten weaker, this little matter is nothing. I guarantee I'll follow you without anyone noticing. Wait, you've gotten weaker? Why didn't you tell me something so important? After knowing each other for a long time, Jin now dared to talk back to Murakhan instead of timidly calling him sir. Kid, how could I possibly be fine after sleeping for 1,000 years? Fortunately, Murakhan said his power could still be restored, and Jin would become even stronger than him, because Murakhan is his guardian dragon. So hurry up and become a magic swordsman as strong as Temar. Murakhan added, speaking of which, Murakhan once said that the Runcandel clan is a family of magic swordsmen, not pure swordsmen like they are now. He had also heard Solderet mention this in his past life. His family originated as a clan of magic swordsmen, and the first patriarch, Temar Runcandel, was the most powerful magic swordsman in history. Nowadays, almost no one knows this truth anymore. Murakhan also said that the reason the Runcandel family abandoned magic to pursue the pinnacle of pure swordsmanship was due to a vow made 1,000 years ago. Well, even though they revere me as the clan's guardian, I'm sure they would be very uncomfortable if I showed up. Murakhan began to lament. If it were 1,000 years ago, I'm certain both you and I would be worshipped for bringing the noblest being in this world here. Seeing Murakhan ramble on and on, it was clear that only Jin was worried about him leaving Storm Castle together. He had even planned to create an illusion with dragon magic so that other people who came here would still see him sleeping soundly in that giant glass container. What if your illusion gets discovered? Jin asked. He just wanted to be sure, but it seemed to have hurt this touchy dragon's pride. Hey, I'm the great black dragon, you know? Something like an illusion is a piece of cake, so don't worry. It's just that because Murakhan hasn't fully recovered his strength, he's not sure how long the illusion he creates will last. He just promised to maintain it for as long as possible, so that if it's later discovered that he has disappeared from the storage room, people won't suspect that this is related to Jin. Hearing Murakhan say that, Jin finally felt a bit more at ease. The main business was all settled. He then took out a box of cream puffs, which Murakhan loved, along with a bottle of strawberry wine that he had brewed himself. Murakhan's eyes immediately lit up. What have you brought here, boy? It was really worth it to raise you kindly. Early the next morning, Julie carefully put an extra coat on Jin and then led him to the city gate. Over the past few years, Julie had seen how diligently Jin trained here. But at the main castle, everything would be much harsher and busier, so she couldn't help but worried. July, don't worry, I'll do my best at the main castle, Jin reassured her. Yes, I will also dedicate my all to you. Just as they were speaking, the escort party arrived. The escort knights, Jerome and Hose, would be responsible for taking Jin safely to the main castle, known as the Garden of Swords. And so, on the 30th of October, 1790, Jin finally left the Storm's Cradle to head to the main territory of the Runcandel clan, officially stepping into the clan's bloody civil war. The carriage hadn't traveled far when a heavy snow began to fall. July said the roads would likely be snowed in very quickly, so they would be forced to stop in a village and wait for the snow to stop, because if the snowfall was too heavy, they couldn't use the transfer gate. At that moment, the carriage suddenly began to shake violently. Jerome and Hose yelled that they were being ambushed and to please stay inside the carriage. July immediately pulled Jin into a tight embrace, reassuring him, Young master, don't worry, it'll be okay. Jerome and Hose are 7-star knights, and you have me as well. Based on July's observation, there were about 20 enemies who appeared to be mages and warriors. It was likely they were also archers, and probably none of them had strength exceeding 7 stars. But when he glanced through the carriage window and saw both knights completely focused on the battle, Jin's expression instantly changed. July, we need to get out of here. July didn't seem to fully grasp Jin's urgency, but he had already noticed something was very wrong. Runcandel guards, under any circumstances, are never permitted to neglect the duty of protecting the Runcandel bloodline. Therefore, regardless of the number of enemies, one of the two should have remained by Jin's side. Yet, both of them had charged into battle. This meant one of them was either a traitor or an imposter, or it was even possible that neither of them was an ally. There must be weapons hidden in this carriage. We have to get out of the carriage. July. Seeing Jin's grave expression, July didn't dare to hesitate. Normally, she was just a gentle nanny, but in truth, she was also a warrior. In this situation, July had no choice but to risk her life to protect the heir. 2 wolf claw-shaped weapons shot out from her sleeves, and the expression on July's face also transformed, a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor. I will protect you as a member of the Runcandel clan. If I take any overly familiar actions, please forgive me, young master. After that, July used her weapons to rip open the roof of the carriage and grab Jin, leaping outside. They dashed through the heavy snow, but after a short distance, Jin said that he wanted to go back to the ambush site to check. He suspected that the so-called enemies might actually be his allies. If they were truly here to kill him, they should have attacked the moment the two of them left the carriage. But the situation now was strangely quiet. July nodded, understanding his reasoning, and then took him back to the original location. There, a man with one eye was busy commanding, "Hurry and find Jin Runcandel." Team 3 blocked the left flank. As they drew nearer, Jin and July both saw the symbols of a demon and a black spade on the men's armor and cloaks. These represented the Mytho Magic clan and the Black King mercenary corps. Over there, we found July McLaurin, and Jin Runcandel is with her. The one-eyed man immediately leaped down from a high place to land in front of them. He was Mukera, the captain of the mercenary corps, the Black King, here under orders from the Runcandel clan to rescue the young master. As for the two men claiming to be Jerome and Hose, they were now exposing their fake identities, because if they were truly 7-star guards of the Kanan family, there is no way they would be in such a difficult situation against these people. "Who in the world are you? What is your purpose?" Julie shouted. That guy Jerome just cackled and asked, "Who has time to answer the dogs of the Kanan family?" Although Mukera and his comrades could certainly control the situation, since their master Jin was present, his opinion was what mattered most. Jin showed no mercy and ordered Julie to take one of them out to clear up some space, and as for the other one, chop off his hands and bring him before me. At that moment, it was as if Julie had flipped a combat switch. She lunged at Jerome like an envoy from hell, then took him down with just 2 basic moves. The remaining man was Hose, who turned pale with fear upon seeing that the Kanan family's nanny was stronger than a warrior. Before he could even react, Julie mercilessly sliced off both his hands. Having lost both hands, Hose lost his balance and immediately fell backward onto the snow. Julie grabbed him by the hair and dragged him toward Jin. "Your master seems to have underestimated his opponent quite a bit. To become a servant of the Kanan family, one must be at least a 7-star level," Jin said in a mocking tone. "So if you want to assassinate a child of the Kanan family next time, you'll need to at least reach the 8-star level." "Cut the crap. This is just the beginning. The end is near for you Kanans." Hose screamed with resentment. "Ha, I would like that too. I am not fond of the phrase Kanan Empire at all. I only like the Jin Kanan Empire." As he said these words, his eyes were particularly vicious, which even startled Mukera for a moment. But Hose seemed to be a man who did not fear death, so he remained defiant. "You bastard, bow your head before Jippo." This fateful name, Jippo, was of course no stranger to Jin. It was the renowned family of mages that ruled the other half of the world. If the Kanan family was famous for its ultimate swordsmanship, the Jippo family was known for reaching the pinnacle of magic. 1,000 years ago, when Temaji and Kanan passed away, Jippo issued a humiliating oath demanding the Kanan family to strip magic from their clan's power. And so, magic in the Kanan family was sealed. Therefore, to the Kanan family, the Jippo family was their 1,000-year-old enemy, and the same was true in reverse. No wonder Jin had been wondering why someone would dare to act so recklessly against him. It turns out they were followers of the Jippo family. In that case, interrogating him would be useless. Jin then ordered Julie to dump him somewhere and let him fend for himself. Of course, since they considered the Kanan family their sworn enemy, the Jippo family was always plotting to terrorize them. However, this incident was probably not orchestrated by the Jippo family itself, but rather an independent act by their followers. But Jin found it strange because no matter how good these rats were at disguise, it would be difficult to fool a 7-star knight like Julie. Therefore, he suspected that this must have been the work of someone pulling the strings. Julie completed her mission and returned very quickly. Only then did Jin turn to Mukera. He had managed to escape this time thanks to him and his comrades diverting the attention of the 2 imposters away from him. Therefore, Jin promised that after returning to Kanan Castle, he would report their meritorious deeds so they would be rewarded accordingly. "All right, now help me set up a warp gate." "Yes, I will do my best." "Yes, sir," Mukera replied, his voice stuttering slightly. He truly couldn't believe that everything that had just happened was orchestrated by a 10-year-old child. Jin was far too confident and mature for his age. Moreover, after experiencing this incident, he remained as calm as if nothing had ever happened. Mukera subconsciously recalled the words Jin had said earlier, that he was building the Jin Runcandel Empire. He couldn't help but shudder, thinking that those weren't meaningless words and that the boy was actually serious about achieving it. In any case, this was a matter for another family. Mukera could only sigh, and then he instructed his subordinates to be extremely careful with their every move until the transfer gate was set up, and not to do anything foolish. "What? Captain, isn't that an unreasonable request? Since when did we have to worry about such things?" The members of the Black King squad were extremely puzzled. "Just be quiet and do as I say," Mukera replied, silently criticizing his men for their short-sightedness. It seemed they didn't realize just how terrifying that 10-year-old child was. By now, Julie had finished tidying up Jin's clothes. Since the carriage was broken, the group could only walk to the nearest village. A few people were a bit concerned about Jerome and Hose, but Jin told them not to worry about them. Whether they were found alive or dead, it would serve as a warning to their accomplices. The snow fell thicker and thicker, and Mukera's group said it would take about 2 more hours to reach a village. But Jin didn't complain at all. He only noticed Julie's sad expression, so he had to comfort her again. Don't think about what happened during the escort mission anymore, Julie. It wasn't your fault. Even a 9-star knight like Khan at the Thunderstorm Arena failed to notice it. A 7-star warrior like you would naturally find it difficult to spot anything unusual. Perhaps Julie understood this well but couldn't stop blaming herself and apologizing to Jin. She was exactly the same as in his past life. As a nanny of the Runcandel house, Julie's fate was bound to the child she was raising. In his previous life, Julie was also Jin's nanny, and because he was talentless, she was also looked down upon and humiliated. But Julie never once resented or criticized Jin. And then, on the day he was exiled from the Runcandel clan, Julie was also kicked out of the castle. But at that time, she only cried and kept telling him, "Young master, I'm sorry for not being able to take good care of you." Jin still vividly remembered the sight of her bowing her head and sobbing in the snow. On that day, he didn't want to raise his voice at someone who had always treated him well, but the current situation was vastly different from his past life, and Julie needed to strengthen her resolve. Therefore, even though he had tried to reassure her gently to no avail, Jin had no choice but to shout loudly to snap Julie out of it. "Stop blaming yourself like that. This is an order. Julie, as long as you are my nanny, you are the only guardian knight I need. If you let trivial matters like this affect you, how can you continue to escort me in the future? So don't make me repeat myself one more time. Is that clear?" Jin's firm and decisive tone snapped Julie back to her senses. She quickly composed herself and, with him, continued to walk forward. More than anyone, Julie knew how much Jin cared for her, and she understood the words he had just spoken. She knew he said all that for her own good, and she also wanted to protect him well, which is why she couldn't stop blaming herself. But after being dried off, July's spirits lifted, and Jin felt a sense of relief. They walked for a long time and finally entered a village. Mukera found an inn and rented a room for Jin to rest, while he kept thinking about the situation. If Jin's guess was correct, this incident most likely involved that guy, the shapeshifting wizard Bubba Gaston. Shapeshifting is a strength of the dragon clan, but even dragons can't shapeshift perfectly. Only Bubba was the sole being capable of perfect transformation. He used that ability to disguise himself and commit various crimes to throw the world into chaos. Jin just hoped he was wrong, because if Bubba was truly involved in this, things were about to get much more complicated. In his past life, when Jin had just turned 20, B's special task force captured Bubba. If he could somehow make that old man his ally now, it would be incredibly useful. But Jin had no reason to invite someone who had once pointed a sword at him to become an ally. So, before that guy could cause any more trouble, he probably needed to investigate thoroughly. As he thought this, he suddenly couldn't feel anything anymore. Just as July took off her outer coat and said she would stand guard outside, she saw Jin had already passed out. After all, this body was that of a 10-year-old, and today had been exhausting enough with everything that happened. The next morning, Jin was woken up by the loud meowing of a cat outside his window. He groggily opened his eyes and saw a black cat writhing behind the glass. This playful demeanor reminded Jin of a certain person. Murakhan had said before that he would always hide and follow him. "You said you would hide and follow me? You mean by turning into a cat like this?" Jin tried to hold back his laughter. Meanwhile, Murakhan outside was fuming. After having a good laugh, he opened the door to let him into the room. "Don't be mad. I was just a little surprised that you would appear in this form. I thought you would disguise yourself as one of my servants, like a stable hand, for example." "Hey, if I did that, all the knights in your clan would notice me," Murakhan replied through gritted teeth, then transformed back to his original form. But then, he carelessly tripped on a raised wooden plank on the floor, and the clumsy Murakhan immediately crashed right into the windowsill. Hearing this noise, July, who was outside the door, became alert and immediately burst into the room. The foolish black dragon didn't have time to escape or turn back into a cat, and just like that, he was exposed right in front of July. "Who are you to dare follow my young master?" Her berserker mode was once again activated. July aggressively charged forward, pinning Murakhan to the ground and interrogating him. "Tell me everything right now, before I send you to your maker." "July, wait, this person is..." Jin rushed forward, but before he could even make up a suitable identity for Murakhan, the man shot up when he heard the name July. "July? Is this July? Oh, my little strawberry pie. I've finally gotten to meet you." As mentioned before, the 1,000-year-old black dragon had a rather girly hobby of eating strawberry pie. So, over the 2 years they had known each other, Jin had brought him countless pies and would occasionally boast that they were made by his nanny, named July. As a result, Murakhan had been eagerly waiting to meet her in person. And so, before. In this situation, Jin could only put a hand to his forehead and sigh. Well, this is a total mess. Jin raised his hand toward Murakhan, whose disheveled hair framed a face with a smug grin as he crossed his arms and began the introduction. First of all, this is the guardian deity of the Runcandel clan, the Black Dragon Murakhan. Then he turned and gestured toward the flustered Julie. And this is... But before Jin could finish, he hastily cut in. I know who she is. She's my precious strawberry pie, isn't she? Julie bowed repeatedly in a panic and apologized. This humble servant of the Runcandel family apologizes for being disrespectful to the guardian deity. Please forgive me. But he just spread his arms wide and laughed heartily, saying boldly, Don't worry, my little strawberry pie. I am more than willing to forgive you. Julie started to get confused and raised her hand. Sir Murakhan, may I ask why you call me strawberry pie? He answered proudly, because you are wonderful, beautiful, and make the perfect strawberry pie. Realization dawned on Julie, and she snapped her head to look at him. So he's the reason you requested strawberry pie every day? Jin looked away and gave a small smile. As bright sunlight shone on the windowsill, he gently requested, Could you please sit down for a moment so I can explain? They sat down properly together, except for him, who was lounging casually on his elbow. Julie covered her mouth in shock. There are so many things I didn't know about you, young master. Jin said apologetically, I'm sorry for lying to you, but she didn't seem as upset as he had expected. No, I've always known that the young master's talents were extraordinary. But Julie looked at the two figures, feeling bewildered. One large and one small before her. First his magic, then being Soldieret's contractor, and now a dragon. Murakhan even playfully conjured a tiny dragon on his fingertip with a flick. Suddenly, cheerful flower petals appeared around her as she clasped her hands enthusiastically. As your servant, I am just surprised and so happy for you. Then, she turned to listen attentively to Jin's instructions. Either way, you're in on this with us now. The clan cannot find out the truth that Murakhan has awakened, and my relationship with him, at least for now. Understand? Julie replied immediately, Yes, young master, I understand. He rudely jumped up in front of her, saying with a goofy grin, You don't need to worry, strawberry pie. After all, I'm always by the kid's side. She quickly thanked him. Thank you for your kindness, Sir Murakhan. Julie then suddenly remembered the sound of him hitting the wall. So, what was that loud noise from before you transformed? Jin immediately shoved his hand in Murakhan's face. You should be more careful, he grumbled. Stop lecturing me, and started to explain. No, that was the wooden platform, which now has a huge crack in it. Murakhan reluctantly admitted the truth. I fell. After saying it, he showed no shame at all, and instead threw his head back and laughed. Her face went pale with worry as she secretly asked, Young master, are you sure he's trustworthy? He wasn't entirely sure himself. Probably. Cut to the Mel transfer gate, where he had transformed into a cat and was perched on Jin's shoulder. Meanwhile, Julie was speaking with Mukera. Good work, Black King Squad. He, however, noticed Murakhan, the cat. Was that cat here before? She continued her report. The Runcandel clan will certainly reward you handsomely for your efforts. He stood up straight before Julie and replied, This mission was also a valuable experience for us. Mukera glanced down at him and the black cat on his shoulder, which stared back with wide eyes. I am very eager to see the future of the Runcandel young master you serve. Suddenly, he changed the subject. But Julie, there's something. He wanted to ask her a question, which startled her. Yes. Mukera raised his hand and asked seriously, Someone as exceptionally talented as you? Why did you choose to leave the Marleoran family and become a nanny for the young master of the Canaan clan? Julie coldly turned away, as if there was nothing important left to discuss. Realizing his blunder, he awkwardly scratched his head. I'm sorry, I was out of line. She replied kindly, It's all right. Then Julie turned back to the soldiers behind them. And so, they entered the building together. The gatekeeper greeted them mechanically. Welcome to the transfer gate. May I see your identification? She unwrapped a cloth to reveal the sword crest of the Canaan clan, bound for Canaan of the Hill Fetter Alliance. Thank you. The gatekeeper recognized it. You are from the Canaan clan. Julie quickly wrapped the crest in the cloth again. The gatekeeper raised a hand to guide them. It's an honor to meet you. Please follow me. We will arrange for you to have premium seats. Murakhan sat obediently on his shoulder. They walked forward as someone gave instructions. We will be there in a flash, but you'll have to wait here for about 2 hours. Travel safely. The two of them sat down together on a chair, and it immediately jumped down onto the cushion. She suddenly called out, Young master, and Jin looked up, puzzled. Murakhan lay on Julie's lap, sleeping soundly. She frowned with worry. For a true dragon to be with us. I'm very worried that if Murakhan is exposed or something, we won't be able to handle it. He understood immediately. She was talking about his magic. Julie's voice was filled with urgency. Of course, no one in the Canaan clan can do that. Jin smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I know. I'll keep him well hidden. Then the two of them and the cat were startled and looked behind them. He narrowed his eyes, his attention drawn to a crest on a green uniform. the golden dragon crest. It was Veridin with his pure white hair who came into view. He, along with his large and imposing guards, strode in. He recognized him. Veridin Zippel plopped down on the chair in front of them. Jin and Julie could only watch in silence. He used a book to cover half his face as he observed. Who was that? So familiar. Veridin rested his chin on his hand and said in an annoyed tone, I have a feeling I don't want to go to Hill Fetter today. His next words made Julie scowl in annoyance, while Jin remained calm. I didn't think I'd see some annoying rats here. But Murakan had already leaped from his seat. It went and sat obediently under the chair where Veridin was sitting, causing Veridin to exclaim, Your cat is cute. He smiled brightly and waved at Murakan. Come here now, good kitty. It leisurely walked over. Suddenly, Murakan turned fierce and scratched Veridin's hand. The guards shouted in alarm, Young master, you little beast. But he didn't get angry and calmly reassured the two guards who were drawing their swords. Hey, it's okay, it's just an animal. I must have scared it, and drawing your swords in front of the Cannon clan won't do any good. Veridin then looked over curiously. He was surprised that the other two didn't have a strong reaction. I was just curious and wanted to provoke them a bit, but I didn't expect no reaction. I guess the youngest son of the Cannon clan is pretty calm. Murakan turned and lay sprawled on Jin's lap. Veridin stood up and introduced himself. I am Veridin Zippel. I want to apologize for being rude a moment ago. Jin silently observed Veridin Zippel. In Jin's memory, he was a tall and great man, enjoying everyone's admiration. A genius mage, the most likely successor to the Zippel clan, and a role model for young mages, someone who had both skill and charisma. But now, he was just a child, smiling and holding out his hand. In front of him. I once thought he would leave me far behind in terms of a mage's skills, even though Jin hadn't shaken his hand, but Veridin's smile remained unchanged. He thought to himself that it was just as expected. He just never thought he'd meet him when they were the same age. This is a really pleasant feeling, isn't it? Jin closed his book, petting the cat instead of responding to his gesture. I was also wondering what kind of person you are. It's good to know you're not a complete idiot. Veridin asked awkwardly, What's your assessment? Although Jin was smiling, his words were filled with menace. Even if you were just joking, if those guys had drawn their swords, you would have experienced a stroll around the Hill Fighter residence without your bodyguards, and you might have lost a few fingers. Veridin laughed while awkwardly waving his right hand, which had been left hanging in the air. Even Jin's jokes were violent. Jin's blue eyes flashed with a cruel light as he growled, You think I'm joking? Veridin was frightened but tried to force a laugh. All right, let me give you some advice, he said in a conciliatory tone. If you meet another Zippel or find yourself in a similar situation, don't be so rash as to cut off their fingers. Otherwise, it'll be a headache for both our clans. Jin said sarcastically, Nice joke, Veridin. His calm words startled the other, leaving him dumbfounded. My father, Siren Runcandel, and your father, Kellyark Zippel. Do you think they would intervene in a children's fight? His eyes widened in surprise. Veridin crossed his arms and laughed heartily. You're right, they'd probably just compensate with gold or something. Hey, I learned something from you. I'll repay this debt when I can. Jin immediately gave him a demanding look. Don't wait until later, pay it back now. He eagerly leaned in and asked, Of course, what do you need? But Jin's cold request made Veridin freeze solid. I'd be grateful if you could stay quiet until the transfer gate activates and not disturb my rest. He gradually became noisy in the silence, fidgeting restlessly with all sorts of expressions. Jin, this guy, he'll probably become much stronger in a few years, huh? Veridin sat right down on the floor, propped his face on the table, and stared at Jin with sparkling eyes. If it weren't for his clan, I'd ask him to be my friend. The bodyguard felt embarrassed and had to remind his young master to maintain his image, but he just became more excited, delighted by a realization. Wait a minute, if he's a Runcandel, does that mean he has the potential to become my fated rival? I'm so awesome. The bodyguard wearily rubbed his forehead and sighed. Young master, please. He was helpless against the eager, star-filled gaze of Veridin. How annoying. His fingers are probably in serious condition and he's still acting like this. What's wrong with the Zippel clan? Are they all insane? An announcement over the loudspeaker cut through the strange atmosphere. Thank you for your patience. Glowing runes appeared on the gate on the ceiling. A stream of powerful magic manifested in the shape of a rhombus, along with a cold announcement. The transfer gate will now be temporarily opened. All passengers may experience headaches or dizziness as side effects. Therefore, all passengers please remain seated and wait to proceed into the gate. A blue stream of magic began to surround them. He suddenly jumped to his feet and called out, Jin Runcandel. Although he was about to disappear, Veridin eagerly promised, It was a pleasure meeting you. Let's meet again. He coldly replied with a refusal and turned away. No thanks, let's not meet again. A tall castle and a flag bearing the Runcandel family crest came into view. The carriage rolled on without stopping. July stood solemnly to one side. Just as Jin was stepping down from the carriage, a voice was heard. A greeting rang out. "We have been waiting for you, young master." Pedro bowed respectfully. "This is the first time I have had the honor of welcoming you. I am the second butler, Pedro." Behind him, knights in iron armor stood in neat rows. Sharp swords of all shapes and sizes were planted firmly in the ground in the middle of the castle. Pedro continued politely, "It must have been a difficult journey here. An entire magnificent and splendid mansion was glowing under the sunlight. I respectfully welcome you to the main estate of the Runcandel clan." The gleaming golden swords caught their attention. He introduced the place to them, the Garden of Swords. Pedro explained, "The Garden of Swords. Those who have dedicated themselves to the prosperity of Runcandel are honored with planting their sword in this garden. The hilts of these swords were all exquisitely carved. In other words, this place is a symbol of the dreams and honor of all Runcandel members." Together, they crossed the Garden of Swords and headed deeper into the mansion. Jin thought to himself, "It was once my dream to plant my sword here before I died." An image of himself from before, kneeling helplessly and weakly, flashed through his mind. "My past self was weak and had no potential. A person with no leadership or intellect. Why was I so foolish to think that just trying hard would make everything change?" Jin looked up, his clear eyes filled with hope. "This time, in this priceless place, I will live a meaningful life." The windows bearing the Runcandel family crest were clearly visible under the brilliant golden sunlight. Jin and Julie had arrived. He calmly looked up at the people standing on the stairs. The Black Panther, Rosa, matriarch of the Runcandel clan, was the first to speak. "It's been a while, youngest." He replied, "Yes, mother." She was slightly surprised. Its bronze gold cat eyes, they were wide open. Ken narrowed his eyes, glancing thoughtfully at Murakami. He asked Jin, "Did you pick up a stray?" He reached up to scratch the black cat's chin, much to its delight, and replied politely, "I took it in, father." Ken immediately noticed the peculiarity in his words. Instead of "picked it up," it was "I took it in." Rosa looked over, startled. He praised, "It's good that you speak with propriety. Indeed, when a Runcandel obtains something, this is the appropriate response." Suddenly, Murakami leaped off Jin's shoulder, startling him. She bent down, gently, petting it. "Son, what is this little one's name?" Jin revealed the fake name he had given Murakami in his cat form. "Her name is Butterfly Runcandel, mother." Rosa was a bit taken aback upon hearing the name. Unlike her, the other children reacted harshly. Deaf yelled loudly, "What? Father, mother, even if he is still young, this is unacceptable. How dare he give the Runcandel name to a common beast?" He then turned to scold and blame. "Julie, how did you raise our youngest brother? How dare a cat?" She could only choose to apologize. "I'm sorry." Ken, looking troubled, had to give an order. "That's enough." He looked down at him and asked, "Youngest, why did you give this cat the Runcandel name?" Jin respectfully placed a hand on his chest and answered firmly, "Because this way, I will be responsible for her." He calmly explained, "She may be just an animal, but she is the first life I have taken in, so I believe her name should also have value." Ken was taken aback by this answer, truly surprising. "But youngest, the weight of the name Runcandel, do you understand it?" He picked her up and held her tightly in his arms, his attitude and words clearly showing unwavering determination. "I understand. Perfectly clear. If anyone insults Butterfly, you will be the one to pay the price." His hand gently stroked the head of his cane as he said, "Youngest son, it seems you have a talent for making enemies." Then Ken turned to look at the unpleasant expressions on his other children's faces and said, "Look at how your other siblings are staring at you." Despite that, he just calmly hugged Murakami and confidently replied, "It seems so, however. I also have a talent for eliminating enemies, father." He gave a satisfied smile, revealing a full set of gleaming teeth along with a cryptic remark, "This child, all of you should be worried if you want to deal with this insolent youngest son." With that said, Ken turned and left. Time flew by, and 4 years later, in the early summer of 1794, in the middle of the mansion's courtyard, a call for the young master echoed out. Jin was now a tall teenager. Jin of Canaan, 14 years old, a 2-star knight, a low-rank cadet. Garen approached and announced, "We will end the young master's training session here for today." "Are we finished?" he asked pensively. "We've only trained this morning." He put his hands on his hips and said with a laugh, "Doesn't Lady Luna have training planned for today?" "You must have forgotten. I am Garen Antermia, Canaan Guardian Cadet, low-rank instructor." Jin had no choice but to comply, placing the wooden sword back on the rack. "Yes, that's right. I'll go get something to eat." Garen asked in exasperation, "Are you planning to eat with the other cadets again today?" The lady of the house seems quite disappointed. He sighed and wearily reassured him, "It's fine. I don't want to participate in a staring contest with my siblings during the meal." He complied with his wish. "Understood. I will report back to her." Meanwhile, the other cadets were already lined up neatly with their food trays, getting various dishes from the counter. Someone spoke up, causing Jin to look over, slightly startled. "Young master, I brought you your food." He replied politely, "Thank you, Belop." The boy beamed as he handed the food to Jin. "You're welcome, young master." He was Belop Smith, a Canon Guardian cadet belonging to the low-rank class. Jin kept his eyes glued on the boy beside him, who was stuffing his cheeks and gobbling down his food. Belop Smith, 13 years old, a commoner by birth. As he watched, Jin narrowed his eyes, recalling something from the past. He remembered that Belop had faced dismissal from his cadet position and was expelled. Jin asked curiously, "Is it that good?" The boy jumped and answered dazedly, "Huh?" But his cheeks were still puffed out from chewing, the fork still in his mouth. Belop showed a look of adoration, speaking with relish. "Of course, I'm always grateful to the Kanan family. Thanks to them, I get to eat this incredibly delicious meat. And I'm also grateful to the young master who always shares his meat with me." Jin quickly cut off his long-winded speech. "That's enough. Stop." He curiously asked Belop, "You said the exact same thing yesterday. Did you memorize it?" The boy could only scratch his head and laugh sheepishly in embarrassment. Jin suddenly reminded him seriously, "Bell, you need to learn to carry yourself with more maturity. The truth is that your constant rambling makes others look down on you," he stammered in reply. "Is that so?" His face showed a stern strictness, holding up the spoon in his hand as if to demonstrate. "That's right. Straighten your back and be confident. Be confident that you are a cadet of the Kanan Guardian Knights." Bell timidly lowered his head and mumbled, "But my scores are terrible. I can't even reach 1 star. He closed his eyes, sighed, and advised. Becoming a cadet of the Kanan clan was never an easy task. The food on his tray had dwindled, but Jin continued to guide him kindly. "Regardless of whether your scores are, no matter how low it is, you're still better than the other 13-year-olds out there, understand?" He only dared to answer quietly, "Yes." He glanced at Bell, who was devouring his food, and silently assessed him. "His personality is so naive. It's no surprise my family targeted him." Jin recalled his past life, but how could such an innocent person be taught the path of a sword master? After becoming the Empire's loyal dog, he began to walk a ruthless path of slaughter. Jin felt pity for Bell's cruel fate. When I heard he had become a royal guard, I was very surprised, and when I heard he took his own life, I was heartbroken. If I just leave Bell alone, Jin picked up a piece of meat and put it on his tray, causing him to exclaim, "Young master." He quickly reassured him, "I'm not hungry. You can have it for me." Bell looked at Jin with bright, sparkling eyes. "Young master?" He smiled, watching the person beside him happily devouring the food. "I have to make sure you don't get kicked out this time," Jin resolved. "Living through misfortune and then dying once is more than enough." The two young boys then continued to laugh and enjoy their delicious meal together. Jin went back to change his clothes, counting on his fingers to review his skills as he walked. Shadow energy release is 2-star, mana is 4-star, and swordsmanship is 2-star. He was very satisfied. This is going smoothly. If I continue like this, I'll be able to reach 3-star swordsmanship within 2 years. But before that, Luna plunged her sword into the cold tile floor and announced, "My dear little brother, today's training will be the same as yesterday's." The two of them stood facing each other, with their swords pointed to the ground. She ordered, "However, you will have to defend yourself in a different way." Jin replied politely, "I understand, eldest sister." Luna looked at him and reminded him, "Little brother, use your mind's eye." A sinister, dark blue magical aura appeared. Although Jin closed his eyes to comply, he felt a mix of caution and anxiety inside. "To see with my mind's eye, I guess I have to overcome a type of training I've never heard of before," Luna emphasized. "See with the eye of your soul." Jin obediently shut his eyes tightly to comply. She continued to instruct, "For those who live to sharpen their blades, having the eye of the soul is of the utmost importance." Luna also stood up straight and closed her eyes, carefully repeating, "Don't open your eyes." Although he stood still and obeyed, a question arose in his mind. The mind's eye, a state that only knights who are 7-star or higher can achieve. But she's teaching it to someone like me, who is only a 2-star. Jin continued to ponder. Not only that, a normal mind's eye is usually achieved by dispersing aura, but since I can't use aura during my training, I don't understand how this works. He envisioned himself as a tall swordsman, clad in sturdy iron armor, holding his sword and concentrating all sources of brilliant energy, which rushed into his sword. But Jin chose to trust her, his hand tightening on the sword's hilt. "No, I choose to trust my sister. I'm sure she has some idea in mind. I need to focus on the training. I believe that one day I'll be able to understand this exercise." Time passed in a flash. The two of them finished their training. Luna did not hold back her praise, saying, "You did well today too, Jin. You may return now." He scratched the back of his neck and replied with a bright smile, "Thank you, Luna." She recalled how he looked during training and marveled to herself, "Just as I expected. I knew he would do well, but he always exceeds my expectations. He displays a level of focus and memory that is rarely seen in a 2-star knight with his potential." I'm sure you'll understand it in just a few years. Luna's expression became gentle, filled with affection, silently encouraging him. Keep growing, my little brother. Jin returned to the training grounds, where the trainees were all gathered and standing in neat rows. They all greeted him in unison. Welcome, young master. Belop stood timidly and dejectedly among the other trainees. Everyone was wary of each other. They all looked very tense. I knew they would be, Garen said, placing his hands on his hips and laughing. This sparring match counts for a large portion of the final grade. A good score is a shortcut to becoming a guardian knight, so I'm sure we are all very nervous. He then turned to him and said with a smile, Today is an important day for you too, young Master Jin. Jin, who was observing everyone with his arms crossed, looked over in surprise. Garen explained, Lady Rosa said that if you defeat 10 higher-ranked trainees today, you can join the intermediate class training group early next year. Jin's reaction was very calm. Mother said that. That's good news. Suddenly, he glanced to the other side and saw him hugging his shoulders and trembling like a leaf, which made Jin worry. There goes Belop again. He put a hand to his forehead in exasperation. I'll make sure he doesn't get expelled, but he really needs more confidence. At that moment, Belop was pale with fear, his mouth agape. The sound of Garen's shout rang out, Attention! Today, everyone will fight 3 times, changing partners each time. The top 10 winners will fight one-on-one with young Master Jin. Everyone responded in unison, Yes, instructor. After that, they all charged into the chaotic battle. 2 trainees were clashing swords without holding back. Some were defeated, falling hard to the ground. Jin watched and assessed them silently. They're not bad. They didn't become trainees for nothing. The defeated trainees were lining up neatly. He ordered, All right, those who were not selected, return to your places. They immediately replied in unison, Yes, sir. Garen then turned to remind him, Get ready, young master. Jin's strong hand immediately grasped his sword, holding it up as he replied readily, All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword and ruthlessly knocked the weapon of the recent winner spinning into the air, then wondered to himself, 1. Then Jin estimated, I can take 8 at best, so I just need to defeat 2 more. He became cautious, thinking, To do that, the person I need to watch out for is, as he turned around. Someone shouted, Next, get ready. A young woman with pink hair stepped forward. Mesa Mukano, a guardian knight trainee of the Black Denken from the regular class, stepped up confidently without a trace of fear. I'll be in your care. Young Master Jin knew exactly who she was. Mesa, a noble who would become a guardian knight after passing all the trainee courses in the future. She was full of fighting spirit, raising her sword into a ready stance. I will defeat you today at any cost. He had been looking forward to this fight. The match with Mesa was the most important part of this test. Jin also smiled politely and nodded at her. All right, I'm looking forward to it. Mesa shot off the ground in a flash. She came at him like a storm, aiming her blades straight down on him, but Jin easily parried the powerful strike. He looked coldly at their crossed blades as they clashed. Mesa, she's stronger than before, but not so strong that I can't beat her. Jin swung his sword to the left, fighting while thinking carefully. The problem is that I have to defeat 8 more people after her. If that was the case, he could easily neutralize all of her moves without much effort. The sword strokes moved continuously, like a spider weaving its web, in midair. Unlike Jin, Mesa struggled to defend herself, her expression growing more and more frantic. Why is he only attacking so simply when he's already shown all his techniques? Her hands gripped the sword tightly, but they trembled slightly as anger welled up inside her. He must be doing this on purpose, but why? Mesa's eyes widened. No way. The Jin before her now was like a madman, smirking as he relentlessly swung his sword. Mesa thought in fear, is he looking down on me, thinking that I can't beat him today either? Her fighting spirit flared up again, and she put all her strength into raising her sword. All right then. Mesa twisted her sword, aiming for the center of Jin's blade, and roared with all her might. Try this. Young Master Belop and the other students watching from the sidelines were stunned, their jaws agape. The more he fought, the more fired up he got, parrying any attack with ease, a smug smile never leaving his lips. Her distinctive pink hair flew in the wind with her movements. I won't be pushed back again. This time, I will surpass the young master. Mesa summoned every ounce of her strength, her facial muscles tensing as she leaped high, aiming her sword straight at Jin. The 2 wooden blades clashed. He just needed to slash his sword sideways and her sword snapped in 2. The broken blade flew high into the air as the dust settled. Mesa stared blankly at the broken sword in her hand, still in shock. Somehow, the tip of Jin's sword was already at her throat. He pointed his sword straight forward, offering a polite compliment. That was a good match. Mesa. Jin raised his own cracked sword to inspect it, though it's useless now anyway. She flinched and followed his gaze. When Mesa saw the cracks on his sword, she was utterly shocked. I can't believe it. Did he hit the exact same spot on my sword with every one of those strikes? Our stamina and strength are the same, but I lost to his precision and tenacity. Is something like that even possible? But then she slowly came to accept it. After all, he was a child of the Black Can. Mesa called out, "Young master." She loudly vowed with all the passion in her heart, "I will train diligently and will definitely defeat you next time." Mesa secretly made a resolution, "I can't keep losing like this." The sky above gradually changed color as time passed. Everything was going according to plan. Yet another student was defeated by Jin, completely bewildered. This was all part of his strategy, as it would be difficult to face 10 trainees head-on. He delivered the finishing blow coldly. Thanks to his and Mesa's surprising victories, he had made them believe they would lose in a direct confrontation. The wooden sword fell to the ground, the loser kneeling motionless. He stood proudly, looking down. That makes 10. Thank goodness, everything is going according to plan. Jin wearily wiped his sweat. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Garen spoke up to praise him. "Well done, young master." He approached with a broad smile, praising him endlessly. "With this, you can be trained by a true Black Can in the intermediate group next year. Congratulations in advance." Jin also offered a polite smile in return. "Thank you, Garen. I'll be in your care until then." He informed Jin, "It's almost time to eat, so we're ending the morning training session." Jin pondered for a moment, then asked, "How much longer?" Garen answered honestly, "About 10 minutes. Why do you ask?" All the students standing around were bruised and battered, their arms and legs bandaged. Only Bellup was unharmed. He glanced over them and said, "I still have one more person to face." Jin reached out his hand to take another wooden sword. Everyone wondered, "Who?" He suddenly roared, "Bellup Smith." Everyone's eyes widened, stared wide-eyed at him. The man himself was also dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Bellup pointed at himself and stammered. "Young master, me?" Jin coldly commanded, "Step up, let's fight." He was so scared he kept stammering and didn't dare to move forward, but Jin growled, once more. Jin stood against the sun, pointing his sword at him. "You won't survive in Runcandel like this." He used all his might to both command and persuade. "Step up, come right up here and fight me. I will defeat you." Bellup's footsteps slowly moved forward. He hesitantly walked step by step onto the stage. Bellup raised the wooden sword, trembling. "Why did the young master choose me? Is it because I'm weak? So I can help him enforce military discipline?" Jin, with a stern face, called out to Bellup. Hearing his name, he flinched and replied, "Yes, young master." Jin's voice was cold with a hint of sarcasm. "I'm quite tired after fighting 10 people, but you're different. You look just fine." He put his hands on his hips confidently. "But I'm still stronger than you, and that's why I want to fight you." Bellup was stunned. "What do you mean?" He didn't understand and asked again, "What are you trying to say?" Before Bellup could finish, Jin immediately swung his sword, his eyes blazing, as he charged forward aggressively. Although it was sudden, with a soldier's reflexes, he still managed to raise his sword to block the blow. However, the force of the blow was so strong it sent Bellup sliding backward. He was shocked. "Young master, why are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, a storm of blows from Jin rained down on him. Strangely, Bellup managed to block every single one. Jin chuckled mockingly. "Nice blocking. There." Bellup didn't let his guard down. "Thank you." Then he swung his sword, knocking Jin back. The wooden sword scraped against the floor, creating a deep groove, sending dust and debris flying. Bellup took another hit, gritting his teeth to endure it, his whole body tensing up. Jin paused, taking a few steps back with his sword, briefly touched the floor with one hand, then quickly lowered his body and slid, like the wind, charging straight at Bellup. This time, he couldn't react in time and fell to the floor, then sat up, grinding his teeth, tears of frustration welling up in his eyes. Unable to take it anymore, Bellup looked up. "Young master, why are you doing this?" Jin answered slowly, his voice firm. "Did you think I simply called you here just to fight? I want to fight you." He stood proudly, pointing the tip of his sword down, his voice stern. "In that case, I can kill you. Now." Jin gripped his sword and commanded, "Get up. I will only go easy on you once." The people around them began to murmur among themselves as the sword in Bellup's hand suddenly began to glow. Mesa realized something and shouted, "That's Aura." The light grew brighter and brighter, and his face turned ice cold. She turned to the sword instructor, Garen, her voice urgent. "Sir, we need to stop this match right now. If this continues, the young master will be in danger." Jin shot a threatening glare at the soldiers standing outside. "This is an order. What you see today, you will take it with you too. Your graves." He gritted his teeth reluctantly. "I understand." A hint of pain flashed in Bellup's eyes. "Is this really what you want, young master?" Jin was blunt. "It is." His tone was incredibly cold. "If you know how to use Aura, then don't back down." He gritted his teeth in anger. "You've made a mistake, young master. If you wanted to fight me, then..." Bellup roared in fury and charged at Jin to attack. You should have come to fight me first. Jin frowned, slightly surprised, and used his sword to block the attack, but the blade couldn't withstand the pressure and immediately snapped in two. Jin gritted his teeth and retreated back, dodging the blow. His eyes widened as he thought to himself, I never knew he was this strong. Jin recalled the past training sessions, knowing Bellup was very strong. Whenever the cadets challenged each other, he would always see his opponent's skills and tactics, and he even knew how to avoid injury despite losing. But he never expected him to be able to use aura. While Jane was momentarily stunned, Bellup charged forward, unleashing all his anger into a flurry of relentless slashes. Even though his sword was broken, he didn't stop. In a flash, Jin threw a punch at the right arm holding Bellup's sword. He gritted his teeth, his hand trembling as Bellup felt something closing in. The sword fell from his hand, and immediately, Jin caught Bellup in a headlock with his bare hands, slamming him to the floor. Bellup struggled to break free, but Jin decided it was time to end it. At this point, he slowly loosened his grip. Bellup struggled to crawl out of Jin's hold. He couldn't accept it, asking, Why did you stop? You said you wanted to fight to the very end, so you should have finished the match. Bellup's voice was full of resentment. Do you enjoy toying with others like this? Jin replied seriously. Am I that kind of person? He demanded. Then why? Jin looked at Bellup, his voice reluctant. Provoking you like this pains me a great deal too. Jin confessed, It hurts me more than you can imagine. Bellup clenched his fists. What do you know about me that gives you the right to torment me like this? He slowly bent down and picked up the sword. You're right, I don't know who you are. Jin knelt, his voice growing deep, but I do know one thing. His eyes turned serious, his voice echoing like a profound reminder. Compassion is a luxury only the strong can afford. You are weaker than me, and also kinder than I am. And then Jin placed a hand on Bellup's shoulder. I certainly like that about you, but if you remain this kind, you will not be able to survive in this hell. He encouraged him, become stronger so that you can protect that kind heart of yours. Your kindness towards me, and towards others as well. The people listening nearby were all moved by his words. Bellup broke down crying, and Jin gently consoled him. I'm sorry for having to put you through this. Just then, the kitchen staff entered, carrying ingredients. A man with pink hair jumped in surprise, exclaiming, Oh my goodness. He then said awkwardly, The training session isn't over yet, we'll come back later. Jin looked at them and replied, No, it's fine, go ahead and bring it in. Bellup then quietly said, Young master, please come get today's rations. Jin stood up, full of composure. All right, I'll go get my meal and yours. Meanwhile, deep within a gloomy forest, Ken was quietly listening to Khan's report as it was being recounted. So that's why my youngest son said those things? Khan bowed respectfully. Yes, clan head. He laughed loudly. I see, so the boy has made his choice. Thinking of Jin comforting Bellup, Ken sneered. He plans to protect the weak while ruling through strength. After a moment of thought, he instructed, If that's his intention, then let him continue. I want to see what he's capable of. Khan, go back and tell the boy everything. Khan immediately obeyed. Yes, Lord Thung Hai. Ken's eyes now held a dangerous glint. I will give the boy his first mission. In January of the year 1795, 15-year-old Jin was officially recognized as a 3-star knight. During the first break, some cadets returned home, while the others stayed behind to train and measure their progress. Once they reached the intermediate level, wooden swords were no longer used for practice. Customized real swords would take their place. Many students had already commissioned craftsmen to make their swords. As for himself, he was also trying to find a suitable sword in the clan's armory. But suddenly, someone called out to Jin. Luna sighed with a smile. Finding a sword that suits you is really tough. Because she had insisted on choosing a sword for him, the final decision fell into her hands. 1 month ago, she had pleaded with Jin, Please let me choose a sword for you. He had reluctantly agreed. Whatever, she has a better eye for weapons than I do, so the sword she picks will probably suit me well. Soon after, Luna appeared with a massive sword in her hand. Jin's eyes widened in shock. She chattered on, This sword is called the Veiled Slayer. I used it a lot when I was your age. A big, sharp sword. Around your age, I thought I would use something just like this. Luna looked at it affectionately, her voice filled with nostalgia. I guess this must be the original form of the Grendel I used to wield. Her eyes twinkled with anticipation. What do you think of this sword? Do you like it? Jin stood frozen and stammered, Well, Sister Luna. His voice was strained. I'm really grateful that you helped me choose a sword, but I don't think this sword is right for me. She looked slightly regretful and nodded. I see. That's okay. I was just kidding. Jin's face darkened. He didn't think she was joking at all. Luna swung the sword in front of him, and not ready to give up. But the Veiled Slayer is a really good sword. It's a bit heavy, but not too heavy, you know. Realizing her persuasion wasn't working, she fell silent for a moment before giving in. All right, we'll do it your way. I'll pick another sword for you. Jin felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. Luna led him to another room. Opening the door, she said, I really put a lot of my own effort into choosing a sword for you. Inside was an entire vault filled with countless swords. Luna was very determined. I had to think of the most suitable sword for you, a sword that only you can use. She walked over, picked up a sword, and held it up. And this is my choice. Jin stared in a daze as Luna explained, since you chose Barasada from the very beginning, I thought this would be the sword most suited for you. She drew the sword from its sheath, and the metal glinted. He suddenly realized this was the sword connected to the Barasada used by the first clan head, Bradamante. Jin gently caressed the blade while Luna looked satisfied. You like this sword, don't you? He praised it joyfully. Yes. This is truly the most special sword among thousands of excellent ones. Jin held Bradamante in his hands, thinking to himself this was the sword he told himself he had to obtain by any means necessary. I can't believe she chose it for me, he thought to himself. Both Bradamante and Barasada are perfectly suited for using shadow energy. If I had chosen this sword myself, the others would have definitely objected and forced me to give it up. Jin said with a worried expression, This sword, Bradamante, is something all my siblings want, so I don't know how I can ever repay you for choosing it for me. Luna agreed. That does sound like a problem, doesn't it? Then she placed a hand on her chest and looked straight at Jin. I guess you still haven't let your guard down around me, have you? Luna pouted. I'm a little disappointed, you know. He quickly waved his hands. No, not at all. I'm being sincere. She pointed her finger close to Jin's face, pretending to set a condition. Is that so? But I'm also truly disappointed. I really am. So you should soothe this little heart of mine that's filled with disappointment. He stuttered. What? Luna urged him. Close your eyes. Jin, let's start our training. He agreed. All right. The sky was clear blue, her voice as gentle as the softly drifting clouds. Do you know what I'm talking about? Jin answered firmly. Of course I do, Luna. She nodded, satisfied. That's good, but I still have something to teach you today. Luna gently patted his shoulder, surprising him. What? She explained gently. Your relatives may always try to bring each other down, but they are also the ones who love you unconditionally. Luna's eyes shone with sincerity as she emphasized, remember this, well in your heart. Then she grabbed Jin's shoulders, shook him, and said loudly, and don't be sad anymore. He was startled, his voice stuttering. I get it. I'm sorry. She spoke calmly, but her heart felt heavy. I have lived a lonely life within my own family since before you were even born. I've lived like that long enough. So please understand that I don't want you to go through a life like that too. Jin gently clutched his aching arm, his voice softening, I know. Luna calmly walked away, her head held high as if nothing had happened. She gave a gentle yet firm command. All right, let's start training now. Jin, feel it with all your heart. In a luxurious room, a voice echoed. Murakin. He held up the sword he had just acquired, showing it off. What do you think? He didn't even bother to turn around, still lying down reading a story. Return it. What? You brat, you still can't control shadow energy, so you can't use it. Jin froze. What? Murakin advised in a low voice. If you want to use Bradamante, you at least need to achieve 3-star shadow power. But you're just a 2-star kid, aren't you? His voice turned serious. You can't imitate the awakened form of the sword. Jin was not happy. Sheathing the sword, I'll soon reach 3-star. He was determined, I will be able to use it soon. Just then, Murakan slammed the book shut. He was furious now. How arrogant. Perk up your ears and listen carefully to what I'm about to say. What? You? Murakan's face darkened. He mercilessly pressed down on Jin's head, grinding out each word. Barasada and Bradamante are not 2 swords you can just use recklessly. At the very least, you must achieve 3-star shadow power, and that's the absolute minimum level. The pressure on his head grew heavier, his harsh voice pressing down. Just use some normal swords and wait until you reach 5-star shadow power. Got it? He was stubborn. But then he pushed away his hands, his eyes still shining with defiance. You know, I'm not the impatient type. In short, as long as I reach 5-star shadow power this year, it'll be fine, right? Murakan was so angry a vein bulged on his forehead. He grabbed Jin's head again, wanting to snap him out of his delusion. Even if you place first in the shadow power competition, mastering that power is still completely absurd. I'm telling you this for your own good. His breath was heavy. Murakan lowered his voice, but it was full of sarcasm, because it's so absurd that even a dog would laugh in your face. If you understand what I'm saying, then stop spouting such nonsense. Jin slowly reached for the storybook, then suddenly snatched it from his hand, his voice full of defiance. Say that again. What did you say? Murakan screamed, his face pale. Damn it, put it down. I said, put it down now. Just then, a woman appeared, causing them both to freeze. Young Master Jin turned around. July? What is it? Did something happen? She walked in with a troubled expression. Guy Garen is looking for you? Sir. He was supposed to come here himself, but he said he needs to go over the map with you while discussing the strategy brief, so he needs you to go to him. Murakami seized the opportunity to snatch the comic back, hugging it to his chest like a treasure. My precious comic. Jin was skeptical. A strategy? July added, Guide Garen has assigned your first mission. You are to depart immediately after the break ends. He scratched his head and nodded slightly. Is that so? Jin casually put his hands in his pockets and said, I guess it's about time. Huh. I'm a 3-star swordsman now, but departing right after the break is a bit strange. She followed him, her voice filled with worry. I assume it's because it's a very difficult mission. Normally, intermediate-level missions and above are assigned to them. But he was nonchalant. It's probably because my progress has been recognized, which is why I was entrusted with it. Jin glanced back, giving a casual wave. I'm going to check it out. July, just wait here with Murakami. She replied politely, Yes, young master. Please, go ahead. The black door creaked open, and he stepped into the briefing room. His eyes scanned the area as he said, Garen, I heard I've been assigned a mission. He replied, Greetings, young master. In addition to you, 10 novice cadets have also been assigned to this mission. Without beating around the bush, Garen spread a map on the table. You will all be divided into 2 teams for this task. This is a search mission in the region near the southern border of the Rin Empire. Someone asked, Is that the empire near the Beastman's territory? It also seems to be near the area marked as the lair of the White Wolf tribe. Jin glanced at the map, his heart sinking slightly. Low-level cadets shouldn't be sent to this area, he thought to himself. For a first mission, it's quite difficult. The time frame is shorter than usual, too. An assistant approached and handed him a stack of documents. Young master, here is the map and detailed information on the team members. The others whispered among themselves as they read. Our team members are cadets with lower intermediate results. And Belle Lopez here, too. A member with such unstable performance. Suspicion rose within Jin. Could it be? Did someone intentionally propose this? The image of his father flashed through his mind. A proposal? If my fight with Belle Lope was reported to father, then this mission must be a test for me. His eyes grew cold. Very well, father. I will be sure to show you just how strong my conviction is. 3 days later, at the southern border, the objective of this mission was to find the heir of the Jin Kingdom family. All right, listen up. We will set up a watch camp in the center of the southern border upon arrival. Once preparations are complete, each team will begin their search and share information by sending a messenger back to the camp at predetermined times during the day. You will no longer address me as young master, but as commander. Anyone who is injured is to stay at the camp and rest if necessary. The team members' report concluded. That is all. Let's hope the scout leader is still alive. Garen reported to the commander. Eddington spotted beastmen from the Watertail tribe. Jin was slightly puzzled. The Watertail tribe? He didn't think much of it, because they were is a gentle tribe that avoids predators. We probably won't be entering the nearby White Wolf tribe's territory. Jin ordered, All right, Belle. Since you'll be slowed down by the snow, head to the camp 2 hours early and return to Area 13. He accepted the order. Understood, Commander. He continued to give instructions. The rest of you, search Area 13. They replied in unison, Yes, Commander. Although his mouth was still giving firm orders, an uneasy feeling arose within Jin. I have a bad feeling about this. Father must have given the mission directly, but everything is going too smoothly. He tried to reassure himself. Or am I just misunderstanding that he wanted to test me with this mission? A member of the Watertail tribe suddenly spoke up. The others spoke with a disdainful tone. You look so poor. They tremblingly held out a fish skewer. If you want it, take it. It's a gift, Jin politely declined. Thank you, I'll repay you later. He picked up the map and pondered. Beyond Area 13 is the land of demi-humans, and our low-ranking soldiers would be no match for them. Then Jin told himself, I don't need to push myself just for the sake of results. I'll spend the next 3 days confirming the areas we've already searched. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out, and someone called, Young Master. Bellup arrived, panting heavily. Young Master Jin. He turned his head. What is it? His shout made the entire squad freeze in place. Team 2 has been ambushed. Jin immediately gave the order. All forces prepare to move out. Bellup, what's the situation? He hastily reported. Team 2 scattered to avoid the enemy. One person who managed to escape reached the guard post to report the situation. Jin pressed. Were they ambushed by demi-humans? Bellup immediately denied it. No, they were ambushed by humans, confirmed to be 3 of them, attacking the Runcandels. With just 3 people? His eyes filled with doubt. There's no way. I'm sure they have reinforcements. Jin immediately issued an order. Eddington, David, return to camp and guard the perimeter. Engaging the enemy is forbidden. First and foremost, report back as soon as possible. The squad obeyed. Yes, sir. His voice grew heavy in the snowy forest. There are too many enemies here. Jin thought as he ran. But what is their objective? Targeting Team 2 instead of Team 1, which I'm in. He again mused. I don't know who they are, but they've already made their move. I'll make sure they pay the price for laying a hand on House Runcandel. Sierra noticed something unusual. Young master, there's blood. Bellop looked terrified. No way, did Mesa. Everyone from Team 2 is dead. He cut him off, trying to sound reassuring. Calm down. The blood is still fresh. Jin knelt down and wiped a smear of blood onto his fingertip, rubbing it lightly. There are no signs of a struggle or mangled flesh, he concluded. A battle took place here and Team 2 fled. From the footprints, it looks like only one person ambushed them. Sierra suddenly made a discovery and called out, Young master, we found some discarded bandages. They seem to be from a hill fighter. Jin was pleased. Excellent work. Where did you find them? Sierra replied curtly, to the west. A theory flashed through his mind. So while they were treating their wounded, after being pursued, they were attacked by an ambusher and moved west. Without hesitation, Jin stood up and gave an order. Sierra, join up with Eddington and his group. Let's go, Bellop. He nodded. Yes, young master. And so the two of them set off together. They followed the tracks until Bellop called out softly, It's Team 2, young master. Jin was cautious. I know. But his eyes remained fixed on the group ahead. Mesa isn't here. Not only that, the number of ambushers has increased by 1. Jin slowly lowered his voice. Bellop, close your eyes for a moment. After 2 seconds, attack the one on the side, left. He drew his sword, getting into a ready stance. Understood. Holding Bradamante, he recalled the previous lesson about the characteristics of shadow energy that Murakhan had taught him. Instantly, Jin unleashed a beam of power from the sword. The sharpness and destructive power on matter enveloped in shadow energy was amplified. He charged straight at his target, his movements precise and ruthless. The effect of the sword echoed in his mind, how it corroded matter. Scott stared in disbelief as an enemy fell before him. Bellop charged straight towards Hades. He froze on the spot. What the hell? A dangerous premonition made Hades look up. At the same time, he descended like a shadow. Its master unsheathed Bradamante. Bellop charged forward, forcing Hades to raise his sword to block the blow. But right behind him, Jin landed a vicious slash. Hades collapsed, screaming in agony. He turned to check on his comrades. Is everyone all right? Kiko spoke up. Young master. He clutched his injured arm, struggling to his feet. We're okay, but they've captured Mesa. His face fell, his voice heavy. We're sorry, young master. Jin replied curtly. It's all right. Focus on treating everyone first. The man named Hades thrashed wildly on the ground below. He walked over, his gaze scornful. Ha! You're asking me to spare you? From the looks of it, you seem to be one of the idiotic apostles of Jipo. Bradamante flashed in his hand. I'll give you 2 choices. Jin's face was ice cold. 1 is to die painlessly after you tell me your faction, your purpose, and your base. Or 2, keep your mouth shut and die painfully like your comrades did. His voice was firm. I will keep my promise. My name is Jin Runcandel. I swear on my family's code and my honor. Hades gritted his teeth, the fear shattering his usual tough exterior. All right, just spare my family. He confessed, I belong to a revolutionary group called Canzello. He was curious. Canzello? Jin vaguely remembered the name. He meant the terrorist organization active during the time he was dead. Memories surfaced in his mind of a world in chaos as they assassinated royalty and massacred the people. They called themselves a revolutionary group, but the revolution Canzello talked about was making their leader the king of the world. With that, Jin interrogated Hades further. Were you planning to incite a rebellion in the Jin kingdom by killing Runcandel's soldiers? Panicked, he quickly explained, I'm just a grunt, so I don't know that much. I also don't know where the base is, but my branch operates at the entrance to the Beastman's territory and has about 24 star warriors and mages. He growled, Last question, why did you capture Maesa? Hades answered with a trembling voice. It was for propaganda, to promote our revolution. There was an order to capture a female soldier alive. Scott gritted his teeth and cursed, You filthy bastards. He said fearfully, That's everything I know. Jin raised his sword, I'll keep my promise, and ended Hades' life with a single strike. He turned and asked Bellop, How long ago was Mesa taken? He answered, About 1 hour. Jin instructed, Then they must still be near the entrance to the Beastman's territory. Request reinforcements from the base after you've finished first aid. Hearing this, Kiko grew extremely anxious. Excuse me, are you planning to go alone, young master? Another man added anxiously. The ambushers are 4-star warriors, 20 of them in total, Scott chimed in. He's right. It's too dangerous to go alone, young master. He tried to persuade him. We are soldiers, so it's natural for us to die in combat, so please. Jin cut him off. Just as you said, Scott, you are soldiers, but one of your own was captured. A son of Runcandel cannot simply do nothing. Jin's voice was firm. I've decided. I'm stronger than you all think. So follow my orders. I will crush any and all resistance or disobedience. Also, Belle, I'm telling you this because all the members of Team 2 are injured, so you are now their strongest soldier. So you must stay alert. You understand what I mean, right? Belle agreed. I will keep that in mind, young master. Then Jin immediately dashed off. He pictured Mesa tied up, praying silently, please don't let me be too late. Amidst the dark night, cold, Jin assessed the situation, thinking to himself, our enemy has 24-star soldiers. He let out a weary sigh, but his swordsmanship was only at about a 3-star level, his magic at 4-star, and his dark energy release magic at 3-star. Jin walked on, through the wind and mist, his heart heavy. My growth rate is pretty good, but I can't take them all on at once in my current condition. The top priority right now is rescuing Mesa. He then focused more on using his magic. I'll try to avoid combat as much as possible and focus on finding Mesa. Jin cast a detection spell. Delicate lines of light radiated from his hand, spreading through the area like a spider's web as he thought, testing the terrain. And if I add wind tracking magic here as well then? His hands continued to weave magical circles. He commanded the green rays of light to head towards the grasslands. Jin immediately moved in the direction the magic indicated. They couldn't have gone far, but he was suddenly ambushed on the way. Streaks of light continuously cut through the wind, rushing towards Jin, accompanied by a voice that rang out, it's that Runcandel brat. Immediately after, a group of aggressive figures rushed out from the bushes. His hand glowed once more, and surges of blue light shot straight towards the group. They're completely stunned. Magic? That Runcandel is using magic? A panicked shout rose from the chaos. Damn it, just kill him. Jin immediately drew Bradamante to fight back. With one clean slash, Mus was sent flying. The leader, holding a staff that was emitting flames, roared from behind. Move, Mus. Instantly, he unleashed a torrent of fierce flames that shot straight towards Jin. In the blink of an eye, a stream of fire engulfed Jin's arm. Mus laughed smugly, believing that Jin was trapped. One of his arms was completely engulfed in flames, yet he was unharmed. Jin used his free hand to immediately deliver a fatal blow to his opponent. The fire around his arm was not only contained, but had turned into a weapon for a fierce counterattack. Now Jin stood tall, one hand gripping his sword, the other clenching the raging fire. The leader's jaw dropped when he saw this. However, determined to win, he ignored the fact that fire was useless and immediately changed his attack, turning the flames to ice, and roared, then I'll just tear you apart with ice. A small ice shard embedded itself in Jin's chest, but his gaze remained chillingly cold as he charged through the ice as if he felt nothing. The sight made the terrified leader exclaim, impossible. Then, stunned, he stammered out, how? In the dead of night, an indignant scream echoed, my magic. Jin advanced step by step, silently cursing those Kinzello scoundrels while observing the situation. In front of him, he silently assessed. Looks like they aren't even trying to hide their tracks, are they? They're seriously underestimating their opponent. Jin's hand reached down. They must have met up with others here and are now using a carriage. Kinzello's a carriage, a group with a proper hierarchy, so they'll probably divide the spoils according to rank. He picked up a map. He continued to think, since they wouldn't dare touch the reward meant for a high-ranking person, now was his only chance to rescue Mesa safely. Jin opened the map. He was currently near the monster's territory, so their base must be close by. With that thought, he summoned fire magic, deciding he would create a diversion and find an opening to rescue Mesa. Immediately after, fireballs shot out like bullets, and a fierce blaze spread throughout the forest. Jin continued to create blue vortexes, silently calculating, if I do this, they'll run outside to put out the fire. The fire raged, causing the people nearby to shout, there's a fire, what's suddenly happening? Bustling voices rang out, where did this fire come from? Huh? Put it out now. Water, bring water. Jin watched from behind with a look of contempt. Don't you people know how to put out a fire properly? A giant shouted in panic, mages, use your water and ice magic. Now. He looked at him, wondering, is that their leader? The fire grew larger by the moment, making the people even more panicked. Boss, the fire still won't go out. That guy roared. Do you think a fire like this would start on its own in this weather? Someone definitely started it, find him. He suddenly sensed someone behind him. The chaotic shouts continued fiercely. Move faster. Get the mages quick. Amidst the thick smoke, Jin held a key, silently pleased. Good, I found the way in. The door creaked open and he stepped inside, searching while muttering to himself, it's quite cold. Where could Mesa be? Suddenly, a trapdoor appeared before his eyes, making Jin suspicious. A basement? Inside, he spotted the long hair of a woman hidden in the shadows. Jin immediately called out, Mesa. She turned her head, her voice trembling, young master. Mesa asked anxiously. Why are you here? It's too dangerous. He gently reassured her, his voice firm. Don't worry about me. Can you walk? She was tied up tightly, trying to answer. Yes, but I don't think I can run. Jin immediately slashed through the rope. All right, I'll help you up. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and he paused for a moment. What's that sound? Mesa panicked, calling out softly. Young master. She looked straight into his eyes, her voice unusually serious. Can you promise me one thing? Jin frowned. Stop talking, Mesa. But she continued, her voice filled with determination. If we end up in a dangerous situation, just leave me behind. You are an incredibly important person, young master. Nothing bad can be allowed to happen to you. Acting as if he didn't hear, he helped her up again. Let's just go first. It's dangerous. As soon as they stepped out of the basement, their surroundings were covered in rubble and bodies. Jin silently realized this was the work of a monster from a warrior tribe. They both silently observed the situation. From a distance, a giant figure appeared, a creature with pure white fur slowly approaching. It was the White Wolf tribe. Mesa was knocked unconscious before she could finish speaking. Young master, I'll buy some time. So please hurry. Kido roared and cursed. You useless bastards, you can't even put out a fire. So there's no reason for you to live. It aimed its gaze at Jin and asked directly, You're the one who caused all this, aren't you, kid? He answered resolutely without flinching. That's right, I am the son of Kirin, Jin Runcandel. His eyes were as sharp as a sword as he commanded, State your name, monster. Quido bared his teeth in a delighted grin. Runcandel, so you're one of the Runcandel children? A few days ago, when he began his mission in the kingdom, at the Kanan family mansion, Jin was diligently training with his sword, Bradamante. Wisps of shadow energy emanated from the blade. Suddenly, Murakhan landed a swift kick to his side. You idiot, he roared. Do you have a death wish or something? I remember telling you that you're not skilled enough yet, so if you unleash your sword, you'll just get overwhelmed by the shadow energy. Murakhan grabbed Jin by the collar threateningly. If you don't want to die from an overdose of shadow energy, then stop trying to awaken your sword. Got it? He answered helplessly. I got it. Back in the present, filled with excitement. Black Runcan, that's right. Today is the day I hunt the most valuable prize. He roared, revealing a mouth full of drooling fangs. My name is Kojito Chuka. I am a warrior of the Chua clan from the White Wolf tribe, a tribe famous for being warlike and bloodthirsty. An adult of the White Wolf tribe is at least a 6-star warrior. Everyone knows of the White Wolf tribe. They hate the Black Canaan clan, and the reason is that the first patriarch of the Canaan clan invited their god, the Great White Wolf Havi, over and killed him. Jin frowned, silently calculating that he couldn't escape from him using mana. Kojito stomped forward like a storm, radiating killing intent. I will sacrifice you to Havi so that his spirit may rest in peace. He tightened his grip on his sword, while the other roared. Now choose. You can fight me in a battle of honor, or you'll be torn to shreds while running away like a coward. Jin's eyes were sharp and fearless. I will fight you. Kojito lunged forward, his voice full of excitement. Good, so you're a Black Runcan with some honor. He swung his giant axe, accompanied by a roar like thunder. Then let's have a proper fight. The axe blade came crashing down, its immense power cracking the very earth and stone. The two clashed without any mercy. Jin gripped his sword, preparing to strike. But he immediately realized that Kojito's strength was staggeringly overwhelming. He lunged forward as fast as a lightning bolt. Jin braced himself to block the attack, his chest heavy with a thought. He truly is a member of the White Wolf tribe. I have to use all my strength just to block his attacks. Before he could even catch his breath, Kojito charged at him again. He gritted his teeth and reassured himself, but I still have a chance to win. I have a few trump cards my opponent doesn't know about. The pendant, magic, and shadow energy. In Jin's hand, the blue gem on his pendant began to glow faintly. Using the pendant now isn't worth it. If I can't overcome this danger on my own, it means I'm not qualified to become one of the strong. He erected a barrier, defending while calculating. Using magic isn't suitable either. 4-star magic has no effect on members of the White Wolf tribe, and if someone from the clan is sent to investigate Canelo, the guards will immediately detect traces of magic. If that happens, the fact that I broke a clan taboo will be exposed. His blade flashed, which means there's only one option left. Jin mustered his strength, using his sword to block the terrifying axe blow and then whispered softly. Shadow energy. Kojito continued to swing his axe wildly, each slash tearing through the air. He counterattacked, his power exploding fiercely as he shouted, Unleash my sword! One hand touched the ground to maintain his balance. Jin panted, sweat pouring down his face. He sneered, Nice sword, Runcanen kid. It's not as good as your clan's famous black sword. The two figures clashed again, sparks flying violently. As the axe swung down at his head, Kojito growled, But you're stronger than you look, and of his own. A moment later, he was suddenly struck. Jin gritted his teeth, reminding himself to remember the feeling of unleashing your sword that night. At that moment, he roared, "It's over, you Runcandel brat, along with your white blade. I will sacrifice you to Have." He looked up, his eyes as cold as ice. "I have to remember it right now." Instantly, Jin charged straight ahead, stunning Quito. He only had time to gasp, "Huh." In the dead of night, the sword of dark energy swung down, and thin blue threads like moonlight surrounded his vision, making Quito panic. "I can't see anything." A flash of white light tore through the darkness, piercing his body without mercy. Jin's hands still gripped the sword, overflowing with dark energy. "I didn't understand why my clan was famous for their black sword either. It wasn't until recently that I understood." Feeling a slash cutting his body in two, he stammered, "What are you?" His eyes remained emotionless. That was a good fight. Amidst the thick darkness, Jin limped, dragging his heavy feet as a few groans of exhaustion escaped his lips. Suddenly, his eyes became cloudy. Jin roared and charged forward. From the shadows, malicious whispers echoed as if tearing through his mind. "Useless trash, what can you accomplish being so weak? What an idiot, he doesn't understand his own situation. You are the disgrace of the clan, born from the same mother, yet you are the greatest shame." Murakhan appeared before him, growling, "What did I tell you, you damn brat? I told you that if you tried to release your sword while lacking shadow energy like that, you would pay the price, didn't I? Are you planning to eat dirt after being overwhelmed by that shadow energy? Get up. If you lose your mind, you're a lost cause." Jin trembled as he tried to get up, his words still echoing. "Don't you already know what to do?" He squeezed his eyes shut, forcing himself to meditate. Jin muttered, "Release shadow energy." Then, he coughed up blood and thought, "The reason it's being swept away by the surrounding shadow energy is why I can't properly release my own. I can't let it get swept away again. Let's try again." Jin forced himself to take a deep breath, slowing his heartbeat, calming down again and again. Then suddenly his breathing became steady. He sighed, his chest feeling lighter. "Did I overcome it? The pain is gone, but that makes me worried. There's nothing unusual about my body, but I feel like I'm filled with shadow energy. It won't affect my movements, so I need to get Mesa back." Jin heard a noise and immediately called out, "Who's there?" A timid young man answered, trembling, please don't kill me." Jim was a little surprised. "Are you with Kinzello? So there are some survivors, huh?" Scott flinched and denied it. "No, I'm not." He quickly raised his hands in surrender. "I am Scott Vin of the Vin clan from the Ling Kingdom." He immediately recognized the name and introduced himself softly. "So it's you?" "I'm Jin Runcandel. I was ordered to find you." Scott, as if a great weight had been lifted, exclaimed joyfully, "Runcandel. Oh my gosh, it's someone from the Runcandel clan." Jin was at a loss. "I completely forgot about this because of Kinzello. I feel a little guilty since he's so happy." Scott was extremely grateful, almost shouting, "I will never forget this debt." Jin, carrying the sleeping Mesa on his back, replied curtly, "It's nothing. We were paid to do this. Let's go back now." On the way, he suddenly became curious. "Anyway, how did the Kinzello group kidnap you? We thought we were looking for a missing person." Scott lowered his voice. "They did," a bit embarrassed. "I followed my lover here." Jin was surprised. "A lover? Did you two run away together?" He scratched his cheek, a bit awkwardly. "No, actually. My lover passed away 2 years ago, but from her face to her voice, and even the 2 moles on her wrist, everything is identical to when she was alive. It might sound crazy, but it's the truth. There's no way I'd mistake her for someone else." Hearing this, Jin sank into thought. Everything is identical. That sounds like the work of Booba, the shapeshifter. They must have kidnapped Sember for money. Is there a connection between Booba and the Kinzello Guild? This is the second time I've run into him. I have a bad feeling about this. I should meet him face to face to see what kind of person he is, he continued to think, calculating every step. His repair workshop is probably in the capital of the duchy. I should find a chance while I'm still in the intermediate training class. Behind him, Sember bowed his head deeply, his voice choked up. "Thank you for listening without thinking I was crazy." He clasped his hands in gratitude, tears streaming down his face. "My clan will be sending reinforcements soon, so we should head back. You even summoned guardian knights just for someone as insignificant as me." Jin glanced over, thinking to himself, "It wasn't for you, it was for Mesa." Sembor continued to gush, "Sir Jin, I will remember this encounter for the rest of my life." Jin didn't pay it much mind, only replying, "Okay." As the sun began to rise, he added, "If you ever need help, please just say the word." Jin replied, his voice still indifferent, "I will." July smiled radiantly, her voice full of pride. "Congratulations on completing your first mission, young master. Your nanny is very happy." He replied softly, "Thank you, July." She said caringly, "You must be tired. I've prepared a bath for you." Jin nodded, as thoughtful as ever. Sensing the stare from before, he walked over and reached out to pet the cat. "Well, look at you, my nabby. Were you a good kitty while I was away?" Suddenly, it bit his hand. Jin instinctively threw it away from him. The rule announcement rang out, throwing animals is prohibited. Murakhan is a dragon, so it's fine. He yelled, "What the hell did you bite me for?" Murakhan, sporting a lump on his head, bristled with irritation. "Are you insane? What's wrong with you?" It lunged forward, scratching, swiping its claws as it scolded, "I told you not to release your spiritual energy. How many times have I warned you that you could die? It's all for your own good." Jin tried to fend him off. "Wait, just listen to me." But the cat form dissolved, revealing an enraged Murakhan who grabbed him and shook him violently. What the hell is there to listen to? Is anything more important than the life of the only one contracted to Solderet? July quickly intervened. "Sir Murakhan, the young master just returned." He lowered his voice. "You, step aside, strawberry pie. This is a serious matter." She could only reply, "I understand." Turning back to Jin, Murakhan continued to roar. "A cadet gets kidnapped right in front of me, and I'm supposed to just stand by and watch? I was worried she might be in danger. And what about the pendant? Is it just an accessory to you? Its meaning is 100 times greater than just hanging around your neck." He straightened his clothes and argued back, "That would have been a waste. Who knows when I'll face a much stronger enemy?" He was even more shocked. "A waste?" July cut in, her voice helpless. "Sir Murakhan." Jin said nonchalantly, "Is it really that shocking?" He looked like he was about to go berserk. "You damn brat." He frowned slightly, wondering, "Wait, but how did you know I awakened my sword?" He snorted coldly. "Your spiritual energy jumped from 3 stars to 3.5 stars. I'm not blind." Jin tried circulating his energy, feeling it. Realizing the new flow of power, was slightly startled. "I do feel full of energy. It turns out I went up a level." Murakhan spoke in a sharp tone. "You should thank Solderet for leaving you alive." He pointed to the shimmering blue flame in his hand and said slowly, "Out of the 10 people who've experienced soul energy overload, wait, now it's 11. Never mind that. Anyway, out of all of them, 9 have died." Jin was a little curious. "I'm assuming one of the 2 survivors is me, but who was the other one?" "The first patriarch." Murakhan pointed at himself nonchalantly. "It's not me." Jin was surprised, realizing it must have been Timur. Then he waved his hand, his tone unconcerned. "So it seems you and I aren't so different. Don't worry, I don't want to go through that kind of pain again. I'm going to take a bath." Murakhan roared in fury. "That brat, strawberry pie, you should starve him until he comes to his senses." July just calmly dodged the remark. "I will excuse myself to prepare a meal for the young master." And so Murakhan was left alone, muttering pitifully to himself, "Strawberry pie, that enviable brat." In a luxurious room, a cold voice rang out. Jin fought and defeated a warrior from the White Wolf tribe. How could something so ridiculous happen? Another person replied, "Of course, it's ridiculous. They were just some bandits disguised as wolves." Miu said in surprise, her voice full of doubt, "How could a fledgling 3-star knight possibly kill a member of the White Wolf tribe?" And Runcandel, the 9th flag-bearer of the Runcandel clan, smiled mysteriously. "Actually, there is a way to do it. The guy that Jin faced was probably quite weak." Miu Runcandel, the 8th flag-bearer of the clan, immediately retorted, "But it's all still nonsense, and what's more unbelievable is that Mother believed the surface-level story." Her gaze shifted meaningfully. "Isn't that right? Tona, Daytona?" The 2 boys hastily forced a smile and agreed, "Of course." But when it turned away, the Tona brothers whispered softly, "Do you think Jin really killed him?" Daytona whispered back, "He's a monster, but even that would be too much for him." Then he said aloud in frustration, "The problem isn't whether or not he killed a White Wolf tribesman, but that he's about to join the intermediate training class." The other brother nodded hesitantly. "Yeah." Both of them couldn't help but imagine his terrifying gaze. "If Jin comes to the intermediate class, we're finished." His voice seemed to echo in their heads. "Should I beat you 2 with a sword or with my fists?" Both of their faces went pale, utterly terrified and in despair. Miu sneered. "What are you 2 whispering about? Is the idea of Jin moving to the intermediate class that frightening to you?" The Tona brothers said in unison. "Of course not." She turned her head with a mocking smile. "Go on, be honest with your big sisters." Suddenly, her gaze turned cold and terrifying, "Because the one thing I hate most is a liar's tongue. It just makes me want to cut it right off." The 2 trembled, mumbling, "We're very scared of Jin." And slowly made an offer. "Do you want your big sister to help you?" They looked bewildered. "How so?" The 2 brothers gradually grew excited as she spoke. "We will specially lend you our slaves to use." The Runcandel Intermediate class is essentially a survival battle among the qualified, which includes a number of cadets typically ranging from 3-star to 5-star. This includes new cadets who have just joined and also those who have been stuck in the class for over 10 years. Miu and Anne have gathered a small number of these cadets who are held back and treat them like slaves. She said coldly, "You can use them to ruin Jin, since we hate him too." The 2 sisters glanced at each other, the corners of their mouths curled into a cunning smirk. "But if you don't handle this carefully, You better be prepared for the consequences, my dear little brother." Meanwhile, Jin stepped out after a shower, feeling relieved. He thought to himself that he had succeeded in his first mission, so joining the intermediate class must be decided. On the other hand, I've also reached 4-star soul energy. To use this energy effectively, I need to reach 6-star swordsmanship within 5 years at the latest. A 6-star swordsman is considered excellent, and starting from 7-star, one is regarded as a sword master, but that's only impressive to ordinary people. From 8-star onwards, you're considered extraordinary, and everything changes completely. Furthermore, out of more than 2 billion people on the entire continent, fewer than 100 are at the 9-star or 10-star level, and only one person has surpassed those standards. The Genesis Knight demigod. Jin clenched his fists with determination. In this life, I will reach the Genesis rank. No, I'll go even further. He sat down to calmly consider his next move. So, the first hurdle to overcome is my own advancement. The Tona twins are in the intermediate class. I expected this even without having experienced it myself. Once I enter the intermediate class, I'll be under the scrutiny of all my siblings. Not just the Tona twins, Jin picked up a pastry as if he could hear Julie's voice. "Eat up, young master. You've been helpless for far too long." The beginner class was filled with kids of the same rank, so the atmosphere was quite friendly, but in the intermediate class, there's no room for weakness. In a place where strength and skill are the only things that matter, there's only one thing I need to do. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, hiding an ironclad will. I will dominate the intermediate class with my own power. A knock sounded at the door, and Rosa, who was focused on writing something, said, "Come in." Jin entered, greeted her, and asked, "Mother, did you call for me?" She sat solemnly behind her desk and calmly replied, "I did." Rosa continued slowly, "I heard you completed your mission safely, with excellent results." Jin smiled and replied simply, "Thank you, mother." He suddenly recalled, "Ah, yes. According to Poe's report." At that, Rosa's tone became serious. "You refused my offer to change rooms." She clasped her hands, leaning forward slightly, her presence filling the room. "As you know, since ancient times, that room has only been for those destined to become the head of the family. It's unoccupied now, so you should use it." Jin replied coolly, "Thank you, mother, but I will not accept it." Rosa frowned slightly. "Why?" He explained calmly. "It may be a fine room, but at the end of the day, it's just a room. And for me, that room is a bit much." She pressed, "So you really don't want it?" Jin nodded. "Yes, I've decided." Rosa was silent, her fingers tapping a steady rhythm on the desk as she pondered. Finally, she nodded slightly. "Very well, you may go." Jin bowed and left. "Yes, mother." Left alone, Rosa propped her chin on her hand, sighing in resignation. "I can't tell if my youngest son is not greedy or if he is simply too ambitious. What I just offered was the elder's room, the room reserved for the child who will one day lead the Runcandel clan. He should know that the moment he enters that room, he will gain support befitting his new status. But at the same time, he will become a target for all the other children who failed to claim it. He must have realized I was testing him. Now, then we'll just see how you perform in the intermediate class." Jin summoned his comrades and announced loud and clear, "Starting tomorrow, I will be studying in the intermediate class, and from the intermediate class, there will be many factions. All of you will be considered my faction, and all of you must endure all pain and humiliation." He looked around, his voice lowering but remaining firm. "But don't be afraid, I will not let them get away with it, and it will stop when I have completely conquered the intermediate class." Then Jin gave an order. Until that time, everyone must go together in groups of at least 3 even when not training, and try to avoid walking around alone. Is that clear? They all replied in unison, "Crystal." The next morning at the Runcandel Academy, the elder of Runcandel, an 8-star knight, and the younger brother of Siren Cannon stepped forward and shouted for attention. His voice boomed like thunder. "This year, 10 new recruits have joined us, and 27 trainees have withdrawn. Newcomers should learn the ways of an intermediate cadet from their seniors. My job is to teach and grade your swordsmanship. Barring murder, any situation or accident should be handled by yourselves." Zeph suddenly roared, "Veterans, what is it I always teach you?" They began chanting in unison, like a wave of pressure crashing down on the newcomers. "Cannon has no need for the weak. Cannon 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 has no need for the weak." Jin let out a soft sigh, so noisy. These words were filled with malice, meant to demoralize us. Glancing across the ranks, he suddenly spotted familiar faces, the Tana brothers. But Jin's gaze quickly landed on the one standing beside them, Kajin. The guy next to them appeared to be a senior cadet for a while. I doubt they recruited him by themselves. I wonder if they got help from Mew and Anne. I'm sure they want to intimidate the newcomers, but then he made a move, so subtle it was almost invisible. I'll show them that they're mistaken. Jin stepped forward, planting himself firmly in front of all the cadets. The Tona brothers were momentarily shocked. What the hell? Why is that maniac heading our way? The other brother tried to calm him down. Don't be such a coward. From today on, we've got Miu and backing us. Jin suddenly drew his sword, its cold steel glinting. Without a word of warning, the blade swung down. On Kajin, the two Tona brothers were completely frozen. Jack was also taken aback by what just happened. Jin had severed the man's right arm. Kajin froze for a moment before collapsing, clutching his wound and screaming in agony. Jin sheathed his sword, his expression as calm, as if he had just done the most natural thing in the world. The one who needed a warning. He coldly said, "Call a medic," but inwardly, he was utterly cold-blooded. "It wasn't me, but you." Diona rushed forward, yelling furiously, "Are you crazy? Why did you just swing your sword like that?" Jin didn't even spare him a glance, calmly asking the trembling man on the ground, "Cadet, what is your name?" The man replied with a tremble, "I am Kajin Romulo." Jin continued in a steady voice, "Do you know why I struck you?" Diona hissed, drawing his sword and pointing it directly at Jin. "Hey, why are you ignoring us? Draw your sword again." Jin turned his head, his eyes, as sharp as a razor, swept over him. "Senior, can't you see I'm speaking with Kajin? I'll accept your duel later. But for now, be quiet." The two Tona brothers couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward, snarling. "You bastard! How dare you behave like that?" After attacking our cadet, the moment the words left his mouth, he realized his slip of the tongue. Jin's lips curled slightly, a mocking smile forming on his face. "Our cadet, so this guy is part of your faction? Senior, I only struck him because he only saw him covered in blood." Around them, the cadets whispered, "Is this a dominance duel?" Red had been watching from the start, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Instead of discouraging their younger brother, they were the ones who were taught a lesson. From what the Tona brothers had said, Kajin had publicly sided with them. So Jin's action was not just a random act, but became a part of the long-standing tradition of the Dan Kanan. A dominance duel. He just did something very bold. His expression suddenly changed, his voice echoing clearly across the field. "Cadets, listen up. I am Jin Dan Kanan. You can point your swords at me or ambush me as you just did, but if you show even the slightest sign of dissent, I will not hesitate to cut you down just as I did now." At that moment, Rhett's voice boomed, deep and heavy like thunder. Jin Dan Kanan, the youngest, the 10th son of the clan. He turned and replied respectfully, "Yes, elder." The man stepped out from the shadows, his eyes bloodshot. "Do you think you are allowed to behave like that in my presence?" He replied nonchalantly, "I do." Red asked again, "Why?" Jin uttered a single sentence that left everyone stunned. "Because I don't think I was just fighting the two Tona brothers. I was fighting you, elder." Rhett's brows immediately furrowed, and in an instant, his aura erupted. His hand opened, and power began to gather around him. "You were fighting me. How interesting." As he spoke, the sword in Rhett's hand flashed with light, then pointed straight at Jin. "Explain yourself. Depending on your answer, I might take your head right here and now." Jin retorted firmly, his voice as cold as steel. "You chose to use a very particular kind of intimidation on the cadets, even with me in this class. I thought about it when you attacked me." Power began to gather, and he slashed straight down in a flash. The wave of sword aura grazed past the boy's face, so fast that it sent his hair flying, and a thin trail of blood appeared on his cheek. Yet Jin's sharp, cold eyes didn't even blink. Rhett spoke in a low voice, a mix of curiosity and challenge. "So, you're unhappy about me intimidating the cadets, and that's why you caused this mess?" He answered defiantly. "Except for the part where I'm unhappy. That's exactly it." The elder wondered, "If that's the case, shouldn't you have swung your sword at me? Why did you injure a fellow cadet?" Jin replied decisively, "That's because I can't defeat you yet. If I knew I could win, I wouldn't have targeted Kajin or my brothers, I would have targeted you." Rhett's hand began to summon his sword again, its sword, aura surging, but his voice remained as calm as the air before a storm. "It seems you don't value your own life very much, do you? Or are you simply relying on the fact that you are the patriarch's son?" Jin replied curtly, "That's not it." Every word he uttered made the crowd fall silent. "I don't believe that inaction in the face of a stronger opponent is the way of a Dan Kanan. Losing your life is but a moment, but honor is eternal, is it not?" Rhett was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. "How foolish. An arrogant brat like you is so foolish, it's made this old man laugh." The smile faded, and his expression turned indifferent. "Fine, I'll give you that. You are indeed worthy of the Dan Kanan clan." Rhett turned to the entire corps of cadets, his voice booming like thunder. "Cadets, do not forget this day. What you've witnessed today is the very embodiment of the Dan Kanan clan. What this brat has shown us today is the defining trait of the devotees to our clan's swordsmanship." He roared out a command. "Cadets, fight on, and never forget his own characteristics." Z lowered his voice. "Class is over for today. Dismissed. Training begins tomorrow. Everyone at once replied, yes, sir. On the other side, the two Tona brothers bowed their heads, a bitter feeling welling up. Damn it. However, Jin approached with a friendly reminder. I'll give you some advice as your younger brother. You might be scared of the older siblings now, but will the future be the same? Don't just look at what's in front of you. Looking at the bigger picture will be better for you. When he returned home, Julie excitedly came out to greet him. Young master, you're back so early? As soon as Jin walked in, he called for Julie. She answered, yes, young master. He said something that made her pause. I've started a ranking battle with the Tona twins, but I think my two older sisters, Anne and Mew, are backing them. Julie didn't seem to understand if that was really the case. Jin recounted everything that happened today. I injured a cadet on their side. After digging a little deeper, it seems he belongs to my sister's faction. Well, it's because he had a slip of the tongue. Now he's on their side. If my sisters find out about this, they'll be furious. The corners of his lips curled into a mocking smile. First of all, he couldn't possibly have a 5-star knight on his side because people only recruit those weaker than themselves into their faction. Julie frowned slightly, but both young ladies are already flag-bearers, and there's an unwritten rule that flag-bearers only fight other flag-bearers. Jin smiled calmly. It's fine. I'm actually quite happy that my sisters have started to discipline me. This is a big secret of theirs, but since they are both flag-bearers, there's no reason for them to fight me directly. The only thing they can do is mess with my team member assignments and the difficulty of my missions, using their privileges as flag-bearers to make it easier for me to get injured or die. However, among the high-difficulty missions, there are quite a few solo missions, and on a solo mission, there's no one to supervise me. That means I can use my full power on those missions. Julie's eyes lit up in understanding. If that's the case, then this is actually a great opportunity. Jin chuckled. That's right. His voice was excited. I just need to be grateful to my sisters and improve my achievements. Jin bent down and picked up Murakhan, continuing. I'm sure bringing a cat along won't be a problem. Its eyes widened. Huh? Oh my. He still maintained a calm expression. But Murakhan, I won't be taking you on missions, because I have another task for you. Murakhan tilted its head, its voice filled with annoyance. Another task? It immediately wondered. What is it? Jin just smiled mysteriously. I'll tell you next time. So from now until then, we both need to keep a low profile. Julie also smiled, nodding slightly. Yes, young master. At the training session, Z's deep, gruff voice rang out, carrying a familiar pressure. Next, after the three of you complete the afternoon training, you will undergo special training in the secret training ground, which only those with the blood of the Black Runcandel clan can use. These are privileges for you purebloods, but don't expect the training to be easy. Understood? The cadets replied in unison. Yes, sir, he continued. Our family's swordsmanship focuses on power. It is destructive and without hesitation. Fight, win, possess. The characteristics of the Black Runcandel clan are all expressed in our swordsmanship. There is no specific definition for our family's swordsmanship, although there are some characteristic and secret techniques that only flag-bearers can learn. Jin secretly glanced to the side. It seems his sisters are furious now. Z still emphasized, this swordsmanship has no specific format, whether it's footwork or rules, is the biggest difference between the Kanan family and other clans. Suddenly, he spoke up and asked, do you know why the swordsmanship of our family has no fixed form? He immediately raised his hand and answered decisively, because of the different physical abilities and the talent that the Kanan people possess. Rhett replied, that's right. Being a Kanan means you have noble blood. You possess a body and a talent for swordsmanship that surpasses the imagination of ordinary people. Even if there are some deviations, you are still far superior to ordinary people. He smirked cunningly. The things you have learned so far have been very easy and simple. Now, I will give each of you a steel ball. Jin took it, holding it in his hand with doubt. What is this? Is there something inside? A piece of steel? Red explained specifically. It's called a clear stone because when you strike it, a clear sound will ring out. He began to bring his sword near the ball. Now, I will let you hear the 3 types of sounds the clear stone can make. Listen carefully. With that, Rhett lightly tapped the ball with his sword. A piercing sound rang out, sharp as a knife cutting into the eardrum, causing many to wince and groan. He asked in a cold tone, a very unpleasant sound, isn't it? This time, Rhett tightened his grip and swung his sword, striking it hard. This is the next sound. But the sound that rang out wasn't piercing at all. It was clear and lingering, like the sound of singing metal in the air, leaving everyone in awe. He said slowly, as you've just heard, the clear stone produces different sounds depending on the force the user applies to it. If you strike it without enough force, it will produce a very dull sound, and if you strike it with just the right amount of force, the sound will be magnificent. Jin immediately understood, I get it. This is a training exercise to make this sound appear every time I strike it, which means it's training for power, control, mental strength, and focus. Considering the physical abilities of the Kanan family, this was a perfect, albeit simple, exercise. But even so, this was just an exercise of continuously striking the clear stone. It was too safe to be a special training exercise reserved only for the Kanan family. Rhett raised his sword again. Now then, the final sound. He wondered curiously, so what is the third sound? I'm sure I heard a rattling sound from inside the clear stone, like a piece of steel. In an instant, he brought down a ferocious strike on the ball. A glint appeared in Jin's eyes. No way. He immediately rushed forward, yelling for the Su brothers to get down. The sword came down, splitting the steel sphere. Instantly, a terrifying explosion erupted. Jin strained to push both of them away. In the air, a fierce flame blazed, leaving behind a thick cloud of smoke and dust. Everyone was knocked to the ground, with only a few faint moans echoing. The Su brothers dazedly held their heads. What just happened? Rhett praised Jin. The youngest son seems to have good intuition. He calmly explained, if you strike the clear stone too hard, it will explode just like that. Rhett's cunning smile appeared. All right, you now know everything you need to know. Let the training begin. Noticing that he was unharmed, he praised him. After Luna, you're the first one to be uninjured after that explosion. Rhett rubbed his chin, thinking seriously. Most of your brothers were taught by me. Simple drills like this are just a formality. I didn't really expect much in the way of someone escaping the explosion. Suddenly, Jin interrupted. Excuse me. He raised his hand like a good student and asked directly, so, how did my older sister Luna avoid the explosion? Hearing the question, he seemed a bit reluctant to answer truthfully. Heart, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed when you hear this. All of your siblings managed, but you don't seem to care. That's fine, isn't it? Seeing Jin remain calm, Z began to explain, Luna, to be honest, she couldn't avoid it like you did. Your sister was also hit by the explosion just like the other children. At that moment, she was blinded by the light of the explosion and couldn't escape in time. Z recalled how surprised he had been, but the girl wasn't injured at all because she was too strong. Hearing his story, the faces of the three of them went blank. Z then instructed, oh, and from today on, the three of you must train with the pure stone every afternoon. You will continue until you master it to the point where you can hear its voice under any circumstances, only then can you stop. Understood? The three of them answered one by one, yes sir, understood. The scene changes to a room filled with warm sunlight. Timon brought afternoon tea into the room, calling for Lady Luna. She looked over and replied softly, Nanny, thank you. As she placed the teacup down, she brought up the matter Luna had mentioned, about what you told me last time. Luna politely asked, regarding my siblings attempting to assassinate Jin. Timon sat down in a nearby chair and told her everything. Now, Lady Mew and Lady Anne have grown suspicious of me. They also know about young Master Jin, so the possibility is very high. After listening, she analyzed the situation. They had acted a bit recklessly, but seemingly without a clear motive. Could they be crazy enough to attempt an assassination in the Thunderstorm Arena? After all, they are forbidden from participating in the succession war with Danon. A flicker of sadness crossed Luna's face as she mentioned them. Furthermore, if Father finds out about their plan, this house will be turned upside down, and their lives will be in danger too. Timon asked her gently, do you think it's possible that young Master Jin was lying? What if it was just a simple misunderstanding? Luna also thought seriously about her younger brother. He's 10 years old now, so I think both scenarios are possible. Besides, we've been investigating that incident for 5 years and haven't found anything. I don't think Jin was lying. She recalled the cold, calm, and terrifying face of her younger brother when he was a child. I don't know, but I almost died. Back then, that boy was very wary of me. The more Luna thought about it, the more she felt something was off. She tightened her grip on the teacup in her hand. It's not like he just felt that way for no reason. I think his spiritual sense told him. He sensed it. Hearing this, the nanny asked for her opinion. Then she reinvestigate Lady Mew and Lady Anne first. Luna put her teacup down. I'll have to rely on you. I'm counting on you. Being stuck like this is making me worried. This matter is giving me a bad feeling. Timon was concerned. I'm the one who should be worried. I'm worried you'll be hurt by your siblings again. She gave a faint smile to reassure her. Nanny, I'm long past the age of 13. You don't need to worry about me. Speaking of which, Luna suddenly wondered, by the way, is Jin doing well? Timon understood what she was curious about. You mean with Lord Z's training? She rested her chin on her hand and replied, it's about time that boy showed me the results of his training. Luna imagined the training scene and smiled gently. He'll probably get a little banged up by the pure stone, but he'll do fine. Watching him grow up makes me feel so happy. The next day, the 4-hour afternoon training session began. Jin was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. He thought to himself, of all the training I've been through, this session is truly the worst. Z sat and watched him thoughtfully. Z leniently ordered, take a 5-minute break. Jin held his sword and began to meditate, but his mind wouldn't stop racing. At first, I thought this was training to help me control my power and will, but that's not the case at all. From the start, I've had to focus on trying to restrain my own light energy. He remembered the sight of Z cutting the pure stone. He resolved to be able to destroy the pure stone without relying on his aura, just like his uncle. I still lack fundamental strength. Jin's hands were trembling from overtraining, barely able to hold on. I have to train to make my light energy even stronger. Thoughts kept racing through his mind as he tried to calm himself, letting out a long sigh. I have to train so I can clearly hear the pure sound and easily destroy the pure stone. After a while of scattered thoughts, Jin tried to restrain himself. Don't rush, calm down. This is just what my older siblings had to do before they came of age in my past life. I can definitely do it too. Z opened his eyes and glanced at the three of them, his crimson eyes seeming to see through everything. He praised them inwardly. All three of them are doing quite well and are gradually making progress. One of the Tona twins gritted his teeth and cursed. Didn't you just say it cracked? The other Tona refused to back down, even though he was also trembling and struggling to stand. Where is the crack? Then Z assessed Jin, who was focused on his meditation. But that kid is even more special. He felt satisfied, stroking his chin with a sinister smile. Perhaps he'll be able to break Luna's record. Night fell, and a voice broke the silence. How ridiculous. Looking at the two Tona brothers collapse on the floor, Z instructed, give this to your brothers. If they want to pass out again tomorrow, they don't need to show up. Jin obediently complied, understood. Z stood with his arms crossed, watching the brothers help each other away and Jin's departing back, silently assessing them. The Tona twins lasted longer than I thought. A Runcandel is a Runcandel, after all. Watching Jin's proud figure, as he walked away, Z thought to himself, and the youngest one. At this thought, Z couldn't help but shout in frustration. Why did he have to be the youngest? He lamented resentfully. If he had been born 10 years earlier, he could have become a talent great enough to swallow the entire Runcandel clan. That damn older brother of his, what should I do? Such a waste. Z was deeply troubled, slumping down dejectedly, thinking, such a waste, such a waste. 1 month later, in May of the year 1795, at the Intermediate Cadet Training Ground, someone, standing on a high platform, shouted, "Attention!" A person clearly read out an announcement. The first mission of the year for the intermediate class has been issued. Cadets who are called, step forward. The first mission is a protection mission. The personnel you need to protect are new employees of the Min's Smithy Company. The person selected is A. Shinbing. Everyone stood in neat rows listening to the announcement. The third mission is monster subjugation. The target for subjugation is orcs. Looking at the long announcement sheet, the person suddenly paused. The mission is located in the unprotected area of the Kureno territory. The people selected are. He looked at the paper, hesitating for a long moment, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Then, the names that were called out left Bellup and Mesa stunned. Mesa, Bellup, Scott, Tong, Kiko, Eddington, Sierra, Fince, David. After finishing the announcement, the person rolled up the paper and added, there are a total of 25 orcs. She looked down, lost in thought. He continued to remind them, orcs have a habit of moving in herds and sticking together, so be determined to carry out the mission. He then concluded. He left them with one sentence. That's all. Betcha will give you more details. Goodbye. Tona then asked the person next to him, the newbies are going to subdue a mind flayer? The person next to him said scornfully, what can they even do? Half of them are sure to die. Mio sneered, just get the coffins and incense ready. Even with his hands tied, Cajun arrogantly chimed in, there's still a little time before the mission. Enough to write a will, I'd say. The shameless, orange-blonde guy pretended to clasp his hands and beg, or maybe you could go beg young Master Jean to save us. We're so scared. Taimong flew into a rage. What did you just say? Mesa quickly grabbed his hand to stop him. Just let it go. We can't beat them yet, and the mission hasn't even started. Getting injured would be a huge problem. He refused to listen and argued back. But Mesa, those scoundrels, and the young master. At that moment, she couldn't hold it in anymore and yelled, shut your mouth and stand still. You've forgotten? This is the Runcandel clan. Her small but resilient figure stood in the middle of the crowd, speaking with firm resolve. We just have to carry out the assigned mission and come back after we complete it. Mesa was furious, but her eyes shone with a brilliant and powerful resolve. That's the only way we can beat them. Ha! Gritted his teeth, raising the sword high above his head with both hands. A second later, he brought it down with a swift, decisive motion on the sword high above his head. A second later, he brought it down swiftly and decisively. Cracks appeared on the surface of the sphere. Hito was stunned, his mouth agape and eyes wide as he cried out, ah! Before he could even process what happened, a loud explosion erupted, filling the area with smoke, but through it all, a hateful curse could be heard clearly. Damn it! He screamed the name of his close brother. When Tona didn't respond, Hito continued to shout for help. Jin! His cry now sounded desperate. Jin reacted instinctively, turning to see a massive light hurtling toward him. Jin quickly dodged and gripped his weapon firmly. Hito finally came to his senses, snapping out of his daze. He anxiously asked, "Jin, are you okay?" "I didn't mean to do that." Even though he was in a bit of pain himself, Jin replied politely, "I'm fine. Could you please move this somewhere else?" Hito quickly complied. "Okay, my apologies." Jin watched the backs of the two brothers, Tona and Hito, and thought to himself, "It's been 1 month since I started training with the pure stone. Those two brothers have already managed to shatter it. That's faster than I expected." Jin subconsciously glanced at his palm and wondered, but what was that sensation I just felt? For a moment, his senses were stretched as taut as a string, and his pupils dilated fully, just like how the trajectory of the iron stone went off course. Jin was startled to realize it had been pulled along the path of a flying arrow. So he took his hand and caressed the stone in front of him, continuing to think, "If that iron stone were to fly at me again now, I think I could dodge it easily." His lips pressed into a thin line, his brows furrowed deeply, and his eyes and mind were in a state of intense concentration. This feeling, could it be related to the training with my sister, Luna? Jin slowly tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze turning toward the pure stone as he resolved, "Before I forget this feeling, I need to try it again." Just then, a powerful voice shouted, "Attention!" Z was looking at them with a serious expression, his voice harsh. "You have all been assigned a mission." Whatever information he shared, it made the two brothers grit their teeth in fear. It's that event. Afterwards, one of them collapsed while the other looked up at the sky, and then they both clutched their faces and screamed in despair. Why did it have to be the Ping Empire? I'm already feeling nauseous and depressed. I hate the formal wear for the event, it's so tight. Z, facing the miserable state of his two nephews, coolly spoke, "My condolences to you." But that wasn't all. He even twisted the knife in their wound. "Thanks to you too, your other siblings won't have to dance in the Imperial Banquet Hall." But suddenly, Z's tone shifted as if he were interrogating them, his eyes narrowing in anger. "Even if it's an event, it is still a mission. How dare you complain? Show me that attitude one more time, and I'll show you what it really means to wish for death." Hearing this, the two brothers instinctively straightened their backs and shouted in unison, "We're sorry, Uncle." At this point, Jin still maintained a calm expression, but he had already formed some opinions. Sister Mew and Anne maliciously punished our brothers who aren't skilled in swordsmanship. It's unbelievable that they were dispatched to the event in Empire B. Z continued to remind them in a stern voice, because this is an event that even House Kanan finds it difficult to refuse. Very powerful people will be there for amusement. Go and observe them, see if you can learn anything. The brothers Daytona and Haytona tried to speak loudly to hide their dejection. "Yes, sir." Then, he began to speak to the one who had remained silent the whole time, and Jin heard his name called. He immediately answered, "Yes, Uncle." Z read from his notes, "The mission assigned to you is..." He hesitated for a moment at this point, but quickly and clearly relayed the rest, "to assassinate a key figure. The target is a plaything of the master of the ice castle, Talaris, one of that woman's many lovers." Z looked up to meet Jin's eyes directly and asked, "You know of the ice castle and its master, correct?" The boy replied swiftly, "Yes, Uncle." The ice castle was a giant tower rising from the sea to the west of the continent. The master of the ice castle was its owner. The 51st master of the ice castle, Talaris, was known by the moniker Abyss Spider. She was famous for mercilessly torturing anyone who dared to harm her lovers. Z then handed Jin a file, adding, "The ice castle is an independent force beyond the control of House Runcandel or Zipfel. You know just how powerful the ice castle and its master are, don't you? The assassination target's name is Ankaro Chanderer. Currently, a member of the ice castle is serving as his bodyguard, and he is currently in the lawless region of Mamet." Before Jin could even react, the brothers Haytona and Daytona's eyes widened in astonishment. "What, Mamet?" Fearing a scolding, the two began to whisper cautiously to each other. "If he has to go to Mamet, this must be a mission for a guardian knight. Jin may be talented, but isn't this going too far?" At that moment, Jin calmly looked at Z and took the initiative. "To speak, Uncle, I have a question." Jin raised a hand to stroke his chin skeptically. "The client for this mission is House Chanderer, so does that mean the Chanderer family wants to kill their own kin?" Z crossed his arms, nodded, and affirmed, "Correct. It seems the Chanderer family tried everything to bring him back, but they failed. They must have decided it's better to kill him than to let him reveal the family's secrets. So, do you believe you can carry out this mission?" Having heard the answer he was looking for, Jin declared with conviction, "I will undertake it." Z was slightly surprised by his decisive response. "Why would you?" But Z didn't ask aloud, deliberately keeping the thought to himself. Does this kid not know about the ice castle and Mamet? Why did he agree so readily? I thought I would have to speak to Kai Van if he resisted. Finally, he concluded the exchange with a sigh. "Well, being decisive is a good thing. Then Z gave a few more instructions. All three of them would depart. It was issued 2 days later. The brothers Daytona and Haitana still couldn't believe it. Is Jin really going to Mammoth? The man answered in a haughty and annoyed tone. Why bother stopping him if that's what he wants? Afternoon training will be cancelled until the mission is over. Personal training will be restricted so as not to interfere with the mission. All three of them replied in turn, Yes, sir. Suddenly, Haitona's demeanor became incredibly gentle. He called out softly, Hey Jin, little bro. Jin turned to look at him and asked, What is it? Haitona said a bit hesitantly, If you have to, just tell them you're a Runcandel. No one will dare touch you then. Looking at his two brothers cheering him on so enthusiastically and fervently, Jin became suspicious. What's this? Acting all worried about me. Having been called out on their true feelings, both of them awkwardly denied it vehemently. No, when did we ever worry about you? That's right, we're going to be the ones to take you down, so don't you dare go and die before then. He had already turned his back, but still replied, Brothers, you'd better change your minds by the time I get back. Finishing his sentence, Jin decisively thrust the tip of his sword into the pure stone and lifted it up. Day and Haitona hugged each other in fear, both of them bewilderedly staring, not daring to utter a single word. At that moment, he suddenly broke into a bright smile and casually asked out of curiosity a question, Do you prefer the sisters or me? Just then, Z suddenly called out in a stern voice, Haitona, Daytona? The two brothers replied, Yes, sir. He watched Jin's retreating back and deliberately reminded his two nephews, like the youngest said, Get ready, and don't provoke him before you're strong enough, if you want to live a long life. 2 days later, his subordinates saw him off. Young master, are you going to the lawless region of Mammoth? He simply replied with one word, Yeah. Seeing Jin's slightly different appearance, someone looked stunned and asked, But young master, your hair color. He explained his intention. I'm going in disguise. I can't be recognized as a Runcandel. A voice replied, I understand. Then Jin continued to address everyone, especially Mesa. My mission is different from yours, so I'll be going to a different transfer gate. I have to go through all the immigration procedures. Your mission is subjugation, isn't it? She replied, Yes. Looking at the sad faces before him, he was surprised and asked, You all look so glum. Is something wrong? Mesa answered on behalf of everyone. It's nothing. We just wanted to say our goodbyes. Seeing the somber atmosphere, Jin laughed and replied, What's with the goodbyes? You're acting like this is the last time we'll ever see each other or something. Yeah, if we're unlucky, some of us might lose our lives, but worrying won't change anything, right? So let's just focus on the task at hand. To reassure everyone, he said gently, I'll definitely be back, so don't worry too much. Feeling Jin pat his shoulder, Biop gave an awkward smile. Young master, please be careful. He replied gently, See you later. Next, Jin stood near Julie and instructed, They're adorable, aren't they? Make sure you protect them. Muraka quickly replied for her, Don't worry, I am the master. But Jin quickly cut him off. Just don't get caught and don't stand out too much. Being mocked like that, he went crazy, bared his teeth, and cursed back. Oh, for crying out loud, you little brat, you're the one who needs to be careful not to get caught. And don't get complacent just because you have a disguise. He paid no mind and just left with a single sentence, I'm off. After Julie saw Jin out, she sighed, It's going to be so quiet around here without Lord Murakan. He comforted her. Think of it as a break. I'll bring back a souvenir for you, she advised with some concern. But about the mission to assassinate the Ice Castle Master's lover, I'm still very worried. I know you're not an intermediate cadet, young master, but Mammoth is still a very dangerous place. Please be safe on your journey. Be careful. Jin mounted his horse while replying to Julie. All right, I'll be back. With that said, he rode off. A few days later, Jin set foot in the lawless region of Mami, a gathering place for the lowest of criminals. Inside a rundown and dilapidated building, Thon stormed in and shouted, Hey, you bastards, I just got here, so why aren't you greeting me? A mocking voice answered him. Well, who do we have here? Is that Thon? On the run again? He retorted angrily. That's right, I'm back. The place he had just entered was the sanctuary of the lawless criminals, rumored to be heavily influenced by those terrifying individuals. At that moment, a suspicious creaking sound suddenly came from the door. Thon and the others inside turned to look, and there at the door stood Jin, looking defiant. He shot them a glare and then continued his train of thought. This place is so influenced by these guys that not even grass will grow here. A few thuggish men stared intently at Jin and asked, Huh, is that a new guy for real? He walked straight in, coldly tossed a coin, and ordered cold water and a simple dish. His arrogant and disdainful demeanor caused a few of the men to hiss, Get a load of this guy. Thon curiously approached, placing a hand on Jin's shoulder to ask, Quite the mouth on you for a newbie. Huh, who are you? A former level 9 knight turned traitor? He was polite for the first sentence, but then his true scummy, gangster nature started to show. "Hey, newbie, don't you think you should learn our rules if you're new? Now, shut your mouth, kneel, and lick my toes." The moment Thon finished speaking, Jin grabbed him by the collar, and just a few seconds later, a few drops of red blood splattered onto the table. Jin slammed the table and stood up, growling threateningly, "How much longer do you expect me to wait?" All the remaining men were stunned for a moment, and no one reacted in time. Then suddenly, all of them burst into laughter. "He's a goner. I knew this day would come." Jin let his shoulders slump helplessly and recalled his master's words. "This place is filled with genuine madmen. To be accepted by these criminals, he had to show them his skills and courage." His fingers tightened around a small knife as his feet strode purposefully toward the group of men. "He helped me so much in this life, and the last, I hope I can repay you one day, master." He first took a seat at the bar, and the bartender served him a plate of pastries and a glass of water. The man seemed more civilized than the other brutes, speaking rather formally. "I haven't poisoned it," Jin replied emotionlessly. "Poison is forbidden here. I know at least that much." The owner began to probe further. "You know a lot for someone so young. Do you have any family here?" Jin answered bluntly. "That's none of your business." The man's expression clearly showed his displeasure with Jin's attitude, so he quickly changed the subject. "What are you looking for? Drugs? I've got some really good stuff that's been flying off the shelves lately. Or are you looking for someone?" Without a glance, Jin curtly replied to the second question. But then his voice softened slightly. "Is there anyone here named Jipple?" The owner crossed his arms, closed his eyes to think, but eventually replied, "No, I'm certain there isn't." Jin didn't press him and continued, "I see. In that case, can you suggest a place for me to spend the night? Preferably a place that isn't crawling with bugs." The owner thoughtfully gave him directions, saying there was one place that fit the bill, an inn called the Moonwell on the west side of the city. That's where the King of Memi stays, so don't go causing a scene there like you just did. The place the owner had mentioned was the Moonwell Inn, located in the western part of Mami. As Jin strolled under the moonlight, taking the opportunity to think about his target, Ankaro is the garbage son of a count. He grew up coddled, never knowing hardship. He's obsessed with pleasure and fun. He has nothing going for him but his bloodline and his face. He's a bastard who bows to the strong and tramples the weak. The reason he's in this dangerous city is to attract the attention of the master of the mysterious castle, a person whose mind is currently occupied by his lover. This is the inn where he's staying. The guy from earlier said there's a new type of drug in Mei. He must be in his room since he's one of the mysterious castle master's lovers. He definitely has guards with him. I should start by getting a handle on the situation in the room first. After walking for a bit, Jin arrived at the location. Just as he stepped into the inn, he heard an irritable voice scream, "Why?" Without even having to look, his target Ankaro was right in front of him, throwing a tantrum in his guard's face. "Why are you saying you can't do it? You got it from me yesterday without any problems." Seeing Ankaro, Jin suddenly felt a rush of excitement, thinking to himself, "Today must be my lucky day. Who would have thought I'd run into him right away?" The guard then warned sternly, "We can't let you go on like this." So Ankaro had to change his tune and start wheedling. "Damn it. Come on. I'm begging you. I can't even live for 1 hour without that stuff." The guard still tried to reason with him. "No means no, young master. You need to remember that our job is to protect you, not to indulge you." He flew into a rage and continued screaming, "Shut up. I don't want to hear anymore. Don't say another word. If you don't give it to me now, I'll find a way myself. You bastards, I'll remember your faces. The moment my love returns, you're all dead meat. How dare you sigh at me like that?" Suddenly, the two guards glanced at each other, as if signaling something. Ankaro continued to shriek like a madman. "You filthy, barefoot bastards from the Chender Guild. I am." Before he could finish his sentence, he was jabbed hard in the stomach with a club, his eyes rolling back as his mouth fell open. A second later, he collapsed onto the soldier's arm, who sighed in frustration. "How much longer do we have to protect this useless sack of crap? I wish he'd just die from his addiction already. Why does his lordship keep this lowlife alive?" The guard next to him reminded him, "Quiet. Our job is to do exactly what we're told. Acting on our feelings is unacceptable." Jin, standing in a corner, had observed everything, silently forming a plan. His bodyguards looked to be at least 6th-level swordsmen. Killing Ankaro would be as easy as breathing. The problem is what comes next. I have to find a way to lure him out and safely escape from his guards. Here in Mit, using poison is taboo. If I use poison to assassinate him, all of Mei will rise up against me. But his bodyguards are a huge obstacle preventing me from killing him. How can I secretly kill Ankaro right here in the Moonwell? A few minutes later, he must have come up with a plan, as he excitedly slammed the table and exclaimed, "All right." Jin's hair and clothes gradually changed color, and a cunning smile appeared on his face. "I've made my decision." Back outside, someone was asking, "That guy, how many bodyguards does he have?" Ceres and her close subordinate were hastily reporting, 6 people, my lady. She smiled faintly, awkwardly, folding the piece of paper in his hand. My apologies, all because of some bastard who doesn't know his place that everyone has to go through so much trouble. She chuckled and replied, but today we'll put an end to all that, right? You came all this way yourself, milady, to make things easier for us. Sirius suddenly spread her arms slightly and replied leisurely, well, it's true that a guy like him can be killed anytime. You said he's at the Moonlight. Well, correct? Let's hurry up. Good news should come sooner rather than later, shouldn't it? He replied respectfully, yes, milady. Suddenly, somewhere, a blue stream of electricity suddenly flashed, signaling that something was wrong. Everyone had to raise their hands to protect their eyes, avoiding this dangerous light. Sheen frowned and tried to report in a loud voice, milady, that's in the direction of the Moonlight. Well, Sirius looked in the direction the guard pointed and exclaimed, what the hell? It seems we've chosen a bad day for this. Back to Jean. Inside the inn, he was now confidently walking up the stairs. I'll terrorize the Moonlight well with my forbidden magic. I'm only a 4-star, but if I pour in more soul power, I can generate destructive power equivalent to a 6-star. That spell will make them mistake the caster for a 6-star mage. Who would suspect a 15-year-old kid of being a 6-star mage? Absolutely no one. Even for Veridin, who just reached the 6-star level. Thanks to the properties of soul power, there won't be any trace left behind showing I was the caster. No one will suspect me. As he planned this in his head, he carefully changed his appearance, including his hair and clothes, to make it look like an attack from an outsider. Summon Lightning is probably the most suitable spell. Jean began the summoning process. Black smoke slowly spread across the ground where he stood. As the smoke began to fill the space, Jean clearly recited the incantation, releasing his mana. In an instant, he seemed to fall into another dimension, pitch black all around. Jean stood muttering, I've really come up with a terrifying plan. His body was now surrounded by bright sparks of electricity. They brought that light, weaving it into the space. Jean's eyes lit up, a triumphant smile spreading across his face, as he knew he had successfully summoned the lightning. The light generated by his power made everyone bewilderedly cover their eyes. Sirius, the captain of the 7 swords of the Hidden Palace, daughter of the palace, master of the Hidden Palace, was the calmest one. She didn't even bother to shield her eyes and even let out a laugh. Looks like I really picked a bad day. Jean's lightning wreaked havoc in the old inn. The intelligent Chin managed to figure something out. It seems some guy from the Moonlight Well has angered a high-level mage. She agreed with him. That seems to be the case. But it could also be an attack aimed at the Hidden Palace. There are 6 of our people inside the inn. Not to mention Mother's lover. Ankuro is also there. Saying this, Sirius took off in a hurry. Let's go. I don't care what happens to that Ankuro guy. Our people are the priority. The 2 guards immediately followed, as you command, milady. But the 3 of them couldn't get close to the inn. They were blocked by the stream of lightning that was obscuring their vision. Moreover, the 3 of them were also attacked by a massive explosion. People from inside the inn rushed out in a flood. Damn it, what piece of trash did this? Hey, you bastard. You said you killed a Zipple mage before. What if this is their revenge? I know. Chin was starting to lose it. Impatiently, he continued to run in while cursing. What the hell? Ceres frantically yelled to stop him. Wait. She seemed to have noticed something, realized something, and shouted, wait. High Tan, less than 1 second later, a tornado mixed with lightning suddenly appeared, knocking everyone away. After the area gradually settled down, the ground was a desolate battlefield. A horrified High Tan asked what was happening. Ceres, equally confused, replied, that powerful shock must have been the final attack. He obediently agreed. I agree, my lady. She looked at the mess in front of her, unable to see anyone, and could only pray that everyone was safe. At the same time, not far away, someone was weakly clinging to a boulder to move. It was none other than Jean, panting in exhaustion. Perhaps because the final lightning bolt mixed all of my mana, it almost reached the 7-star level. I was lucky to avoid a fatal blow thanks to my pendant. It seems all the guards of the secret sanctum are still alive, but where's Ankuro? If he's alive, it'll be a good opportunity for me. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a faint yellow light shining on him. Ceres had spotted Jane. She walked right up to him and stared. There's someone my age in Mammy too. Even though Jean was stunned, Ceres continued to ask, are you all right? It seems you were also caught in the attack. She kindly advised, we should leave here quickly, get up. High Tan then ran up to report the situation. My lady, our men are over there. They're injured but still alive. Ceres gave a small smile and replied, that's good. Gather everyone outside. If they are still protecting Ankuro, order them to deal with him. The guard replied, as you wish, my lady. She analyzed further and gave an order. Those attacks were similar. They must be the work of a single person. If you find any mages, restrain them immediately. High Tan obeyed without question. As you command, my lady. Looking at the calm face and appearance of Ceres, Jane quickly realized she must be the daughter of the secret sanctum's master. Ah, hearing their conversation, It seems she came here to deal with Ankuro. His fate is already sealed, so I don't need to check on him anymore. The problem is what comes next. It'll be a huge hassle if she remembers my face. I'll disguise myself as much as possible and use the chaos to escape." Before they could leave, another guard ran up to report, "My apologies, my lady. Ankuro died during the raid. We have failed in our duty to escort him." Cyrus was not at all bothered by this news. "Really? That's good news. I came to relieve you all from that mission. Having to watch that fool for so long must have been tough on you." The emotional guard could only exclaim, "Lady Cyrus." Immediately after, she stepped forward gracefully. With one hand, she raised her sword, her voice overwhelming and powerful. "The secret sanctum will temporarily commandeer this inn. I am Cyrus Endoma, daughter of Talaris, master of the secret sanctum and captain of the 7 swords of the secret sanctum. Anyone who objects will be treated as an enemy of the secret sanctum." A few men vehemently objected to this declaration. "Don't make me laugh. Even if you're the daughter of the secret sanctum's master, this is Mammy. Does the secret sanctum dare to go over the heads of this city's rulers to take control of the situation? You are overstepping your authority, not to mention the reason we were attacked was most likely because of the secret sanctum." Cyrus pursed her lips and her face without a hint of emotion. Not bothering with explanations, she swung her blade in a wide arc as she advanced. Towards the two, Siri continued loudly, "I made it clear that anyone who objects becomes an enemy of the secret palace. The king of Mami, do you think you can look down on the secret palace just because you play emperor in this den of swindlers? If this attack was truly aimed at the secret palace, we will compensate you properly. But if that mage's target was one of you, and the secret palace was just caught in the mess, what will you do?" The objectors from before were silenced by her reasoning. That is, Siri's eyes flashed, her voice soft, but full of danger. "I think that's fair enough for the secret palace to commandeer this inn." The men had no choice but to go along with her arrangement. "Fine, have it your way. We're all in the same boat anyway. We have to find and kill the mage who caused this attack." Hearing this, Ceres dropped the threats. "I agree. For now, let's find the mage among the survivors. It's not one of mine. There are no mages from the secret palace here. Not surprising, one of you swindlers probably provoked the mastermind while messing around somewhere, so stop this pointless resistance." With that said, she walked back to where she had been talking with Jane. "And you? Why are you so slow? Didn't you hear me tell you to get out?" The boy playing the coward stammered in response. "Well, I was a little scared, plus my leg is injured. Sorry." Siri took a box of healing ointment from her sleeve and teased, "You're too much of a coward for a man, but you're a pretty cute swordsman. Here, pull up your pant leg. You're lucky, you know. You survived the attack, and you even get the great Ceres herself to apply medicine for you. Feel honored." Responding to her kindness, Jin shyly asked, "What can I do to repay this favor?" Ceres gave a bright, carefree smile and replied, "No need. How could someone like you ever repay the great Ceres? Just consider it a good memory and bow towards the secret palace every now and then." After applying the medicine, she quickly turned and waved, "Goodbye." He smiled and waved back. Once she was out of sight, Jin's expression turned ice cold as he muttered to himself, "Mission complete. One battle ends, another begins." A flash of light drew an arc in the air, clearly from a sword. A monster roared in pain as it took a fatal slash from a human. It let out its final, dying groans. Its body then collapsed to the ground, met with a joyful cheer. Talmong was the one who took down this orc. He was now joyfully stomping on its corpse. "I think we can all make it back alive." Scott grinned. "In agreement. Let's go back together, and then we'll crush the pride of those bastards who dared to laugh at us." But Mesa looked anything but happy. Instead, she anxiously warned them not to get careless. "There are still 7 monsters left." One of them replied, "I know, Mesa." She carefully analyzed the situation. Orcs always move, in small packs, but this one was wandering alone, which made it an easy kill. Maybe the gods are on our side. At this thought, Mesa gave a small smile. Or maybe young Master Jin has received divine protection and that energy. That positivity spread to the others. After finishing her thoughts, she ordered the whole team. "For now, quickly resume the search. Stay vigilant until the very end and be careful." In a small bush, something moved, making a rustling sound. Murakhan had been eavesdropping on their conversation all this time. He strolled leisurely while remarking, "So they think there are still 7 of them left. If they catch that many, I can finally go home." The scene flashes back to explain the current situation. A few days before Jay's squad received their mission, someone had gathered the ox and spoke in a commanding voice. "Is everyone here?" Murakhan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice full of authority. "Listen up, you damn ox. From this day forward, make sure you always move alone. If you dare disobey or gather in groups of 2 or more, I'll send all of you to the afterlife. Got it?" Finally, he told them if they understood, to get going quickly. Hearing this, the ox began to scatter in all directions. Returning to the forest in the present, Murakhan grumbled irritably while striding on his short legs. That little brat always makes me do these annoying things. He shouted in frustration. So what if I'm a 1,000-year-old contractor? So what? His furious roar startled a flock of birds, causing them to fly away chaotically. Murakhan stood on a branch, observing Jin's squad below, and thought to himself, when I get back, I'm making that brat buy me new manga. Then he flopped down, dejectedly. In this body, I can only do so much. To complete the mission without any sacrifices. Just then, the sound of footsteps thundered as if there was an earthquake. Murakhan instantly shot up from his slouched position. His golden pupils lit up as he flinched, looking behind him and wondering, what is this energy? The strange and mysterious sound grew clearer, and Murakhan immediately realized it was heading this way. Murakhan was also hiding on a branch at this moment. He cursed under his breath in annoyance. Damn it, where did those guys come from? I didn't think they would just turn back. Luckily, they're only around 3-star level. If it were Jin, that kid would have definitely sensed my barrier immediately. As Murakhan spoke, he controlled a pitch-black smoke that spread down to where the squad was stationed. It gradually spread, obscuring the faint moonlight shining below. Little by little, it rose up and completely covered the sky. Bellup was the first to keenly notice the change. He looked up and mumbled, "It seems darker than before. Is it going to rain?" Besides Murakhan, another being was infiltrating the area. It was a giant gravekeeper, holding a demonic spike in its hand. The gravekeeper's eyes glowed red, with a soulless and malevolent look in its pupils. Instantly, Murakhan appeared in his dragon form, roaring with fury. How dare you? His wings beat continuously against the air, creating a ferocious gale. As a powerful being, Murakhan spoke as if delivering a verdict, mobilizing your forces without my permission. Not a living creature, but an ancient relic. Looking closely at the large and dangerous figure before him, he named it, the Giant Gravekeeper. At this moment, Murakhan felt doubtful. I'm sure we dragons wiped them out 2,000 years ago. Furthermore, why are the Giant Gravekeepers of the dead gods here? He quickly blasted a magic orb and concluded, whatever the reason, this reunion won't be pleasant. I'll end this in a single breath. Then, the power of the magic orb shot straight toward the tomb-guarding giant. It stood its ground and tried to block with its shield. But the magical power slammed directly into the shield, causing cracks to appear on it. The impact created a massive explosion, sending dust and wind flying everywhere. In that hazy and chaotic scene, Murakhan slowly landed on the ground. His dragon claws gradually retracted inward. Murakhan returned to his original human form. He rolled his stiff shoulders and let out a few sighs. Is it because I haven't used my power in so long? My whole body aches? Looking at the fallen tomb-guarding giant before him, Murakhan leisurely commented, there's no way a tomb-guarding giant would just appear randomly. No matter how many times I think about it, this must be related to the Zippel clan. What the hell is happening to this world? Then he began to ponder. I'd better keep this a secret from the kid. If something unexpected happens, I can protect him. If the kid continues to grow at this rate for another 10 years, he'll be able to stand against the Zippel clan. At the same time, elsewhere, the shape-shifting wizard Booba Gaston was anxiously pacing back and forth, then decided to open the door and enter. The old man immediately opened his mouth to report, Sir Bisco is in trouble, my masterpiece. The tomb-guarding giant Bisco Ibriano, leader of the Kinzilla revolutionary group, replied, I've already heard the news about the kids being attacked by a tomb-guarding giant in the middle of the night, and you seized the opportunity to put on a show. That's right, what kind of monster would do something as terrible as destroying my masterpiece? He slowly approached and emphasized, Booba, right now that's not important. The one who defeated the giant was a dragon, and a shadow dragon at that. I personally went to inspect the scene. Hearing this, the old man was extremely surprised. A dragon? Are you saying the dragons have taken notice of our actions? Of ours. And Bisco immediately replied, I'm not sure, but I think they're warning us. For now, keep an eye on the situation around. I will send some useful people to you. The tension was evident in his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a knife. I should arrange a meeting with the Zippel clan soon. The watchtower welcomed the clan members who returned unscathed, which pleased Z greatly. He grinned broadly. Good, everyone has safely completed the mission and returned peacefully to Mamid. The flag-bearers who assigned you this mission must be losing face now. They're definitely going to be furious about this whole incident. Jin responded to Z's praise on behalf of everyone. Thank you, sir. He crossed his arms and continued to address his subordinates. All right, entire unit, dismiss. They all replied in unison, yes, sir. After being dismissed, Mesa, Bellup, and Scott said cheerfully, Young master, we're so glad you're okay. He gently responded to his friend's sincere concern. Yeah, everyone did a great job. Meanwhile, in a corner of the wide courtyard, Kajin, Rima, and Mel were gathered together. They all wore expressions of disgust. He even asked, have you guys heard? I don't know how, but on that very day, News broke that a magician launched a terrorist attack on the exact guest house where the assassination target was staying. Rima said jealously, "Damn it, young Master Jin is so lucky." Mel still held a hateful sidelong glance toward his group. His tone was full of negativity. "This world we live in is so unfair. Not only is he a member of the Runcandel family, but he also has heaven-defying luck. Some people, no matter how hard they try, can't get any further than being an average cadet." He turned to Kajin and continued to run his selfish mouth. "I don't even know. I don't know how strong those others are, but young Master Jin is barely a 4-star, and his new group is full of nothing but 3 stars, aren't they? Hey Kajin, are we supposed to just let this go?" He glanced at Mayo and answered in a low growl. "What else can we do? Even if he's the despised youngest young master, he's still a member of the Runcandel family of pure blood." Though he wasn't submissive, he understood the situation and reminded his friend, "Mayo, until Lady Anne directly gives the order, we can't." In the meantime, Jin had approached, his body clearly turned in their direction. They whispered among themselves. "Huh, did he overhear everything? That's impossible. We're this far away." Jin lowered his head to hide his eyes from them. "Too bad. But I heard every word, my dear friends." Mio and Rima pursed their lips and stared wide-eyed at him. Jin continued to inquire with their leader. "Kajin, is your right hand all right?" He maintained a humble attitude despite the fact that his eyes looked like they wanted to eat him alive. "It's fine, sir." The medic said reattaching it wouldn't be difficult at all, partly thanks to your clean cut. Jin nonchalantly continued speaking. "Is that so? And it seems you were all having a rather interesting discussion, weren't you?" Kajin answered with a submissive posture. "Yes, the most wretched thing that lowly scumbags like us can do when faced with young Master Jin is to talk badly behind your back, and I hope you will forgive us for it." Jin's face was devoid of any emotion, and his words carried an undercurrent of contempt. "Well, whether I let it slide or not doesn't really matter, now does it? Because I'm still not a knight. Technically, this has nothing to do with you all, right?" Kajin proactively elaborated on Jin's words. "Technically, isn't it true that with a single word, you could have people like us dragged out and beaten?" Jin asked back innocently. "Why would I ever do that?" Kajin bared his teeth in a taunting smile. "Because right now I'm acting quite insolently, perhaps?" At that, Jin clicked his tongue and nodded. "You really are an eyesore." Seeing him suddenly stand up, his back radiating a murderous aura, Mayo quickly asked, "Hey Kajin, what are you doing?" He only focused on responding to Jin. "Oh, is that right?" From my perspective, seeing the young master get recognized by everyone after completing a mission based solely on luck is not a pleasant sight at all. Jin still tried to resolve the situation peacefully. "It seems there is some misunderstanding here. The reason I called you an eyesore isn't because you ridiculed me, nor is it because you were acting insubordinate toward me." As he spoke, Jin's hand gently touched the hilt of his sword. "Kajin, as a knight, right? Your skills are far superior to many other intermediate cadets. In fact, you might even be stronger than I am." The moment the sword left its sheath, steel flashed, and he asked a question heavy with pressure. "So why are you just standing there talking badly behind someone's back? I'm sure I told you that you were free to challenge me at any time." He asked back stubbornly and brazenly. "For real?" Jin stated bluntly. "Yes, raise your sword. There's no reason for you to hold back on me. Let's settle this properly." A glint flashed in Kajin's eyes, his glare menacing and threatening. "It sounds as if you're suggesting we don't need to set any limits on the use of aura." Jin immediately answered his question. "That's right." Kajin's blade also slid out gently, his voice even colder and sharper than before. "You will come to regret this." And so, the duel between the two fighters officially began. Kajin greeted his opponent with a strike. A straight slash. Jin quickly raised his sword horizontally to block it. He thought to himself that his opponent's attacks were indeed very powerful. He looked like a rampaging gorilla at that moment, with dark skin and teeth bared in fury. Jin lightly dodged his opponent's attacks, still having time to think, but compared to the people I'll have to fight in the future, this is nothing. But after a moment, he stumbled and slipped backward, and seeing this, Kajin arrogantly asked, "Have you seen the truth yet?" "Young master, you are still too weak compared to me." He continued to bring his sword straight down from above, and Jin braced himself to block it. Just then, a silver glint flashed from below. The light was heading for Jin's chest. Kajin had exploited the opening, using his armored fist to punch him. Then a streak of orange light flashed by, creating an arc in the air. Jin's eyes widened in shock. He had to move his body quickly to evade the man's frenzied slashes, thinking to himself, "I can see it. Just like the day I was hit by Hauna's iron ball, I'm starting to see the trajectory of Kajin's attacks. The number of sword techniques he can use to cut through space is countless, but a 5-star knight can't use very many, especially when he's blinded by his anger towards me. I'll be able to end this in just 3 moves." To give his opponent a way out, Jin kindly said, "I know your every move. You can't possibly win." Kajin, blinded by hatred, furiously yelled, "You're still spouting useless things like that, young master." But then he witnessed with his own eyes how Jin leisurely dodged all of his attacks. First, a slash from the left. Then a surprise swipe at the head, and as Kajin rose to ready his sword stance, Jin immediately ducked. He saw his opponent's final attack with perfect clarity. It was an aura that a 4-star knight couldn't even dream of blocking, but Jin blocked it completely, even causing the attack to backfire on its user. He waited for the moment his opponent swung and missed, then immediately swung his own sword to knock his opponent's weapon back. Kajin trembled, his eyes wide in disbelief. How? That last attack was certain, but the outcome was already clear. Jin pointed the tip of his sword at the man's face and declared, "Now I know how many years it will take me to reach the 5-star level." Kajin lowered his head in shame, speaking loudly to salvage his shattered pride. "You tricked me, didn't you? I didn't know you were already at the 5-star level." Jin sheathed his sword and replied bluntly, "No, I've never resorted to such tricks. You just don't know me well enough. I would never enter a fight if I thought I would lose." When the battle ended, the two Tona brothers ran over in a panic. "Hey, what happened?" Both of them suddenly froze, sharing the same shocked expression, then looked at the man sitting there biting his lip in despair and couldn't believe it. "What? How is this possible?" The youngest defeated Kajin. Jin casually walked past the two Tonas, intentionally dropping a rather lame, sarcastic remark. Daytona, who was hard of hearing, didn't catch it and just stared blankly, while Hey Tona acknowledged, "That's right." Inside a room, someone was skeptically asking Kajin, "You're saying you were completely crushed by the youngest? Do you really think we believe that?" He stood at attention and frankly admitted, "I am truly ashamed of myself," and continued to ask, "You didn't take a bribe or go easy on him, because he's a member of the Runcandel family, right?" Kajin answered bravely, "Not at all, my lady." Mew asked irritably, "Then what is it? Are you seriously telling me that a 15-year-old reached 5 stars in such a short period of time?" He then summarized the incident. "It wasn't just me, everyone at the training grounds saw it. That aura was truly beyond the 5-star level." One of the two ladies sighed in frustration. "Forget it, it was my mistake to rely on someone like you. Get lost." After Kin left, only silence remained in the room, and looked up slightly and asked, "Is the youngest threatening us?" Mew replied, "Not just us, he's threatening the entire clan." On the youngest's next mission, we must mix our people in with his. She was very much looking forward to the future. It must be a place where if he goes, he can only return as a corpse. Jin had returned to his room. July brought in a tray of food and spoke, "Young master, the sword garden is buzzing. Everyone is amazed by your achievement." He looked distractedly out the window and asked back, "Really?" July hesitated before speaking, "The first patriarch, your father, and your sister Luna, because only those 3 became 5-star knights at the age of 15 in the entire history of the Runcandel clan." Then he thought to himself, "So it's 5-star swordsmanship, 4-star magic, and 5-star shadow energy. I didn't even expect to get 5 stars in swordsmanship. I just trained with the pure stone as usual, and I reached 5 stars. Jin's face was filled with contemplation. It seems that when one of my 3 powers, specifically shadow, energy, magic, and aura, gets stronger, the others are also affected. Before, when I overloaded my shadow energy, I also opened a flow of aura and mana. Since I'm the only one with all 3 powers, there's no information about it, but they are definitely connected." At that moment, something caught his attention, causing him to turn his head. While lost in thought, Jin happened to turn and spot some blue roses. "Did you put these flowers here?" Hearing this, July answered honestly, "Yes, since the vase was empty when you were away, I added some flowers." He quickly told her, "No, there's no magic or curse on them, so it's fine." July smiled in relief upon hearing that. "I understand." Jin continued, "Anyway, when the news that I became a 5-star knight at 15 gets out, my brothers will become restless." His eyes suddenly turned cold, including brother Joshua, the one nominated to be the next patriarch. Joshua, when Luna gave up her status as the first flag bearer, the second flag bearer of Runcandel became the top candidate for the next head of the family. With the support of his mother, Rosa, he has now secured his position. While he was being serious, Muraka was just seen lying on the table, casually eating snacks and listening in. Jin turned his head and stared blankly ahead, then spoke. "Although hiding my skills right now isn't a bad idea, I decided that revealing my achievements would be more beneficial. Since the news of me being a 5-star is out, the news about me will spread beyond Runcandel. I'm sure stories about me will be published in newspapers all over the world." It licked its paw, glanced up, and said in a high voice, "Oh my, look at our little boy praising himself. I'm sure if you become the center of attention, your brothers will start behaving themselves." Jin didn't deny it and strongly agreed. "That's right, and more importantly, Father will come to the sword garden himself." July and Muraka couldn't help but show expressions of complete surprise. Shocking. Father wants another heir instead of Joshua. Except for sister Luna, he's never been satisfied with any of my older siblings. But Luna, the only one who interested Father, wasn't interested in the position, so he decided she wasn't fit to lead the family. After that, Josua's position as the next patriarch was confirmed. He was first in line, and my sisters, Jantia and Mary, became the backup heirs. This order of succession was extremely stable, but everything changed when I appeared. Father doesn't discriminate based on age and gives everyone a chance, so he'll give me a command just as if I were still in the basic ranks. Father's command will surely consist of two things. First is a test. Can I overcome the age gap with my siblings, the other candidates for succession? Second is protection. Father doesn't want me to die at my siblings' hands before I've even taken the test. That's because I'm a special case. Suddenly, Julie warned him with a serious gaze. If your story gets published in the papers, you'll be flooded with letters requesting visits from countless families and groups from all over the world. Hearing that, Jin immediately agreed. You're right, there's no better way to deal with all that at once than a banquet. Sunlight streamed in from the window, and he narrowed his eyes slightly as he gave an order in a low voice. We'll hold a banquet when Father arrives, so Julie, go and prepare for it. Then Jin pointed at Murakan beside him. You must keep a special eye on Murakan. We'll be doomed if he secretly transforms into a human and sneaks into the banquet. You understand, right? Hearing this, Murakan's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? Murakan's fur bristled with anger, and he shouted, Hey, do you think I'm a child? Before he could even argue, Julie quickly accepted the order. I will follow your orders, young master. As for him, he was not resigned but could only mutter helplessly, strawberry pie. A few days later, she smiled while arranging flowers and reported, It seems the butlers have been very busy answering official letters lately. Young master, when I asked Pedro, he said that even the royal family of Bondan sent an official letter. Hearing that, Jin looked up from the book he was reading and spoke. The royal family of the empire. Huh, that's surprising. They must be very curious. Julie looked at his back and continued her report, and the patriarch has sent his visiting schedule through Khan. He plans to arrive in 1 month, and the visiting dates for the other clans will be scheduled accordingly. But the other young masters and young ladies have been rather quiet. He calmly flipped through the pages of his book with his fingers. Next, Jin closed the book, shut his eyes, and replied, If they tried to discipline me while I'm getting all this attention, it would be no different than broadcasting that they're afraid or hate me. It's just for their reputation. Before he could even finish his thought, Pedro suddenly burst through the door, shouting, Young master, sweating and terrified, he stammered. You've been assigned a mission, but the mission is the Khan ruins. At the same time, in another place, someone's furious scream echoed. How could you people who call yourselves guardians? The person roared while creating a powerful gust of wind. Do your job like this. Rosa couldn't contain her erupting anger and slammed the table, shouting, How dare you send the youngest son to Zippel's territory? She didn't stop, continuing to curse out those bastards. At that moment, the door to the room creaked open. Seeing the person who entered, Rosa's voice softened. You're here. Jin heard her and replied softly. Yes, yes. Mother. Rancha Kanan, the third flag-bearer of House Kanan, was extremely sulky and didn't even bother to look at his younger brother. His two other brothers simultaneously looked in his direction. From left to right, they were the fifth flag-bearer of House Kanan, Vigo, and the sixth flag-bearer of House Kanan. She asked, seriously, have you heard that your next mission is the Colon Ruins? Jin put both hands into his pockets, his tone nonchalant, I have. Suddenly, Rosa stepped forward and announced softly, That mission has been cancelled. You will not be able to go to Colon. Hearing this, Anne and Miu were shocked and anxiously shouted, Mother. She immediately turned to face them and glared, yelling, Shut up, you wretches, only think of ways to kill the youngest. Hearing this, Miu angrily retorted, Mother, is it really so strange that we're trying to kill him? And beside her, was also furious, glaring intensely. That's right. Honestly, I don't understand why you're trying to protect him anymore. The reaction of her two daughters was so vicious that she exclaimed, What? But as the one who gave birth to them, Rosa didn't hesitate to threaten. If you continue to spout such insane nonsense, then. Unable to hold back, one of them immediately cut in. Both father and you have secretly encouraged the siblings to fight amongst ourselves. Isn't it because our family needs competition? I'm sure you know that every one of us here has grown up competing since childhood. Miu quickly chimed in, That's right, Mother. I was sent on extremely dangerous missions many times, even when I had just reached the intermediate level. Hearing this, their mother fell silent, as if contemplating something in her head. Then, Rosa sat down and said calmly, Yes, you are right. Competition is necessary, regardless of the method or the intention, but has any of you become a 5-star knight at just 15 years old? The two of them froze, stunned and staring wide-eyed at their mother. Rosa simply explained, The youngest is very different from you. Jin, meanwhile, still stood there, listening with his head slightly bowed. She looked at the two who were protesting her decision and continued to lecture them. If you had achieved what the youngest has at his age, I would protect you as well. At this point, Rantia boredly raised a hand to cover his mouth as he yawned. Rosa sternly scolded her two unruly and envious daughters. In other words, you are not worthy of my protection. Seeing you like this, I have no regrets about this decision, even if you are flag bearers. She suddenly raised her voice, and Rantia, Jan, and Vigo, since you are also flag bearers, the three of you will also be held responsible for the chaos caused by these two. Rosa ordered each of them. Rantia will discipline himself right now. Jan and Vigo, each of you will return one high-grade family sword that you possess. Hearing this, one of them couldn't believe it and stammered. Mother, what do you mean return a sword? She snapped impatiently. If I had it my way, I would confiscate all of your high-grade swords, so be grateful that this is all I'm doing. The other two, seeing themselves dragged into this, couldn't help but look furious. At the same time, Rosa looked at Jin and thought to herself, all right, what will you do now? Youngest, in a situation where I've dragged your uninvolved siblings into this, will you play along and agree with their punishment, or will you be content with this favoritism and become arrogant? She coolly picked up a piece of paper, eagerly awaiting his decision. Show me how you handle this. Suddenly, Jin called out, Mother. Hearing this, Rosa narrowed her eyes and responded with an expression of slight anticipation. Speak, my son. He spoke cheerfully. I really like this mission my sister assigned. Hearing this, she was impatiently questioned. Do you have any idea what the Conan ruins are? Jin, without a hint of concern, calmly replied, Yes, it's a part of the Zipfel territory that the Runcandel clan attempted to conquer in the past, but failed. Upon hearing him, and couldn't help but reveal an excited smile, while Mew's eyes widened in surprise. Then Jin smirked and said, I understand that it's a dangerous place, but I have no intention of backing down in this fight. Jin stood before everyone, maintaining his resolute tone. I know it's very dangerous, but I don't see this as unfair at all. On the contrary, it's more like a sign that my sisters hold my abilities in high regard. She looked at him, astonished. What did you say? Jin continued to speak, his voice rising. Isn't that precisely why they assigned me this mission? Hearing this, Rosa praised him. How brave. You two are doubting your own mother. He replied with the same firm demeanor. Not at all. If the mission assignment were suddenly changed, it would make the people who work for our family think that the clan's status and power are declining. Her expression turned stern, her eyes filled with a fearsome resentment. We do not have subordinates who would dare to doubt the clan over such a trivial matter. Your sisters simply want to harm you. They aren't allowed to fight you directly, so they're using their authority to stir up trouble. Jin nodded and replied, That is also what I'm aiming for, Mother. Before Rosa could respond, he added, If I were to fight my sisters right now, I would definitely lose. But I can fight back by completing this mission flawlessly. Jin smiled confidently. This is a fight I have a chance of winning. Slightly angered, she abruptly stood up. One single slip-up could mean your death in the Conan ruins. Are you certain you're that confident? He quickly replied. Yes. And I have one small request. If I can return successfully from this mission, please bestow upon me the sword that my brothers returned. Everyone present gasped in shock when they heard this. Ignoring the looks on Rosa's and the others' faces, Jin calmly elaborated on his request. I believe that is the minimum I should receive as a reward, since you said yourself how dangerous this mission is. Jian, looking irritated, ran a hand through his hair and asked his younger brother, Jin, why do you want the sword that we returned? If you need a sword that badly, I'll give you one of mine, so just drop this mission. He grew angry. You need to stay alive, at least until father gets back. But Jin immediately shot back. What you're saying is strange. His eyes were filled with a sharp, cold light. If you felt there was a problem, shouldn't you have stopped Anna and Mew when they were assigning this mission to me? Rosa's voice suddenly cut through their argument. Enough. If you truly complete this mission and return unscathed, I will give you your brother's sword. All of you may leave now, Jian yelled in frustration. Mother. In contrast to his frustration, she was perfectly calm, thinking to herself, because I was afraid Jin would become like Luna, I trampled on the honor of my other children. But it seems my worries were for nothing. When Siren comes back, he will be so proud of how much Jin has grown. He slowly reached out and opened the door. Anne, who was standing not far off, quickly crossed her arms and said, What are you thinking? Deluding yourself that luck is still on your side. The hand that was about to Jin's hand on the door suddenly stopped. You all might not know this, but I'm extremely unlucky. These words were the last straw for her. She had had enough of his nonchalant attitude. This isn't a mission for an individual, so you will never be alone during the journey to the lower world. He replied coldly. Thank you for your concern. He didn't forget to shoot a murderous glare at the group behind him. See you all later. In another scene, he stepped forward with a smile to introduce himself. Allow us to introduce ourselves. Young Master Kajin, my name is Mel. I will be accompanying you, young master, on this mission. The person standing next to him also quickly spoke up. I'm Rima, he continued. It's an honor to be on a mission with you, young master. I wish to apologize for my earlier actions. and Rima is ready to assure you that we will not let you down. Kajin then placed a hand on his chest and vowed, same here. After listening to each person's introduction, Jin prepared to turn and leave. All right, let's just consider it water under the bridge and work together to complete the mission successfully. The three of them replied in unison, thank you, young master, thank you. Jin coldly shot the three of them a terrifying wave of killing intent as negative thoughts flashed through his mind. Honor, my ass. All three are Anne and Mew's lackeys, so they'll definitely stab me in the back when danger strikes. One of them stepped closer. I'd like to brief everyone on this mission. Mel began to speak and explain the mission. Our mission is to steal the totems. The location is the Kulin Ruins, and our specific targets are 4 totems. The Kulin Ruins were once a place where thousands of natives lived in various tribes. Currently, that territory is under the control of the Jipal clan, which is part of the Pylon Kingdom. Kulin was discovered a few hundred years ago by members of the Jipal clan. After discovering the ruins, they massacred and enslaved most of the native population. Jin stared intently at the briefing materials. Of course, the current Jipal clan claims to respect the natives of Kulin, but that's just an act to save face. Images of intense battles were also shown. Although they are respected on the surface, in reality, they are nothing more than slaves. There are no policies to improve their situation because the lives and rights of the Kulin people mean nothing in the eyes of most of humanity. Reading this, thoughts continuously ran through Jin's mind. The reason Jipal spared the Kulin people was to preserve the area's natural environment and as a show of atonement for their past atrocities. The Jipal clan typically aims for reasonable laws, seeking voluntary compliance from those they rule. A few noises rang out, attracting the attention of Jin. But in the past, they went too far with Cologne. The reason they're so obsessed with the Cologne ruins, to the point of sacrificing their own reputation, is because of a relic, a mirror hidden by the natives. Jin suddenly recalled that image. The mirror's existence was supposed to be a secret, known only to the Jipal clan, but the truth was exposed before I regressed, thanks to a courageous journalist. All the images in it pointed to a single thing. The headline written by that journalist stated that the Jipal's actions were aimed at finding a certain relic, and the name of that relic was obtained from. The natives' accusation concerned the source of mana. Just by looking at it, anyone could increase their stats, their mana up to the 7-star level. By using that relic, Jippo created countless mass-produced mages. Jin remained lost in thought while Mel and Rima were secretly signaling each other about something. The Jippo clan began the mass production of mages 10 years from now, which means they haven't gotten their hands on the source of mana yet. He gripped the sword in his hand. I will not let that thing fall into Jippo's hands again. Mayo's warning rang out. Young master, the mages are returning. He sent a signal to their group. Their current location is the Jippo Mages Assembly Point. As for the totems we need, they're stored in warehouse number 3. It won't be hard to raid, but there will definitely be a defensive spell. Kajin spoke reassuringly. Don't worry, young master. No matter what happens, we will protect you, even if we have to sacrifice our lives. Jin looked at him and said, thanks for the encouragement. He then stuffed a food packet into his cloak pocket. To ensure a safe return, we must conserve our stamina. He then told the 3 of them to rest for a bit. We will attack in 1 hour. Kajin took the food packet and replied, as you command, and then shared it with the others to replenish their energy. They each took one and replied, thank you, Mel. Rima and Kajin all took a bite. Seeing that everyone had been eating for a moment, Jin spoke up. Now then, you all, carefully cover your faces. I will act alone, just enjoy your sleep. The man felt both confused and dizzy, feeling like he was about to collapse. What do you mean, young master? He was in just as much pain, and then realized, what is this? A drug. When all of them had completely collapsed, Jin finally spoke. Don't worry, it's just a sleeping draft, nothing fatal. He glanced over, his expression clearly saying, did you come here to kill me? Then prepared to leave. I would have been less suspicious if you had just acted like your usual scummy selves. Jin gripped the hood of his cloak. I guess a dog's instinct is to obey its master, huh? With that, his shadowy figure continued walking through the desolate forest. Elsewhere, 2 knights guarding a gate were cheerfully talking with each other. That's why one said excitedly, grabbed the bottle of wine. Suddenly, a figure in a black cloak rushed toward them, leaving the 2 knights stunned. One of them immediately grabbed his weapon and shouted, who are you? Jin's gaze locked onto him as he easily dodged the sudden attack from the knight's position. With a single blow, Jin blocked him, causing the knight to cry out in pain. Both knights were quickly taken down by him. Jin crouched down to observe. There were only 2 of them, and it seemed there were no other guards outside. His eyes shifted to the door. Jin walked over and lifted the lock. It was a very simple lock, with no alarm magic cast on it. Thoughts continued to race through his mind. Asterisk. Well, sometimes they even let merchants guard warehouse number 3. It seems the Jippo clan Doesn't place any importance on this place at all. Asterisk, asterisk, Jin slowly used his ability to open the door. Time to go inside. The first thing that caught his eye was a probing blood magic circle. Jin silently Saturday and made a guess based on the blood magic circle. It's known by most as a guard magic used for confirmation, whether the person being tested has the family's bloodline or if they are pure-blooded, but its actual purpose is to distinguish between normal humans and magical beasts. It can also confirm if a person has any diseases. His gaze shifted towards the knights he had knocked out, so as long as it's normal human blood, it doesn't matter whose blood it is. Jin drew his sword and took some of his blood. He slowly collected the knight's blood in his hand. Every action was meticulously calculated, so there was no need to use his own blood, which would only leave evidence. Jin stepped inside and flicked the drops of blood onto the blood magic circle. As soon as the blood hit it, the circle immediately began to glow a crimson red. It seemed Jin's first step was a success, and he thought to himself that the first layer of protection was quite simple. Now, the artifact, where could it be? Just as he was about to look around for it, something suddenly appeared from the blood magic circle. Jin's eyes widened in shock. He had used the blood of an unconscious soldier, so it should have been normal human blood. And yet, the detection magic circle was still triggered. Strange creatures flashed into view. That meant the man had some kind of disease. They immediately approached him at an incredible speed. Or perhaps they weren't human at all. Jin quickly gritted his teeth, weapon held tightly in his hand, ready to deal with them. Damn it, what is this? He then took the initiative and unleashed an attack, Silent Wind. But the monsters before him suddenly grew razor-sharp claws. If there were any mages nearby, they would be able to sense the mana being released, so I wanted to use as little mana as possible. But the situation had changed now. Jin's brows furrowed in difficulty, so he quickly landed in a stance, waiting for the monster. It seems I can't avoid a fight. The battle began immediately after. Jin used his godlike speed to dodge all of the monster's attacks. A sharp blade instantly appeared in his hand. The monster spread its arms, wanting to pounce on Jin, and let out an extremely loud roar. After the roar, the monster's power seemed to increase. Jin struggled to find a place to land. He muttered, "Damn it." Jin continued to swing his sword. The monsters seemed frightened by this attack. Seeing them freeze up, he said, "It seems you also know that aura is a very dangerous power." Jin immediately seized the opportunity to slash across the monster's stomach, then waited in silence. What happened next was completely unexpected for him. It healed its wound so quickly. Jin watched intently at how the wound recovered. That kind of healing speed is usually only found in high-level magical beasts. However, those two aren't magical beasts. Just a moment ago, they were human. Images recorded in books suddenly appeared in his mind. This is the territory of the Jippo family. Countless immigrant mages come here. The natives are oppressed, and then there are these mysterious monsters. Jin wondered, are they primal golems? While his thoughts were still stopped spawning, the monsters charged forward fiercely. Creating a primeval golem is a grave sin. The Jippo clan. Could they have been using these ruins as some kind of forbidden magic laboratory? Primal golems possess power nearly equal to a 4-star golem, but that's all. Their movements aren't as refined as those of 4-star knights. Since I've been trained extensively, fighting them isn't that hard. Jin started analyzing every part of their bodies. Normally, a magical weapon like a primal golem, no matter how severely injured, will not stop attacking. However, if their core is destroyed, they're finished, and the core is in the head, heart, or torso. The core is usually located in one of those three places. This fact remains true even for primal golems created with forbidden magic. Different. Jin raised his sword. If that's the case, the head first, he thought, then charged forward and stabbed straight through its brain. The sharp claws of the golem gradually disappeared. He thought to himself that its strength and speed hadn't decreased at all. In fact, they had even increased. The battle became increasingly fierce. If it's not the head, Jin thought, and continued to strike another area. After a while of speculating, he determined there was only one place left. Jin swung his sword straight into the air, and a small orb suddenly fell down. It seemed his guess this time was completely accurate. Unbelievable. Jin looked at the golem that was preparing to charge at him and sneered. To think you'd do this to your own kind. A glint appeared in his eyes. The golem struggled to keep up with Jin's techniques. It furrowed its brow in anger, then felt immense pain from his sword. The golem's heart lit up once more, and it screamed continuously in agony. After completely defeating the two golems, Jin let out a sigh of relief. That spell was almost cast, successfully. That was a close call. His eyes widened when he heard a voice speak. "Please kill me." Jin fell silent for a moment. He decided to grant its wish. All right, I don't know what happened to these people, but Jin stared intently at the glowing sword before him. No one in this world would voluntarily become a primal golem. Its hand was shrinking, especially since once transformed, he thought with a grim expression, they become an expendable pawn with no future. Jin tried to remain calm, reminding himself, now is not the time for anger. An unexpected situation just happened, and I've just discovered the terrible secret of the Jippo clan. I also suspect my sister knew about this before giving the mission to me. Then Jin's eyes grew more determined, but that doesn't make my mission any more difficult. He picked up the stone. Even if I spread the word about this, the Jippo clan will just deny it. Jin tried to think of a way. Creating primal golems is a major crime, and even a mere suspicion would trigger an investigation by the Empire. First, I have to get evidence, then continue with the mission. Even with their power, the Jippo clan could probably interfere with the investigation. In any case, I can't solve that problem right now, Jin observed. His surroundings, the mages still haven't made a move. This means they probably think this is just a normal warehouse. They wouldn't be guarding this place so carelessly if they knew primal golems were here. That leads me to believe that not everyone at the Colon Ruins is involved in using forbidden magic. He looked at the old artifacts. The protection magic on this stone slate is quite simple, but the spell on the bowl is rather complex. Normally, it would take a lot of effort to dispel the protection. Then Jin cast a spell, but with the death of the two, a primal golem. Whatever I do here, the Jippo clan will have to cover it up quietly. He created two magical forces of opposing natures, water and fire. Then they split into two and slowly grew larger. That's why it's like it's destroying this whole place. Jin cast a spell on that spot. I'll use a little heat. A huge explosion occurred, a fire blast. Scene changed to Luna's mansion, where she's yelling her head off. What the hell did you scoundrels do? Send Jin on a mission in Jippo clan territory? Are you guys insane? It seems Anne and Mew went looking for trouble and lost miserably. He's just a little kid, 10 years younger than you. Why would you do that? She asked angrily. Do you really not know why, Sister Luna? She challenged them back. What if I really don't know? Or are you saying that you people, the flag bearers of our clan, are having a power struggle with Jin, a kid who just entered the intermediate class? The two of them were just stunned by her words. A flag bearer versus a flag bearer. But wasn't your action already crossing the line? Isn't that an unwritten rule of the clan's internal strife? You should be ashamed of yourselves, because I am very ashamed that you are the flag bearers of this clan. And resentfully retorted, eldest sister, you've never been interested in power. What right do you have to do this? She simply replied, I wouldn't have said anything if you had managed to defeat Jin. Jin just completed his mission at the Conan Ruins. Mother will receive the report immediately. I'm sure you now understand why I said I was very ashamed. In the end, you only helped the kid. Then Luna ordered, I don't even know if there has ever been a case in the Runcandel clan's history where a flag bearer was humiliated while trying to discipline the youngest sibling. Now get out. After being scolded, the two of them obediently replied, we understand. Before they could leave, she added, also from what I've seen, Jin isn't very noble. You two should be careful from now on. I'm genuinely worried. After the tense situation, Luna sincerely turned to look at them affectionately. But you are also my siblings. After the two left, Taimon brought tea into the room and joked, it's hard to believe the young lady would punish her sisters right after returning. As your nanny, I thought you were going through puberty, Luna asked in disbelief. Puberty at my age? She replied very naturally, well, it's true, the young lady had a very intense puberty. Taimon discussed while making tea. I'm worried about the young ladies. Young Master Jin is not one to let this go. She asked back, Nanny, you also think those two are no match for Jin, right? The nanny answered frankly, within the next 5 years, I don't think they can defeat young Master Jin even in an official duel. I wonder if they were too hasty. Luna defended them a little. Don't say such terrible things about my siblings. They are still young and thoughtless. Then she got to the main point. So, Nanny, have you looked into what I told you to? Taimon asked with some uncertainty. You mean about the person who tried to assassinate young Master Jin, right? It definitely wasn't the two young ladies. They were in the intermediate class at that time, so there's nothing more to investigate there. Luna began to analyze. You're right. It probably wasn't Mary, Iona, or the Tona twins either. So the remaining suspects are. She listed the suspects one by one. Young Master Joshua, Young Master Dipus, Young Master Gian, Young Master Vigo, and Young Lady Lantia. Besides Young Master Gian and Vigo, the others are very difficult to investigate. She sipped her tea and replied, of course, the other three have. Their foundation is solid. It'll be a huge headache if we try to investigate them. Right now, it's best to just watch from the sidelines. If we keep trying to dig deeper with a single purpose, we'll only find trouble. Taimon cheerfully agreed with Luna. That's a wise decision, milady. Despite the many attempts to harm young Master Jin, he still grew up strong and healthy. You don't need to worry anymore. Elsewhere, he returned home and called out for Julie and Murakin. I'm back. She rushed out to greet him. Young master, I'm so very glad that you've returned safely, Jin reassured her. I'm fine, I'm very strong. I'm sure that soon enough, you won't be able to defeat me anymore. Julie worriedly expressed that the place was very dangerous. If anything were to happen to you, I would sacrifice myself for revenge. Murakami reminded her. Strawberry pie, don't say such scary things. It approached Jin and asked, Hey kid, did you give a proper report? He immediately replied, Yes, I'm sure everyone thinks I only succeeded on the mission because I had help, but I don't really care. Jin reached into his coat and said to them, More importantly, take a look at this. Both of them were surprised. Huh, what is it? He took out the stone he had just acquired to show them. Huh, that's the heart of a progenitor golem. Murakami was very curious. You're lucky. Seeing you return unharmed means the golem must have failed. You found this at the Colon ruins? Jin answered truthfully. The two guardians there transformed into monsters and attacked me. I slashed them anywhere, but they just regenerated. This thing dropped out when I stabbed their hearts. It was extremely surprised to hear that. A progenitor golem? Murakami thought with a serious expression. First, it was a giant undead, and now a progenitor golem. What in the world is the Jipol clan planning? It pointed at the box and asked, If what you say is true, then this must be a masterpiece from the Jipol clan. You said the ruins are located in their territory, he immediately confirmed. That's right. Then, turning to look at it as it pondered, Murakami suddenly made a decision. Set aside some time. You and I need to go back to Colon. I think I need to investigate them directly. What the hell is going on? Jin thought it was an extremely reasonable idea. I was a little hesitant about returning because of the progenitor golems, but it'll definitely be safer if Murakami comes with me. And if I'm lucky, I might even find that full mana fountain again. No matter what I do, the Jipol clan will just try to cover it up anyway. So Jin agreed with it. All right, I'll set aside some time. The three of them then left together. Immediately after the mission was completed, Kajin and the H brothers also returned to the Kanan clan. However, Mew and Anne stripped them of their cadet titles and exiled them from the clan. Exile is an extremely harsh punishment for cadets, but not a single person sympathized with them at all. And then, in June of the year 1795, things came to a sudden stop. Z announced, Jin, starting today, your stone purification training is over. From tomorrow on, you will only meet with the Tona twins. The Tona brothers, watching from afar, could only drool with envy. Yes, uncle. Furthermore, Jin, it seems the morning training with the other cadets is no longer necessary for you. The Tona brothers were utterly shocked to hear this, their jaws dropping. Next week, the patriarch will have something to discuss with you. The two looked at each other and started whispering. Could it be that father wants Jin to become a provisional flag bearer? So soon? Being a provisional flag bearer means he'll have to leave the Van Kenden clan to gain honor and become an official flag bearer. For real, he has to operate on his own, without any help from the clan. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of excitement, and thought to himself that he could finally stop worrying about others and get stronger his own way. Under the harsh weather, the army led by Kirin showed no signs of stopping. Khan, riding behind him, calmly reported, My Lord Patriarch, we are only 2 hours away from the Sword Garden. He closed his eyes and let out a sigh. This son of mine, whom I had in my old age, is constantly interrupting my training. I even considered going into seclusion at the Black Sea for 10 straight years. But now, how many years has it been? Khan continued in a slow and sincere tone. Ever since we were at the thunderstorm days, I felt that young Master Jin was an extraordinary person, but I never expected him to be this extraordinary. The things he has done at the Sword Garden have truly astounded me. Hearing this, Kirin suddenly fell silent. His somber figure didn't move an inch. It was a while before he replied to Khan. That boy's fighting spirit, his will to fight is no ordinary thing, even when he was just a child. From the first time I saw him at the thunderstorm days, his eyes were always burning with hatred. As he said this, he suddenly chuckled, even though I'm sure he tried to hide it. I also can't forget the way he provoked his other brothers as soon as he entered the Sword Garden. I'm sure no one ever taught him that, and he was the youngest. Yet he was able to instinctively sense the law of the jungle about eliminating rivals there. Kirin still remembered Jin's words from back then as if it were yesterday. However, father, I am also very talented at eliminating my enemies, he continued. The other kids knew this and also tried to suppress him. But Jin continuously sent good news back to the family, missions completed. Look at the results. Not once did anyone hear any negative rumors about him. The youngest master successfully completed the Minor Ruins mission. Therefore, Kirin became even more proud and confident. Every time his brothers pushed him towards death, he managed to survive and return. He has even reached 5-star now. Khan then spoke his mind frankly. Actually, it wasn't the demonic beast and the Minor Ruins, but the first mission you gave the young master that interested me. My Lord Patriarch, he had to fight an entire White Wolf tribe by himself, and yet he still won. Kirin nodded in agreement. Yes, I also thought he would use his attendants as meat shields to kill the White Wolf tribe, but who would have thought he'd handle it himself? And by doing so, he proved the vows he made to me. As the sky began to brighten, the conversation between the two continued. Khan took the initiative to ask, "Patriarch, do you really think he wiped out the White Wolf tribe all by himself?" He replied decisively. Of course, actually, to be precise, he didn't do it entirely alone, but he is an interesting child nonetheless. This time, I must ask him about it clearly. Returning to the family castle, Kiran's aura was even more overwhelming. As the master of this place, he strode inside with dignity. Kiran walked calmly between two rows of guards who were welcoming him. "Greetings, Patriarch." Rosa gracefully walked towards him, followed by Luna. She spoke with emotion. "We have been waiting for you, my Lord Patriarch." Kiran also responded with a respectful bow. "Rosa, you have done well." She deflected the praise, moving back and deliberately presenting the merits of her son instead. "Not at all, my lord. He prepared everything himself, so I didn't have to do a thing." Kiran, then he replied, "If, as you said, these grown-up kids were doing so well on their own, then I wouldn't have had to leave the Black Sea." Jin also stood among the 9 children, welcoming Ken back. He paid special attention to Josua's expression but still listened to his father's instructions. "The guests we are receiving today will be very sensitive to my presence. Won't this just make things more difficult for my children?" As he walked past Josua, he didn't even bother to glance at him for even a second. Rosa walked carefully behind him, replying softly, "That's right, please come inside. We have prepared the dishes you like." Ken was pleased. "Well done, I'm looking forward to it." Suddenly, he frowned with a very displeased look. The 2 swords on Jin's back made Ken stop in his tracks. He sternly called out to 2 of his sons, Jian, Vigo. He broke out in a cold sweat at his father's fierce demeanor. "Yes, father," Ken asked, looking at them both. "Did you give the sword I gave you to the youngest?" Vigo stammered. "Well," Jian mustered the courage to admit to his father, "the youngest took it from us. We told him that if he completed the mission at the Colon Ruins, we would give it to him, so." Upon hearing this, Ken immediately grinned excitedly, and then without hesitation, he burst out laughing, a reaction that startled Rosa. He walked over, patted his shoulder, and encouraged him. "Well done. Remember to find a way to take it back. The youngest is quite clever, isn't he? Sometimes I even wonder if he's really my son." That evening, in his private room, Ken summoned Jin to talk. "This must be the first time you've attended a banquet, right?" He replied curtly, "Yes, father." Jin looked down at the banquet hall below, thinking to himself, "In my past life, thanks to my master, I attended a few balls hosted by other clans, but I was never able to attend a ball hosted by the main family. Even on the rare occasions I did attend a banquet, I would hide and around like a criminal. But now, I've become a guest of honor alongside my father. Of course, it came at the cost of dying once." After a moment of silence, Ken began to speak again. "As you probably know, our family rarely holds banquets. That's because we only hold them on occasions that are truly worth celebrating. This also means your achievement is quite noteworthy." In response to that sentiment and praise, Jin bowed his head. "Thank you, father." As they talked, he placed a hand on Jin's back. "How many guests do you think will be attending?" Jin answered honestly, "I think about 1,000 people." Ken seemed a bit restless, his expression tightening slightly. "That's right. I heard we'll be receiving about that many guests, which is an increase of about 200 people from the last time we held a banquet 7 years ago." "Do you know what that means?" He answered very quickly. "It means that over the past 7 years, our family's prestige has grown." He continued, taking the opportunity to explain, "Other clans also often hold banquets with 1,000 guests, but the people attending ours today are all exceptionally prominent individuals. For these past 7 years, all I've done is train and slay monsters in the Black Sea. Even so, our clan's prestige has continued to grow, and that's because I am the only Genesis Knight of this era. This means that if I were to disappear, then it's highly likely most of the people here will turn their backs on the Runcandel clan." Jin looked at the serious face. He thought, his mind deep in contemplation, then thought again. "That's right. If I were not here, how could House Runcandel have such a great reputation? Our family, along with House Zippo, are the 2 greatest major families. But the moment I disappear, the gap in military power between the 2 families will only widen, and House Zippo will become the strongest force." Jin's hands suddenly clenched as he spoke softly. "Father, if you were truly gone and all those people turned their backs on us, and House Zippo decided to kick us while we're down, cornering us, then I would abandon this family." Hearing this, Sairam was startled. "What, if House Runcandel were to fall simply because I am no longer here? Then that would be a sign that the next family head is incompetent." Jin expressed his own view. "I have no desire to die a meaningless death under such a leader. By the way, how many of their weaknesses does our family hold?" He repeated unconsciously. as he had never thought his youngest son would ask such a question. Weaknesses? He replied instantly. Yes, so that I can return the sword I took from Brother Vigo. I asked him to show me the partnership agreements that only knights are allowed to see. The head of House Wang deceived the emperor and embezzled from the national treasury, but because of us, they can still show their face shamelessly at this ball. Another family also recently requested that we kill some mages from House Zippo for them. The young lady of House HEIR once secretly sold a family treasure behind their backs to satisfy her gambling addiction, and they asked us to retrieve it. Oh, and they also haven't paid their cooperation fee yet. Just by glancing through these, I've already learned of many weaknesses that could ruin people without lifting a finger. There are surely even more weaknesses in the contracts that only you and Mother are allowed to see. Sciron finally surmised his son's thoughts. So you mean that even without me, you children could still use those things to protect this house? Jin calmly replied. If the one leading House Runcandel isn't a Genesis Knight, then success or failure will depend entirely on that person's negotiation skills. He was extremely pleased, agreeing immediately. That's right. However, we are not the only ones who hold many weaknesses of others. House Zippo also has just as many weaknesses in their hands as we do. The boy replied, I know. But House Zippo will never be able to use those things in the most effective way. Siren narrowed his eyes in question. Why is that? Jin lowered his head, closed his eyes, and gave a knowing smile. Because playing the villain is House Runcandel's job. Therefore, if the next family head holds so many weapons in their hands but can't use them properly, I will definitely abandon this family without a second thought, and then I will prepare to take revenge on House Zippo, no matter how long it takes. Sciron chuckled with delight, then raised a hand to his chin and continued. Revenge, you say? I see. You have to be alive to get revenge. Not bad at all. He then had to take a closer look at his youngest son's face. The other children don't have the courage to mention the hypothesis of House Runcandel's fall in front of me, so they either tell lies or just cry and complain. But the youngest one states his exact intentions in a very intelligent way. It's a shame I had him so late. It feels as if he possesses all of Luna's talent, Mary's beastly intuition, and DF's fighting spirit. It will surely be 10 years, but at most 15 years. I will hold on to this position as head of House Runcandel. It seems I'll be able to see if the youngest can change the line of succession, family or not. Then, ending the conversation, Ken said calmly, It seems most of our guests have arrived. Let's go in. Jin politely complied. Yes, father. After taking just a few steps, his father seemed to have something more to say. By the way, after the banquet, there's something I want to talk to you about. Wait here until I call for you. Staying in the room for a moment, he clenched his fist, thinking to himself, the evaluation to become a flag bearer. It seems that after the banquet ends, I'll have to temporarily leave the family. This 4-day banquet is going to be quite long. Before the two of them could even leave, Henzer burst in and said urgently, Patriarch. Ken asked in a stern voice, What is it? He hurriedly reported. An uninvited guest has arrived. He narrowed his eyes with suspicion, wondering to himself in confusion, what? Jin, however, had a guess as to who the uninvited guest might be. It couldn't be House Jipo, could it? People in hooded cloaks were slowly walking in. Henzer continued to explain the situation. Yes, sir. There are 5 of them in total, their second in command, Andre Jipo, and 4 other family members. Ken began to seethe with anger. What an insolent bunch. He gave a direct order, Henzer, tell Andre to get lost. Only let the other 4 family members in. Don't go tell him yourself, send another servant. He bowed in obedience. Yes, my lord. Jin covered his mouth, feigning a cough, and thought to himself, while it's true that Andre visiting like this is extremely impolite, to so thoroughly disrespect House Jipo's second in command by turning him away at the door like this. Ken sensed something and turned to look at him with a murderous glare. Do you think the way I handled it was too harsh? Jin replied immediately without hesitation. No, I think it was a very satisfying solution. The very moment Andre let his emotions get the better of him and entered with his family members, he had already ignored the permission from the Patriarch of House Canaan, which was only for his family members to enter. That is an unforgivable act in this Garden of Swords. He was completely satisfied with his son's analysis. Just as you said, Andre will either obey my command, or he'll have to leave his 2 legs behind before he goes home. Ken, ever the hothead, walked on. Now it's time for the banquet to begin. With the air of the party's host, he stood on the balcony and looked down at the guests. Thank you, everyone, for coming here. I am Kieran, Patriarch of House Canaan, and it is thanks to this son I had in my old age that I have this honor. So, I would first like to thank my youngest son, Jin Canaan. Following his father's introduction, Jin gave a polite bow. His father continued the opening speech. As you all know, at this banquet of House Canaan, there are only 2 rules you must observe. If anyone gets drunk and starts a fight, they will be escorted by the knights straight to the arena immediately. The loser must surrender, and the winner is required to show mercy to the loser, because this is, after all, a party. Jin observed from a high vantage point and felt it, so this is the banquet of fateful encounters. This is a gathering of over 1,000 of the most influential people on the continent. They all share incredibly complex relationships with one another. If this were just an ordinary party, they would likely just trade a few veiled insults and stop there. But this is a party held in the Garden of Swords, and as long as you follow the 2 rules his father laid out, even though you can't kill your enemy, you can still beat them to a pulp, and in doing so, they will be officially recognized as the stronger party. More. Finishing his brief speech, Ken joyfully raised his voice. Now everyone, please enjoy the party. He could only click his tongue in his mind. This clan is truly insane. Then his father called out softly, Jin, you too. Ken seriously instructed his youngest son, if you see anyone suitable, you can pull them aside. But you are not to challenge someone who seems weaker than you, unless that person has insulted you or this clan. He obediently replied to his father, yes, and I also know that no matter what happens, I am not allowed to lose. His father walked down the stairs, but before leaving, he carefully warned, that's obvious. If you lose, I will take back everything you have, not just your sword, but also your wet nurse. From above, Jin bowed deeply. I will definitely remember that. As he watched Ken's sturdy back, a strange feeling welled up inside him. Thinking back now, this was the first time he had ever spoken to his father like this. This was something he wouldn't have even dared to dream of in his previous life. Just now, they had truly had a rather peaceful conversation between a father and son, but things like a close father-son relationship or becoming a dutiful son were not part of his plan for this life. In this life, he only wanted to surpass his father. That was the most important thing. The party proceeded in a cheerful atmosphere. The honored guests chatted and offered each other drinks as usual. While Jin was standing alone, the 2 Toner brothers suddenly approached. They both patted his back and shoulder, then awkwardly said, congratulations on reaching 5-star. It's probably okay for us to talk for a bit, right? Jin seemed cold but didn't refuse. Of course. He took the initiative to ask the Toner brothers, how is your training going? One of them laughed happily and replied, much better. After switching to the weapon you suggested, my training has progressed. Jin also replied politely for the sake of courtesy. Is that so? Congratulations. Then he moved closer and intentionally whispered, just stay until you're done with your little act, all right? The 2 Toner brothers, terrified, quickly agreed, okay. As the 3 of them were standing there, a guest approached to greet them. It's a pleasure to meet you, young Master Jin of the Runcandel clan. I am. Without waiting for the other person to introduce himself, he skillfully offered a greeting. You must be the first knight of the Ken clan, correct? The Toner brothers beside him chimed in, a pleasure to meet you. Then they both gave a stiff smile and said, we'll be going now, Jin. He replied with a gentle expression. All right, good luck with your training. They both nodded. Thank you. Jin turned back to talk with the guest from the Ken clan whose name was Crow. When I was young, I heard many stories about your bravery. The man laughed heartily in amusement. You flatter me. Suddenly, while they were having a pleasant chat, someone ran up and grabbed Jin's hair from behind, even calling out his family name. Hey, Runcandel. A flashy but somewhat immature-looking guy grinned and said, I was wondering what kind of monster could reach 5-star at the age of 15. Turns out you really are just a kid. You must be at least 10 years younger than me, I'd say. Nice to meet you. My name is HEIR. Jin was a bit surprised and didn't answer right away, but a second later, he looked at him with an extremely dangerous and oppressive gaze. Nice to meet you too, HEIR. When HEIR saw that look, he immediately let go of his hair. Quite the intense kid, aren't you? I was a little rude, but you're acting like I'm some kind of scumbag. You may be a Runcandel, but in the world of martial arts, I'm still your senior. I was just expressing I'm just proud of my junior is all. Why so tense? Jin didn't bother with fake pleasantries and spoke bluntly. Listen carefully. Hugio belongs to the Tuco clan. Your recent action was an insult to those who have treated me with respect. If you want to use this whole senior-junior thing, you need to be more considerate. His whole body stiffened and he stammered, what? He continued, disregarding the feelings or pride of others, the first and second prodigies of the Ken clan, the Dragon King Knights, the Black King mercenaries. Aren't they all your seniors? You must have seen how they've treated me, right? Admit your mistake and apologize to them. Since I've already reprimanded you, I'll let it slide this time. Just as the tense atmosphere was about to erupt, someone came over and patted his back. Goodness. Hey Hugio, young Master Jin just saved your life. I'd advise you to listen to him. Crow also gently coaxed. Come on now. I knew that big mouth of yours would one day get you into trouble. Just let it go. There's no need for all this tension. Hugio was surprisingly quick to realize his mistake. He cleared his throat and said, if my seniors have spoken, then I sincerely apologize to you all. Please, forgive this junior's mistake. I also hope that you will accept my apology. Young Master Jin. He didn't lecture any further and just replied concisely. Of course, Sir Hugio said that, but he still bitterly gritted his teeth after turning away. Jin's actions made someone exclaim, "You're quite talented at this whole making enemies thing, you know." Luna walked over and said to him, "It would be nice if you could just act like a normal kid." Hearing her voice, Jin immediately called out, "Sister Luna." The two of them gently clinked their glasses. He chuckled, "But today, I'm the representative of the Runcandel clan, you know." She didn't object. "You're right, but what if Hugio had dared to challenge you to a duel? He looks to be at least a 6-star. Jin was very confident in his approach. If he had dared to do that, I'm certain the patriarch and the elders of the Tuco clan would have intervened. They've been observing us for a while now. Just as he said, a member of Hugio's family was lecturing him. "I told you to watch what you say. It's only thanks to young Master Jin that you survived this ordeal." Luna saw this and exclaimed, "Goodness, so when you were deciding how to react, you had already considered them too. Did some nobles secretly teach you how to deal with guys like this or something?" Jin replied cheerfully, "If there really was a teacher for this, I'd gladly take the class. I only need to learn swordsmanship. This kind of stuff isn't important. It might be difficult for you to understand, but as the ostracized young master of the Runcandel clan, it takes a lot for me to survive." She looked at her little brother doubtfully and asked, "Is that so?" Then she thought silently, "He's truly intelligent and bright. It seems that's why he was nearly assassinated at the Storm Castle. I wonder who it was, the sibling who recognized Jin's talent so early on." Luna continued the conversation. "Anyway, I only came because this is a party to celebrate you. But this kind of thing really isn't my style, and it's about time for me to go do something more fun." Jin asked in surprise. "Already?" She said gently, "You're not tall enough to dance with me. When you're older, let's dance together. I'll take you to a very fun place." He sincerely replied, "I'm really looking forward to it." "That, huh?" Suddenly, Luna said something that made Jin serious. "Before I go, I should also leave a message for others, like you did, right?" He was bewildered. "What?" She suddenly stood beside him, gently pushing Jin's head close to her own, then winked and whispered, "If I do this, everyone will understand that I hold you in high regard. Now, out of apprehension for me, people will be much less likely to act rudely towards you. See you later." He was a little moved. "Goodbye, sister." Those who had just witnessed that affectionate head touch were startled and asked each other, "Gosh, is that really the white whale I know? She must really cherish her youngest brother." The crowd buzzed with comments. One person in particular was seething with jealousy towards Jin. This person was biting a piece of paper so hard it could tear. "I'm so jealous." Lord Bisco also wants to touch heads with Lady Luna. Booba clenched his fists and hissed, "Today, I will definitely write a poem praising Lady Luna, and I will recite it all night long." He scowled and cursed. "Can you just shut up?" Booba, being berated, also gritted his teeth in anger. Magiella Ibriano, Bisco's lovely sister, soothed her brother. "Don't be like that, brother. This is probably very important to Lord Booba. It's thanks to Lord Booba showing us around that I've been able to enjoy this party of fateful encounters. We should also show him more respect." Bisco covered his face in helplessness. Magiella, seeing someone who understood him so well, was overjoyed. "As expected of Miss Magiella, you understand me so well. I am very honored to escort you," Magiella exclaimed. "Oh my, thank you, Lord Booba." In a corner near the door, Jin was standing alone, lost in thought. He was tired and trying to hide it. Playing the role of the host is so exhausting. And where are those damn zipfuls? It's a bit of a hassle, but should I go look for them myself? Just as he was about to take a step, Jin had to stop when someone slammed a glass down on the table. A very familiar symbol and voice were right in front of him. "I wonder if a young lady like myself could have a drink with the rising star of the house, Runcandel." Seeing the platinum blonde lady appear, Jin immediately recognized her as Cirrus. She leaned slightly towards him, answering for him. "Cirrus and Dorma of the Hidden Palace. It is an honor to meet you, young master Jin Runcandel." He poured a drink as he spoke. "You are the daughter of the master of the Hidden Palace. The honor should be all mine." Cirrus replied skillfully. "You're the same age as me. How could you achieve such strength at this age? I'm so envious of the Runcandel clan's naturally gifted physique." Jin played along cheerfully. "I also think it's a good thing. But the Hidden Palace also has a gifted bloodline, and I can't imagine how much the master of the Hidden Palace must cherish you." Cirrus replied enthusiastically. "That's right, because I am her only daughter, unlike you." After saying that, she guiltily covered her mouth with an embarrassed smile. "I hope that wasn't too rude." Jin didn't reprimand her at all and replied gently. "Not at all. Everyone knows I'm the youngest son with many older brothers. I actually admire you. Having many siblings is tiring, you know." He was now a little puzzled. "This is strange. I'm sure she recognizes me, but why isn't she mentioning the incident in Mammoth? There's no way she couldn't tell, since I didn't have any dirt on my face back then." A moment later, Cirrus smiled and said, "Now then, young Master Jin, I'd like to ask you something. He smiled back openly and replied, "Please go ahead, Lady Cirrus." Jin's confusion was quickly cleared up when she asked, "How's your injured leg?" He slightly curled the corners of his lips into a smug smile, then placed his hands on the table in a more relaxed posture and replied, "It's fine now, thanks to some kind person who applied the medicine for me. I don't know how I'll ever repay them." Cirrus coldly threw an insult at him. "You're more shameless than I thought, young Master Jin." She finally got straight to the point. "So then, why were you at the moon well and mommy? I think I deserve an explanation. Why couldn't my subordinates find the terrorists there using magic? That caused me to lose a lot of face and made me wonder if the young man I let go was the culprit." Jin straightened his back and replied, "You speak of magic as you see fit. I am a Dan Kanan. Do I really look like a suspect? I'm sure you know all about my family." Cirrus stood with her arms crossed coldly, as if investigating. "I don't think you're the suspect. But the fact that you were on a mission for the Dan Kanan family suggests you might have hired a mage because you couldn't handle the mission yourself. At that inn, the only people who could have been a target for the Dan Kanan family were the members of the secret palace. I think that's why you were there, and that's something I can't just let slide." He looked down, thinking to himself, her assumption that I was targeting a member of the secret palace isn't entirely wrong, since I did injure them while trying to kill Ankaro. Then Jin replied with another question. "I don't understand why that makes me a suspect. Isn't that just a hypothesis after all?" Hearing this, Cirrus scoffed. "So you're planning to deny it to the end? Fine. In that case, I also have a plan. I'll drag you to the arena, beat you to a pulp, and then spit on your disgusting face." Her voice was filled with conviction. "I challenge you to a duel, Jin Dan Kanan." He gently refused, but his words stunned Cirrus. "My father warned me not to fight those weaker than myself. But if you want to fight so badly, then I have no choice but to accept." The two of them proceeded to the arena. The guard there quickly asked, "Young master, are you here for a match?" Jin replied, "Yes, the rest of you may leave. Only those in charge of healing need to stay and bring me 2 standard swords." The guard immediately complied. "Understood, sir. We will seal off the arena until the 2 of you are finished." Although he accepted the duel, he was still being considerate of his opponent, thinking, "Those battle junkies and the spectators will flock in to watch. She's a daughter of the secret palace. It would be too cruel to defeat her in front of everyone." At that moment, Cirrus suddenly made a request. "Jin, promise me something before we begin." He asked, "What is it?" She proposed her condition. "If I win, you must tell me everything that happened that day in Mommy, without any lies." Jin immediately agreed, "I accept, and if I win, we'll pretend we never met that day." Her curiosity piqued, Cirrus said, "So it's true that you're hiding something." After that, the battle officially began. She yelled, "Here I come," and he immediately lunged towards his opponent. Jin suddenly noticed snowflakes appearing around him, his eyes filled with confusion. A moment later, slashes of light from a sword cut through the air. He thought in terror, this is an ability that only the Endoma bloodline possesses. Ice Sword. Faced with Cirrus's powerful attack, Jin sighed and easily split the block of ice blocking his path. "I can't believe you're using your ultimate move right from the start." He moved closer and whispered, "I'm so unlucky, as the youngest son. I haven't even learned my family's secret art yet. What am I supposed to do now?" Cirrus aggressively swung her sword, forcing Jin back, and shouted, "Not my problem." Each silver slash tore through the air, creating swirling vortexes of intense light that enveloped the entire arena. Her white hair flew wildly, her eyes shining brightly, completely focused, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Streaks of light flashed along her blade, signaling that a killing move was taking form. The sword's edge was enveloped in a blue aura, its steel glinting fiercely like lightning tearing across the sky. In the heat of battle, Cirrus was still thinking, "Jin Kanan truly is a 5-star warrior. It seems like he's not defending much. But the longer we fight, the more his true skills become more powerful. But it's useless. That 1-star gap can be compensated for by my countless 3rd-level ice swords. Since I'm weaker and have less stamina, I can't drag this fight out. When he counterattacks after observing my movements, I'll switch techniques and finish him." While she was struggling to fight, Jin had already seen through this match. Cirrus is still just a 4-star knight. Even if she can use countless ice swords, she'll still lose to me in terms of offense and defense. Since I've realized this gap, I'm sure she'll unleash a burst of power to change the rhythm of the fight. She'll probably use a secret art, but I still haven't figured out how strong that countless ice swords technique is. If that's the case, I'll have to counter with a secret art of my own. Among the countless secret arts I read about in the Thunder Arena, the strongest one I achieved was the movement speed of both fighters caused whirlwinds to continuously swirl around them. Jin's hair was thrown back, revealing his entire bright and handsome face. Cirrus suddenly smiled. The sword in Jin's hand vibrated slightly, its steel glinting with a cold light. She spoke, "It's over, Jin." A clash just occurred, and in an instant, the space around them became chaotic and unstable. He quickly shielded his eyes, the sword aura causing the surrounding air to form into star-shaped ice shards. Within the ice storm she had just created, Ceres stood with great composure. Her eyes shone through the air, thick with snow dust. But Jin was a formidable opponent. A drop of red blood slid down his face as he grinned with amusement. Ceres was threatened by his confident, arrogant smile. Is he smiling? But I've already used Avalanche. Even a 5-star sword genius at the age of 15 shouldn't be able to withstand a secret art from the inner sanctum. So why do I feel so uneasy? She froze when she saw the sharp tip of Jin's sword just a few millimeters from her eye. How? Ceres became wary and highly focused. Having just dodged one blow, she was faced with his blade resting against her neck. Now it was his turn to panic, cursing inwardly. Damn it! As the snowstorm reached its explosive peak, Jin shouted the name of the Endoma family's young lady in fear. Ceres. He gritted his teeth in worry. Damn it! I shouldn't have used the family's sword storm. How could a 4-star like Ceres withstand this destructive power? If she can't dodge it, she'll be crippled, if not worse. Jin reached out his hand, endlessly calling his opponent's name, Ceres. When the mist cleared, he saw her struggling to support her body with her sword. Ceres' face was filled with astonishment. Did I just value my own life? Was I scared of death and dodged the attack? Her eyes widened. Ceres, Doma, Jin. He rushed over to help her up and asked, Are you all right? I almost killed you. I'm sorry. His face clearly showed his regret. Ceres had heard his warning but still didn't try to dodge the sword storm. However, no matter how much she cherished her pride and honor, Ceres was still just a 15-year-old girl. She was too young to suppress her desire to live. Seeing Ceres' reaction, Jin gripped her shoulder and encouraged her. If I were in your situation, I would have moved out of the way too. I definitely would have done the same for my own life. So please, don't mention this again. He wondered if his words could even comfort her. Ceres said nothing, but instead, she took something out. It turned out to be a vial of ointment. She spoke softly, Your face is injured. Ceres gently and carefully applied the ointment to Jin. I'll use this to repay you for saving my life. He didn't resist and curiously asked, As the sole successor of the Hidden Palace, aren't you being too careless with your own life? After she finished, Ceres stood up and replied, Because this is a life I beg to have. I will once again cherish my own life, so don't worry about that. With that, she turned decisively and left, leaving behind a message. Also, let today be the first day we've met. See you tomorrow. Jin watched her retreating back, saying nothing in response. The next day, the party continued. He held a glass of wine in his hand, carefully observing and assessing the situation around him. Fewer people than yesterday, huh? Starting today, everyone will be able to watch the matches. I wonder if the real party is starting now. There are fewer spectators now, so maybe I'll get to meet some of those people from the Jipple clan. I heard the guests from the Jipple clan are all between 15 and 20 years old. Perfect. We're around the same age, so I'll be able to compare my magic skills with theirs. I do want to ask a few things about Colin, but that wouldn't be a good idea. Anyway, once I become a provisional flag bearer, I'll have plenty of free time. Then I can investigate Colin with Murakan. With Murakan's help, finding the full mana station won't be a problem either. So this time, those bastards from the Jipple clan won't be able to send out a whole legion of mages. This time, I'll be able to prevent something terrible like that from happening. Jin was suddenly pulled from his thoughts by the presence of a cat. This couldn't help but surprise him, and someone else was surprised too. Why is there a cat at a Runcandel clan banquet? Ceres happily knelt down and picked up the cat. Where is your owner? She flipped over the name tag on its collar. Let's see. Your name is Butterfly. Butterfly Runcandel. Did the young master give you this name? While Ceres was still cheerful, his face darkened as he replied, That's right. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Oh, it's that cat. I knew if I followed that cat, I'd be able to find you. Hearing this, both of them turned their heads to look. Veridin rushed over as if he were meeting an old friend. We finally meet Jin Runcandel. You have no idea how long I've been looking for you. Jin, however, couldn't help but wonder, who are you? But the man didn't seem to mind and spoke with even more enthusiasm. I can't believe you'd say that when we've just met. How could you forget me? I think about you every single day. These words made Ceres also look confused. Veridin pointed at Jin. In that case, I'll give you a hint. Guess what? The first letter of my name is V. As for her, she decided to pick up the cat and leave, sighing. What a weirdo. Let's go, Butterfly. He excitedly asked, Do you remember? But before he could finish, Jin bluntly cut him off. No. Even so, Veridin didn't seem ready to give up. Damn it. Then guess again. The first place we met was at the transfer gate of the Mytal Kingdom. His answer was the same as before. I don't remember. He could only laugh helplessly. Veridin's expression turned serious as he placed a hand on Jin's shoulder. Hey now, your memory isn't as good as I thought. Listen carefully. And you'd better remember this. My name is... Suddenly, he spoke up. cutting Veridin off. Veridin Jippo. Jin brushed the hand off his shoulder. I tried so hard to act like I didn't know you. It was obviously because I didn't want you to know that I still remembered. Why can't you understand that and stop bothering me so much? Veridin's eyes suddenly lit up. So you do remember? As for Jin, he couldn't help but look skeptically at the person before him. Will this idiotic bastard really become a 9-star mage by the age of 30 and be named the next patriarch of the Jippo clan? Finally, he got back to the main point. Anyway, I was looking all over for you yesterday. For the past 2 hours, I've been looking for you too, but I couldn't even find a trace of you. Jin grew even more curious. The ballroom might be large, but it's still just a ballroom. And you managed to wander around for 2 whole hours? Veridin sighed wearily. If I could have used magic, I would have found you sooner. But this is Runcandel territory. So, I'm forbidden from using magic, right? He wondered if the guy was lying or just had a terrible sense of direction, but he guessed it was the latter. He clenched his fist and rested it on Jin's head in praise. Anyway, seeing you makes me so happy. It's been 5 years, hasn't it? I can't believe you're already a 5-star. I knew you were talented. Of course, I haven't been wasting my time either. As a mage, I'm already a 6-star. I've reached the 6-star level. Jin seemed surprised to hear that. Oh, Veridin said confidently, that's 1 level higher than your swordsmanship. As for Jin, he couldn't help but fall into thought. I can't believe it. The greatest prodigy of the Jippo clan, Veridin, and 18 years old, is only at the 6-star level. If I were in his position, I would have definitely surpassed the 7-star level by now. Is he lying about his rank for some reason? Seeing Jin's expression, Veridin became even more smug. That expression on your face is the result of the tremendous effort I went through to find you. I'm eagerly looking forward to the day I'll be able to compete with you. So train hard to catch up to me. It was then that Jin realized he didn't think he was hiding his rank after all. No matter what, if it's true that Veridin only reached the 6-star level at age 18, then after the current patriarch of the Jippo clan, Celiac Jippo, I am the one closest to his level. This is a good opportunity for me to train hard and prepare for the difficulties I'll face later. He tried to advise, Veridin, I have told you before, but please learn to shut your mouth and say nothing. He didn't seem particularly annoyed to hear that. You sound just like my father, Jin admitted. Anyone would say the same thing. Anyway, why is the Jippo clan here when they weren't even invited? To the ball? Veridin replied, oh that? It's because I kept nagging Uncle Andre that I had to meet you. The answer made Jin wonder to himself. Even though he's the vice patriarch, would he really charge into enemy territory just because a child threw a tantrum? Meanwhile, he continued his story. We happened to be traveling to the Hillfeder region when we heard news about the ball. I figured it must be fate. Jin felt that was a bit too simplistic and asked, that's it? But that really was all there was to it. At this point, Jin felt annoyed and waved his hand dismissively. All right, I appreciate it. That this is a ball, so be quiet and get lost. Veridin looked dejected and disappointed. Aren't you being a bit too cold? I know your father is being generous to my uncle too. Now that you mention it, how about you make me a promise? Someday, you must also come to a JP clan ball unannounced. Jin glanced at him sideways. Is that so? What if I cause trouble? He replied cheerfully, I always keep my word. Even if you do that, I won't kill you. And even if a fight breaks out, I won't get involved. In the end, Jin just left him with one sentence. What an idiot. Veridin was baffled. Huh, what? What was that? Without turning back, Jin explained, because someone rather unpleasant has been staring at me this whole time. Excuse me. These words startled the man standing nearby. Do you have something to say to me? Booba finally revealed himself. Young Master Jin, when will Lady Luna arrive? Jin didn't understand what the man's intentions were. Booba held out a notebook with a pink cover. I'm talking about Lady Luna. Is she not coming anymore? I want to give this to her. It's a collection of poems I spent all night writing. My love is overflowing in it. Once she reads it, I'm sure Lady Luna will understand that my appearance doesn't say it all. Veridin stood behind them, sipping wine and watching their exchange. His expression became uncontrollably intrigued. Perhaps in the near future, you will become my brother-in-law. These words reached the ears of Veridin, causing him to choke instantly. Jin let out a faint, menacing smile. Booba watched him take the notebook and called out. Young Master Jin said in a cold voice. My dear guest, I see that you're asking for a beating. The man watched as Jin tore the notebook apart in horror. What are you doing? Jin unceremoniously stomped on the pages. You not only call my sister's name, however you please, but you also dare to call me your brother-in-law. I guess the Runcandel clan must seem quite pathetic in your eyes. He ordered to take this man to the arena. A subordinate's voice rang out, yes, young master. But Booba wouldn't stop muttering, brother-in-law. No, young master. Why are you suddenly doing this? Young master, please, stop it. I was simply expressing my love. That's all. Any man has the right to express his love to anyone he wants, even as two. Men grabbed him. He continued to scream. Young Master Jin, how could you do this to me? Am I not a guest? Or what? Why would you treat a guest this way? And haven't I been saying how beautiful your sister is? Booba, unwilling to give up, still tried to challenge him. Why don't you cut the chatter, take off your outer coat, and declare a challenge? We will settle this. With a duel? Bisco, watching from a distance, couldn't help but be astonished. He frowned and muttered to himself, Oh, Booba. In contrast to that expression, Magiella was excitedly clapping in approval. My brother, what's going on? Over there? It looks like Booba and young Master Jin are about to duel. Bisco grabbed the handle of her wheelchair and hurried. That idiot, let's get closer and watch. Magiella happily agreed right away. Okay, big brother. This unexpected turn of events made Ceres grumble in annoyance. What the? I was trying to approach him to challenge him to a duel while the party was still going on. But why does he have to fight someone like that? The moment he saw her, Veridin began to ramble cheerfully. I'm so glad I begged my uncle to let me come here. I never thought I'd get to meet the heir of the Ice Palace. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Veradin. Ceres, who was in a bad mood, bluntly snapped, Get lost. So he had no choice but to retreat, in disappointment. Fine. Jin and Booba stood facing each other on the dueling stage. The referee began to announce the start of the main event. Next up is the highlight of the banquet. The rising star of the Cannon family, young Master Jin, will be participating in a match. A one-on-one duel. Who will be young Master Jin's opponent? I've never seen this man before. Is he some hidden master, living in seclusion? Standing next to Ceres, Veridin cheerfully replied, I heard he came with the Ibriano family, so he might be a formidable opponent despite how he looks. Even on the stage, Booba still maintained his arrogant demeanor. Young Master Jin of the Cannon family, please grant me the opportunity to properly introduce myself before we duel. Or will you not even grant me that small courtesy? Afraid the truth would be revealed, he desperately rambled on, I am. But Jin's fist shot out so fast it silenced his babbling mouth. Shut up. I don't care what your name is. Unable to stand the humiliation, Booba quickly got into a counter-attacking stance. Nimbly dodging the blow, Jin silently assessed his opponent. Aura, he's a 6-star. Ah, of course. An expert like Ceres also noticed this from that exchange. So young Master Jin chose an opponent stronger than himself. He watched intently. It looks like that fat guy is highly focused, and if he slips up, it's going to be really embarrassing. Right after that, Jin took a direct punch to the face from his opponent. Booba, mistakenly thinking he had the upper hand, was thrilled. He laughed loudly. You dare fight me with those piddly skills? I'll make you roll on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Before he could even finish his words, Jin closed in like a flash and sent him flying with a direct blow. His barrage of punches was ferocious, pummeling Booba senseless. The man was completely overwhelmed, able to do nothing but take the beating. Veridin excitedly declared, in place of the referee, It's over. He landed a lightning-fast blow after baiting the other guy into a mistake. He truly lived up to expectations. Jin, you did a great job. Suddenly, Magiella's melodious voice rang out, catching Ceres' attention. Brother Bisco, I don't understand what young Master Jin is doing. Hasn't the match already been decided? Why is he still beating his opponent so brutally after he has already surrendered? He stared blankly at his sister, Magiella. Ignoring Bisco's stiff expression, she retorted sharply. It was already strange for young Master Jin to choose a weaker opponent, and now you're just going to sit and watch? Without intervening? He's the one helping me, after all. Bisco awkwardly tried to explain that the man isn't weaker than young Master Jin, but Magiella continued to pester him. Brother, your little sister is very disappointed right now. I want you to teach him a lesson any way you want. Bisco, stunned, asked for confirmation. You want me to fight young Master Jin? Unfortunately, this impulsive suggestion was met with immense enthusiasm from the curious crowd. What a young lady, full of passion. Hey, why don't you listen to your little sister? Known for always spoiling his sister, he had no choice but to. Sighing in acceptance, he thought, fine. Then he boldly stepped onto the dueling stage and requested, Young Master Jin, why don't you let him go and fight me instead? Without a moment's hesitation, Jin immediately accepted the challenge. Bisco Ibriano, a duel with a 7-star knight, win or lose, he would be the one to benefit. Furthermore, being exposed to the Ibriano family's swordsmanship was also a good opportunity to learn. After all, the head of the Ibriano family was considered quite strong by his father. Jin's gaze shifted to observe the attitude of the one who started this confrontation. But Magiella was truly an amusing girl. She dared to put her own brother in a difficult spot just to watch a good show. The refined young master praised his opponent. You really do love your sister, don't you? Bisco nonchalantly replied, Isn't that obvious? Young Master Jin nodded, as if empathizing. I have an older sister too, so I understand how you feel. I also love my sister very much, so from now on, I hope you will keep a tight leash on your retainers' mouths. Jin's profound warning made Bisco shudder slightly. It seems you've misunderstood something. The person you just beat to a pulp wasn't our servant, but a companion. Perhaps he did something to displease you. Booba came to help my sister move around more easily. I suppose his actions weren't very suitable for a Runcandel family banquet. In any case, I assure you, he had no ill intentions, so I hope you'll be gracious enough to overlook it. Jin didn't make a decision and fell into deep thought. Booba Gaston. That name just now. His demeanor suddenly became much more tense upon hearing the familiar name. The shape-shifting sorcerer Booba, Gaston, Bisco, and Booba. What is the relationship between these two? I'm sure the Ibriano family had no connection to Gaston when he was captured in my past life. Or does Bisco already know Booba is a shape-shifting sorcerer? This is so frustrating. I've found Booba, but too many complications have arisen, and I can't get distracted when facing a 7-star knight. He calmly raised his sword into a ready stance. Then give it your all, young Master Jin. Even though he had discovered an important clue, he remained calm and waited for an opportunity. Let's just focus on this duel for now. I look forward to learning from you. Bisco opened the match with an absolutely overwhelming sword strike. Although he managed to block it nimbly, Jin seemed to be struggling. This move alone showed that his strength wasn't just that of a 7-star knight, his swordsmanship was even better than Uncle Zed's. A few bloody scratches started to appear on his shoulder. His sword path was a flurry of countless strikes that Bisco unleashed relentlessly with all his might. Faced with the disparity in power, Jin was momentarily pushed onto the defensive. I can't predict his moves. The audience below was so captivated that they began to buzz with discussion. Young Master Jin is being pushed back too quickly. Well, he's trying to defend against a continuous barrage of attacks. The Ibriano family's swordsmanship is famous for being tricky and unorthodox. That's right. The Ibriano swordsmanship always pressures the opponent, not letting them even breathe. The moment they show an opening, it's over. That was the opinion of the layman. But to the eyes of a genius like Veridin, Jin was simply waiting for the right moment to counterattack. They really don't know anything. Members of the Runcandel clan always have surprising ways of handling situations where they're cornered like this. If the swordsmanship of the Ibriano family is like a cunning snake, then Runcandel's swordsmanship is a powerful rhinoceros. Even if its horn shatters, it will never stop charging the enemy. Under the opponent's fleeting thrusts, Jin still nimbly dodged the attacks. Although he could fight back, he keenly realized that Bisco was clearly going easy on him. After all, he was currently holding his own against him, a 7-star swordsman, despite only being a 5-star himself. His vision, from overexerting himself, began to blur. He was reaching his limit, but he could feel it. His opponent's sword technique, a fleeting memory, suddenly surfaced in Jin's mind. It felt just like that time, a hazy sensation in his subconscious. The absolute comprehension made his sword glow intensely. A serious look also appeared in Bisco's eyes as he offered his praise. That's a fine sword technique, young Master Jin. He then accelerated toward him, deciding to end this match decisively. Jin squeezed his eyes shut, focusing all his energy into the sword in his hand. Bisco's strike was a direct and powerful vortex, and his sword couldn't withstand the force, shattering into 100 pieces. He then ended the sword fight by placing his blade at Jin's neck. Jin's shoulder started to bleed slightly from the impact of Bisco's final technique. He then staggered and officially collapsed. The referee's excited voice boomed, "The winner is..." In his moment of glory, he silently raised a hand to touch his own neck. The cut right on his vital point stunned Bisco, even though he had been declared the winner. Only he could truly feel his own defeat, Sir Bisco Ibriano. He silently looked at Jin, who was motionless on the floor, and thought in astonishment, what in the world was that at the end? Everyone around him scrambled to treat his injuries. "Hurry up, get young Master Jin inside." The servants hastily followed the order. "Yes, sir." Bisco frowned, recalling the finishing blow. The moment the sword broke, he felt something sharp at his neck. Impossible. Did he manifest the mind sword in that final moment? If young Master Jin had reacted just 1/10 of a second faster, and he had been just 1/10 of a second slower, he knew full well that the one to die would have been him. Now, Bisco looked at the boy with silent acknowledgement. "Jin Runcandel, you are truly a fearsome person." After resting for a while, Jin groggily woke up to a heavy weight pressing down on his face. He groaned and mumbled, "Get off." It turned out to be the stubborn cat Murakan, so Jin had to struggle to lift him up. I said, "Get off." The familiar scene made him mumble to himself, "Is this my room? Did I pass out after fighting with Bisco?" Julie's gentle voice called out, "You're awake, young master." Still holding on to Murakan, he sat up and asked Julie, "How long was I asleep?" She quickly replied, 2 days. Jin asked back in shock, 2 days? Then the banquet is already over, and I didn't even get to say goodbye to the guests who came all this way to see me. Seeing him sigh in disappointment, Julie enthusiastically tried to console him. "Please don't think that way, young master. For the past 2 days, the duel between you and Sir Bisco has been the hottest topic. You performed brilliantly, and it was all because you manifested the mind sword at the very end. And sure enough, she was right. All the influential figures were buzzing with comments about that incredible sword fight. Bisco could have very well been stabbed. A 5-star who's already reached the level of the Mind Sword. I have very high expectations for the next generation. For him to be able to do that at the end of a duel with an 8-star swordsman is already incredible. Jin's heart was now filled with gratitude for Luna's dedication from the past. That Mind Sword is still incomplete, but I achieved what I set out to do. The days of victory over the kin. The arduous training with my sister Luna has paid off. At first, I couldn't understand the method at all of that training, and I couldn't believe it would be this useful to me. Her teachings are still deeply ingrained in my subconscious. Don't open your eyes. Even though it only activates when I'm in a critical situation now, I can't lose my patience. The fact that I could face an 8-star swordsman is already amazing, even if it was a bit clumsy. Besides that, I also gained a lot from this banquet. I confirmed Veridin's identity within Zippel and gained something similar to a friendship with the heir of the Ice Palace. Furthermore, I discovered that Booba and Bisco know each other. Jin pondered thoughtfully. To himself, there are many possibilities behind the transformation case. I don't need to worry about it right now, so I'll gather some peripheral information first. The bouquet of pure white flowers arranged by Julie suddenly caught his attention. Of him. Flowers, she replied cheerfully. The heir of the Ice Palace left them when she came to visit you. Does she like me or something? Fearing Julie might misunderstand, Jin quickly explained, no, it's a legend of the Ice Palace. The meaning of these flowers is an endless battle. It seems she wants to continue our fight. Murakhan, in his cat form, as Butterfly, teased nonchalantly. Still, isn't this the first time a girl has given you flowers, right? That's a great achievement in itself. Don't you think so? Strawberry Pie Julie ignored his playful remarks. Anyway, young master, the patriarch has ordered you to see him after you wake up. Jin's eyes widened as he asked, Father? Meanwhile, Murakhan put on a pitiful, reproachful look. Strawberry Pie was expressionless as she continued seriously. I think it's time for you to prove your worth. Now. Faced with this important decision, he couldn't hide his excited expression. All right, it seems I'll be away from home for a while longer. Where is father? Without daring to delay, Jin immediately set off. He strode up to a burly man. Ken turned around and spoke coldly. You're here. It's been a long time since one of my children came to see me in such comfortable attire. With just one look, he had already seen through Jin's intentions. It seems you already know you'll be going away. He decisively emphasized that he intended to leave soon. Although Ken's expression remained completely unfazed, Jin secretly understood that he seemed intrigued. For some reason, after I regressed, father became much easier to read. Ken asked in a deep voice, Do you know where this is? He answered seriously. And clearly, it's the tomb, the place where those who have achieved great things for the family are permitted by the Garden of Swords to enter, and also where the family's heroes are buried. After hearing this, he nodded in satisfaction. Very good. In other words, the heroes of our clan rest there. This tomb has existed for thousands of years. Do you know anything about the first patriarch? Tamar Runcandel, he is not buried here. Jin politely received the information. Yes, I am also aware that his grave is not located within the Garden of Swords. Ken's voice explained slowly, the shadow power that you possess, just like he did, is the reason we cannot honor the first patriarch. After he passed away, we signed a humiliating treaty with the Zippel clan, stating that we would never use magic again, and along with that, we would not honor the ancestors who used it. As a consequence, the gods of the Zippel clan gathered and cast a curse on the Runcandel bloodline. That's why all Runcandels born after the first patriarch are unable to use magic. When you defeated the Tana brothers with your aura, I didn't ask how you obtained that power. Do you remember? Jin admitted frankly. Yes, I even lied and said I would use it for the clan's benefit. Kieran continued firmly. It's a good thing that you were young then. If that happened now, I would not have let it slide. Have you heard the voice of Solderet? He nodded to confirm with his father. He calls me his contractor, although in this life I have never heard him before. Chiron's cape fluttered majestically as he made a crucial decision on this important matter. Perhaps it would be unfair to your siblings. All right, can you use that power to surpass your siblings and take over this clan? Faced with the responsibility Chiron entrusted to him, Jin cleverly paved his own way. I will leave and travel the world. If I find nothing more valuable than Runcandel, then I will take over the clan. His intelligence made the man smile in satisfaction, but his tone remained as cold as ever. To be acknowledged, your siblings left the Garden of Swords to go out and gain experience and train, but you are leaving to find something more valuable than the clan. I'm not sure whether I should be proud or say you're arrogant. Kiran's voice hardened, sealing the decisive moment for Jin's fate. I will give you 5 years. During that time, you are free to discover your own values, then return with your answer. At that moment, he showed his gratitude with the sword Bradamante. Jin drew his blade, revealing his blazing sword will. He decisively swore an oath to Kiran. "Thank you for everything, father. I will return to see you in 5 years." Julie and Murakan were already waiting outside for Jin to emerge. "Have you finished speaking with the patriarch, my lord?" He suddenly noticed something strange about her. "I just need to leave." Julie was dressed in traveling clothes, carrying luggage in her hand, which made Jin astonished. The object peeking out from her wrist made him blurt out, "Is that?" Julie replied casually, "Oh, they say this thing blocks aura. I learned about it from listening to the old servants talk. It's a bit uncomfortable, because I suddenly can't use my power anymore. As servants, our reputation is built upon our masters, rather than our own achievements. So please don't make that face. This is for your sake." Young Master Jin seriously gave her a promise with all his honor. "Not just for the next 5 years, but I will always protect you." "Julie, I'm sorry." She bowed her head slightly and replied sincerely, "Please don't say that. Being able to follow you is more than enough for me, and I can get my power back after you pass your test." He stepped up beside Julie and said cheerfully, "All right, let's go." Before leaving, Jin glanced back to look at this place one last time. Bathed in sunlight, the Runcandel clan's castle stood imposing and majestic. His eyes blazed with immense determination. Asterisk, asterisk. 5 years later, it seems this is only the beginning. Jin led the way, with Julie and Murakan following behind. "Let's go." The strong wind blew his cape open. Along with his fierce conviction, Jin embarked on his colorful journey. Time to explore the world. Kiran, with his tall frame, stood in a dark corridor, lost in thought, with just a single sword. He gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist, pensively contemplating how he had reached the realm of a demigod, yet still failed to break the curse from the Zipful clan's ancestors. And at that moment, Ken thought of Sodet and an orb of darkness. The contract with Sodet and the shadow energy. Then he unconsciously recalled the image of Jin. Recalling the image of Jin, perhaps his youngest son was the clan's only hope. His eyes hardened with determination, his face holding a wry smile. That child might hold the power to bring freedom to the Runcandel clan. I'm very curious to see what the future holds for that kid. In a deep, dark forest, he and Julie were struggling to make their way through the dark woods. Jin led the way using fire magic to light the path, while she trudged behind carrying the luggage. Suddenly, Julie spoke up. "Young master, are you really okay with leaving without saying a single goodbye?" He didn't answer right away, just turned his head to look at her, puzzled, as she continued with a concerned tone. "The cadets in your squad and young Lady Luna will surely be very disappointed." Hearing this, Jin calmly explained, "Don't worry, after all. Luna herself is pretty easygoing. As for the cadets, they'll be sad, but it's not like we're never going to see them again, is it?" Then he imagined the soldiers raising their swords in a line to see him off and couldn't help but remark, "If I had told them, they probably would have formed a sword arch on both sides of the road for my departure." Julie chimed in, "That's right, they might have done even more than that." But then she pressed on, "So where are you planning to go now?" "From what I've heard, most of the other flag bearers choose Mammoth as their first destination." Julie tried to explain the benefits of Mammoth. "That's because defeating villains is the most effective way to become famous." But he seemed uninterested at the moment, replying dismissively, "Famous?" In Jin's mind at that moment, he thought of his sister Mary, before she became a Runcandel flag bearer. They had to venture out into the world and build a reputation from scratch to be acknowledged as a flag bearer. Furthermore, another condition was that they could not hope for any help from the clan. An image of a fierce and mighty Mary appeared, wielding a steel sword and carving a path of destruction. For example, Lady Mary defeated all the strongest individuals in the northern region of the continent and became famous with the title Berserker of the North, Wintry Mary, before she became a flag bearer. At that moment, he looked down at the shadow power flickering in his hand and couldn't help but scheme. Besides her, my other siblings all returned within about 6 months to 2 years, but father gave me a total of 5 years. There's only one reason he would do that. The flow of shadow energy swayed rhythmically with Jin's train of thought. Find everything you can about shadow energy, and then return. After a moment of thought, he finally announced his destination. "We're going to the Akin Kingdom first." Hearing the location, Julie was a little surprised and somewhat shocked. "Shocked? The Akin Kingdom? You mean the nation allied with the Letero Magic Association?" In the next moment, she shouted in bewilderment, "Isn't that the Zipful clan's territory? Why would you go there?" Jin turned back to her, explaining with a smile, "When I went to the Kanan ruins for a mission, I heard there was a large number of unregistered mages aggressively ruling over that land." He then pictured those mages and said with conviction, "It seems they're working with martial artists and causing a lot of trouble for the common people." Only then did July fully understand Jin's intention, exclaiming in admiration, "Ah, that's a great idea, young master." She stood behind him with an excited expression, saying confidently, "Back when I was a soldier, I loved dealing with those kinds of scumbags." I'm already getting excited, but Jin looked a bit dazed and embarrassed. "I've never actually heard of things like that. This is just information I know from my past life." He couldn't help but recall the image of a group of old men bidding to own a pitiful slave. All the unregistered mages and warriors were puppets of the dark clans known as the Tessing. What I'm really interested in are the underground auctions held by those guys. And he thought of their ledgers, thinking to himself, there are many items whose true value no one knows. I need to buy a few swordsmen and a ring. At that moment, July's small hands were busily counting the money pouch, carefully reporting to Jin. Young master, I don't think we can use the transfer gate to enter the Aken kingdom. Her face fell as she looked at the few coins in the pouch and said, according to the family rules, I can only carry 10 gold coins. And since you cannot reveal your Runcandel identity, I think we won't be able to receive any help. He turned around and replied, if we can get to the Rin Kingdom, this problem will be solved. July asked in confusion, the Rin Kingdom? But how can we? Jin immediately looked at Murakhan, who was perched on her shoulder, and said firmly, we can fly. He continued to urge him, what are you waiting for? Murakhan, transform. Jin's words took Murakhan by surprise, and he quickly replied, hey kid, are you serious? July spoke up hesitantly and cautiously. Young master, we can't do that. What if someone recognizes you? He said confidently. It's fine. We have to try it at least once. She quickly continued her warning. But if the clan finds out, but before July could finish, Murakhan jumped down, landing swiftly. Then, a black mist immediately enveloped the sky there. The whistling winds that came from the darkness were so strong they knocked over the surrounding trees. A huge, majestic black dragon appeared before the two of them. Murakhan spoke to them in a deep, gravelly voice. Hold on tight. She sighed helplessly as he said, to get to the Rin Kingdom by tomorrow, we'll have to fly very fast. In a corridor of the castle, Luna was strolling under the moonlight streaming in from outside. Suddenly, she stopped, an indescribable feeling running through her body as if she sensed something unusual. Then Luna turned her head to look outside, and through the glass, she saw the silhouette of a dragon flapping its wings in the quiet sky. Luna muttered in astonishment, could it be Jin? Watching the dragon fly away, she became even more certain. He's riding a dragon right after being named a provisional flag bearer. Luna's hand gently rested on the glass, where his silhouette had not yet disappeared. My goodness, he really is different, she said to herself with all the love she had for Jin, mixed with a hint of playful annoyance, leaving without even saying goodbye to his siblings. Both he and July were struggling to hold onto Murakhan's back, completely unaware that Luna had seen them. I hope you have good luck, my cold little brother. The scene changes to a forest with a pitch-black sky in the Rin Kingdom. Murakhan transformed back into a human. He transformed into a human and quickly supported Julie, who was throwing up violently at the base of a tree. He anxiously asked, Strawberry Pie, are you okay? All she could do was mumble, ugh, my stomach. Seeing this, Murakhan immediately turned and furiously yelled, placing the blame on Jin. Hey kid, Strawberry Pie got scared because of you, see? Jin nonchalantly replied, how is it my fault? It's because you fly so weirdly. Murakhan immediately yelled back, you told me to fly. Then he hurriedly turned back to look at Julie. Hey, Strawberry Pie. Murakhan gently took care of her. All right, take it slow. Take a deep breath. That's right, lean on me, let's keep going. Seeing this, Jin was rendered speechless and helpless, looking at the gentle way he was caressing Julie. Jin couldn't help but think what a strange dragon he was. I need to get into the city right away. However, Jin was met with a firm refusal. No can do, kid. I'll take care of Strawberry Pie, you go quickly, and get some money. Jin had no choice but to put on his cloak and go alone, not forgetting to warn Murakhan as he left. You just stay put there, and don't cause any more trouble. The night sky was brightly lit by the moon in the center of the Din Kingdom's capital, the Vin family mansion. A young man named Sember sat alone by a pond, gloomily muttering to himself, young Master Jin. He looked up at the moon and sighed. A banquet was held for him, but I only found out after it was over. Sember recalled the time Jin had saved him and reminded himself, even if it was just a mission, he still saved my life. The image of him sincerely bowing to Jin flashed in his mind. I want to see him again to thank him for saving my life. If you ever need help, please let me know. Jin had indifferently replied, okay. At that moment, in the bushes, next to Sember, the figure of Jin in a full black cloak appeared very cautiously. The person he'd been hoping to see appeared behind him, but Sember was completely unaware, still asking himself, when will I get to see him again and repay my debt? Suddenly, Jin spoke, breaking the silence. Hey, Sember. Sember unconsciously turned and replied, yes? But as he turned to ask who it was, Jin grabbed him from behind. Caught by surprise, he panicked and yelled loudly. Ah! Jin quickly covered Sember's mouth, reassuring him. Calm down, Sember. Only then did Sember get a clear look at his face as Jin gestured for silence and slowly explained, it's me, Jin. I'm the one who saved you from those Kinzello guys. Seeing that Sember had calmed down, Jin released his hand, letting him speak. But, Master Jin, why are you here? Jin answered frankly, you told me to come find you when I needed help. You remember, don't you? Sember replied joyfully, of course, I remember. How could I ever forget your kindness? If it weren't for you, Master Jin, I probably would have. But before he could finish, Jin cut him off. All right, that's good. I'll wait here then, Jin said with a serious, cold expression. Bring me some gold and money. Hearing this, Sember's eyes widened in shock. His mouth moved, but no words came out, and he collapsed onto the ground, staring at Jin in utter disbelief. The rules stated that as provisional flag bearers, they had to conceal their identities because they needed to build their reputation solely through their mastery of swordsmanship without any assistance from their clan. It was a given that the Runcandel children would be dirt poor for the first 1 or 2 months because they had never been taught how to make a living. Therefore, until they could earn prize money from hunting down criminals or making a living as mercenaries, they're forced to experience poverty. But it's different for us. The 3 of them are enjoying a lavish meal with grilled meat, seafood, and wine. The scene changes to Julie resting her chin on her hand, smiling in satisfaction. The food in the Jian Kingdom isn't too bad, is it? The 3 of them then take a leisurely stroll through the city. She cheerfully chatted, I was prepared to tighten my belt for a few days like the other participants, but the start was so smooth. It's all thanks to that day. Young Master Murakhan burst out laughing. Hey, beard cake, he began to recount. Yesterday, you just asked Jin, isn't this blackmail? Young Master, your tune changed quickly. Julie awkwardly tried to explain, that's because. He just smiled faintly. It's not blackmail. Jin continued, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Now you can repay your debt to me in cash. He was reminiscing. I only needed to take a little, but he was so panicked and kept insisting. Please take it all. It's my honor to help you. Jin turned to ask, by the way, Murakhan, are you sure you didn't eat too much? He was stunned that Jin remembered the past incident, who then explained, we're about to open a teleportation gate. What if you throw up again like last time? Murakhan clenched his fist, his voice low and threatening. Shut up. Even if I do throw up, eating until my stomach is full is the instinct of a dragon like me. Jin sighed, clearly losing his patience. Instinct, my ass. If it weren't for me, you'd have been starving for days. Hearing that, he retorted boldly. If you don't want to see me throwing up, then just ride me. Why are you so insistent on using a teleportation gate? She chimed in softly, her eyes teasing. I guess someone's just trying to hide their dragon-riding sickness. Murakhan's defensive voice rang out. Hey, beard cake, that's not what I meant. I wasn't talking about you. The 3 of them walked together through the town. Jin became thoughtful for a moment. I was worried about Julie, but it seems the real problem lies elsewhere. He mentioned their upcoming destination. The place we're heading to is the Aiken Kingdom, a member of the Lutero Magic Federation, which is controlled by the Jipo clan. Jin explained in a serious tone. About 80% of all active dragons are on the side of the Jipo clan's faction. That's why we can't just fly here. We shouldn't provoke them when we aren't ready. And without the permission of the Jipo clan, flying into the territory they control is the same as declaring war. Murakhan retorted, no longer with his usual nonchalant attitude. What are you afraid of? More than half of those dragons would tremble in fear and back down at the sound of my name. He transformed into a cat, shook his head, and said slowly, everything is different now. No one flies around showing off their wings in the sky anymore. Hopefully, one day, the world will become a better, more livable place. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin frowned and warned him. I told you not to transform randomly in the middle of the street. The Jipo clan currently maintains its power thanks to the dragons. The gods who created the dragons and a number of Jipo clan members have signed contracts with those gods. In other words, it's very difficult for the Runcandel clan to deal with them now. If father weren't here, the Jipo clan would have probably torn Runcandel apart long ago. He suddenly stopped, remembering something important. Wait a minute, thinking back on it now. How did they manage to gather so many contractors? Is it even possible to gather that many in a single generation? This can't be a simple coincidence. After a while, they finally arrived at the teleportation station. A guard on duty stepped forward sternly. Please state your identity. Jin stopped in his tracks, realizing they had arrived. He presented 2 passports. I am Jin and this is July. We've come to the Aiken Kingdom as tourists. The guard took the passports and examined them closely. He remained silent, his eyes scrutinizing every detail. They easily passed through the checkpoint. As he was about to sit down, an announcement echoed from a speaker. This is an announcement for all passengers. Jin and July sat silently and waited. We will begin teleportation to the Aiken Kingdom in a few moments. It's possible that you esteemed passengers may experience side effects from the teleportation, such as headaches or delirium, so please remain in your most comfortable seated position. She turned to him. As expected from the identification cards made by the clan, we passed through without any trouble. Jin nodded, his expression calm as if it was no big deal. Of course, the person who gave them to me said these cards are so authentic they could even fool Vermont's special forces. Right after that, the announcer's voice returned, "Thank you for your patience. Teleportation will now begin." A few moments later, the teleportation process began. The one suffering the most here was none other than Murakan. Jin looked up, his gaze cold yet attentive. The Akin Kingdom. From his past life, memories flooded his mind, but it had already been 15 years. When Jin opened his eyes, an announcement was made. "We have arrived. Welcome to the Akin Kingdom, part of the Lutero Magic Federation." Jin stood silently without a word, his gaze calm but deep. He recalled that before his regression, he had spent the final years of his life in the imperial capital of the Akin Kingdom. A long time had passed since his previous life, but the scenery hadn't changed all that much. A heavy atmosphere permeated the air as the camera panned across dark alleys where you could see beggars and homeless people everywhere. The streets were crowded, and the people walking by had grim expressions. July leaned in close and whispered, "This city is strangely gloomy, even though the weather is so nice today, isn't it, young master?" He didn't answer immediately, instead glancing around. "It's all because of the tyrannical rule of these damn leeches. I remember hearing how terrible the current Dark Age is." Jin then gave an order. "For now, first let's find an inn. We can search for our destination afterward." Her voice was soft but clear in response, "Yes, young master." After a while, the three of them arrived at a shabby inn on the outskirts of the central district. Murakan stopped in his tracks when he saw the place and said irritably, "Hey kid, are we really staying in a hovel like this?" Immediately, July, who was standing nearby, turned and said gently, "The young master must have his reasons, Sir Murakan." He was extremely annoyed and grumbled, "Ugh, we can afford better, so why are we staying in a place like this?" Standing before the old wooden door, he said calmly, "I'm sure that would be just great, wouldn't it? Flaunting our wealth in a city teeming with criminals and illegal immigrant mages like this one." Murakan gritted his teeth and growled, "And that's why we have to stay in a garbage heap that even toads would reject?" Ignoring the complaint, Jin said casually, "Say what you will, I'm going in," leaving the sarcastic Murakan behind him. The sound of his steady footsteps echoed on the wooden floor. In the dim light, a man was dozing off in a chair. Jin's cold voice rang out, "Are you the innkeeper?" The man jolted awake, his eyes still groggy behind his shiny glasses, drooling. "Huh?" The innkeeper was startled awake, raising his head. "Guests?" He looked over at the three of them, sizing them up. A pursuer, a rookie swordsman, and the beautiful girl standing with them. "Is she a maid?" The innkeeper gave a wicked, suggestive smile. He brought out a tray of drinks for the three of them. With a sly smile, the innkeeper said, "Welcome to Z's Inn. We have plenty of vacant rooms." A shimmering golden drink was presented to the group. "Please, this is our inn's famous orange juice. Take a glass and then choose any room you like." Murakan took a glass, his eyes suspicious, but his expression remained cold. Meanwhile, Z was gloating to himself, "That's right, drink up. When you wake up after drinking that, your lives will enter a new chapter." In the underground auction house beneath this inn, Murakan's eyes widened, clearly having noticed something unusual. Z was lost in his fantasy when Murakan threw the drink straight into his face, shattering his daydream. Has this lowly insect lost his damn mind? Z with the round glasses stared wide-eyed, liquid dripping down his face. What's the meaning of this? Before he could even recover, he was intimidated by Murakan's terrifying aura. He lunged like a phantom, his cloak billowing and his killing intent flaring, and in the blink of an eye, his fist came flying down. July was surprised, while Jean even poured out his drink, showing they had no trust in this hospitality. Z stammered in fear. "It's poison." "What do you mean?" Murakan replied coldly. "Right here, right now." He stood tall, declaring it like a death sentence. "You're going to die." Z looked up, trembling, completely overwhelmed by Murakan's power. He clutched his cheek in pain and begged, "Please, wait, let's negotiate." But Murakan coldly raised his foot. With furious eyes, he decisively stomped down hard and yelled, "Negotiate my ass." Jin stood to the side, watching the scene and whispered to himself, "Z, an information broker in the Empire like him, claimed to be someone I owed a debt to in my past life." He suddenly recalled an old memory. The reason someone as weak and rootless as myself, exiled from my clan, could settle down here in Aki was all thanks to Z's help. That's why he and I became close, but it wasn't for any good reason. He tricked me under the pretext of introducing me to an underground auction house and took everything I had, except for the clothes on my back. That memory surfaced, making him rub his brow in irritation. Just thinking about it was annoying. Jin watched Murakan beat up Z and thought, but this time, in this life, it's different. It's my turn to use you, you bastard. The relentless beating made Z scream in pain while clutching his head. "If you keep hitting me like this, I won't let you get away with it," he roared in anger. "But I'm a 5-star. Yet Murakan just ruthlessly punched him in the face again, yelling, "Who cares? As the blows continued to rain down, Z quickly begged for mercy. I was wrong, but it wasn't poison. It was a sleeping potion. Murakami was too enraged to listen to him now. Not that it made a difference, but Jin, on the sidelines, suddenly thought this should be enough. He quickly spoke up. Murakami, stop. Let's hear what he has to say. Murakami angrily yelled back, why should I listen to a word from someone who tried to drug us? Z reached his hand out towards Jin as if begging for his life. Please, sir, save me. I will atone for my mistake. But before he could finish, Murakami cut him off, shouting, Shut up, don't you dare open your mouth unless you want a beating. Jin calmly sat down on a nearby chair and began to speak. I'm going to ask you a few simple questions, you scumbag. If you lie, you're dead. If you tell the truth, you get to live. He continued, his voice ice cold. I will be judging your answers subjectively, based on my feelings and intuition. Got it? Z immediately answered with a loud yes. Only then did Murakami let him go, grumbling. All right, do as you wish. Jin started asking, okay, what do you do? He replied, trembling, my name is Z. I'm an innkeeper and an information broker. And Z, with his head down, tremblingly admitted, I'm also a con artist. I even deal in human trafficking. Hearing this, Murakami couldn't contain his anger and exclaimed, Good God. Z immediately dropped to his knees and begged, If you spare me, I can be very useful to you. I know a lot about this city. Please trust me. He spoke coldly. It seems the reason you drugged us was to sell us off somewhere. At this point, the man had to admit it. Yes, I'm sorry. Without a word, Jin slowly approached, placed his foot on Z's hand and asked, Where? The man looked up, bewildered. What? Without another word, Jin coldly stomped down hard. He screamed in agony, then quickly answered that it was the testing underground auction house. Jin pressed his foot down harder while saying in a low voice, More details. Z immediately spilled everything, his voice trembling. Testing is a dark organization that runs auctions for slaves, forbidden potions, stolen items, and even artifacts. They have everything there. Jin thought to himself resignedly, so it's finally time for the testing underground auction house. Jin said quietly, All right, you'll be safe tonight, but you know what to do next, don't you? He hurriedly nodded. Of course, my lord. Thank you. Thank you. Behind them, Murakami asked irritably, Kid, are you really going to waste medicine on a guy like him? Julie chimed in as well. That's right, young master. If you let him go, be careful, he'll just trick us again. Suddenly, Jin said, A dark organization and an underground auction house. He then spoke, What could be more fun than exploring places like that? We can see how he acts and deal with him then. It won't be too late. Murakami responded doubtfully. Jin turned to leave, saying, Besides, we need a guide in Ain anyway, so let's use him. Then he added, First, we need to go find his sister. Hearing this, Murakami just watched him silently without another word. After stepping out of the room, Jin heaved a sigh and said wearily, Pretending not to know anything when I already know everything is so exhausting. But I can't reveal that I'm a regressor, so I'll just have to endure it. A while later, as night fell and darkness covered the city, the doctor slowly emerged and said, It's best that he rests until his bones are healed. Before leaving, he told Julie, Well then, please call me if you need anything. In the room, Z stared at his bruised face in the mirror and said, Turns out it was someone from the Luttero magic department. To think a random person they picked up off the street is a talented healer. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, Damn it, these lunatics beat me up only to heal me afterward. Suddenly, he became suspicious and wondered, Who the hell are these people? It doesn't matter if they're the heir to a great martial arts clan or an ace from some special law enforcement. If I betray them, I'm dead. Nearby, Jin suddenly stood up and said, Well then, let's go. This statement left Z completely bewildered. Jin said coldly, We're going to the auction house, underground. A moment later, at the underground auction house, two gatekeepers saw a familiar figure approaching. One of them immediately spoke up, Hey Z, why'd you bring so many people today? The man asked curiously. Are they merchandise? But Z scowled and snapped, Stop your rambling and open the door. They're my guests. Finally, Jin's group was able to smoothly step inside. The heavy, thick door of the underground auction room slowly opened. Everyone immediately entered with a cautious attitude. The light emanating from within made Jin highly vigilant. The scene before them was magnificent, extravagant, and full of danger. The participants of the auction were all equipped with a mysterious mask, completely concealing their identities. Looking at the orchestra playing up front, Murakami chuckled. How amusing. He jutted his chin towards the people in the hall and said mockingly, Having a whole orchestra here, for a place run by thugs, it's a bit much. Just then, Z suddenly took out masks and said, Everyone thinks the leader of testing is Sank, but the real leader is someone else. Murakami frowned, annoyed. Z smiled and said, If you want to enter the auction house, Everyone please wear these, it's better to cover your faces. As Jin put on his mask, he asked, so who is the real leader? Z replied quietly. He's a guy called Alu the Spider Legs. His eyes darted around as he said, this place is decorated according to his tastes, but the truth is, he just wants to hide his lack of education. At this point, Z suddenly fell silent. Jin said coldly, keep talking. Z lowered his head and said in a low voice, to a small fry like me, Alu is on another level. Not only can he quell the riots in those dirty streets, but he's also a 7-star martial artist. He leaned in closer to Jin and whispered, it's rumored that he has connections with the Kanan clan from across the sea. Hearing this name, Jin had to immediately ask, the Rankanan? Murakhan sighed and told the kid, just ignore him. Do you really think they associate with low-life thugs like these? July also hurried forward and whispered, I agree, young master. I've thought about it over and over, but I still can't remember anyone like that. Jin remained silent, but he knew that wasn't true. He thought to himself, the bastard who put a curse on me so I can't even swing a sword. If it's related to the Magic Bureau, it could very well be him. That curse has been giving me a constant headache. A 9-star curse that I can't dispel. I don't think any mage belonging to Tessing could cast such a high-level curse, but in the 10 years at the Thunder Arena and 5 years at the Sword Garden, I still haven't found the answer in those 15 years total. He turned to look at the two of them and with determination thought to himself, I have to at least grasp some kind of clue. Then Jin spoke up, we came here with the purpose of finding out everything we can about that guy Alu's identity. His resolute voice rang out, a lead that was definitely worth investigating. In a dark tunnel, Murakhan irritably took off his mask, his gruff voice asking, so, what's the plan? Is it something like wiping out all the thugs on the very first day? July said in a low voice, the shadow guards we saw on the way all seem to be elites, and some of them look like unregistered mages. I don't think it would be a wise decision to launch a surprise attack in the heart of the enemy's territory. Jin calmly spoke up. There's nothing to worry about. I have a plan. The two of them asked in confusion, a plan? Suddenly, he turned around, his voice low but firm as he said, everyone, listen carefully. After hearing the plan, Murakhan snorted and said, how childish. He irritably scratched his head and muttered, sometimes I really wonder what's going on in that head of yours. How do you even come up with this stuff? Julie covered her mouth, looking surprised. She was a bit taken aback. But can you really pull that off as a member of the Runcandel family? Jin replied decisively, don't worry. We can always escape if an unsolvable problem arises. Murakhan and Julie just hummed softly in response. As they neared the end of the path, Zep stopped and said, excuse me, my lord, we've arrived. I've chosen a rather discreet spot for you. He slowly pulled back the curtain in front of them and gestured. Come, welcome. Zep led them into a deeply hidden room. The air was gloomy but sparkling with the vibrant lights of the Testing underground auction house. Just then, the announcer's voice rang out, full of excitement. We will bring out the next item right now. The man enthusiastically introduced. It doesn't matter where we got them or why they are here. He grinned brightly, his voice full of passion. Our first item is something you can use however you wish without a second thought. It is a slave. He waved his hand toward a group of chained people being dragged onto the stage. They are in very healthy condition today. Just look at the one at the end of the line. He looks very strong. Seeing this, Jin immediately asked, were you planning to sell us like them? Zep, flustered, replied, I was ignorant. Please forgive me, my lord. He silently observed the group of people being dragged onto the stage in chains. Slaves. I suppose I should be glad there are no children among them, at least. Murakhan, beside him, leaned over and called out, hey kid, what do we do now? Jin said calmly, we wait. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. I heard that sometimes, some rather useful items are put up for auction. If something valuable comes up, I'll try bidding on it. After that, we'll start looking for a way to act. Jin thought to himself, I only just came up with this plan. If my intelligence is correct, that item is probably just gathering dust in a warehouse. Can I steal it after the plan is executed? At that moment, the announcer's excited voice said, all right, next. And so, right now, he excitedly announced, the auction officially begins. Jin, sitting silently in a dark corner, said, now we just need to be patient and wait. 1 week later, the auction house was as bustling as ever. The announcer enthusiastically shouted, 130. We have 130. Can we get 140? At this moment, Zep suddenly whispered, my lord. He said in a low voice, you've only been sitting around and watching for the past week. Down below, the crowd had started raising their paddles for 50, 70. He spoke worriedly in a hushed tone, if you still don't buy anything today, the auction house testing might start to cause you trouble. Jin, unconcerned, replied coldly, aren't you also bothering me? Zep turned pale and answered awkwardly, of course, my lord. Please, do whatever you wish, my lord. But inside, he was screaming curses at the damn kid. Do something. You damn brat. At this rate, you'll soon be kicked out of here, even if I have some connections with the auction house. Buy something, anything, before I lose all my patience. Just then, the announcer presented the next item. The next auction item. Next up, it's our first magic book of the day. He cheerfully introduced, this is the grimoire of Matthew Wyack, the mage who once dominated the entire continent. We haven't been able to decipher it yet, but I'm certain there's a spell of incredible power recorded within. A clear voice rang out. 80. The host didn't miss a beat. We have our first bid. Do I hear a higher offer? Hearing him introduce the book made Jin frown and silently correct him. It's not Matthew Goniac, it's Matthew Moniac, you idiot. He was exasperated and muttered to himself. Besides, all of Moniac's grimoires are managed by the JP family, so there's no way this book is authentic. It had been a week since he came to this trial auction house, and it was so boring, there wasn't a single thing of value at all. Jin looked at the host and sneered, as the auctioneer kept spouting nonsense. Just then he suddenly exclaimed with extreme excitement, this is our next item. He squinted his eyes, tiredly muttering. Those foolish mages were completely entranced by that fake spellbook, the host said cryptically. The author of this grimoire is Jenny, and the starting bid is 50 gold coins. At this moment, Jin quietly observed and thought to himself, there are a few grimoires like this. They aren't famous, but are a lot like playing the lottery. If you're lucky, you get something good, but if not... As this item was presented, people immediately raised their paddles. 60, 70, 80. Suddenly, Murakami patted his shoulder and said, hey kid, you should buy it. If that book is really by the Jenny that I know, it'll be a huge bargain. Just then, a number was called out that slightly surprised the host. He said in astonishment, 150. Is there anyone with a higher bid? The crowd below immediately started chattering. Is he planning to buy it for that price? He must be the young master of some wealthy family. Jin couldn't help but wonder. A grimoire recommended by the Black Dragon Murakami? Finally, the sound of the gavel came down decisively. Then 150, sold. The man next to him grumbled angrily. Why is that thing here? He glanced over, feeling a bit curious. Why? Let's see what's so interesting about that spellbook. Just then, the next item was brought out. The grimoire up next was written by HEIR. It's a grimoire by HEIR. A wave of whispers immediately rose from the crowd. Hi Esther, who's that? First Jemmy, and now this, nothing but unknowns. While they were still chattering, he raised his paddle again. An extremely high number was called out. The host repeated excitedly, 200. 200 for the opening bid. The crowd on the floor was stunned. 200. Who is that guy? Why does he keep bidding on such strange items? Murakami couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, hey kid, what is that thing that you'd bid 200 right off the bat? Do you know this book? Jin replied calmly, I just thought it would be better to buy one more grimoire. But inwardly, he was secretly pleased. To think I'd find it in a place like this. He suddenly recalled a memory from his past life. My master from my past life, her family, the High Esther. I heard her family had fallen hundreds of years ago. I never thought I'd find a trace of them here. And in the end, the item once again went to Jin. So, sold for 200 gold for the Book of High Esther. He thought to himself, I'll give it to give her as a gift if he ever saw her again. Finally, Jin slightly removed his mask and said, all right, it's time to make our move. Let's go. At the end of the auction, the two books were brought before him. Murakami immediately opened one to check it out. He said cheerfully, we hit the jackpot. This really is the Jenny I was thinking of, but what's this that comes with it? It was a strange line of ancient script, incredibly complex. He glanced at it and thought to himself, of course, the only ones who can decipher that ancient language are me and my master. Z walked over, his face bright with relief as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. I'm so glad. You finally decided to purchase some items. If you hadn't bought anything by today, it would have looked really bad. Suddenly, Jin called out to Z. He answered blankly, yes sir. Jin calmly stated, I'm going to meet Spider-Hand Alu. This statement sent Z into a complete panic. What? But sir, you can't do that, even if you are my client. Jin casually patted his shoulder and said, then just relay a message to Alu for me. He leaned in close to Z and commanded in a cold voice for him to tell Alu that Veridin Zippel was here to see him. The man froze as if he'd been struck by lightning, all the life instantly draining from his body. Z scrambled to obey. On his way to report to Alu, he cursed inwardly. Damn it. But then, his face lit up with excitement. That kid isn't from the Vermont Special Forces, he's a pure-blooded member of the Zippel clan. Z thought gleefully. Great. Now, if I can ride the coattails of the Zippel clan's reputation, I can finally get out of this hellhole. He ran quickly and burst through the door, shouting, Get Alu out here! Now! Veridin Zippel is looking for him. But the crowd before him made him stop in his tracks in shock. What the hell? Why are there so many people? In front of Z was a group of menacing men. every single one radiating a murderous aura as they stared at him. A moment later, a man slowly approached Jin. He squinted and asked, "You're Veridon?" Z, clutching his bruised cheek, trailed behind the men in black. The largest man among them looked at the boy and said, "The boss wants to see you." However, Jin suddenly stepped forward and punched the man square in the face. He furiously lunged forward. "Are you bastards messing with me?" Jin gave the man a cold stare, raising a fireball in his hand as he asked, "Hey, are you Alu?" The terrified man in black retorted, "No, sir. The boss, Sir Alu, sent us to escort the three of you to meet him." The moment he finished speaking, Jin launched the fireball in his hand, and the flames engulfed the entire area. Jin said furiously, "I already revealed my identity, and he dares to just send his lackeys? Let me say it again." With eyes full of killing intent, the boy said in a chilling voice, "Tell him to come here and see me himself," crawling on all fours to my feet. A moment later, a firm hand slammed down onto the cold stone floor. The man, Alu, hastily kowtowed and shouted, "I prostrate myself before you. My name is Alu, and I am the manager of this testing auction house." He quickly apologized. "I failed to recognize you, sir. Please, forgive me." Z, weakly standing to the side, thought to himself, "If anyone else had claimed to be Veridon, I would have died laughing, but not this kid." His cunning eyes glanced up at Jin. The boy's aura was on a completely different level. He just used a fireball spell, which is a mana skill of the 5-star level. His face lit up with excitement. To be able to use 5-star magic at his age is something that would be nearly impossible for anyone outside of the Zippel clan. A week earlier, in the tunnel leading to the auction, Jin had casually announced, "I'm going to pretend to be Veradon." Murakan had exclaimed in shock, "What?" And Julie had been worried too. Said worriedly, "Young master, even if that guy Alu has connections with the Zippel clan, there's no way he can tell the real from the fake." He calmly interrupted, "We'll make a preemptive strike." When he's scared, his judgment won't be as sharp as usual. She was still uneasy, thinking worriedly, "No, young master, the issue isn't whether you'll be discovered." July couldn't help but feel scared. If the clan or the patriarch were to find out about this in the future, there would be serious consequences. Back in the present, Jin coldly told him to stand up. Alu immediately jumped to his feet. "Yes, sir." He took out the 2 books he had just bought, telling him to take a look and asking what he thought they were. The man bowed his head, his voice trembling as he replied, "Magic books. I'm sorry. I apologize for taking those ancient magic books without the Zippel clan's permission." Jin spoke in a cold voice. "These 2 magic books I'm holding are highly treasured by the Zippel clan." He continued, his voice laced with danger. "How much money have you made from them?" Alu immediately explained, "Lord Veridon, I sincerely apologize, but I'm just a martial artist. It's my fault for not recognizing the value of these magic books." "I'm sorry, sir," the man fearfully assured. "I will do my utmost to retrieve all of those books, so please give us a chance." Jin suddenly tapped the 2 books against Alu. "Do you think it's better for someone like you to retrieve them than for me to go get them myself?" His eyes turned cold as he commanded the man, "Shut your mouth and give me the list of customers who bought those books and the prices they paid for them." His next words made Alu freeze. "My clan will begin its investigation tomorrow." The man froze, a single thought echoing in his mind. "It's over." Alu thought in despair. In the Aken Kingdom, no matter how hard testing tried, compared to the Zippel clan, they were nothing but a group of petty thugs. If the investigation uncovered anything that displeased the Zippel clan, it would be the end of testing. A few minutes later, Jin was casually reviewing the ledgers Alu had provided. The man reported formally, "Those are all the people who attended the auction, Lord Veridon." He asked coldly, "Is there anyone else?" Alu bowed his head and answered, "Yes, but they are all under strict guard in the warehouse." The man bowed lower, his tone careful. "That's also the staff's living quarters. If you'll permit me to step out for a bit, I can bring them here right away. It will probably take about 2 hours, so if you—" Suddenly, Jin cut him off coldly. "What the hell are you talking about?" He spoke calmly, each word feeling like it was strangling. "Alu, you'd just go and destroy important documents, wouldn't you? Don't think I'm sitting here unable to guess what you're up to. Be careful how you handle things." Then Jin casually ordered, "Fine, go if you want, but make sure to investigate all the remaining people." Those words made the man tremble. He warned in a low voice, "Don't forget that you are still under my control." Alu gritted his teeth, hiding his anger, then immediately turned to leave. "Yes, I understand. I'll be back soon." He instructed his subordinate, "While I'm away, show him around the warehouse for his inspection." The subordinates immediately replied, "Understood." As he passed a nearby subordinate, Alu whispered, "Don't take him out of in the mansion until I return." The man replied nervously, "Understood." He walked quickly through the hallway, his fists clenched tightly, cursing endlessly in his mind. "That bastard. Just you wait. You think you can control everything that's going on?" His eyes had turned completely red from suppressing his anger. "Damn it. I've already spent a ton of money on the people of the Zipol clan. Do I really have to buy back those magic books now? No way. Meanwhile, in the room, Murakami was tearing the place apart, telling Jin to take whatever he wanted. Julie asked worriedly if it was really okay to do this. He replied nonchalantly, his voice dismissive. It's fine. We should just take whatever we think is necessary, that's all. Murakami angrily threw books everywhere, not caring when one hit the other guy's subordinate in the head. Damn it, this is all just trash. He turned and whispered to Jin, Hey kid, about that guy, Lu. When he gets back, he's definitely going to realize you're an imposter. What are you going to do then? The boy asked indifferently. What do you mean? Jin said nonchalantly. We'll just pick what we can take and get out of here before Lu returns. Just then, an item caught his eye. Jin gently opened the box, and seeing the gleaming ring inside, he rejoiced silently. Found it. Jin looked at it with a satisfied smile. In the corner of the room, Julie held a diamond necklace and said softly, Young master, are we going to keep doing reckless things like this? I don't feel good about this. He replied casually, I'll take that as a compliment. Just then, Z suddenly rushed in. Sir, I've arrived. He handed the boy a stack of papers and said respectfully, Here is all the information on the slaves you requested. I also wrote down their nationalities and ages. Jin praised him indifferently. All right, good work. Just as he was about to step out of the room, he was suddenly blocked. That's enough for now, the subordinate said sternly. When the boss returns, he will give you all the auction house's ledgers. He continued coldly. Until then, please remain in the mansion. But before he could finish his sentence, Jin struck him down. The surprise attack left the subordinate with no time to react, and he could only take the full force of the blow. Seeing the large subordinate collapse before his eyes, Z called out tremblingly, Young master. He was terrified but still didn't forget to praise him. You're amazing. Not a single wasted movement. But inside, he couldn't help but panic and fear. What? Why did he just knock out Lu's subordinate like that? Jin suddenly turned and asked directly, Z, do you have a family? He answered naively, Yes, I have a younger brother. The boy nodded and said, Take the kid with you and run, preferably to Kingdom B. The statement left Z completely stunned. Ignoring his bewildered expression, Jin continued, Give my letter of introduction to the leaders there and tell them everything you know about this auction house. It's the only way for you to survive. Z trembled, but his face was resolute. No, I will stand by your side until the very end. But in his heart, he was screaming. No, I've finally gotten a golden opportunity like this. He pleaded with determination, Please allow me to fight by your side for the rest of my life. He thought to himself, If I want to succeed, I have to seize this chance. Suddenly, Jin spoke up, Sorry, but... He said it as casually as if it were nothing important. I'm not Veridin Zipol. This completely shattered Z's earlier momentum. What, then? 2 hours later, a subordinate quietly reported to Lu. As he stood in the ransacked room, he was told that they had just investigated Veridin. He looked at a subordinate who had been knocked out in the room, saying that Veridin has long, white hair, completely different from the imposter. Boss Lu growled in fury. The terrified subordinate reported that they had taken the documents containing information on the slaves and other clients from the auction house. Before they escaped, they left a message. The testing is over. He ordered his men to go after them. The subordinate asked in confusion, What, sir? But suddenly, Lu angrily raised his massive hand and crushed the man's face, venting his fury. The blow sent the man flying in agony, and he collapsed on the spot. Lu roared in rage. Send everyone after them, and bring those damn scammers back here. His eyes were completely bloodshot. With rage, he roared, I'll kill every last one of them with my own 2 hands. The scene changes. In front of a campfire, a hand reached out as a voice rang out. Hey kid, is this why you were snooping around this area? I don't think we gained anything from provoking Lu. We need to monitor whether he's in contact with the Van Dan Kanan family. Murakami, sitting across from the other 2, spoke up thoughtfully. All right, I guess we can just consider. He did a farewell greeting before we leave. Jin listened in silence, looking down at the analysis. After all, he did give you the grimoire, and even threw in a masterpiece. I was shocked when I saw you carrying that thing out of the auction house. How did you even know about such ancient artifacts and still go for it? In the sky, a blazing crimson moon shone down, when suddenly a loud voice interrupted their conversation. Over there. They're hiding over there, informed the boss. Jin glanced toward the commotion with annoyance. What a noisy bunch. Then he slowly stood up. Well then, shall we get some fresh air? Lu's face was dark with popping veins as he panted heavily. Found you. The 2 were now face to face. Lu unleashed all his pent-up rage at once. You scheming bastards, how dare you? Did you think you could just trick me and get away with it? His eyes bulged as his mouth boomed. Open. I'll hang you up for all to see as an example. I'll show you what happens when you mess with the master of the testing underground auction house, me, Lu the Spider-Hand. A voice from across the way quickly cut through his meaningless tirade. The ledger containing the names of the slaves kidnapped from B is already in my possession. Jin calmly reached into his cloak, searching for something. The transaction records for the grimoires that the JP family is looking for. This is the list of clients who made shady deals with you. He flicked his hand forcefully, sending a pile of papers flying forward. I've already distributed them all. By tomorrow, the entire continent will have its eyes on you. These magic letters are quite convenient, aren't they? Jin said with a provocative smirk. To be perfectly honest, you're a dead man, Alu. Driven mad with rage, Alu screamed as drool dripped from his mouth. You damn brat. I won't give you an easy death. I'll keep you barely alive. I'll torture you, and every time you pass out, from the pain, I'll jolt you awake with flames. Jin, unconcerned, spoke softly. Murakhan. Murakhan stood with both hands in his pockets, stared blankly at Jin. Damn. The boy calmly made his request. I want to duel this Alu guy. Murakhan looked on indulgently, sighed, then cracked his neck and let out a few casual laughs. He strode forward majestically, as the wind gathered from nowhere, carrying an overwhelming presence. What a pain. Over on the other side, Alu, still oblivious to the situation, was still screaming furiously. You bastard, you think you can take us on all by yourself? Don't just stand there. Attack. A group of mages in the group heard the order and immediately rushed to chant their attack spells. Following his shouted commands, the vanguard stomped forward powerfully. Bring me that brat alive and kill all the rest. The entire group, wielding their swords and weapons, charged forward aggressively, heading straight for Murakhan. One of the vanguard attackers managed to get close to him. He roared as he swung his sword down hard. Murakhan just slowly raised his hand, cupping it palm down. In the blink of an eye, he swung his hand at the man, decapitating him. With immeasurable power, a mere flick of his hand sent the body flying into a cloud of dust. Without hesitation, they continued to take turns charging forward with their weapons. The next group suddenly froze, their eyes widening in astonishment. Murakhan simply stood still, his expression unreadable, as he effortlessly blocked two men by spreading his arms. One after another, came the painful thuds of bodies hitting the ground as he single-handedly took on the entire group. Murakhan's eyes blazed, his face contorted with such anger that veins bulged on his temples. He unleashed his power, and the ground beneath his feet couldn't bear it, starting to sink and crumble. Murakhan shot forward in a straight line, clearing away anyone who stood in his path, his magical power so immense that it sent the entire crowd flying. He was incredibly fast, punching everyone he reached. Anyone who got in his way got a fist to the face. Murakhan moved too fast for anyone to see and defend against, his overwhelming power knocking the crowd back with a single strike. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, his fierce eyes burning with the will to fight, then charged into the crowd, causing a massive shockwave. Loud booms echoed one after another as the carnage approached. The mages in the rear were pale with fright, all of them frozen in place, wanting to flee. Alu, watching from the very back, saw this and furiously yelled, "You idiots! What are you just standing there for?" A nearby mage, sweating profusely, stammered an explanation. If we use magic now, we'll hit our own troops. The man kept screaming, so loudly that even Jin's party could hear him clearly. Then just aim for the group behind him, you idiots. The boy narrowed his eyes and coldly ordered, Julie, step back for a moment. Just then, a large fireball appeared, followed immediately by the powers of wind and ice. The entire group of mages was aiming straight at Jin. They decisively raised their staves as strong winds whipped around them. All three elemental powers were now heading towards the boy at once. They're all below the level of a 5-star mage. Suddenly, from the necklace with an aquamarine stone, a faint wisp of magical power radiated into the air. Against that fierce attack, Jin and Julie were protected within a small barrier. The mages who witnessed this were all startled, each of them freezing for a few seconds. The boy smirked calmly. Thanks to my sister Luna, things are much easier now. She could only sigh helplessly from behind him. Even so, my lord, you left without saying a single word of goodbye to the young lady, young master. Right beside them, the terrified screams of the men rang out, cut through the group. Murakhan's eyes turned cold, and with a ferocious expression, he roared, "You weaklings! Is there nothing to you but numbers? What a disorganized mob!" As his anger surged, he powerfully conjured a blue flame. "You've really ticked me off now." A powerful shot, like a bomb, blasted a straight path right through their formation. One by one, they were sent flying, all dead to make things simple. That terrifying blue flame beam smashed through the stone wall, easily piercing almost all the way to the end. The color drained from Alu's face as he stared up, stunned. His mouth hung open, and he stood frozen, not moving a muscle. Just a second later, Alu suddenly let out a contemptuous snort. He tightly gripped the weapon on his back, his crazed laughter echoing louder and louder. At the same time, his subordinates' terrified screams could be heard. Alu mercilessly cut a long path through his own men. Jin watched coldly from the side, listening silently to the enemy's cries. "Boss, what's wrong?" "The boss has gone mad." Jin stared intently at Alu's out-of-control face as he swung his sword wildly, assessing him. "Has he gone mad? Well, that saves me some effort." Morikane's voice cut in. "Hey kid, I've cleared out these grunts like you wanted. Now that bastard is all yours." The man was completely enraged, his reason gone, as he pointed his blood-dripping blade at his opponent. "You bastard! Who sent you here?" Alu bellowed impatiently. "Who was it?" Jin remained unconcerned, speaking calmly to him. "It doesn't matter if I tell you or not, you're gonna die anyway." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light shot past. He swiftly dodged, and a deep gash appeared right beside him. Jin straightened up, a thought forming in his mind. He's fast. Alu's face was dark, his eyes wide with fury, as he pointed his sword forward, gritting his teeth and spat out each word. "Right, I have no way of knowing if you're telling the truth or not, but once I take you down, you'll be forced to talk. You scoundrels, I won't let you get away that easily." From within the billowing smoke, a voice chimed in excitedly. "Hey kid, you finally found a worthy opponent. I think the rumors about him being a 7-star martial artist are true." Morikane stood in the back, enjoying the show, and shouted cheerfully. "Hey kid, he's different from that Bisco guy you fought before. This one only wants to kill you. Use your full strength and don't hold back." Alu and Jin stood motionless, facing each other in the calm before the storm, and then his voice rang out. "How arrogant!" Alu glared in annoyance, gathering a massive amount of power into the giant sword before him. "How dare I? Mere mage, like you step forward? Are you looking down on me?" Jin had no time for pointless talk and immediately lunged forward, his hand touching his sword. At supersonic speed, the blade was unsheathed in an instant, slashing in a straight line. The man gritted his teeth and hastily parried, their first clash. Alu's eyes widened, somewhat agitated as he stumbled back in surprise. Jin's icy gaze was locked onto him. Alu stared blankly at the white sword, exclaiming, "A sword!" The two were evenly matched, neither giving an inch. He quickly regained his balance and brought his sword slashing down. "Damn it." Jin dodged the blow by simply gliding backward. Jin reacted instantly, sensing the killing intent. Alu seized the opportunity and lunged straight forward. "So you're not a mage." He continued his sword dance, making a long slash, but he quickly parried, getting pushed back slightly. Driven mad with a thirst for revenge, looked less than human as he gathered his strength to throw a punch. He unleashed a flurry of punches with furious strength, accompanied by a brilliant flash of light. Jin spun to dodge, his eyes narrowing, starting to get truly serious. He powerfully flung his cloak aside and swung his sword, but suddenly the man teleported, making him difficult to track. All, with a dark expression, appeared right behind him. Jin reacted a moment too late, turning his head in surprise to see the man grinning with immense glee and swung his sword in a wide, powerful arc right at Jin. A second later, Aw's expression changed, his gleeful smile dropping into a displeased frown. Luckily, Jin managed to dodge it, only getting a light graze on his skin. This made Aw a bit regretful. That was too late. Jin retreated, not immediately counterattacking, as he silently assessed the situation. "He's too fast, and he's not even going all out yet." Aw bellowed, hurling taunts at him. "So that fireball you used at the auction house was just an artifact?" Inwardly, however, he was extremely anxious. Damn it, to think I fell right into his trap. He isn't the problem. A chill ran down Aw's spine as he glanced back and thought, the real problem is the guy who single-handedly defeated all of my subordinates. He is definitely stronger than me, so why is he just standing there? Morikane stood with his arms crossed, watching the entire battle with an amused smile. Looks like that kid is having a little trouble. July, on the other hand, was worried sick. "Sir Morikane, are you really not going to do anything? Even if this is what the young master wants, it's still too soon for him to face a 7-star martial artist." He reassured her in a calm voice. "It's fine, Cupcake. That kid has to learn to value his own life." She clenched her fists, extremely flustered, but she saw his point. But before July could say more, Morikane quickly added, "And Cupcake, do you really think he's going to lose?" A look of astonishment crossed her face, her eyes widening in surprise. "What?" Suddenly, a large flash of light streaked through the area. The continuous sound of clashing and scraping swords echoed. Aw swung his sword, sending Jin flying. With a surprised expression, he fell backward, stunned and letting himself free fall. Morikane and July both turned to look, their expressions serious. It was as if time stood still. At that exact moment, Aw broke into a grotesque smile, his long-awaited excitement clearly written on his face. He gripped his sword tightly, roared with all his might, and charged straight forward. "This is the end for you." Suddenly, Jin smiled brightly, a smile full of mystery. Long ago, when the magic swordsmen of the Black Dankan clan still fought, Aw was startled as a blinding light struck his face. A difference of 2 ranks. At that very moment, Jin, while falling backward, summoned a fireball into his hand, with Murakan's voice echoing. Means nothing to them, Jin grinned brightly, regained his footing, and launched his attack. The man was overwhelmed, caught completely off guard and unable to dodge. Jin unleashed his attack, and the fireball enveloped Ah's entire body at very close range, leaving no room for escape. The battlefield was shrouded in thick smoke and dust, from which he quickly flew out to escape. Al was seriously injured, shielding his face with his hand as he tried to open his eyes through the dust. Wasn't that supposed to be an artifact? Damn it, he roared, the realization dawning on him far too late. Are you a magic swordsman? Jin entered his battle stance, taking off his cloak and tossing it aside. He revealed his true power as sparks of lightning began to crackle around his body. The sword that had seemed ordinary before had now also transformed, with lightning gathering and coiling around the blade. Jin said nothing, merely raising the sword high with a cold expression. He then terrifyingly plunged the sword downward. The lightning strikes grew stronger and more frequent. In the sky, dark clouds gathered ominously, and lightning continuously struck down, reverberating throughout the entire space. It didn't stop there, as terrifying bolts of lightning appeared right after. The dark sky suddenly fell silent, and just a second later, it struck him with a powerful blow. Ailu was not to be outdone, slashing downwards to create a shield that blocked the attack. The man angrily cursed out loud, "You fool! If you just stand there like that, you'll lose your life in an instant." With an indifferent attitude, the ring on Zhang's hand lit up, summoning a helmet and armor. The space seemed to be disrupted by something, and a sudden vortex appeared, pulling in the arm of Alu. The man froze, sweat pouring down, too stunned to understand what was happening, as something enormous with blue sparks gradually revealed itself. When Ailu got a clear look at the giant thing before him, he was speechless, just stammering uncontrollably. Look, in its hand, it was tightly gripping Jin's sword. Alu was so shocked he couldn't recover, his eyes wide and mouth agape in disbelief. A swift horizontal slash rushed towards him, and he couldn't even dodge before being hit, blood spurting from his shoulder. Ailu had just been hit by that slash and had to struggle to stay on his feet. That thing could deliver such a long-range slash just by standing still. His face fell, looking in disbelief at the thing before him. A massive, sturdy suit of armor that could move, its gaze fixed intently on the cut that grazed the skin. Ailu, that face showed no expression at all. Then suddenly, it began to open up, revealing Jin's face inside. He frowned and made a decisive move. Jin flashed past the man, delivering a slash so swift it was undetectable. Jang completed the task cleanly. He showed no expression as he slowly sheathed his sword. Murakan, who had witnessed the whole thing from behind, couldn't help but be impressed, thinking, it truly lives up to its name, the artifact of Mila. July tilted her head in confusion and asked, the artifact of Mila? He then explained that thousands of years ago, the MA was created for B, for the first king and the one who was greatly favored by the demons. During that time, a war also broke out, a masterpiece of a sword that could block all attacks below the 7-star level. I don't know how it ended up in a back alley like this. Jane held out his hand and observed it intently, thinking to himself, the artifact of Mila, in another 5 to 6 years, this object will be handed over to the king of B. During that entire time, the academy and everyone were always in a state of chaos because of this helmet. That's why I was able to remember the exact location, position, and the very first day it was discovered. A considerable amount of blood sprayed out, as Ailu, right behind him, finally collapsed to the ground. Jane looked at the man's face, gasping for breath heavily. Before you die, I want to ask you something. I heard you colluded with the Black Can family. Is that true? Murakan teased from the sidelines. Hey kid, you should have asked him earlier. That guy's about to kick the bucket. How can he still answer you? He watched Alu breathe for a moment, then a hoarse, strained voice spoke up. All right, now I understand. The man lying on the ground, on the verge of death, still managed a mocking smirk. You are Jean of the Black Can. So it's true that you failed, but you're just the youngest son, you can't stop him. Jean just stood motionless in silence. Murakan came closer and asked, what the hell is he talking about? When he heard Jean speak, he became even more confused. Spiderleg Alu, I don't think that's your real name, is it? I think I need to investigate further. A 7-star master like you leading an underworld gang must definitely have ties to the Black Can family. Murakan, I feel like even without trying, I could have gathered some information. You're not that strange kid. Didn't one of your ancestors, a 9-star at that, open a tavern? Jin already had a goal in mind, and he was incredibly determined to be responsible for that purpose. That's right, but I need to know the name of the person he just mentioned. I absolutely must find that person, because I will become the patriarch in the future. Jin stroked his chin, thinking for a long time, analyzing the man's every word. You have failed. You cannot stop him. He knew who I was and still said those words, which means the phrase, You have failed must mean something related to the Shadow Wing. As for why he said, I'm just the youngest son and can't stop him, he must have known about the power struggle among the siblings in the Runcandel clan. My sister Yona has already left home, so she's out of the picture. The twins, Mew and Anne, aren't the ones either, because they're too young and naive. The remaining ones aren't smart or cunning enough to get involved in matters like this. That leaves only one person who is always obsessed with rankings and always makes things tense whenever my talents are revealed. A cunning and scheming gaze immediately appeared in his mind. It was the next heir of the Runcandel clan, Joshua. There was no one else with his capabilities. Whether this conclusion is right or not, I'll find out soon enough. The scene changes to a clear blue sky, with birds spreading their wings and soaring high. A loud voice attracts the townspeople, who gather around to see. Extra, Tessing has been wiped out, due to a joint investigation by the Zippel and Vermont clans. Tessing has completely fallen. The devils who always targeted innocent people have been eliminated in just one day. Jin and Murakami were sharing a newspaper, listening to the news. It seems Z did a good job. Everything went according to his predictions. The Zippel and Vermont clans definitely won't let him off easy. Compared to his life, this price was far too cheap. This piece of trash needs to suffer to get any smarter. Murakami laughed with amusement and said bluntly, Anyway, Zippel and Vermont got the fame, but it looks like you gained even more. Jin had a gentle smile on his face, but his hand was tightly clenching the newspaper. That's right, the mage's ring. A 7-star knight, and even winning the battle. Suddenly, July called out from behind. Both of them turned around at the same time. Young master, she advised him with concern. Even though he's a 7-star knight, it doesn't mean he's qualified for that title. You mustn't get complacent just because you beat Andre. I think you need to be more careful next time. Jin understood her feelings and reassured her. Of course, all of this is nothing compared to the final boss. July, I know. Next time I'll be more careful. All right, thanks to Z, no one will be looking for us. So let's just rest and head to the next location. Murakami quickly asked with curiosity, where is the next location? He mentioned a name that was both familiar and strange. Tiken, an independent city. He looked bewildered, but July, who knew of it, spoke up. If it's Tiken, is it because of the 7-colored peacock? Jin answered with a hint of praise. That's right, Murakami was still lost, 7-colored. Peacock? She provided a detailed explanation about their upcoming destination. It's a major information center in Tiken. Besides the information centers of the Runcandels, Zippels, and Vermonts, it's the most reliable place. He also grasped the main point, feeling. It was interesting. So you plan to use those bad guys just like you used Jack? Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Jin lowered his head. He closed his eyes and smirked. That was just one of the other ways. They began to set sail. Boom! Along with a loud command, hoist the sails. Following the analysis in his mind, the ship began its journey across the sea. From now on, whenever I use memories from before my regression with Julie and Murakami, I will need to come up with a good reason. But not only that, the matters concerning Bisco, Booba, and Kinzello, plus that guy Alu's past, are all connected to the Kanan family and the fall of the taboo magic colon. There are too many things I need to investigate further. Therefore, the 7-colored Rainbow Information Center in Tan is the most suitable place. Murakami stood, with his arms crossed and a serious face, reminding him, Kid, what's more important now is the magic or whatever is left inside the body of the Chemi clan member I discovered before. I think it's light magic. Receiving this information, he was stunned and asked, Light? I thought it had disappeared since ancient times. He replied with uncertainty, I'm not sure either. In the old days, the Chemi were the enemies of the Jipo clan. They were willing to wipe out anyone who displeased them. This has always been a characteristic of the Jipo clan. That's why there are no records left. And if you can't break your power limit, it's possible that in the near future, the Kanan family will also meet the same fate as that. Murakami approached Jin, reaching out to lift his shirt. That's why learning these things is also very important. He looked up, with a bit of curiosity. Are you going to show me something? Hurry up, I'm excited. Murakami gathered a ball of black energy in his palm, and in its center was a small speck of light. Look forward to it, because this is the magic you need. Open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Jin had been observing it but still didn't understand what was happening. How could light magic be the color? Black? Suddenly, a blinding flash of light shone in his face, making him widen his eyes in astonishment. A huge light emanated, illuminating everything so brightly that nothing else could be seen. Murakami stood with his hands on his hips, full of pride, and laughed loudly. So, how was it? You only looked for a few seconds and your eyes are already tired, right? Jin bowed his head, holding his eyes, speechless. He was even tearing up, and he looked up, trying to open his eyes to see, I can probably use this for both defense and offense, right? He was still immersed in that feeling, and replied with great confidence. Of course, it's called a flashbang, one of the best spells of the Chemi. This thing is truly powerful. Murakami moved on from that and took something out from his clothes, but compared to that, this new thing seemed more mysterious to Jin, so he asked curiously, "What are you taking out?" He held out a book with great passion and introduced it. "This is an encrypted system that drove even me," Murakami said as if he was going crazy. "I don't know what's inside, but it will definitely be useful." He was silent for a moment, then replied briefly, "Just leave it there. One day, I'll hand it over to someone who can read encrypted text." At a port, 1 week later, Julie looked at the scene before her and exclaimed in amazement. Right ahead is Tan, the independent city. She looked at the castle, the huge castle under the peaceful blue sky, and had to sigh in admiration. This place is truly beautiful. It was a city, located on a small island in the northern part of the central continent, a place not under the rule of the Kanan or Jipo families. Although the population was not large, it was a famous tourist destination, and you could see foreigners everywhere. Julie went sightseeing, observing the daily life here. This city is so lively, which you can guess from its name as an independent city. "Young master, how about we find a place to rest?" Jin thought for a moment before choosing a spot. "All right, let's head to the city center." Murakami, who was in his cat form, quickly jumped down and transformed. He returned to his familiar human form. "You're not going to pick some godforsaken place again, are you?" She didn't care much about that, focusing only on one thing. "Sir Murakami, how many times have I told you, don't transform in the city?" He kept rambling and nagging nonstop. "Kid, I've told you countless times too. People really don't pay any attention." From a distance, a loud voice rang out. "Look, a cat just turned into a person." Julia, hugging a teddy bear, excitedly pointed. "That black cat turned into that black-haired mister over there." "How did you do that?" Both Murakami and Julie turned to look in alarm. They had never considered this situation. The little girl's eyes sparkled brightly, her whole being radiating anticipation as she said loudly, "Teach Julia, too." Jin, with a headache, seriously explained to the little girl who was busy eating ice cream. "So you must have seen it wrong. Understand, how can a cat possibly turn into a person?" Julia, upon hearing this, corrected him with dissatisfaction. "It's not kiddo, you should call me Julia." "And I didn't see it wrong. A black cat turned into that mister." "Mister, why are you lying?" He was a bit helpless. "I'm not lying, and I'm not a mister." But the little girl insisted. "You are lying, and you are a mister." In the end, Jin gave in. "All right, fine. How about I buy you an ice cream and you can pretend that?" Before he could finish, Julia cut him off. "Don't make a child lie, mister." The two behind them asked each other, "What should we do?" Julie said sadly, covering her face. "We brought the kid to someone in authority because we thought she was lost, but if she spreads that rumor, won't the Jippo clan find us?" But Murakami remained calm. "No need to worry. Strawberry pie, no one will believe that kid," she retorted. "If you had listened to the young master from the start, this wouldn't have happened." He was at a loss for words, only managing, "Come on." At that moment, the little girl suddenly noticed something and looked up. Julia pointed to the area ahead and asked curiously, "This is the information center. I don't like the military." Julie leaned in and asked, "Why is that?" The little girl looked down and replied, "I don't like them. They always bother my mom." Hearing this, she couldn't help but worry. This isn't good. Perhaps this is a place that uses violence and exploits commoners. Jin interjected, "The kid's mother might be able to tell us a few things. Let's just go in and check it out." He walked over, catching the gatekeeper's attention. He was surprised to see the little girl behind him. "Isn't that Julia?" "Hey," called the commander, "young Miss Julia is back." Jin asked uncertainly, "Wait a minute, you know this little girl?" He replied with a cheerful smile. "Very well, in fact. She's our commander's daughter." He repeated, "The commander's daughter." Suddenly, Julia cried out as if she saw someone. A person slowly walked out from inside. Her mother was a tall and muscular woman. Jin narrowed his eyes and thought, the commander of the central district? I don't think that's her only title. Alicia suddenly gave a sharp smile. Then she and the little girl opened their arms and ran towards each other. "Julia, Mom!" They both cried out. It was an affectionate embrace. She didn't forget to gently scold her. "Julia, I told you not to go so far away." The little girl pouted back, "But that's because you wouldn't play with me." Alicia quickly soothed her. "I'm sorry, my sweetie. Once I'm done with work, I'll play with you a lot, okay?" Julia asked eagerly. "Really? You have to keep your promise. Don't leave me just because you're busy like last time." The other three watched this scene, completely frozen and expressionless. Finally, Alicia remembered the three of them. She explained, "Almost everyone living in this city knows Julia, so it seems I let my guard down. Forgive me for not introducing myself. I am Alicia Beer, commander of the Tan Outpost." He shook her hand in greeting. "I'm Jin. I'm just a traveler who recently arrived in Tan. Alicia expressed her gratitude. So you're a traveler. I should repay you with something to show my thanks. Is there anything you need while you're here? Jin replied with a slight smile. In that case, could you recommend a place for us to stay? She thought for a moment. Then, Julia suddenly called out softly. Mommy, Mommy. The little girl approached and whispered in her ear. Then Alicia took a pen from her chest pocket. She turned and asked the guard, Do you have any paper? Seeing this, he quickly offered some yes. Alicia wrote something on the paper. While the little girl and the gatekeeper were greeting each other, Hello, sir. Hello, little one. She handed the paper in her hand to him. This is a letter of recommendation with the outpost commander's seal. As long as you have this, you will receive good treatment anywhere in this city. Once again, thank you for finding my daughter. Jin replied politely, Not at all. We should be the ones thanking you. Well then, we'll be on our way. Alicia silently watched the three of them leave. After confirming the three had left, she turned and asked, Julia, is it true that a cat transformed into a person? The little girl answered promptly, Yes, but it seemed like those people didn't want to talk about it. She smiled cheerfully and said, Then let's pretend we don't know anything, okay? Then she poked the little girl's cheek. You're a smart girl. Everyone has a secret, right? But Alicia thought to herself, Transformation? That's something only a dragon can do. At a certain small inn, a waitress was currently clearing the dishes. Meanwhile, upstairs, July was patting her belly in satisfaction, unable to help but praise. The service is amazing. I only received treatment like this when I was back in Hilfetter. Even Morikon agreed. This bed is soft too. Our tents should have been like this. Is this the power of a letter of recommendation? Things seem to be going smoothly in Tan, don't they? We've had nothing but good luck since we arrived. Suddenly, July spoke up excitedly. Now I remember. Can I have an ice cream like the one Julia had earlier? It's a specialty of Tan. Jin was a bit exasperated. Good grief. Why are you asking me things like that? Just go buy some. As soon as he finished speaking, she was already gone. I'll be right back. Jin couldn't help but sigh. It's been a while since we've been able to relax like this. It feels like we're on vacation. He didn't comment on this, but simply asked, Hey kid, how do you plan on meeting the seven-colored rainbow? It won't be easy to meet them, you know? Jin turned around and replied, First, I need to find someone. The seven-colored rainbow, the best information hub in Tan. And at the center of that information hub is a man named Master Swordsman Kazmia. He's a famous swordsman that everyone knows. He was even invited to be the swordsmanship instructor for the Kanan family. That's the only information that family knows. But in 10 years, he will publicly reveal his true identity as the king of Bimon and use the information he has gathered from the seven-colored rainbow, and will then seize supreme power over the three families, the Bond family, the Jippo family, and the Johan Kanan family. After that, he will gain full support as the first king of the independent kingdom of Tan. He is an extremely meticulous man, possessing not only supreme swordsmanship skills but also the patience to calmly wait for the right moment throughout all these years. This is the person who can help me get a hold of all the information in this city. The problem is, how do I approach him? Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairs. July burst through the door, looking quite rushed. She was sweating as she said, Young master, Sir Murakan, something strange is happening. There's no one left in this inn. All the staff as well as the guests have disappeared. I think something happened. As July was speaking, a hand suddenly reached out from behind her. The person gently touched her shoulder. Kazmir calmly asked, Hello, are you all doing well? Would it be all right if I came inside? His hand gripped July's shoulder tightly, enraging Murakan, a vein popping on his face. Jin remained calm, thinking, Sword St. Kazmir, why is he here? His hand tightened on the wall, shattering it, and only then did he realize something was wrong. Jin shouted to stop him, Wait, Murakan, stop right now. He wrapped an arm around her, Don't kill him. He had transformed into a terrifying shadow, then gritted his teeth and said, You just asked me if I was doing well. Murakan leaned in close to July's face, his voice sounding like a death sentence. No, do you think I'm doing well, you bastard? For a sword master like Kazmir to show up here, we haven't caused any trouble. We just arrived in Tan. More importantly, it's not just him. There are 3, 4, many others. Jin thought to himself, at this rate, we'll be in danger. He quickly shouted, Please calm down, Sir Murakan. This place is too cramped. If you fight here, July will get caught in the crossfire. He seemed to calm down after hearing his words. Murakan jabbed a finger and said, Do you have any idea who I am? Kazmir asked back, bewildered. What? Murakan angrily retorted, You bastard, I asked if you know who I am. What's with the hello? Are you doing well? I'm speechless. Did no one ever teach you any manners? You think just because you're not wearing a sword and have no soldiers with you, you have the right to look down on others? Jin sighed in relief. Thank goodness he stopped. Kazmir answered in confusion. Ah no. That's not what I meant at all. Murakami continued his sarcastic tirade. Not what you meant, huh? You just barge in here and start trouble. Answer me, you bastard. Do you know who I am or not? Casimir replied fearfully. I don't know. This made Murakami even angrier. Have you lost the ability to comprehend? Why are you still so disrespectful? Just as he uttered sir, Jin finally cut in. That's enough, Sir Murakami. That's more than enough, isn't it? If we are not wanted criminals, then you should also calm down and sheathe your weapon. Jin smiled lightly and asked, You are Sword Master Casimir, correct? Your reputation precedes you, so you are no stranger to me. Casimir looked bewildered, not quite understanding. How do you know my name? And who might this young master be? Hearing this, Jin suddenly remembered. Oh my! I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jin. He then extended his hand, which seemed to confuse Murakami, who wanted to question him. Hey, you kid. But before he could finish, Jin interjected. It seems you have a lot to say to me. Why don't we find a place, which would be more fitting? I will answer any of your questions. Finally, the three of them went down to the inn's main hall. Jin whispered, The young lady is safe. Thank you, sir. Sir Casimir, for dismissing your army. It feels like you've come to trust me a little more. He was sweating, thinking he brought his army here because he heard a dragon had appeared, but it seems that was a bad move. Doing so only served to anger him further, and I'm quite certain this man is the dragon that was mentioned. This feeling, this pressure couldn't possibly come from an ordinary human. If he hadn't stopped him, perhaps my men and I would all be dead by now. And that woman is definitely Julie. I met her before I was deposed from the Benton Palace. I still vividly remember her military-like demeanor in the training hall that day, but I don't feel any aura from her at all. What is her relationship with this man? Casimir tapped his fingers on the table and asked, You said your name is Jin, correct? You don't seem to be lying, but I have a question. Jin didn't refuse. Please, go ahead. He got straight to the point. Why are you accompanying a dragon? Since ancient times, dragons have typically only formed contracts with magicians, those who have made pacts with gods, or with individuals possessing superpowers. But you are from the Jippo clan. Hearing this, Jin's expression remained as calm as ever. Casimir continued, No, they don't know. If word of this gets out, your clan won't let it slide. However, you just casually revealed a secret that could cost you your life. The issue here isn't whether I am a Runcandel or not, so please tell me. Jin asked bluntly without any hesitation. Knowing there was a dragon here, why did you still insist on coming? Casimir said softly. Since you've revealed such a big secret, I will also tell you a secret of my own. You've met my daughter, Julia, correct? The reason I came here is because she told me she saw a cat transform into a person. Jin asked doubtfully. And you believe the words of a child? But the man explained seriously. My daughter is not just an ordinary child, she is a contractor for AZ Miao. Jin asked in surprise, AZ Miao, are you referring to the attendant god? Casimir answered frankly without hiding anything. Yes, the attendant god. There's no way my daughter, the contractor of AZ Miao, would mistake something like that. Jin asked calmly, You should know that there are many powerful people in this world who want to become the contractor of AZ Miao. Is it really all right for you to tell us so easily? At this moment, Murakami suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, something isn't right. If that kid really is the contractor, then where is her dragon? Why can't I feel any presence of the dragon clan there? The dragons of AZ Miao are famous for cherishing their contractors, so how could one abandon a child? That sounds a bit strange. Hearing this, Jin was startled as if he had just remembered something, but the man still gave a worthless answer. Although I'm not clear on the situation, it seems something has happened. Murakami was a bit shocked to hear that. What? Casimir quickly clarified. That's right. About 1 year ago, Julia's guardian dragon suddenly went missing. This seems to be related to the Jippo clan or the B Empire. But everything is still just speculation. He maintained his stance, questioning angrily. No way, there isn't a dragon in this world foolish enough to get kidnapped, and for it to have been a whole year. As he said this, Murakami suddenly paused. Wait, 1 year? Hey little human, you said your daughter is 5 years old, right? The man answered with a blank look. What? Oh yes, that's right. He grew silent for a moment. If that child really is the contractor of AZ Miao at that age, without a guardian dragon by her side, your daughter will soon go mad and become a vegetable. Casimir, stunned and in disbelief, asked again, What? Murakami ignored his feelings and continued. Listen closely. The one who made a contract with AZ Miao can see the future. Humans wouldn't know, but foreseeing the future is already a great burden on a dragon's mind. Perhaps because the child is still too young to distinguish between reality and illusion, everything is still normal. But if she continues to observe the future unprotected as she is now, then in about 1 to 2 years, her eyes will become uncontrollable, and she will eventually become disabled. This is simply a matter of cause and effect. If you see the future, you must follow it. If you dare to resist, you will suffer punishment from AZ Miao, which means if a person sees someone's death, they can do nothing about it. Any contractor who dares to interfere with the law of cause and effect will be destroyed. From the very beginning, that child hasn't been living in the same world as you and me. Looking at your face, I can tell I'm right. In that case, what you need to do is find that guardian dragon for the child as quickly as possible. There is no other way. Suddenly, Casimir shot to his feet. He cast aside his pride, knelt down, and begged, "Oh, almighty guardian dragon. Although my superiors didn't mention this, I am the head of the information center. 7 colors. I am confident in my abilities. However, for the past 1 year, I still haven't been able to find my daughter." Murakami crossed his arms and said arrogantly, "I figured as much. Meeting your daughter as soon as we arrived, it wasn't just a coincidence, was it? Azu herself asked you to help her young contractor, didn't she?" He lowered his head sadly and pleaded, "Then, almighty guardian dragon, please." Before he could finish, Murakami held out his hand. "It's no use. Even if you beg, there's nothing I can do. If you want something, talk to my boss over there." Murakami was very curious to see what Jin would do. "Hey kid, what are you going to do now?" Jin stepped forward and helped Casimir up. "Please stand up, Sir Casimir. Although the two of us are not that close, this is a matter concerning a child's life. First of all, please compose yourself, and then we will find the guardian dragon for Julia together." He bowed his head deeply to express his gratitude. "Young master's kindness I will never forget." At this moment, Jin thought to himself, "It's strange that I can't feel at ease even when things are going in the right direction. If even 7 colors can't find it, that means we need information from the Kanan or Jippel clan. That's not going to happen." Murakami spoke up again. "Hey kid, aren't Tikan and the Jippel clan the same thing?" Jin turned and interrupted him. "No, Tikan is just a city, it's not affiliated with anyone." He became much more excited. "Excellent. Hey, short stuff. If you people have that many resources, you must have gathered some information about dragons, right?" Casimir, a bit surprised, answered blankly, "Ah yes, that's right. We know which dragons live on which continents." Murakami continued with satisfaction. "Good. Then bring me all the information on dragons in the B Empire." Jin shouted. "Murakami, don't tell me you're—" He said with a bright smile, "Well, this method isn't much different from the old days. As the old tales go, there's nothing that dragon doesn't know." Elsewhere, in a small wooden house, a voice rang out, "Lady Kwai Kano, Lady Kwai Kano, please take a look at this." She glanced over and asked, "Enya, you're here." She ran over happily. "It's more news about Lord Jin." "Really? Isn't it amazing, my lady? Even though he's the same age as me, he's already reached the 5-star level." She showed no emotion and just said softly, "You're a talented contractor too. You'll get there one day," Enya asked in disbelief. "Really?" Quant replied, "Yes." Unlike that child, her guard was a black-haired man. "Compared to her, you have made a contract with him, the god of time." Hearing this, she exclaimed in some surprise, "Lady Quant." She gently said, "Enya, go home and don't come out until I get back." She was a bit surprised. "Is something wrong?" She angrily revealed her claws. "Not exactly. It's just that something dark is headed this way." Murakami spread his massive wings carrying Jin, soaring through the sky. Suddenly, he spoke. "Hey kid, this will be quick. In a moment, when I reveal my presence, the dragons in Area B will show themselves. Hide well, and don't get caught." Jin pulled up his hood. "Got it." After confirming he was hidden, he hovered steadily in mid-air. Murakami's claws touched the water's surface. "All right, let's begin." The waves beneath his feet rippled continuously with his movement. Jin stood to one side, watching the scene in silence. He recalled yesterday, when Casimir respectfully presented a document. "Sir, this is the list of dragons active in Area B as you requested." He looked thoughtful as he looked at it. "So they're hiding here." Suddenly, Murakami's gaze landed on a particular name. He started to say something, but then stopped. "This is—" "Ah, never mind, it should be fine." Jin noticed and turned to ask, "What is it, Sir Murakami?" But he just shrugged his shoulders. "It's nothing. It's a bit dangerous, but that's just how dragon relationships are." "Let's go, kid. We have a long way to go." The man called out dazedly, "Great dragon, wait for me." Murakami said with a blush, "Cut it out, just use my name." "Am I some kind of cult leader or something, Sir Murakami?" Casimir bowed low. "Thank you, sir. Please allow me to come with you so I can save my daughter." But he was silent for a moment, then said, "I'll tell you 2 things before we leave. First, from today until the dragons return, you must completely exhaust your daughter every day, because when she's exhausted, the power of AZ-Mu will also weaken. Play with her the moment she wakes up, run around the house, or something to tire her out before she sleeps." The man hurriedly replied, "I understand, I'll make sure she exercises all day. And the second thing is, bring over those ice candies. It's your fault we didn't get to eat them." July was a bit surprised. "Sir Murakami." She praised him gratefully. "You're so chivalrous, but he snapped his fingers and replied, "The strawberry cake? You said you wanted to eat it earlier." But July called him out. "That's not it. You were just talking a lot to help Sir Casimir calm down." Murakhan yelled in an attempt to deny it. "I don't care about that creature's feelings." The memory ended. Jin thought helplessly. Now he's pretending not to care again. He's so considerate. Our black dragon. He was still watching the distant sky. Only then did he speak. "Kid, they're here." In the distance, the figures of two other dragons appeared. Murakhan commented softly, "It's Rebus and Dante." "That makes sense. I've thrashed them plenty of times." "Put on your helmet, kid." Jin put on his mask. "How badly did you beat them up that they'd come running the second they sense you?" He explained, "Anyone who entered my territory would get beaten. That's just how it was back then." Hearing this, Jin teased, "What a thing to be proud of." Suddenly, one of the two dragons yelled, "Murakhan, what are you doing here?" He stood majestically. His voice was bone-chilling as he spoke. "Earth dragons, Rebus, and Dante, I have awakened to carry out an important mission. You will assist me." Hearing this, the two exchanged glances. Should we tell him? He doesn't seem to know anything. Then both Dante and Rebus blew a rainbow fart. "Oh, great one, sister of the High Mountain and best friend of Sodet. We don't know your circumstances, but now is not the time. Please, stay away from this area. Leave quickly. Our young contractor is still here. We don't want any conflict at the B border." But Murakhan was furious. "How dare you tell me to retreat? I, Murakhan, never retreat from anywhere. At all." Dante hurriedly said, "Come on, just leave for our sake. It's because you're flaunting your presence that everything has gotten this chaotic." He asked aggressively, "What did you say?" They quickly replied, "Quantel is on her way here to kill someone." But he didn't seem to care, merely replying blandly, "Oh." Seeing this wasn't working, they continued, "If it's Quantel, do you mean the Silver Demon Dragon? What's your relationship with the guardian dragon of the god of time, Ulta?" Murakhan finally hesitated. "Well, she's an ex-lover." Jin was shocked to hear this shocking piece of information. The two tried to persuade him, "Please, big brother, we're begging you. Can you please just leave? Our contractor is just a child. He could die if he gets caught up in this. The other dragons don't know you've awakened yet, do they? If you don't leave right now, we'll spread the news." Suddenly, a loud noise caught Rebus's attention. Even Murakhan turned to look. "Suddenly," he said, "Kid, hold on tight." Jin didn't understand and was about to ask again, but a beam of light suddenly flashed from afar. The attack, a powerful yellow blast, shot straight at Murakhan. They all dodged. Its power tore through the clouds, creating a path that stretched to the horizon. The two dragons cursed as they fled. "Damn it, let's get out of here first, we curse you." "Murakhan," he asked in confusion, "what the hell is going on?" But before he could finish, Murakhan's voice rang out, "Kid, don't lose focus, another one is coming." A shimmering light appeared in a woman's hand. Then it turned into a beam of light that shot powerfully towards Murakhan. He was no slouch himself, easily dodging every attack. This time, the light plunged straight into the ocean and exploded with a huge bang, sending water flying everywhere. Suddenly, the water seemed to freeze, coiling around itself to form whirlpools. Jin watched this and couldn't help but think, even with a low estimate, that was at least an 8th level spell, an ultimate move beyond that. How could she cast several spells like that in succession? Quantel stood high above and gently called out to Murakhan. The sound made him freeze in place. She roared in anger. "You bastard, that's still not enough to destroy you. What were you thinking, bringing those shameless scoundrels to this place?" Jin, sitting on his back, asked, "Do we have to fight that terrifyingly powerful monster?" Murakhan wasn't very sure. "I suppose so." He asked again curiously, "Your ex-lover, how long did you know her?" Murakhan replied emotionlessly, 500 years, which is about 5 years from a human perspective. "Anyway, just stick that Bradamante on her whenever you get a chance." "Understand?" Jin asked, confused, "But she's still your ex-lover. Isn't doing that a bit much?" Murakhan sneered, "Kid, it seems you still don't get it, but I never get attached with those things to raise your own rank. So when the situation gets ugly, just throw it with all your might. You have to go that far just to hit her." The smoke cleared, revealing Quaicantel's massive tail. She growled, "Even if you wanted to run, it's too late now." Quaicantel snarled with a sharp glint in her eyes, "I will bury you at the bottom of this sea." Murakhan tried to placate her. "Wait, calm down, Quaicantel. I know how much you hate me, but that's not important right now. Let's handle the important matter and talk." But she said nothing, and simply unleashed an attack. A golden beam of light once again tore through the sky, heading straight for him. Though he managed to dodge, Murakhan cursed, "Damn it." She spread her massive wings and shot towards him. Murakhan was stunned as his eyes flew wide open. Quaicantel crashed straight into him, creating a massive impact. Jin could do nothing but try to hold on tightly to his back. She opened her huge, sharp-toothed mouth, but bit down on nothing but air. As Murakhan backed away, he scolded. "Why are you so hot-headed?" Runcandel swung her tail with incredible force, and he raised his arm trying to block it, gritting his teeth but refusing to attack back. That didn't stop her, though, as she continued to launch her techniques. Murakami muttered, "Oh, for crying out loud," at this range. A golden light tore through the air for a third time, rushing straight forward, debris mixing with the blinding flash. A hole was now clearly visible in his wing. Murakami opened one of his blue eyes. Runcandel suddenly snapped her head up. Above them was a massive, pitch-black sphere, and it began to shrink into a smaller ball, after which he calmly said, "At least I bought us some time, huh?" Jin spoke up from his back. "It's a good thing I followed. If you had been hit by that silver dragon, I wouldn't even have heard the news." He was completely confident. "I'm not going to die. No matter how strong Runcandel is, she can't get inside here. Anyway, forget that. Creating an opening wasn't easy. Since we're able to talk now, we need to find a way to calm her down." While Murakami wasn't paying attention, Runcandel snatched his cloak. The massive cloak was ripped to shreds by her force. Runcandel looked at him mockingly. "Is this the shadow release? How pathetic." Murakami. He was stunned, not understanding how. "How did you?" But before Murakami could finish speaking, she spat in his face. "You idiot, you have no idea how weak you've become. If you think you're the same as you were before, then you are gravely mistaken." Even so, he still tried to placate her. "Runcandel, stop it. Let's just end things right here. Think about our past. I only came here because I needed to ask you something." But Murakami had unknowingly touched Runcandels's reverse scale. She snarled at his dumbstruck face. "Our past? If I were to think about our past, tearing you into 10,000 pieces wouldn't even be enough." Suddenly, he lunged forward. Murakami's sharp fangs sank into Runcandels's shoulder, making her freeze for a few seconds before she roared in pain. Seeing this, he tilted his head and coaxed. "Calm down, Runcandel. Why are you doing all this just because we broke up?" But she gathered power in her palm and answered through gritted teeth. "Just broke up? That's why you're getting beaten to a pulp." The punch wasn't gentle at all, but landed like a powerful storm, descending without a moment's hesitation, straight into Murakami's face. The blow left him stunned for a moment. Murakami's sharp, golden eyes snapped open as he roared. Instantly, a pair of feet dashed nimbly across his back. Upon reaching the perfect spot, Jin gathered his momentum, sword in hand, and leaped straight into the sky. From below, Murakami's voice boomed. "Go, kid." Runcandel was dumbfounded, not expecting this turn of events. What? A human? As he soared, Jin calculated that her outer scales were incredibly difficult to pierce. Even Murakami's fangs couldn't do it. That meant it would be hard for him to even leave a scratch with a single attack. However, because of the mask, Jin's face only showed a single expression, calmness. With a narrow opening and Murakami's residual shadow energy still lingering in the air, Jin mobilized the remaining dark power, startling her. The stream of power gradually converged, enveloping his sword. Without hesitation, Jin took a stance, preparing to swing the powerful sword and slash directly at the spot Murakami had bitten, unleashing the shadow energy. Runcandel shrieked in agony, but Jin's eyes remained sharp as he applied more force, his sword gradually breaking through her tough armor. It then created a long blade of dark energy, slicing straight through Runcandels's shoulder. As he fell, her arm and wing were severed along with it. Murakami couldn't help but shout, "Kid!" He then lunged forward, easily catching Jin. The aftershock of the technique struck the water, causing it to churn once more. Exhausted, Jin sat panting on his back. Murakami looked at the small human before him and praised, "You've used up all of your strength, kid. However, you did well." Jin thought otherwise. Did I just accidentally become a dragon slayer? Murakami then continued, "All right, now let's pray she's calmed down a bit." Jin, confused, asked, "What do you mean? It's not over?" Murakami calmly replied, "Of course not. A normal dragon would die from such a blow. But dragons like Runcandel are different. Time-controlling dragons don't go down that easily." Jin's face darkened. "At this rate, before we find the missing dragon, are we going to go missing ourselves?" The gears of time turned unceasingly. The hands of a clock spun in reverse, and Runcandels's wing and arm began to reappear. From the severed points, they gradually reconnected. When the golden light faded, she was back to normal. Jin wondered, is she rewinding time? Murakami, also watching the process, replied with an unreadable expression. "That's why authority and magic are two different things. But don't worry too much, although it's a trick. It also consumes a massive amount of power. Still, just in case, don't move an inch." Suddenly, flowing white hair appeared, followed by a beautiful girl standing in mid-air. Murakami's voice remained calm. "Have you calmed down now?" But she only glared back with piercing eyes. "I had no idea that you still harbored so many feelings, that you'd go berserk like this. Didn't we break up peacefully?" Runcandel reacted as if he'd struck a nerve, screaming, "Peacefully? You dumped me unilaterally. You didn't even let me say a word. Is that your definition of a peaceful breakup? But this time, Moroccan didn't back down, retorting with authority. You flew into a rage every time I mentioned breaking up. To be frank, I never cheated on you. It was all because of how we aren't compatible. Jin helplessly listened to the argument between the two former lovers. This was a conversation between dragons who had lived for thousands of years. Well, in the end, he was the one to give up first. Forget it. I didn't come here to argue. I came to ask you a few things, but she said, wait, before that human over there, is he the contractor of Solderet? Moroccan replied exasperatedly, that's not important right now. One of our kind is in mortal danger. Quanto replied unhappily, our kind, Murakan, you're a real hypocrite. After killing so many dragons, how dare you say something like that? You must be joking whenever I think about the kin who died at your hands. He didn't argue back and just said, yes. And among them were your brother's enemies, for the sake of your revenge. I killed them for you, those with whom I had no quarrel. Forget it, it's my fault for asking you about this. I should have gone and asked another dragon. She never expected that to be the truth and hurriedly called him back. Wait a minute. Quanto finally managed to say something normal. Damn it. Every time I see you, I get emotional. Just ask me. Also, I apologize for what I said earlier. Recently, one of AZM's guardian dragons went missing. Murakan, slightly shocked, asked, missing? Are you talking about Lacey of Tan? She quickly replied. That's right. Was that the name? Jin couldn't help but sigh. Now we're finally getting to the point. Quanto was a little confused, saying, that's strange. That child was just taken by Valletta not long ago. I didn't expect to hear this name. The Wind Dragon Valletta, one of the Wind Element Dragonoids, and also the guardian dragon of the Zippel clan's vice patriarch, Andre. So that means the Zippel clan is involved again? She rested her chin on her hand, pondering. I'm sure they said they would teach Lacey dragon tongue magic. I think we should change locations. If we fall back a little, we can probably avoid the trap, and from there. Enter B. Let's go. I'll lead you to my home. In a forest on the outskirts of the capital Vento, Jin's voice rang out. I apologize for not having the chance to introduce myself earlier. I am the contractor of Solderet. Quanto wasn't very surprised. I know you're a descendant of Temar, right? And you're the youngest son, Jin. Hearing this, Moroccan reacted. What? How do you know? She replied in a soft voice, her mind recalling a moment from the past. How could I not know when he radiates the same energy as Temar? The three of us spent a lot of time together 1,000 years ago, and I just guessed that he was the youngest son. The guardian dragon's reaction is quite amusing. He was speechless with anger. She took a sip of tea. Well then, let's get to the main point. Valletta took Lackey away 1 year ago. Murakan asked, so you're implying they tricked her by promising to teach her dragon tongue magic, right? This sounds a bit unbelievable. She, on the other hand, seemed to find it plausible, but it could be the truth. He said calmly, Quantel, AZM's contractor is too young to master the power. She seemed surprised. What was that? Isn't it very dangerous if they don't have their guardian dragon with them? Exactly. And I'm quite sure Valletta knows that too. Just as I expected. Do they have another motive? Hearing that, Murakan wondered, you said as expected. Did you know something beforehand? Quantel tapped her fingers on the table and replied, when she took Lassie away, Valletta stopped by Bordeaux. She said she would make an introduction, Lachi with me, but she kept eyeing my contractor, even pestering me to meet the young lady for no reason. Do you think someone with my personality would just let that slide? I had no other choice because the identity of my contractor was revealed. Because among the upper class of Vaunt, many are close to the Zipful clan. If I had acted on my emotions, I couldn't have let the young lady stay here any longer. Suddenly, Jin spoke up. Miss Quickhunt, you said your contractor's identity was revealed, but AZ Mill's contractor's identity wasn't, right? The fact that they knew about it and approached Lachi is quite suspicious. Murakan added, this is indeed very strange. Could it be that a spell to detect a contractor's identity was created while I was sealed? She repeated as if not understanding. Impossible. No one can know about a contract unless the contractor personally manifests their power. Even if that kind of magic really existed, what would they gain from it? But he replied, they would gain two things. First, they can minimize risks and eliminate contractors outside their territory. And second, if they manage to kill a contractor, they get a chance to form a contract with the guardian deity. At this point, Jin thought to himself, actually, it's not just a chance to form a contract, I'm pretty sure they use some specific method. In my past life, the god of time, the deity who contracted with Ulta, officially appeared before the stone statue 10 years from now. The contractor was a member of the Zipful clan. I'm certain of this. They can form a contract with a god if they kill their contractor. And that's why Julia's guardian dragon was kidnapped. Because I don't remember hearing any news about the Princess of Tikan in my past life. Quiquant, narrowing her eyes, said, "It seems you have a lot of speculation about this. Young master? I can't understand it. The Zipfel clan already has so many contracts with the dragon race. So why? Are you just baselessly suspecting the Zipfel clan simply because they are your enemies?" But he calmly stated the truth. "Miss Quiquant, you're saying things that even you yourself don't believe. I don't know how it is for dragons, but human greed is bottomless. Even when they reach the top, they're still not satisfied and want even more." Murakami wanted to stop Jin but was helpless. "Hey kid, they are beings who have ruled for thousands of years. No matter what they do, it wouldn't be strange. I'm certain that clan is planning something. What I'm not sure about is why you're pretending not to know. Could it be that you're afraid of the Zipfel clan?" He quickly stood up to explain, "Wait, Quiquant. We all know about the Zipfel clan's greed. Besides, although it's hard to admit, they are truly talented, so being a little cautious doesn't hurt, right? We won't ask for your help, so please leave." But Quiquant burst out laughing, as if she didn't understand why she should. She held her face and laughed out loud, then said, "Murakami, you've really changed a lot. You even now sense danger so quickly. All right, I'll get my contractor out of here first, and I will help you," he asked in bewilderment. "What?" "Humph." Quiquant walked past Murakami. "I need to confront Valletta and find out the truth. If things are really as you two say, perhaps this is the opportunity to teach that clan a lesson. Just give the call, and the dragon clan will fly here immediately. Besides, this is also my duty to Tema. Because one of his descendants is here, it reminds me of the old days." She placed her hand on Jin's shoulder, even daring to provoke me, and that arrogance is just like his. Murakami reluctantly agreed. "All right, I will call Valletta." And then, the door suddenly burst open. "Lady Quiquantel, I'm back." Enya stared blankly at the people in front of her. "Who are these people?" She looked at her. "Enya, I told you not to go out." "No, actually, this is better. I will introduce her to you all. This is Enya, the contractor of the god of time, and Enya, this is an old friend of mine and the contractor he is protecting, Jin Runcandel." Hearing his name, he gave a slight nod. She looked at this scene, completely petrified, her glasses even cracking a bit. A deafening scream sent birds scattering. Enya asked again, "Oh my god, that's really Jin Runcandel. Oh my gosh, young Master Jin is right in front of me." He looked over and asked Lady Quiquantel. She helplessly held her forehead. "About that, I forgot to tell you. I've told her a fairy tale about you." Enya looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Please give me an autograph, young Master Jin." A voice rang out amidst the little girl's astonishment. "Enya, what about maintaining your dignity as a contractor?" In front of Quiquantel and Jin, who had a grim expression. The girl who was called out hurriedly bowed. "I'm sorry. It's just that I've only ever seen young Master Jin in the newspapers before, so seeing him in person made me lose my composure for a second. My introduction may be a bit late, but my name is Enya. I'm a summoner, and also a special admissions student at the academy." Hearing this, he gave a faint smile and stood up. "A summoner? I've heard that Ulta goes to great lengths to maintain the bloodline of their contractor. That must mean this girl's talent is truly exceptional." Jin spoke slowly. "What is there to apologize for, Enya? Your greeting was so enthusiastic, I wasn't sure how to react." She quickly replied, "Then can I?" But her words were cut off. He continued to speak, much to her surprise. "Summoner, never mind that. Enya, I told you not to leave the house without my permission, didn't I?" And then Enya's hesitant tone that followed startled the silver dragon. "Because it was a bit boring in the house, I thought maybe coming to see Lady Quiquantel would be more fun," she expressed with great excitement. "And when I came to see you, I saw young Master Jin right in front of my eyes. It was such a brilliant decision to come see Lady Quiquantel." And at that moment, what caught Jin's eye was the silver dragon clenching her arm. A summoner and a special admission student of the academy. Ah. Then he thought about Enya being ostracized and ridiculed by the others. Those damn Bennett nobles. I can imagine how horribly they must have bullied her, regardless of the consequences. That's why I don't want to mention or get involved with those bastards. The person he was thinking about suddenly spoke up curiously. "Oh, by the way, my lady, why did young Master Jin come here?" Someone took a gentle step forward. "I came here for you, Lady Enya." Enya's tone was filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Jin stood solemnly before her. "It seems someone is targeting you, my lady, the current contractor of Ulta." And so, right after, he smiled gently and reached out his hand. "Will you come with me? I guarantee I will protect you, Enya." She was so moved she covered her mouth, her eyes glancing down at Jin's hand. "Take me with you, please." Just like that, Enya jumped for joy, much to his surprise. "Take me with you. All my sincere prayers to the Great One weren't in vain. My wish has finally been granted." This sight annoyed Murakami. "All right, you're being too loud." Quiquantel also calmly tried to intervene. "Enya, that's enough," but she remained excited, clenching her fists. "I'm going. Please take me with you. Long live the Great One." Enia continued to shout at the top of her lungs, "Long live perseverance." And then, right before Jin's eyes, she was struck by a surprise attack from Runcandel. She caught Enia and closed her eyes wearily, and here I was worried the child wouldn't want to go. Runcandel gently turned and laid her down, but it seems my worries were needless. Look how happy she was to accept the offer. I bet if you told her to go to the Runcandel dungeons, she'd probably follow you. He stood behind them, slightly confused. Dungeons? My clan doesn't have anything like that. Her voice spoke up again as Jin looked on with a puzzled expression. Don't pretend you don't know. There's an entire dragon down there. Hearing this, he slightly opened his mouth. What? Whatever Jin was about to say was cut off by a growl. What do you mean by that? Both of them simultaneously turned their heads toward the source of the sound. Seeing Murakan sleeping soundly on the chair, Runcandel was at a loss for words. He couldn't even wait a little longer. Could he? In an instant, she returned to her serious demeanor. Jin Runcandel. He replied, yes. Runcandel began to explain softly. As for why I agreed to help you, my loyalty to Terma and Enia's safety are only part of it. The biggest reason is because of that fool who just fell asleep from exhaustion. Her voice carried over to where he was drooling in his deep sleep. Runcandel stated coldly, he doesn't even realize how weak he has become. I also really want to keep my word, but I truly cannot face Valletta right now. Her eyes filled with a dangerous and cold light. So if we really have to fight him, let me be the one to go. Jin asked curiously, is Valletta that strong? The silver dragon immediately confirmed his thoughts. That's right, but it's also because that idiot has grown far too weak. Runcandel suddenly recalled the magnificent form of the shadow dragon from back in the day. My attack on the sea that year must have seemed to the Murakan of 1,000 years ago like a complete joke. She suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, you'll need a place to stay before Valletta arrives, correct? What about my place? Jin glanced down from his high vantage point. Is that really okay? Runcandel replied while the black dragon remained fast asleep. As long as you're okay with it, the duration doesn't matter. But if you want to, you'll have to be the one to convince that dragon. He'll definitely throw a fit and refuse to stay at the home of his ex-lover. Hearing that, he thought to himself in admiration, the silver dragon Runcandel. She's more considerate than I thought. Finally, Jin decided, all right, let's do as you suggest. Then, she pushed herself up with her hands. Then it won't be long. Now, he was a little surprised. Is something else happening? Runcandel glanced at Jin. In about 10 seconds from now, Enia will wake up, and when she does, choose your words carefully to explain the situation to her. Hearing this, he was even more baffled. What? Didn't you hit her quite hard just now? Even a master martial artist probably wouldn't wake up that fast. At that moment, Enia was still unconscious on the ground, but the very next second, her eyes snapped open. Next made Jean turn her head to look at young Master Jin as she continued to speak. You know, in this world, Runcandle's voice rang out slowly. There are some things that are beyond our comprehension, and what's before you right now is Enia in a crazed state with her eyes flashing dangerously. Young Master Jin, just like that, the silver dragon has made a decision. I'm leaving the rest to you. The person sitting comfortably in the chair spoke, meaning there's currently a faction targeting the contractor of Tan. And their next target will be me, right? She clasped her hands tightly with an expectant look. I believe you. I'll believe whatever Sir Jin says. The conspiracies and expeditions revolving around a small girl, her dragon guardians, and, above all, the young master. How does that sound so romantic? Jin, sitting opposite her, remarked with emotion. I'm glad you're taking this so well. Enia was overjoyed. If you stay optimistic, life will get better. I just need to be mentally prepared to move, to Tekin with my family under any circumstances. The conversation continued before the slowly melting candle. She asked softly, when are we leaving? He immediately replied, the sooner, the better. Hearing this, Enia innocently scratched her head. If that's the case, can we leave tomorrow? You say family, but it's just me, my 7-year-old little brother, and a pet puppy, named Puffy, you know? And so, Jean decided. That's good, let's set off right away. Runcandel, who was sitting beside her, the healer, just smiled faintly. Enia, go back and pack your things. She stood up at once. Yes, I'll be done before it gets completely dark. Just like that, the door closed. See you tomorrow, young Master Jin. But the silver dragon continued to stare after her. As for the academy, we can just use the excuse that Enia is sick. His eyes also followed her. Yeah, if we were to tell them she's dropping out, they'd probably tear this whole area apart. Runcandel continued. All right, now let's focus on that bastard Vule. Suddenly, a sound made the two of them jump. A person outside the door cautiously inquired, is anyone home? I've come to ask for some firewood. Hearing that, she sighed and stood up. Firewood? There are forests all around here. This person is truly strange, but Jane spoke up to stop her. Wait, Lady Quickentell, do you think this visitor really came here just for firewood? These words made Quickentell turn her head in confusion. It's true that dragons usually aren't very cautious. By now, he had transformed to hide his identity, and the person outside seemed to be from Bondon's special forces. She was shocked. What? Why are they? And amidst Jane's speculation, the man asking for firewood was still waiting cheerfully outside. It's probably because of Lady Anya. They must have been lying in ambush around here for a long time, and they're trying to find out which outsider Lady Quickentell brought back. The silver dragon repeated hesitantly. Spying. Quickentell's eyes instantly turned frighteningly cold. They dare to spy on me? She decisively opened the door, much to the surprise of the man asking for firewood. Someone's home. However, his neck was quickly grabbed. Quickentell lifted the stranger into the air. Her eyes flashed dangerously. Confess truthfully. Are you from the special forces of Bondon? The man was in so much pain that white foam frothed at the corner of his mouth. What are you doing? I'm not. A footstep hurriedly approached during Quickentell's interrogation. Then who sent you here? That person appeared from inside the house. Ah, the sound of his made Jean turn her head. That hand of yours that is choking someone else. The silver dragon also gave a cold glance. Can you let him go? Ross threatened with a stern expression. If you kill that man, the special forces will be here immediately. Quickentell decisively threw the underling down. Looks like you're the boss. Good, then I just have to kill you. She swiftly approached and then Quickentell lunged to attack her opponent. Her eyes radiated danger, and her fist was brimming with power. It's over. A huge source of mana erupted from the house, tearing through the air with thick dust, enveloping everything. He took the full force of a powerful punch from Quickentell. A voice spoke amidst her rage. That much. Roz glanced down coldly. Was that enough to provoke you? She thought with some surprise, not expecting him to be fine after taking that hit directly. He wasn't some ordinary guy from the Special Investigation Department. That red mask is only worn by the Special Command Unit of the Investigation Department. The sword he uses is also meticulously engraved. You fit all the criteria. The Emperor's right-hand man, commander of the 3rd Squad of the Special Investigation Department, codename Ross, a man, said to possess master-level swordsmanship in Canaan. He certainly holds a lot of power. Based on the pressure he's emitting, at least, this guy must be at the 8-star level. It's a good thing I covered my face with Munta's magic charm. Quickentell was now facing Roz. For a human, you're pretty good. He revealed his sharp, cold eyes. I apologize if I have offended you. We were forced to do this to confirm the identity of your secret guests. And then Roz calmly concluded, now that it's been confirmed, I will return immediately. However, she was furious. You think you can just barge into my territory and get away with a simple apology? So this is how arrogant humans can be. His expression suddenly turned grim. Lady Anya has just left this place. Ross spoke calmly in the face of Quickentell's sternness and the wide-open door. Do you think letting the young lady walk alone at night like this is very dangerous? In his threat, one could imagine being followed in the dark forest. If we fight now, you might defeat me, but you won't be able to help her in case something bad happens. So, do you still wish to confront me? And then Roz walked past her. This time, I will. Let it go. Then a dark voice suddenly rang out, surprising him. Don't forget. Roz glanced at Quickentell, who was seething with rage behind him. There won't be a next time. You should prioritize what's most important to you. Her eyes widened dangerously. The thing you've protected with your very life. His expression became profound. You must be prepared to lose everything because of your wrong choice. Until we meet again. Roz and his subordinate walked through the deserted forest. He spoke. We have confirmed the appearance of the suspects. Return and investigate their identities. Also, then Ross gave a firm order. For now, all surveillance on the Dragon Guardian will be temporarily halted. Hearing this, the subordinate was slightly surprised. What? He asked in confusion. But shouldn't we continue to monitor the movements of Quickentell and the suspects, Commander? At this moment, he gently slid his hand under his mask. If we keep provoking the Dragon Guardian, it will only make matters worse. I will take full responsibility, so just do as I say. Ross stared pensively at the blood in his palm. They are definitely plotting something. The subordinate listened to the command, stunned. You all will be in danger. Stop the surveillance at close range until you detect any strange actions from them, then report to me. The next second, he immediately accepted the order. I see. A hand slammed down on the table. Damn it, in Jin's view was the cracked tabletop and Quickentell with her head bowed low. I was a fool to stay alone in this filthy town. If you and Murakan hadn't come, I would have carelessly underestimated their power. He gently reassured her. Luckily, nothing happened this time. Now, we must prioritize protecting Lady Enya. The other agreed as well. All right, so she made her decision. We must leave this place tomorrow. The next morning, the two of them stood before the vast sea. Jin spoke softly to the pensive Quickcantle. Luckily, there's a merchant ship heading to Tan. His next words surprised her slightly. Don't worry too much, Lady Quickcantle. I've already bribed the captain with a hefty sum. He won't abandon Enya. At that moment, the person in question was watching two puppies play. Besides, Sir Murakan will be escorting her, so don't worry. But Quickcantle gave a small laugh. That's exactly why I'm worried. She decisively turned and left Jin behind. Now, I will contact Violetta immediately to see what she has to say. She is a close and important member of the Zippel clan. She might know many things. 1 week later, on a clear, sunny day, Murakan stood in front of a wooden house. He squinted with a stern face as he observed. While the black dragon was grinding his teeth in annoyance, Jin appeared from behind. Good job, Sir Murakan. That's quick and tell for you, he stated, stricter than I thought. Hearing that, Jin then asked, why would you suddenly say that? Murakan stood tall before the large house. The two of us built this house together in the past. I understand why she wanted us to stay here. Suddenly, Jin made a comment. Is your heart being warmed right now? Immediately, he turned his head with a look of disgust. Don't talk nonsense, you brat. It's rare for me to reminisce about the old days. But then, the black dragon hesitated. It was just that Murakan was remembering the scene of warm laughter from the past. Now it was just a memory. 1,000 years ago, in a house exactly like this one, I spent beautiful days with Tema and Quickcantle. No matter what we did, those were happy days, weren't they? His stream of memories suddenly became hazy and distorted. Murakan. Then, the black dragon clutched his head in pain. Damn it. Jin asked worriedly. Murakan, what's wrong? Did something happen? Murakan squinted and gritted his teeth. It's nothing. My head just suddenly. Tease Key. Quickcantle approached with a mocking tone. How pathetic. Are you tired from just a little flying? He growled silently in anger. No matter how weak I am, I'd never get tired from something like that, she quickly replied. Then pull yourself together. Quickcantle made a serious announcement. I've received a reply from Violetta. She will arrive tomorrow night. Her voice opened up a gloomy atmosphere, a barren island south of B Beach. At that time, Quickcantle was standing on the deserted island, gazing at the distant ocean. A light wind brushed past her cold face. Meanwhile, Murakan and Jin were taking shelter in a cliffside. A pensive voice rang out. What do you plan to do? When you meet her tomorrow? Flashing back to the past, Quickcantle was facing an interrogation from the other two. What do you mean? I sent a message clearly stating that the reason for calling her here is to ask about the whereabouts of Emil Latry's guardian dragon. After saying that, she narrowed her eyes slightly, dangerously. If she dares to play dumb, I'll teach her a lesson. Suddenly, someone remarked, how refreshing, Black Dragon, and yet she flashed a bright smile. Not bad, your personality is still the same, but you should also be careful with her, because now you don't have your family by your side. I think you should just lay low for now, Quantel replied. If something happens, I will fight on my own. Alone, I don't need you to get involved. Hearing that, he angrily rushed forward. Hey, no matter how weak I am, I don't want to be pitied by my ex-lover. But she just calmly closed her eyes. Who said I was pitying you? Don't be ridiculous. This is because. Muraka looked at Quantel's finger touching him and then listened to what she had to say. She also values the honor of the dragon clan, so I think she will definitely come alone. You think I'm going to lose? She smiled lightly with confidence. Stop worrying and just relax. Leaving the memory, Jin narrowed his eyes in thought. Honestly, I don't think she will come here alone. A strong wind swept through Quantel's hair. If the Jippol family really did kidnap Lachi and are plotting to make shady contracts, her eyes suddenly widened in horror. They will definitely come fully prepared before they arrive. A massive aura appeared, occupying the entire space in front of Quantel. And then Violetta in her wind dragon form landed on the ground. Suddenly, someone let out an amused smile. It is truly my honor to meet the guardian silver dragon Quantel. He majestically gripped the divine artifact in his hand. It's a great pleasure to meet you. The wings of the dragon, the vice head of the Jippol family, and the representative of Melior. The man's smile was filled with provocation. I am Andre Jippol. And just like that, she furiously shouted, Violetta. Quantel's face was filled with resentment. I thought you said you would come alone. The wind dragon replied very calmly. When I received your letter, I was with Andre. Just as I was interested in his representative, he was also very excited. Andre's eyes gleamed with cunning. So I hope you'll understand. The Silver Guardian Dragon Quantel faced the powerful Wind Dragon. Violetta, you've gotten really nasty lately. The other paid no mind to her words. Well then, let's get down to business. I need to discuss his contract. Suddenly, a voice cut her off. Lachi. Violetta's eyes wavered slightly at that question. Where is Lachi? Suddenly, she stretched and yelled, Oh dear, I've been tricked. Of course, that's the only thing you've been thinking about this whole time. She furiously demanded, Answer me, Violetta. You took Lachi 1 year ago, didn't you? Since then, the contractor of Asman hasn't been able to find the guardian dragon. Valletta glanced over and smirked mockingly. Let me see. I don't know how you want me to answer. Lachi, her voice rang out softly, is doing just fine. However, Quantel was already losing her mind. How dare you play games with me? Valletta then feigned kindness to dissuade her. Quantel, I don't know what your relationship with Asman's contractor is, but interfering in the Jippel family's business is not a wise decision. And then the Silver Dragon's curses reached the cliff where they were hiding. You're insane, you've really lost it. Valletta, you actually kidnapped a hatchling who knows nothing about this world? Muraka angrily gritted his teeth. Damn it. Jin beside him also commented, so arrogant. Just then, she lightly waved her claws. Oh dear, at this rate this will take all day. 2 terrifying tornadoes surrounded the Silver Dragon. Valletta directed her words at her. Let me make a suggestion. You this. Quantel, he decisively gave the order, give me the contract, and I will spare your life. Quicantel's expression turned, her voice was dark and cold. How absurd. She watched Valletta's figure and concluded, you're nothing but a fake chameleon. Filled with anger, his whirlwind of power shattered the earth and rock around them. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared between the 2 powerful gales. Quicantel transformed into a silver dragon, using her wings to bat away Valletta's power. Then she spoke amidst her opponent's fury. I have a proposal for you too. Quicantel wore a dangerously arrogant expression. Return Lachi to me now, and I will let you die a painless death. Meanwhile, Andrim was extremely excited. You dodged the attack from Valletta quite easily, didn't you? He raised his staff, which was radiating with energy. It's been a while since I could fight with all my strength. A beam of light shot from the scepter straight into the sky, forming a thin barrier. Jin carefully observed everything that was happening. Is this the mana of a 9-star mage? This is the first time I've seen it since I was reincarnated. He suddenly remembered that group of hooded figures, Andre Zifel. Then Jin recalled the man's hateful expression. Even though he was rejected by the House of Kanden, he was still a member of the wealthy Zifel clan. A sphere of magic appeared before his eyes. He would have to wait and see his current rank. Andrin confidently extended his palm, gathering a swirling vortex of energy. Silver Dragon, you are about to die. Seeing this, she tried to move her wings. I have to dodge this. Suddenly, Quicantel's eyes wavered slightly as a stream of a different power shot straight at the Silver Dragon. She gritted her teeth, looking down at the wound on her abdomen. It can fly? A voice suddenly rang out. It seems even the wind is against you now. Valletta flapped his wings hard to fly higher. Unfortunately, all the wind on this island belongs to me. Quicantel tilted her head back to look at him, enveloped in a hazy, powerful gust. And then Valletta opened his mouth, causing the wind force to swirl, but she just sneered contemptuously. Is this all you fools have got? Suddenly, another voice rang out. That's not enough. Andrin unleashed lightning power from his palm. I will show you what true power is. He spread his arms, letting his divine staff float in the air. A furious barrage of lightning began to descend from the heavens. You didn't really think I could only control the wind, did you? He and Andrin unleashed their powers simultaneously. Die. Silver Dragon. The 2 powerful streams of energy merged and rushed forward. At that moment, a panicked Jin shouted, Murakan, but the one who was called remained calm and observed. No, it's not time yet. In his line of sight was the stream of power poised to strike the Silver Dragon. It's true that Quicantel is a bit arrogant. A golden halo suddenly appeared above her head, but those fools are also very conceited. She threw her head back, causing the ring to expand as if tearing the air apart. The scene froze, distorted by the power from the halo. As for him, he was stunned as if he couldn't believe it. Time, in Jin's eyes, was the stagnant stream of power from those people. It stopped. Suddenly, Quicantel opened her mouth and roared with power. She simply watched as the stream of magic before her exploded. This sight horrified him. The power to control time could even stop magic itself. It's been a long time since this old man has seen such a sight. Suddenly, a gloomy voice echoed, making Andrin freeze. Today, I will tear that mouth of yours to shreds. He frantically turned his head towards the Wind Dragon. You got that angry over a single spell? Valletta, hurry and attack again. Andrin urged in a panic. Hurry, move faster. Valletta, but his entire body had become rigid. Is my body unable to move because of a time-controlling ability? Slowly open at his whisper, and then it suddenly snapped its eyes wide open as a colossal stream of magic power shone down upon Valletta. The Wind Dragon stomped its claws on the cracked ground. I shouldn't have held back my power from the claws. Wielding a terrifying aura, it slowly rose. My apologies, old friend. Valletta's eyes flashed with a cold light. I really thought I was going to die. The Black Dragon cursed in annoyance. Damn it. The other one spoke again. It's been quite a while, hasn't it, Murakan? The ground shattered into pieces. The two divine dragons wielding immense power crashed into each other head-on. They seemed to be locked in a struggle, pushing against one another. Murakhan coldly retorted, "Shut your mouth, you damn mummy." It sneered, "You've gotten weaker, but your mouth is as sharp as ever, huh?" Then Valletta opened its mouth, revealing an orb that was gathering power. "Go back to your eternal slumber, Murakhan." Meanwhile, a dense aura also enveloped the black dragon. He unleashed his power, shattering the demonic aura, but was met by a barrier of force from Valletta, with another orb of power, waiting to strike from behind. A fist suddenly appeared, a precise blow swinging down on the wind dragon. With cold eyes, it caught its opponent's fist. That's right, it would be boring if it were too easy. Valletta excitedly confronted the black dragon. "This is so much fun, Murakhan. I'm about to go down in history for killing a legend from the past." The other didn't back down and provoked him in return. Pretty fast for a mad dragon. Meanwhile, that other person suddenly approached Kwai Canel. "Well then, shall we continue on our end? At first, I only planned to persuade you and then let you go." The faces of Andrin and the monster beside him were both filled with deceit, but since you've seen this face, you must die. Suddenly, his eyes widened in terror. Andrin froze as a figure moved swiftly. "Ah, that's right, you're also here, aren't you, Jin Runcandel?" He calmly activated the power in his palm. That man was still incredibly arrogant, as that golden glowing power was aimed at him. One more brat won't change a thing. Suddenly, a scream caught its attention. By then, Jin's sword had already slashed through his opponent, Andrin. Valletta sudden, lie moved, catching Murakhan by surprise. "Son of a B-word!" The echoing voice made Jin turn his head. "No, kid, get out of the way." The wind dragon's long tail slammed hard into Jin. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. Then, Jin crashed straight into the ground, sending rubble flying. From within the cracked ruins, he panted as he raised his sword in defense. Suddenly, Jin looked up in shock. Andrin's monster and an aura from the man himself were rushing toward him simultaneously. Those colossal powers were about to strike. Jin slowly raised the hand that was tightly gripping a beaded bracelet. He gritted his teeth in pain, as an aura erupted in his hand, causing the beaded string to snap. The stone ground shattered into tiny pieces as a faint light glimmered. A flash of light appeared from the darkness. Suddenly, a colossal light descended from above onto the ground. A brilliant sword blade emerged from within the thick smoke and dust. "You didn't even bother to send a letter to let your big sister know beforehand." In front of Jean now was a scene of pure white light and that majestic figure. "But I'm guessing something so urgent happened that you couldn't handle it on your own, right?" Luna calmly held the sword aura firmly in her hand. "Our little boy." Andrin stared in astonishment at the scene before him. It was a stream of thought from the old man, filled with disbelief. "The white whale," she spoke again in a panic. "The vice patriarch of the Jippel clan and his wind dragon guardian of his." "Ah, good. This makes it worthwhile for you to call your big sister for help." He staggered to his feet amidst the concerned words of Luna. "Youngest, it seems you somehow managed to last for quite a while against opponents of this caliber, huh? Are you hurt anywhere?" Jin smirked slightly with his blood-stained lips, then tightly gripped the sword aura in his hand. "Actually, I think I was on the verge of death." She listened grimly to her younger brother's next words. "Thanks for coming, big sis." Then Luna gently relaxed her arm. Andrin Jippel, the man she addressed, flinched in panic when faced with the question of how long are you going to play dumb for. Her tone was incredibly cold. "I demand an explanation for what business you have with my little brother." While Valletta and the Wind Dragon were lost in thought, a realization flashed through Jin's mind. My opponents are the vice patriarch of the Jippel clan and a Wind Dragon imbued with divine power. He was a bit stunned as he mused, "This is such a tense situation, that before, I thought even if my sister arrived, it would be hard to guarantee a win. But now I'm more certain." Now, in Jin's eyes, seeing Luna's nonchalant posture, this fight was already over. He glanced toward the source of the sound. "Kid, we should fall back." Jin spoke up, a little surprised. Murakhan, the black dragon, apologetically supported him while Kwai clung to him in pain. "I'm sorry, because they can freely control the winds, I couldn't stop them." Murakhan looked again at her cold and solitary figure. "But you have one hell of a sister, kid. If she had arrived just a moment later, we would have been finished." Then he quietly added, "It's thanks to you that we're still alive." Hearing this, Jin was rendered speechless. At that moment, the flesh was being stitched back together by demonic energy. Truly unexpected. Who would have thought the white whale would appear here? But with the current situation, I can be certain of one thing. As the monster overflowed with terrifying dark energy, Andrin yelled excitedly, "Runcandel has broken its oath with the Jippel clan. Luna Runcandel, your brother used magic." The old man's voice echoed. The Jipple clan will not let this matter slide easily. Yet Luna merely smirked. I get it, but don't worry. She scornfully pointed her weapon forward. This matter will never reach the ears of your clan. Her words made Andren tremble with rage. You lowly wench, how dare you? The monster, filled with fury, charged toward Luna, behaving in such a way. Whoosh, a brilliant sword slash flew past its mouth. Before the afterglow from her sword aura had even faded, the monster was torn to shreds. The old man stared blankly at the magical energy dissipating into fragments in the air. All the members of the Jipple clan I've ever met are only good at running their mouths, Luna said with a taunting smile as she moved. It seems the vice patriarch of the clan. It was no exception. A torrent of brilliant phantoms rushed in, making Andren struggle to shield himself. A foot landed softly on the ground. Valletta, behind her, was enduring countless slashes as Luna tilted her head to observe. Are you still maintaining your true form? I don't mind you, dragon, because this just gives me more places to slash. But he was still wincing in pain. Valletta gritted his teeth, transforming into his human form amidst the dense power, as a strange patch of magical energy clung to his body. The old man behind him yelled, Valletta. He resentfully cut him off. Angrily, I know. The spear in the wind dragon's hand grew long and slender. Valletta solemnly gripped the newly formed weapon as a swarm of monsters somewhere also began to radiate energy. One of his hands released the weapon, while another, seemingly made of dark energy, gripped the head of the divine spear. He possessed a surging power that swept away the surrounding dust. His neck and one of his cheeks were stained black by the demonic energy. That power wasn't magic. It was closer to an authority, and it also resembled the energy emitted by the demon race. Her eyes filled with scrutiny as she wondered why the wind dragon was struggling so hard against her. Then Luna smirked again. It seems you need a little more time to use that relic effectively. She turned towards Andren, who was holding the cursed stone. It was hard to believe that the vice head of the JP family and a wind dragon had to bet their lives on such a crude object. Do you two really think that thing can save you? Suddenly, the whirlwind of demonic energy grew even more furious. Luna easily dodged his spear tip, causing Valletta to curse in anger. You despicable wench! Amidst his roar, she still held her weapon tightly. What the hell do you know to be spouting such nonsense? Their terrifying powers clashed directly. He was ready to thrust his weapon forward, while Luna prepared to swing her blade. The sword stroke clashed with the magical energy, and the battle grew fierce as both attacked with their full strength. Her sword sliced through the air and came down directly on Valletta. He was stunned to see that within his line of sight, all that remained was Luna's hair. Her sudden attack sent Valletta flying far away. His feet and the tip of his spear hit the ground, and the wind dragon clutched his chest in pain amidst a thick cloud of dust. Valletta's eyes widened in fury, and he gritted his teeth at Luna's mocking tone. So in the end, this is all you've got. Your weapon has touched the ground. It seems you have nothing left to show me. She slowly raised her weapon. I'll end this nice and quick. Before Valletta's very eyes, Luna raised her sword high, creating a blinding light. The beam shot straight up into the sky, Black Runcandel SWORD style, third form. The sharp, cold light reflected on her dangerous face, the dazzling energy looking as if it could pierce the clouds. Suddenly, Luna's eyes flew open, and the light also illuminated Andren's bewildered face. The sword was suddenly and powerfully swung down. She proudly aimed her blade forward, meteor shower. At that moment, an elder of the Canaan people had once spoken. In other words, our family's swordsmanship is like that of a conqueror. It possesses the power of relentless destruction, to compete, to achieve, and to savor. The family's ideology is imbued into the sword, making them one and the same. From up high, he looked down at Jean and reminded him, that is why the swords of the Black Runcandel house have no fixed form, only the single purpose of killing the enemy. Along with that is the existence of Matuk and Matuch. Remembering this, his eyes immediately widened, and this is a brilliant turquoise light that dazzled the entire sky. Jane's eyes were wide as he stared intently at it, a meteor shower. The techniques flashed by like shooting stars, and he silently praised how dazzling they were. That sword strike plunged straight down from above toward Andren. He stood there wide-eyed, watching and even exclaiming how beautiful it was. That power was like meteors crashing down, creating violent explosions. Just as Andren was thinking it was hopelessly powerful, someone called his name, Andren. Valletta took the blow for him, trying desperately to snap Andren back to his senses. Are you all right? Get a grip? He roared the old man's name, Andren. But he still hadn't recovered, so shocked that he knelt down, speechless. This is just absurd, isn't it? Andren was terrified by that power, his face pale and drained of life. She didn't do it through a pact with the Dragon Clan or by using any ancient artifacts. When Luna unleashed her deadly move, she looked like a grim reaper coming for his soul, filling him with endless dread. How could power like this exist in a human being? Valletta's voice finally pulled Andren's spirit back to reality. You just have to survive, As long as you're alive, we still have a chance to win." The meteor-like strikes rained down relentlessly on his body, but Valletta still forced himself to speak. "We can turn this around with the magic stone." He endured the pain and reminded him, "Even if I die protecting you, you can just use the magic stone to bring me back, right?" Looking again at the purple stone in his hand, Andrin finally came to his senses. That's right, it wasn't over yet. As long as he still had the magic stone, he couldn't die. With it, he was still a god incarnate. Just as he was lost in that thought, a massive blow struck down. In the aftermath, something lay smoldering. Luna watched pensively, her face tinged with sadness. She was looking at Valletta's broken, scorched dragon wing. Seeing that Andrin had managed to escape, she felt her own abilities were still insufficient. "I must train harder to reach father's level of swordsmanship." Still, she was somewhat satisfied, but this is enough to teach the Zipfel clan a lesson for the time being. Luna glanced at Jin, who was fired up with determination. The boy had found new motivation as well. She thought to herself, "If, in the end, I still can't reach father's level of swordsmanship, then little brother, you must." Suddenly, a massive golem appeared, growling as it took in the scene. Luna glanced up at it, too weary to care. "My pride has taken a bit of a hit, and I'll find it annoying if you keep acting this way in front of my little brother." Hearing this, the golem clenched its jaw. Then, it threw its head back and roared at the sky. Seeing this, Jin asked the person beside him, "What is that?" Murakhan, who was supporting Quinto, stood his ground and replied, "That's it, kid. The Zipfel clan created that golem using contractors." "A golem?" Looking at the hideous beast bearing its fangs, the black dragon explained, "It's like a weapon created for the gods to control their people. Judging by its looks, this one's a cheap knockoff." After saying that, Murakhan suddenly grabbed Jin. The boy was surprised, but Murakhan said, "But that doesn't mean it isn't dangerous." The black dragon transformed into his majestic dragon form, grabbing Jin in his claws as he prepared to fly away. "We're getting out of here, kid." He yelled, "Wait, Murakhan." Jin didn't agree and wanted to stay. "We're supposed to fight together. I can't leave you here alone with such a dangerous enemy." But Luna cut in, "There's no need. At this level, I can still handle this." You couldn't believe what Murakhan was saying right now. "We have to go now, kid. Let's go." Jin reluctantly gritted his teeth. He recalled the past, remembering Murakhan's arrogant demeanor after they formed their contract. "I've regressed and was able to meet Murakhan again, starting with luck and skills far superior to most of my siblings." However, thinking about his current situation, he hung his head, his thoughts racing. "Right now, I don't even know where I stand." Jin thought of the scene where he was crushed by boulders, bleeding profusely, forced to flee without any resistance. At this rate, how am I any different from a failure of the clan? It can't be like this. He thought over and over, his hands slowly clenching into a fist, silently resolving that he couldn't let himself experience that feeling of helplessness again. "I must become stronger." The black dragon, who had been watching silently, noticed Jin's gesture and felt a sense of awe as an overwhelming, powerful aura radiated from him. "I knew the kid was brave, but seeing him reveal such high fighting spirit after witnessing something like that makes me feel incredibly proud." Murakhan thought of ice and fire energies mixing, blazing together. "That's right, that's all it takes. Don't let that boiling fighting spirit inside you disappear. You will become the best on this continent if you keep that pride and effort burning in your chest." It was as if he could see a Jin with a mature demeanor, brimming with spirit and a will to fight. "Until then, I, Murakhan, will watch over and protect you, my contractor after 1,000 years." Meanwhile, over here, Luna looked boredly at the origin stone and said, "Do you think just by changing your appearance a little, you can kill me? You're a failure, trapped in your own delusions." A beautiful round purple stone lit up, but she paid it no mind. How pitiful. Suddenly, it raised its hand towards Luna. Before she could understand what was happening, the origin stone unleashed a beam of purple light that shot forward like a tornado. That power rushed out quickly, causing the surrounding dust to swirl into a thick cloud. Through the smoke, a pair of legs could be seen standing firm. Luna had blocked the attack, and its booming voice echoed out. "I am now draining the power of 12 gods." The origin stone grinned wickedly. "Oh, Luna Runcandel, what do you have to fight me with? You have nothing but your sword. What a pitiful little girl. Surrender now. Right here, right now. Not even your father could do anything to me." However, she was completely unharmed and calmly retorted. For a sword master, Luna raised her blood-red sword, which glowed as if thirsty for blood. A single sword is more than enough. At that moment, it realized something, as her voice continued to ring out. "If you," Luna said while stroking her sword, "had fought me with that disgusting magic that you spent your entire life researching and immersing yourself in, then perhaps you might have at least witnessed half of the power I am about to display." She stomped her foot, creating a shockwave, with a look of contempt and pity. The sky turned a hellish red as Luna began to run, her sword sparking with fire. That dark magic was researched for wicked purposes. With this one sword, honed and tempered through countless battles, I will defeat you. It was stunned, only managing to think to itself, crimson light. I've faced many sword masters, but this is the first time. I can see the bloody light. Yuan Shi began to raise his hand, preparing to strike. No, what does that even matter? He silently encouraged himself as he began to gather his power. At this very moment, his demonization had reached the level of a god. All right, come on. Yuan Shi roared, summoning countless arms that formed a purple energy sphere. Witness this power, and I will make you. His face gradually became more ferocious. You arrogant bastard. Meanwhile, Luna rushed forward so fast her face was a blur. Yuan Shi's voice still echoed, realized true powerlessness, and embraced defeat. His piercing scream echoed across the crimson sky as she landed. Luna looked up, her cold, blade-like gaze silently finishing off the enemy, the blade of the true heart. Just as the technique's name implies, crimson light spread everywhere, making it impossible to distinguish anything. The blood moon sword sliced vertically through Yuan Shi's massive body. The purple gem was also shattered in two along with him. She hadn't expected that and stood there, stunned in surprise. A burst of purple light erupted, making Luna jump back. That gem absorbed energy, forming a dark purple vortex. In the air, the vortex gradually condensed into a giant black sphere. She just stood there, dumbfounded, as dust and smoke flew everywhere. Luna slammed her sword hard into the ground. She snapped back to her senses and immediately prepared to attack. I'm going to get hit. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, and Luna froze. Sister! She looked up at the sky, following the voice. Murakami was flying down, carrying Jin. He was in its palm, holding on tight. Luna was surprised. Jin! Jin immediately reached out his hand, saying, "Take my hand, sister." She stared in disbelief, the wind blowing her hair over one eye. Luna smiled faintly, feeling a surge of joy in her heart today. Then she also reached her hand towards him, thinking it seems the youngest one is saving me this time. The scene shifts to another place. Amiya looks at the view outside and asks, "Has the island completely disappeared?" Russ replied, "Yes, and what's more, a vortex nearby also swallowed something similar, and a large amount of mana was detected in that area. Although it was partly caused by humans, it was truly the power of the Silver Dragon and the Wind Dragon." He asked again in surprise, "The Wind Dragon?" He immediately bowed his head and explained, "The division suspects that it was Valletta from the Jippel clan. Before this incident, there were reports that he had crossed the border." Russ continued speaking as he put his hand in his pocket, about to take something out. "Ah," he said, uncertainly, "it seems the Wind Dragon is already dead." Hearing this, Amiya glanced at him without a word. Russ presented Valletta's dragon claw for him to see. Amiya asked again, "So what about that mana flow? Have you identified who caused it yet?" He immediately reported, "Perhaps it was the contractors." He was not satisfied with the vague answer. Perhaps the soldiers who went out by boat saw an energy circle like the eye of a storm, the contractors, and their guardian dragons, and a worrisome energy source. "I think we need to do something about what they're creating." Amiya inquired, "And what about Andron?" Russ's expression was hidden deep behind his mask. "We are still searching." He became furious, his hand clenching into a fist and slamming down on the table. Amiya turned his head to warn him. "Your reports have been too lacking lately. Have you identified who Kwai Canel's guest was? I have no excuses." Hearing those words, he just gritted his teeth and looked at Russ, lost in deep thought. After a moment, Amiya finally spoke. He gave a cold glance. "It's pointless to say that. If you can't do it, who else can? Make sure not to let anything leak to the press. If you still haven't found Anya by tonight, issue a missing persons report." As Ross turned to leave, the Emperor continued giving orders to his back, deploy more personnel from the Special Task Force to enter Jippel territory and make sure no problems arise. "Even though we're maintaining a good relationship, I want things to be more than that." Then Amiya glanced over, her voice carrying a hint of a threat. "Roz, you know, right? That I am not a patient person. I think you know that well." Roz could only bow his head in obedience without protest, and he immediately took action. "I will not disappoint you, your esteemed majesty." He was the Emperor of Bondon, Emir Bondon. The scene changes to a certain place at night, where a loud voice exclaims, "What? They used the demon stone?" It turned out to be Booba and Bisco talking. He recounted with a grim face. "That's right, on the coast of Territory B, there was a major clash between the Wind Dragon and the Silver Dragon. As a result, the entire island was wiped out, and a vortex appeared there. Therefore, I am certain the demon stone was shattered." The old man, chewing on a pastry, scolded as food flew everywhere. "Hold on, how dare they destroy my product? I told them to handle it with care because it wasn't even complete yet." Booba's voice boomed. "This is unforgivable. Sir Bisco, go and confront them right now. Those foolish mages don't understand the value of the stone. Bisco dodged the food the old man sent flying, thinking furiously. Those damn Jipple idiots have made a complete mess of things. Thanks to them, I have to postpone killing this pig. But Booba, completely oblivious, just kept running his mouth. I know you're angry too, Sir Bisco. Your killing intent is practically overflowing. Bisco didn't deny it, but simply cut him off. Anyway, the commander is extremely angry about this. Bisco calmly wiped the stains from his face, speaking leisurely. He wants to reconsider our alliance with the Jipple clan, so from now on, don't associate with them anymore. The scene changes. A cross-shaped flame flares to life, roaring as it cooks a delicious meat skewer. A mysterious girl is using an orb to scry, and behind her, a dragon is breathing fire. It's not clear what she saw, but she exclaimed, "Oh my." The girl then simply announced, Andrin is dead. The dragon behind her immediately stopped breathing fire. Cadden looked down, disagreeing. He must have left with Valletta, and took the demon stone as well. The girl replied, it was definitely one of the two. Her voice was as steady as if she were telling a story that had nothing to do with her. Both the power of that silver dragon and the individuals involved are far beyond our imagination. Hearing this, the dragon glared and asked, who? Caden then sneered, the shadow dragon is the one who destroyed the entire giant Thama field in Kinzello, right? The girl, Keo Lick, glanced at him curiously. He explained further, Mizia, if it was her power, then it would be understandable. She wouldn't be afraid of the demon stone. Oh, I remember now. Mia, Murakan's older sister? Kadun affirmed, correct. On top of that, Quicantil is Murakan's ex-lover. He continued to mutter, so she's not entirely unrelated to Mia. Ki finally understood everything. I see. All right, I'm giving an order. Then, we know what you must do next. Kadun the dragon grinned slyly. You want me to go searching? Me? He said. What I was wondering was impossible. If the black dragons wanted to hide, even the heavens couldn't find them. Kioak laughed mockingly. Stop being so childish. Anyway, it's a real shame to lose the demon stone. Caden moved her eyes closer, probing. Your younger brother is dead, yet you're so calm. She says one thing, but her actions show another. Of course, I'm sad. However, I already knew this was going to happen. I was just shocked to hear that he recently attended Ken's party without telling me, but he didn't see it that way. Lies. Now I'll have to tell the creator of the demon stone to make another one. Without it, we won't be able to take over the Cannon family before Ken dies. It's the same with the Darksea King. Ki leaned his head against the chair and sighed. I don't think you're the only one who's annoyed by this. Kadun, smoke fuming from her dragon-like mouth, growled. Don't be so childish. The whole atmosphere around her seemed to spark with fire, her voice echoing. If you want to take over the world, you have to be able to do at least that much. Or, Kioak glanced over, a dangerous smile on her face. Kadun continued. If you want to become the supreme god, Ki. The scene changes to another location where someone is knocking on a door. The person inside replied, yes, just a moment. Julie peeked her head out and asked, who is it? Jin's group had returned safely. One of them spoke up. We're back. Julie. She was so surprised she was speechless. The young master then spoke up to remind her. Could you prepare a feast for us, please? We haven't eaten anything on the flight back. Julie saw Luna and was so happy she started to stutter. Then, perhaps from the shock of it all, she fainted, only managing to say, Lady Luna is here too. A person's voice rang out in panic throughout the building. Strawberry pie. A three-colored, spiral-shaped fan swayed back and forth as Murakan was fanning Julie, who was still in deep shock, lying on the sofa and muttering, the young master is about to be kicked out. The woman standing next to Jin spoke, it seems your maid has misunderstood something. Luna's eyes were full of gentleness. It looks like she was very worried about you. You have a very good maid. He agreed, yes, she is very good to me. Someone called out softly, young Master Jin. Jin turned towards the man who was opening the door and walking in. Sir Casimir. Casimir continued, you've returned. But who are these people? The young master replied, I admit this is a bit sudden. This is my eldest sister, Luna Candon. She looked at him and greeted him politely. Greetings, sir. So you are the master swordsman Casimir I've often heard about. Casimir was surprised by the name Luna Candon. I am unworthy of the title master swordsman. It is my honor to serve you. He then turned to the white-haired woman and asked curiously, and this lady is? A girl with pure white hair and eyes full of charisma. Jin introduced her. She is Lady Enya's guardian dragon, the silver guardian dragon Quant. Casimir stomped his foot to attention. He was startled internally. Another dragon, and bowed a full 90 degrees. I am Casimir, leader of the seven-colored peacock and an acquaintance of young Master Jin. It is a great pleasure to meet you all. Then he silently told himself, I can't screw up like last time. Straightening up, Casimir heard the young master apologize. I made these arrangements on my own without informing you beforehand. I'm truly sorry. He replied, it's all right, young master. We are all in the same boat now. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Quant spoke coldly, her eyes dark. Where's Enya? I was just about to tell everyone. Casimir spoke up. Lachi just returned a moment ago, in 3 hours. Jin was surprised. As in, today? He continued. Yes, Lachi is with Lady Enya and her daughter, of mine. Casimir's expression turned serious, but I find something very strange. He recounted that Lachi no longer remembered what happened when he went missing. The boy was confused, kidnapped. That's impossible. Alicia, who overheard, was also utterly stunned. Lachi himself replied in a state of confusion and anxiety. I only remember that Valletta adamantly refused to teach me Draconic language, but I don't remember what happened after that. Casimir reasoned that since the boy was completely unharmed, you couldn't say that the Jippo clan had a hand in it. Perhaps it wasn't a kidnapping. She adamantly denied it. Impossible. Those very scoundrels confessed to me with their own mouths. Murakhan, now extremely annoyed, spoke up. They've already erased the traces. Jin wondered, traces? He explained, they've erased all traces related to the Demon Stone and even the memories of Lachi. Murakhan continued, the Jippo clan has always been like this. When things don't go their way, they erase everything. He and Murakhan looked at each other. Casimir couldn't help but ask curiously. A Demon Stone, Jin explained briefly. It's an ancient artifact they possess. I'll explain in detail later. While everyone was still discussing, they were unaware that July had woken up and was listening in on the conversation between the Jippo Vice Clan leader and the Wind Dragon, and there's also the stone that can absorb a god's contractor. The young master has truly faced many hardships. The group was still debating what their scheme was. There must be a reason for them to create a replica of the original stone. The Black Dragon frowned, his voice low. They want to become gods. So they're plotting to gather the powers of all the gods and eliminate anyone who dares to oppose them in order to become the sole god ruling this world. After a tense moment, he reassured everyone. For now, all of you should get some rest. I will gather more information through the 7-colored rainbow. Lady Guy Canello, if you wish, I can lead you to Lady Enya. The Silver Dragon agreed instantly. Casimir then said, of course, this way please. Just then, Julie spoke up, young master. Murakhan panicked. Strawberry pie, Jin calmly asked Julie, are you feeling better now? She replied in surprise, yes, why did I faint? Then she was stunned again to see Luna there. Julie let out a cry of shock and collapsed, leaving the Black Dragon horrified that she had fainted again. Strawberry pie. She held a bottle of wine and cheerfully declared, after taking down the notorious underground gang, the independent city of Tan has become safer. The Jippo Vice Clan leader and Valletta were both killed. I accomplished all of that in just 2 months of being a knight. Luna smiled brightly, praising her nonstop. You can even use magic, despite never having been taught formally. If you'd been caught, you surely would have lost your life. You're really incredible. Julie's younger brother, sitting opposite them, remarked while petting a cat, I thought if Lady Luna found out, we'd be dead for sure. I never expected that you actually knew everything all along. She gently reassured them, I must have scared you. Don't worry, I have to change my mind sometimes, too. The maid smiled gently. Now we just need to hide it from the clan leader. Luna said something that startled her, making her accidentally pinch the cat hard. My father already knows. She smiled gently, her voice calm as if nothing was wrong. Father knows everything, from the sacrificial ritual to Andrin's death. He even knows that I was involved. Julie couldn't help but be surprised. Why are you saying such strange things, my lady? This is supposed to be bad news, isn't it? Jin stepped forward to reassure her. Don't worry, Julie, I have my ways. I don't understand, young master. His voice rang out evenly. Tomorrow, my eldest sister and I will go see father. July replied innocently. So you already have a plan to go see father. Suddenly, the other two realized something, their eyes widening in unison. Huh, young master, who did you just say you're going to see? Luna scolded Jin. You must be out of your mind. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because father hasn't said anything. And what do you plan to do after you see him? He just calmly explained, I'm going to warn him that the JP clan is plotting an attack on the Van Canden clan. As for the Demon Stone matter, you should be the one to talk to father. Wouldn't that be better? She looked at Jin seriously. Do you understand the consequences of a flag bearer returning home without permission? Are you planning to give up on the flag bearer selection? His voice lowered. Father already knows that everything that happened is my fault, so it would probably be better for me to tell him myself. Maybe I can negotiate with him. Julie was astonished while Luna lowered her voice. Negotiate? I've lived this long and I've never even thought of doing that. Then she prepared to stand up, issuing a warning, if you insist on being this stubborn. Luna's gaze sharpened, her voice slow and firm, he'll kill you. Jin remained optimistic and smiled. If that's really the case, I believe you can stop him. She frowned, a bit surprised by his composure. Luna stepped forward to stand in front of him, the two facing each other, looking at one another in silence. Her eyes were cold and filled with anger. but he met his sister's gaze without flinching. Luna gritted her teeth in frustration. Suddenly, she angrily brought up Julie, making her startle. If you even dare to threaten your own family, I can't imagine how much more July must be suffering. After a few seconds, Luna relented, saying coolly, Fine, I'll go with you. When do you plan to go? He smiled a little smugly. I plan to take the first teleportation gate tomorrow. She turned away, closing her eyes, giving in to his plan. All right, the sooner the better. Julie then timidly spoke up. Lady Luna, why? Luna sounded helpless yet proud of Jin. This family is full of people just waiting to stab each other in the back, so at least he needs to have at least one person he can trust. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly as she silently affirmed, Your sister will become that shield for you. I trust you have your ways. He was relieved. Of course, big sis. The next day, the two siblings arrived where Jantia and a long line of soldiers came out to greet them. A gloomy voice rang out. Instead of persuading him, You even brought him here? Her face was murderous. Can you believe this, sister? Luna called out softly, Little brother? Jin replied politely, Yes, sister. Her expression was grim. I really should have treated you better. He laughed casually. Of course. Vigo shouted in anger, You insane bastard. He aggressively pointed at the person in front of him. Did leaving the family drive you mad, youngest brother? How dare a reserve flag bearer dare to seek out the sword garden? Miyu said coldly. It's because you're too soft on him. And also spoke with contempt. He's already given up his position as a reserve flag bearer. In that case, you're in the wrong too, sister. Luna thought to herself, They've prepared for this. Just as I thought, even father knows about this. Mary watched in astonishment from a window. How shocking. The youngest brother is giving up his flag bearer certification, or has he suddenly become curious about what happens after death? Her face darkened, her hand scratching cracks into the wall. No, isn't he supposed to grow up and fight me, his sister? Seeing this, Deefus couldn't help but sigh. Vansha asked bluntly, Sister, why did you bring him here? Luna explained, I didn't bring him. He came here on his own. She questioned her sister. Then you should have stopped him, right? He's not in his right mind, which means neither are you. The other person heard this and was too annoyed to speak. She quickly changed the subject. Whatever. Where's father? Vansha asked back in surprise. Father. Jin stood by watching everything, wondering to himself, Sister Luna, for some reason, always struggles when facing you. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Oh my, youngest brother, are you here to see father? He calmly replied, That's right, second sister. Vigo came straight towards them from behind, shouting, You must have come here to die, right? You just got lucky. That's all. Just because you're better than Tonus's group, you think you're superior, huh? She could only sigh helplessly. After that, Vansha stepped back to make way for them, her voice noticeably softer. Go on, father is in his study. Jin was grateful to hear the answer he wanted. Thank you, sister. Suddenly, someone drew their sword. It was Jantia. She gently placed the sword against her sister's neck and said in a low voice, From here on, her eyes sharpened and turned crimson. The first flag bearer must leave her weapon behind and wait for the Patriarch's order for the reserve flag bearer to go alone. Luna initially looked at the sword's tip, a little stunned, then gritted her teeth in anger, her eyes immediately becoming terrifyingly dark. And what if I don't want to? As soon as she finished speaking, the floor around her cracked. The others quickly got into a combat stance. Vansha kindly reminded her, This is your last chance, first flag bearer. Vigo's eyes were bloodshot, pointing his sword straight at the target, as the other person's voice rang out again. This is the Patriarch's order, and gripped his sword tightly. Put down your weapon. Miu frowned, ready to fight. If you resist, you will be killed instantly. Luna witnessed the scene before her, unable to contain her anger when he suddenly spoke up. Don't worry about me. Jin turned to look at her, calmly reassuring her, I'm just here as a member of the Runcandel clan. No, I'm here to talk to father as his son. It's not a big deal. Everyone was stunned to hear that, while the sixth flag bearer gritted his teeth and cursed, that lunatic. He began to walk, deep in thought. It seems my other siblings don't understand father well. Even though a reserve flag bearer returning to the clan is against the rules, father isn't the type to care about rules. If I have a chance to talk like last time, Jin remembered the moment Ken had patted his head and praised him. That's a good question. He walked away, leaving behind words that Jin would never forget. I will continue to watch you. And he had thought there would be no problem. Jin let out a silent sigh of relief. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. Jin calmly knocked on the door, when suddenly something in front of him made him freeze. A wave of immense power erupted at that moment. The wind still blew strongly through the young man's hair as he stood motionless in shock. A stern voice rang out. It seems I overestimated you. I gave you 5 years. Inside, Ken spoke in a low voice. Why have you come here now? Jin fell into deep thought. I've heard about it, that father's sword aura, at a certain level, can completely overwhelm an opponent. Seeing that powerful back from behind, the train of thought echoed again in his head. When using a sword formed by aura, he nearly reaches the state of sword and man as one. He's softer than I thought. At this moment, Ken's voice cut through Jin's thoughts. Don't make me ask again, Jin Runcandel. He calmly replied, do I need a reason to visit my father? But in his heart, he told himself not to apologize, be confident but not arrogant. Jin casually replied, I came because I wanted to see you, father. This statement greatly surprised him. He wants to see me? I've never heard any of my children say such a thing. It's not so bad. Though he was pleased on the inside, Kiran still feigned indifference. How foolish. Did studying abroad give you that silly notion of family love or something? The boy immediately denied it. It's not from studying abroad, sir. The man closed his eyes, listening to every word Jin said. I've always loved you, father. A sudden surge of red energy appeared, startling the boy. Jin's attention immediately snapped forward. He looked at the powerful back, from which the red aura was ceaselessly radiating, his voice filled with alarm. This is killing intent. Jin gritted his teeth, his heart pounding with panic. Crap, did I say something wrong? But in reality, Kiran was thinking, damn it, I almost laughed. His voice rang out, making the boy freeze. I never expected you to say those words. Kiran continued slowly. Enough with the nonsense. Get to the point. What have you brought for me? Jin did not disappoint, immediately reporting, the vice patriarch of the Jippo clan, the one you mocked at the banquet, Andre Jippo, is dead. Hearing this, the man turned his head slightly. Are you saying you killed him? But the boy denied it. Disappointed? My sister Luna handled him, and I was the one who caused it. One of his sharp eyes opened. Jin spoke slowly. There are a few more things, if it's all right with you. Would you like me to report on what happened? Kiran's hand, holding a book, paused midair. Is that so? The boy looked up, slightly surprised by his father's easy agreement. Very well. When had he taken off his glasses? Approaching Jin, he calmly ordered, sit down. I will hear you out. The boy sat down and calmly began to explain. Yes, from the start until my time in Bond. In this short period, I've truly encountered a great many things. Hearing this, Kiran seems slightly disappointed. And the reason you've come all this way is just because Jippo's right-hand man is dead. Surely there will be some movement within that clan of scoundrels. But you came all this way just to tell me that? At this moment, Jin slowly clarified, Andre probably wasn't his true right-hand man. Then he added, though it was partly due to my sister's immense power. Considering he was the vice patriarch of the only clan that could threaten House Runcan, that man was still not worthy of the title. Of course, this is all based on my intuition. Those words made the man ponder. Chiron then frowned thoughtfully. You were absolutely right. As you said, that scoundrel was only the vice patriarch, but that doesn't mean we can conclude he was their second strongest. He spoke with a hidden meaning, the one who holds the most political power after Kiliak is someone else entirely. However, this is not something I can tell you at this moment. Jin replied in a low voice. You've confirmed my intuition was correct. For that, I am already grateful. And, besides, I still haven't told you the most important part. And with that, he slowly revealed that those scoundrels had used a strange artifact. Hearing this, Kiran looked skeptical. An artifact? Jin quickly replied, yes, sir, and Andre called it the Demon God's Stone. As an image of the item, surrounded by a brilliant energy, flashed in his mind, he continued, from what I understand, it is a copy of the origin stone that was created by the gods long ago. At least, that's what I was told. The man stroked his chin thoughtfully. The origin stone, huh. Then Kiran asked, was it Murakan who told you? Jin froze for a moment. A slight smirk played on his lips. You knew all along. His father replied casually, did you really think I didn't know? Of course, I know that you can use mana too. Did you seriously think you could hide that from me? Jin also admitted hesitantly. Well, of course I knew that you were aware. But I didn't realize you also knew about Murakan. At that moment, Kiran gave a mysterious smile. Immediately after, he let out a loud, smug laugh. Just as you said, it was all just my speculation. And yet you confessed so easily. Nabi Runcandel, who would have ever thought the great black dragon would fall from his divine pedestal and become a common house cat? Jin squeezed his eyes shut, pretending to cough lightly. His father looked very pleased. Now, Ken had returned to his stern demeanor. All right, so a copy of the origin stone. You've bitten off more than you can chew this time. I must speak to Luna about this. Although I don't know the specific limits of that copy from Jippo, its power is truly dangerous. The image of sharp mountains and swirling waves gradually filled his mind. I wonder if the King of the Dark Sea knows about this. They are fragments of the origin stone, after all. If they knew, they would surely make a move. I'll have to visit the Dark Sea again. After a moment of thought, Ken said to Jin, I will not punish you for breaking the rules this time, But you won't be satisfied with just that, will you? He said, tell me one thing you want, go on. Without hesitation, Jin immediately made his request. It's just one small thing, the free city of Tikan. Do not allow any other Runcandel to set foot in that place. Hearing this request, Ken's voice turned serious. Is that where you've been secretly building your stronghold? I presume? Simultaneously, an image of a peaceful city and a person exuding power appeared, followed by the voice of Kirin. Very well, but you must first pass a test of mine. The Shadow Lord of Tikan, the sword demon Kazmia. Ken ordered Jin. To prove yourself to me, you must win this man over. Hearing the command, Jin was a bit flustered. Ken didn't forget to mention the reward for completing the mission. If you succeed, no member of the Runcandel family will be allowed to set foot in Tikan without your permission. Hearing this, Jin smiled confidently to himself. His father crossed his arms, his voice firm. The time limit is 1 year. That bastard even refused a teaching position with the Runcandel family. Show me that you can entice even that arrogant bastard. And so, Kazmia was brought before the man who had just made the demand. The entire room fell into a tense silence. A moment later, Kazmia couldn't hide his panic. Ken spoke in a low voice, so that's how it is. You arrogant bastard. Kazmia thought nervously, wondering who this man was, then looked at him and immediately recognized the strongest swordsman on the entire continent, Ken Runcandel. Is this the aura of the world's strongest man? I feel like just facing him is making my stomach churn. He clenched his fists, telling himself, no. A wave of conflicting emotions rose within Kazmia. I am Jin's guest. Why should I be afraid of Sir Ken? The Runcandel patriarch spoke up. So you are the sword demon Kazmia. Kazmia bowed respectfully. Please, sir, don't call me the sword demon. That title is far too embarrassing to use in front of you, Sir Ken. As Kazmia finished speaking, Jin called out, Father. Ken understood and gestured for him to speak. After receiving permission, Jin placed a hand on his chest and spoke sincerely. Speaking of my relationship with this gentleman, it's as if we were brought together by fate. Jin was subtly reminding his father that since he had already proven his relationship with Sir Kazmir, it was now his father's turn to keep his promise. The man beside him was utterly panicked. Huh. If you start talking about all that destiny and fate stuff in here, just imagine Ken smiling, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Sharing a destiny with a Runcandel, then Tan would just become Runcandel property. Kazmir speculated to himself. He would say that. The train of thought continued. Predestined by fate, huh? Then the Runcandels and Tan could probably do the same. He'd make a wild guess or jump to that kind of conclusion. Damn it, in that case, the independence of Tan would be. But contrary to Kazmir's wild imagination, the other person wore a serious expression. This cunning brat tricked his own father and is still acting so nonchalant. He disagreed and retorted, tricked him, that's absurd. I just got a little lucky. Then his father helplessly declared, all right, fine, you passed. From now on, no Runcandel is allowed to set foot in Tikan without your permission. At that moment, the other person was also listening intently to their conversation. Jin said to Kirin, thank you, father. At the same time, a thought flashed through Kazmir's mind. Young Master Jin, from this day forward, our destinies are forever intertwined. The father, however, quickly dismissed him. If there's nothing else, you may leave. The Lord of Tan, who was bowing his head, suddenly froze when he heard Ken speak. Because I have a private matter to discuss with Kazmir. Jin then turned to leave, saying, then I will wait outside the mansion, leaving a terrified Kazmir behind. Wait, young Master Jin. The patriarch spoke up, noticing the other man's fearful state. We finally meet. Kazmir Chiro approached, his body radiating a mystical purple aura, his eyes sharp and cold. Let's have a little talk. He forced a smile. The honor is all mine. Meanwhile, as Jin was waiting, outside, a voice called out, Hey, youngest. Tona and Daytona rushed over, asking one after another, Youngest brother, are you all right? From a distance, Jin was a bit surprised. Brother Tona? As soon as they were in front of him, one asked, Why did you do such a thing? What did father say? Did he spare your life? Jin observed them, thinking that because the situation was so tense, they must have hidden somewhere to watch. After a moment, Jin asked them in return, Brothers, could you do me a favor? Faced with his question, both of them looked puzzled. What is it? He quickly explained. It's nothing too terrible. You know those cadets in my faction, right? Please look after them until I return. Tona still wanted to get a clear answer from Jin. Wait, your faction. Never mind, let's not talk about that now. Are you okay? But he had already walked a bit further away, waving his hand in farewell. Since when were you guys so worried about me? Anyway, I'm counting on you both. One of them stood there, remarking on Jin's attitude. He's the same as always. Even after meeting father, he's still so carefree. Tona, however, thought, just like always, that guy is actually a bit terrifying. Elsewhere, Vigo glanced at something. It turned out he had spotted Jin's arrival and was stunned. Youngest brother. Just then, Jin also turned to someone and hinted, "Sister, I think you should go see father. He said he has a few questions for you about that day." Those words were aimed at Luna, causing her to become thoughtful. From behind, Mew yelled angrily, "Youngest brother, do you not understand the situation you're in? Are you just ignoring us?" Jin admitted frankly, "I'm sorry. This situation is really serious, and it's difficult for me to explain it to you." This left him bewildered. "What? You arrogant bastard. How dare you?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "So you were here?" Jin turned his head to see Katmia having a pleasant conversation. Katmia sighed in relief. It was all right. It ended pretty well, thank heavens. Seeing him, Mew yelled, "Hey, you outsider. How dare you just walk straight in like that? What kind of manners are those? How dare you enter the Duncan family's garden?" Vanxia, standing in front, coldly stopped him. "Stop." She calmly wiped her sword. "It seems the patriarch has already handled this matter. We have no right to interfere anymore." At that moment, Mew was too angry to speak. Suddenly, his self-reproaching words rang out. "Sister, you've worked so hard, I'm always causing you trouble." Faced with this attitude, Luna smiled faintly. "It's okay. A thank you is enough." Hearing that, Jin expressed his gratitude to her. "Thank you for your help." Sister Luna asked caringly, "Are you leaving now?" He replied, "Yes. I plan to go back this time and focus on my training." In the end, she advised, "All right, take care." As she spoke, Luna's eyes continued to follow Jin. At that moment, he whispered softly. Then Jin turned his head to look at them, promising, "See you next time, brother, sister." 1 month later, at the secret training grounds of the Casimir estate, the 30th duel between Jin Kandon and Elisa Beer, and his 30th loss. Looking at the person before him, Jin blurted out, "One more time, just one more time, please." And soon it would be the 31st. In early August of the year 1795, the Jipol clan officially announced the deaths of Andrin and Valletta, but because they did not publicly disclose the cause of death, many rumors arose. Some said that they were killed in an internal conflict. Others said they died fighting a powerful entity, and there were also rumors they were assassinated for offending the King of Bond. But the most credible rumor was that they died in battle against the Kandon clan. People began to predict that a war between the Kandon and Jipol clans would soon break out and started debating whether swords or magic would have the upper hand. The answer would be found when the neutral powers turned their backs on one of the two factions. Kieran stood with his arms crossed, his back to Henzer, who was reporting the situation. "Patriarch, today the Prince of the Sukan Kingdom and 5 second-rate mercenary groups have sent gifts asking for our help." Hearing this, he gestured with his hand and ordered, "Return the gifts and accept their request. Also gift the kingdom a fine sword. Make sure that he inherits the throne." He respectfully obeyed. "Yes, I will send an 8-star knight there." Ken frowned, trying to remain calm. This is all the result of the little stunt the youngest pulled on one of the Bondon Islands. He's already got this family under his thumb. Truly insolent. Suddenly, he called out to Khan. Khan quickly responded, "Yes." Ken grabbed the cloak from the rack while instructing, "I'm going to the Black Sea. If Casimir sends a letter while I'm away," he put on the cloak and said further, "Bring it to me." Ken emphasized the order. "Remember that," he replied decisively. "Understood." At the castle, Jin was training his swordsmanship. He put all his strength into swinging the sword up, then powerfully slashed down. Jin's eyes were wide open, without pupils. His brow furrowed slightly. The tip of his sword pointed straight ahead. He panted, thinking to himself, "Even if I swing the sword 1,000 times, I must still feel as if it's the first time." Sweat poured down. Jin gritted his teeth, blaming himself for still being too weak. An image of Luna appeared in his mind. "If it weren't for Sister Luna, I would have died there. I've regressed 15 years and have already reached 5 stars in both swordsmanship and magic. I will soon reach 5 stars in the shadow arts, but thinking about what's to come in the future, it still doesn't feel like enough." His hand gripped the hilt of his sword so tightly that it bled. Seemingly not feeling it, Jin kept thinking he had to become stronger. "Father gave me 5 years. Even though his shoes were worn from training, that thought constantly spurred him on. I must become stronger than my siblings in that time." Casimir, having appeared at some point, was standing right behind Jin. "You should stop now, young Master Jin," he advised. "If you continue like this every day, even with the innate stamina of the Runcandel family, you won't be able to last." Inia spotted the wound on his hand and cried out, "Oh dear, young Master Jin." Jin turned and softly called their names as he sheathed his sword, Inia and Casimir. She rushed over, grabbing his hand in alarm. "Your hand is all torn up. What should we do? You're bleeding so much." Casimir approached slowly. "I understand. You feel that you can't wait any longer." He stood facing him, looking straight at Jin. "While no one your age can match you, your opponents will be anything but ordinary. But young Master Jin," Haste is the most toxic poison. It will only lead you away from the path you have chosen. Anya anxiously tended to his wounded hand, while Jin said nothing. A few seconds later, he spoke. How embarrassing. I know that, but avoiding it isn't easy at all. Casimir reassured Jin. There's nothing to be ashamed of. No one can train as much as you in a single day. You're quite remarkable. The space fell silent again, with bloodstains still on the ground. He then made a suggestion. But how about changing your training method to something that will help you calm down? He asked, surprised. Calm me down? Casimir replied, hand to hand. Combat with someone stronger than you. Jin, still not fully understanding, asked, are you talking about yourself, Casimir? He was slightly surprised. What do you think? Casimir drew his sword. Even though my recent performance in front of you has been quite pathetic, an aura enveloped his body and his sword. He swung down lightly. That one strike shattered the surrounding ground. Jin froze at the declaration, but I am the sword demon. Casimir sheathed his sword. Let's spar after you've calmed down. For now, fight Tikan's strongest guardian. Alicia, carrying Julia, walked over with interest. She put a hand on her hip. It's been a long time since I've seen my husband's sword. He joined his wife and said cheerfully to Jin, 6 months. Defeat my wife. Within that period. Swordsmanship, magic, or hidden weapons, use everything you have, young master. The little girl tugged at Alicia's clothes, looking upset. Mommy, are you going to fight Jin? She looked at her little daughter and patiently explained, it's not a fight. We're building our bond. Julia was even more confused. She grumbled. What's that? I don't like fighting. Alicia asked with a bright smile. Well then, Julia, if Mommy and Jin fight, who are you going to root for? Julia answered innocently. Jin, of course. Her mother was exasperated. What? You should be on my side. He watched them and thought. Alicia Beer, besides her physical strength, she doesn't seem that powerful. Suddenly, the little girl yelled out, but Jin is weak, and you told me to always root for the underdog overcoming challenges. Alicia couldn't hold back her laughter. Please don't. Mind her. Young Master Jin, my daughter can't tell a lie. The corner of Jin's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to swear. It's fine. She turned serious again. All right then, let's agree to fight after I'm done with work and dinner. Every day for the next 6 months, Jin was in disbelief. Every day? Won't that be too much trouble for you, Alicia? Casimir smiled. He was in a pretty good mood. Alicia's face was filled with excitement. Don't worry, young Master Jin. This will be over in a flash. 2 days later, he and she began their training session together. Jin stared intently at Alicia's physique, thinking to himself, is she really a fighter? She calmly wrapped her hand wraps. Before we begin, I have something to say. Alicia shared a bit about herself. I'm a former member of the Bent Special Forces, and as a member of the Bent Special Forces, there's no holding back, so her eyes grew colder. Even if you lose, don't get discouraged. After finishing her raps, Alicia signaled, shall we begin? He focused intently on his ready stance, thinking to himself that there must be a reason for the 6-month training period. I won't let my guard down. Suddenly, she flashed towards Jin, preparing to land a powerful punch. His eyes widened as he seemed unable to react in time to this terrifying speed. Alicia showed no mercy whatsoever. That fearsome power made the ground tremble, filling the air with dust. But Jin managed to block her terrifying attack with his sword. Alicia jumped back, in surprise, thinking he blocked it. As he slowly pulled his sword back, she sensed something was wrong. Alicia shielded her eyes from the blinding light. When she felt it subside, she lowered her hand, revealing a sharp and calculating gaze. Jin assumed an attack stance, one hand gripping the hilt, the other placed on the blade, aiming the tip at Alicia. He lunged forward, and Jin didn't hesitate to slash directly at her. Even so, Alicia was able to dodge. She crouched down, channeling power into her right fist, ready to attack again. Seeing this, he trembled and softly asked, You're going to call a doctor, right? Alicia replied nonchalantly. Of course. A single punch sent him flying all the way to the roof. In the dark of night, the castle glowed under the moonlight. A voice rang out, You surprise me, young Master Jin. He looked up at the newcomer. I didn't think you'd be able to attack a second time on the very first day. Alicia, holding a glass of water, asked Jin curiously. You didn't use much force in your first move, did you? Were you trying to weaken the ground before we fought? He admitted. So you noticed. She praised him. That was very meticulous of you. I only noticed it at the very end. Alicia continued to ask, And what was that like during our fight? That's the first time I've seen magic like that. Jin explained, It's an ancient magic called Flash Veil. Before we started, I had already enveloped my sword in it. Even so, it had no effect. He was very humble, I guess. I can't succeed with such petty tricks. She took a sip of water and said to Jin with a sigh, "Petty tricks. What do you mean?" Most people would call that a strategy. Alicia thought to herself, the reason he keeps defeating opponents stronger than him isn't just luck. Recalling his battles, it's thanks to the opportunities and variables created by his calculations and careful predictions. She mused that she was impressed he used such tactics in a one-on-one duel, but if this were a real battle, I can only imagine the look on his opponent's face. Meanwhile, Jin was also thinking, this is the first time in this life that I've been so utterly defeated after using every strategy at my disposal. Is it because she's from the Special Forces Division of B? For the next 6 months, Jin's eyes lit up with excitement. To defeat her, I'll have to face her for 6 months. These two, with their own schemes, are sure to have a lot of fun. Little did they know, Casimir was already standing outside and had overheard their entire conversation. He was holding a pen and writing something. 1 month later, on May 22nd, 1795, in an unprotected region on the eastern continent also known as the Black Sea, a creature enormous and blue, shaped like an earthworm with a wide, circular mouth full of fangs. The creature was crawling quickly across the ground, heading somewhere. Elsewhere, a sword was plunged straight into the ground. Khan knelt on one knee, reporting to Ken. Behind them were countless monster corpses piled high. The Patriarch was Khan's guardian knight. Kirin raised his hand, and Khan immediately understood his intention. Khan presented a letter. This is a letter from Casimir. It was received 10 days ago. He took it, tore open the envelope, and removed the letter. The contents of the letter from Casimir to Lord Kenkennen read, "Esteemed Lord, a humble knight from a lowly city takes the liberty of sending this to you. I regret that I cannot fully express my profound emotion and gratitude. It is currently nighttime here in Tikan. The stars in the pitch-black sky shine so brightly, as if they are singing to me of your greatness, Lord Ken. For me, Casimir Anfrey, a humble swordsman." His hand tightened, crumpling the letter. Kirin was seething with rage. "I told him to report on my youngest son, and it seems he's quite the sentimental fool." He interjected, "I will tell him to be more concise." His eyes hardened, becoming incredibly sharp. "When will he get to the report about my youngest son?" Khan looked at Ken pensively. He still held the letter tightly, unable to stop worrying about Jin. "I wonder what my youngest son is doing on such an isolated island. I know that recently he's been getting trounced by the wife of Casimir." An image of the match between him and Alicia flashed in his mind. The first duel ended in 3 moves. The second match, 5 moves. The 7th, 10 moves. The two of them clashed, using all their techniques. The 12th match, 25 moves. Pausing mid-battle, Jin hunched over to catch his breath. In the 13th match, he endured for 10 moves. This letter mentions the 14th match. He hesitantly continued, "He has lost many times, but inwardly he wondered, could it be that his lordship? Isn't it interesting that the young master lost?" Then Khan was horrified to hear the shocking news from Ken. Casimir's wife is from the Special Division, 2nd Special of Bond. He slowly read from the letter, "I believe that Special Task Force is not someone the young master can face with mere luck. Congratulations, Lord Patriarch." Still holding the letter, Ken continued, "There's more," he says in the 14th match. "It's written that he withstood 120 moves." An image of the boy appeared in Kirin's mind, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, tightly gripping his sword, his posture proud and straight under the sunday. His voice was filled with regret. "He has broken through his limits. If he were my eldest son, I would have handed the clan over to him without a second thought at all. But what a pity. This is unexpected. Patriarch, don't tell me that." Ken closed his eyes tightly and gave a slight nod. Khan thought to himself, this is the first time he has ever spoken about the succession so personally. There have been many times he's observed them, but he has never mentioned anyone specific. The only reason Joshua is in his current position is because Luna stepped down. The Patriarch never personally nominated him. After a moment lost in thought, he spoke, "It is still truly difficult." Khan turned his head, confused. Even with the progress of he's very noteworthy, but just because he's a good fit right now doesn't mean we have to confirm it. Ken asked, "Why? Is that what you think?" He said frankly, "He isn't cold. Though he's good-natured, he's soft-hearted." He agreed, "You are right. In that regard, he's different from Ratsua." Khan continued in a low voice, "When necessary, a person must be able to abandon their own family." Ken was silent for a moment before speaking. "That's right. That is the nature of a canon. I understand. Go back now." Khan. He raised his sword in a salute. "Yes, Patriarch." But he wondered, but how could a letter sent 10 days ago arrive so late? Khan replied wearily, "My apologies. I did my best to hurry, but because of the large number of monsters, I was delayed." Suddenly, a stream of light in the shape of a sword blade emanated from Kirin's right hand. All at once, an incredibly powerful attack caused the surrounding rocky mountains to shatter and fly everywhere, filling the air with dust. He just swept his right hand across, and fragments of all sizes fell from the sky as he said, "I suppose this will do." Ken instructed, "Next time, make sure you can arrive a day earlier." He remained silent, seeing only the billowing smoke before him. The ground looked as if it had been completely leveled. After a moment, he replied, "Yes, Patriarch." The young man sat on the ground, letting out a soft sigh. Ahead, Alicia turned around holding a water skin. "Today is the 9th day," she praised. "You're amazing, young Master Jin. It's hard to believe you can push me back this far." Wiping his chin, Jin smiled. "I need to keep trying so I can accomplish this within 6 months." Alicia suggested, "Let's have some dessert upstairs. I heard Lachi made ice cream." He stood up. "I'm good. I still have things to do." She gave an awkward smile. "You're working on that today too?" Jin replied. "Of course. I still have to keep trying hard." Then Jin swung his sword, bringing it down forcefully from above, emitting a flash of light. His gaze was sharp. Seeing Jin like this, Alicia thought suspiciously to herself, "I feel it every time we spar, but the young master's progress is truly abnormal." She was certain of one thing. It was likely because his aura and mana were increasing continuously. And what made that possible was the dark power linking his aura and magic. A power gained by making a pact with a god. How amazing. Well, no matter how incredible that power is, it's only meaningful because of his perseverance. Alicia told herself, for a genius this diligent, forget 6 months. Slinging the bag over her shoulder, she left the training ground. As she walked, Alicia muttered to herself, "I think you'll be able to defeat me tomorrow." The next day, a fist clashed with a sword blade. The masked woman swung her sword powerfully, creating sharp gusts of wind. Her opponent focused on dodging, avoiding the blade. Her face was filled with determination. Jin was not to be outdone, unleashing a continuous barrage of attacks. Alicia exclaimed when she saw through his move. Such an obvious feint. Neither of them would yield. She glanced behind her. In that instant, Jin seized the opportunity, landing a heavy sword strike on Alicia's shoulder, making her grit her teeth in pain from the shock. Blood splattered everywhere. Alicia's shoulder took the full force of the heavy blow, and she let out a soft groan. He immediately panicked. "Miss Alicia, are you all right?" Alicia quickly regained her composure and replied calmly, "I'm fine. It's just been a while since I've been this seriously injured." Jin sheathed his sword, his voice urgent. "Let me call Miss Enia." Enia used her magic, creating a circle of healing light in the wound on her shoulder. He couldn't help but feel suspicious about what just happened. That stab, Alicia could have easily dodged it. Something about this duel felt wrong. At the same time, Alicia silently cursed herself for being too overconfident. Recalling the moment earlier, she mentally analyzed that when her vision was obscured by the dark aura, she just assumed he would move exactly the same way as before and didn't prepare to counter. Alicia's punch only hit the air, while Jin was already standing right behind her. She couldn't help but sigh. Goodness gracious, looking at her clenched fist, Alicia blamed herself that after leaving her position, she had really gotten too soft, to the point where it was becoming a hindrance. She said to him sadly, "The time isn't even up yet, and I've already lost like this." Jin was awkwardly at a loss, his voice lowered as if rejecting the victory. "I think it's better if we just consider this a practice round. I really can't accept this victory." Alicia, helpless, sighed. She knew he would say that. Even while being healed, she looked up at Jin with sincere eyes. "I'm truly sorry. Because of my overconfidence and carelessness, I was very disrespectful to you this time." That sudden apology made him momentarily stunned, but what's done is done. The wound on her shoulder gradually closed. Alicia gently asked herself, "If this was the you from 3 months ago, I wonder if I would have still lost just like this due to my carelessness." Her gaze was both direct and quiet. "You've gotten stronger again, haven't you?" Alicia seemed to have found the answer. In her heart, possessing a burning desire to advance, along with immense combat sense and talent to clear the path to his goal. She silently assessed that his aura and mana would likely both reach the 6-star level soon, and when that happens, she would truly be defeated. On December 1st, 1795, snow covered the rooftops. On a street where people were busily clearing snow, 2 men walked in silence. Jin glared at the person next to him and asked bluntly, "Murakhan, it's this cold and why are you buying so many cold things?" He answered nonchalantly, "Cold food tastes best when it's cold outside. Besides, in Murakhan's hands were 3 boxes, all with pictures of ice cream on them." He continued, without a hint of guilt. "Strawberry shortcake," said she also. "Wanted some," he said sarcastically. "Are you trying to make Julia's stomach explode?" Just as Jin finished speaking, a familiar sound rang out. It was Kazmir's voice along with Julia's clear call. "The one who was called Jin," quietly muttered Kazmir. His eyes grew serious as he heard the man speak. "Could you spare a moment to talk with me about some business?" Without waiting for Jin's reply, Kazmir began to explain. Bisco Iveliano, within the Iveliano family, which has been in decline due to a growing scarcity of talent. There is only one talented individual who seems to have the potential to become the next family head, and that is the person you requested information on. Meanwhile, the mischievous little girl sat on Murakan's shoulders, whining. I also want to go with Big Brother Jin, he grumbled softly. Sit still, kid. Ahead, the man walking beside Jin lowered his voice before delving deeper. So, are you familiar with the Kinzello organization? Jin recalled that back when he was a cadet, there was one time while carrying out a mission, he had a bit of a run-in with them. Casimir nodded. That makes things quicker. Although I can't be certain yet, that guy. Bisco is very likely a member of Kinzello. Suddenly, Julia pulled Murakan's hair so hard that he cried out in pain, his eyes widening. Ignoring the noise, the man kept his voice low and steady. Continuing, every week, he stops by the Kureno territory for 8 times. And I heard that every time he goes there, he visits a workshop with the very strange name, Explosion is Art. The owner of that workshop is Booba Gaston. As far as I know, he's a member of Kinzello. You're asking so directly, do you mean those two might have a much closer relationship than just owner and customer? Casimir mused. For now, this is still just a possibility, but considering this Bisco fellow goes there to buy bread every single time, and thinking about Booba's sinister smile in front of those bread boxes, he deduced that Booba's rank is probably a little higher than Bisco's. Jin thought to himself, I see, so that's why he personally showed up at the banquet. Kinzello, I always thought they were just a simple armed organization, but if it's a place an 8-star martial artist trusts enough to join, on the other side, the little girl was still pulling Murakan's hair, whining for Jin as she grew fussy. Hey, stop it right now, that little rascal, you're still lost in thought, which is understandable. Considering that those scoundrels from his past life dared to pull off something like that, weren't even the Kanan and Bonjipo families unable to eliminate them immediately? Murakan tried to coax Julia without watching where he was going. Jin is busy, just wait a little bit. Before he could finish his sentence, he slammed right into a massive block of ice. At this point, Murakan's face was filled with rage. He was so mad he wanted to throw the ice block at the little girl, but instead, he threw it right at Casimir's head. He clutched his head and spun around, thinking his daughter was playing a prank because the cunning Murakan had already yelled out, How could you treat your own father like that? What a surprisingly naughty little girl. Jin spoke up, Hey, Casimir. The other man immediately replied, What is it? He asked seriously. Do you still have any news about the assassin, Ailu? Casimir replied while rubbing his head. That scoundrel, Ailu? He's far more secretive than I thought. Our elites at the 7-colored rainbow have scoured everything. An image of a fierce-looking man with a cigarette between his lips appeared. He continued, and yet we still haven't found a single piece of information about his whereabouts before he came to Tain. It's as if someone intentionally erased all that information. Hearing this, Jin fell silent, thinking it seems I really shouldn't have killed him back then. A moment later, he looked up at Casimir with a grateful expression. I see, you're quite efficient. The man laughed, his voice full of confidence. Well, it's all thanks to the organization. We'll be sure to dig deeper into this Kinzello lead for you. And if any information about Alu comes up, I will definitely inform you immediately. Jin gave a sincere smile. Thank you so much, Casimir. I feel like I'm forever in your debt. Casimir's voice softened. It's really nothing. But if you're truly grateful, he seized the chance to request, then please play with Julia for me for a little while. They both turned their heads to see the black dragon struggling miserably with the little girl. Casimir said apologetically. Lord Murakan seems to be having a really difficult time. Jin could only let out a helpless sigh. All right, but I don't think today will be possible. It's almost time for the match. Would you like to come watch, Casimir? Upon hearing that, he became excited. Absolutely. I'm actually very curious to see your performance, Jin. Jin stared intently at his own hands, his voice laced with a hidden meaning. You will definitely get to see it. I've recently discovered something. At the arena, Alicia was wrapping her hands when she suddenly exclaimed, Huh? What is this? Casimir arrived at Jin's invitation, but as soon as she saw her husband, she immediately protested. No way, honey. What are you doing here? He was a bit flustered. Huh? Am I not? You're allowed to be here. I'm only here because Jin invited me to watch. Alicia frantically explained, It's not that you can't be here. I just don't want you to see me lose. Casimir's eyes widened. What? She tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. Isn't that right, Jin? In any case, it seems today will be the last time. Her words sounded like a final testament as her voice softened. If possible, I hope you will remember me as a good rival. Even long into the future, Jin silently drew his sword and asked coldly, What is a good rival? His gaze was sharp, and his voice was firm. I will remember you as a good teacher and a good friend. He was stunned internally. What is he talking about? Hasn't it only been 3 months? A sense of unease crept into Casimir's heart. Could it be that he has already surpassed Alicia in such a short time? She said nothing more and got into a ready stance, her eyes filled with determination. Well then, shall we begin? Jin stood firmly, revealing a flawless physique. He closed his eyes, his lips moving, as if reciting some kind of command. Instantly, waves of blue mana surged up, coiling around Jin. Summoning beast, layer upon layer of brilliant feathers erupted amidst the light. His eyes widened in such astonishment that he was speechless. From within the light, a giant magical beast gradually took form. A creature with a majestic aura stepped out of the illusory light. The six-star phoenix, Phonus. Mages are granted the power to be able to form a contract with anyone. However, no one knows which species of phoenix they will make a contract with, because mages can only open portals to that world of fire. Therefore, the choice depends entirely on the phoenix itself to choose a worthy master. For that very reason, all mages desperately hope that they will be chosen by a special phoenix, the phoenix species considered the rarest. Among the special phoenixes is the one that wields the power of blue flames. Casimir rushed forward, shouting, "This is absurd. Young Master Jin." His voice was filled with utter panic as he saw Test. "You formed a contract with Test?" Test? The mages who succeeded in summoning Test were all masters of their respective eras. Jin drew his sword, standing protectively before Test. "Shall we begin, Lady Alicia?" Alicia clenched her fist as smoke billowed around her. "Here I come, young Master Jin." She charged straight at Jin like a gust of wind. And Test. Test bent its legs, ready to lunge toward Alicia. The power from the blue flames erupted, causing her to freeze, taking a step back. Alicia gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, "5-star fire magic, but that's not all. Those flames carry a strange power." For just a moment, Alicia's knees trembled and buckled. If I were to accidentally touch it, my body would grow heavy. The pressure from Tess bore down as if to crush her, pushing her backward. A whirlwind of thoughts spun in Alicia's mind. Is it the pressure? An overwhelming power is pushing my entire body down. Her eyes narrowed slightly. If I get hit by that attack, the amount of stamina I'll have to use will increase significantly. I need to end this quickly. With that thought, Alicia immediately faced Jin. He was still completely hooded, preparing to swing his sword in this direction. Looking at the mystical mask before her, Alicia thought to herself, he could control the test for about 3 more minutes. On the other side, he channeled his strength into his sword, filled with determination to take her down in that time. The blade swept by, cutting a deep gash on Alicia's arm and forcing her to drop to one knee, gritting her teeth in pain. Alicia froze, momentarily startled when she noticed something. Jin suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a fierce sword strike like a tempest. She immediately leaped high to evade it. With beads of sweat on her forehead, Alicia couldn't help but stare in shock at the last attack. A sword skill? No, that was wind magic. Jin lowered his sword into a defensive stance as a thought echoed in his mind. Although Alicia used many different movements, they all had one thing in common. Before his very eyes, her presence seemed to grow immense, her eyes glowing red, and Jin concluded it was all about dominance. She wanted to completely overwhelm her opponent, no matter the situation. He tightened his grip on the sword, shrouded in a dark aura, silently guessing that she must now be trying to regain her dominance. Jin charged forward once again, his determination flaring. "I'll use that to attack." The blade cut through the air, grazing past Alicia, but she managed to lean back and dodge, giving his opponent no time to breathe. Jin continued to unleash a relentless barrage of slashes. The speed was so immense that each strike created a howling gust of wind, forcing Alicia to grit her teeth and endure. The continuous slashes, like after images, gradually drained her stamina. Her body staggered backward. Suddenly, a fireball erupted in Jin's hand. He launched it straight at Alicia, who was slumped on the floor. She flinched from the unexpected attack, but as she turned her head, a surging wave of blue power rushed toward her. For a moment, Alicia's eyes filled with terror. Jin was closing in at an unbelievable speed. 2 sources of power at once were cornering her. Alicia began to panic. Should I dodge? Alicia watched him charge, carefully weighing her options. No, if I do that, I'll just have to keep defending against young Master Jin's attacks. Suddenly, the corner of her lips curled into a mysterious smile. This won't do. Her expression suddenly changed, and Alicia roared as she unleashed her power. Are you trying to prove to me that you're a magic swordsman, young Master Jin? Jin didn't falter, swinging his sword straight at his target, but her powerful hands stopped it cold, grabbing the Dark Aura sword. The atmosphere of the fight became incredibly tense. Alicia's eyes were bloodshot, her hand tightening its grip on the sword. Her voice deepened, her other hand forming a fist filled with sharp intent. It's finally over. Alicia burst into maniacal laughter. I've caught you now. But before she could strike, Jin had vanished. She was bewildered. He's not here? Alicia was stunned. Impossible. I was so sure that I had his weapon. But the sword in her hand suddenly erupted in blue flames. Before she could process it, Jin had appeared right behind her. Alicia silently recognized the pressure. She let out a cold laugh, muttering, "Damn it." Alicia immediately swung her hand to counterattack, seemingly predicting his move, thinking he had snuck behind her again. As she struck Jin directly on the head, he couldn't dodge in time, but he also managed to land a counter blow. Unexpectedly, Alicia coughed up a mouthful of blood. The mask on Jin's face dissolved, and she said calmly, "I suppose I should concede this match, shouldn't I? The victory is yours, young Master Jin." With those words, Alicia collapsed, lying motionless on the floor. Only then did Jin realize something was terribly wrong. Jin urgently called for Cohen. Alicia was only trembling slightly from her wounds, otherwise completely still. He immediately called out to him, "Kazmia, please call for the mistress." Inside a mansion, a loud voice rang out. "Hey Kazmia, what was that? Say it again." Murakan's jaw dropped, his trembling hand pointing at the person who had just confirmed it. Yes, young Master Jin had indeed defeated Alicia in a duel. "I knew you would be surprised. To defeat Alicia, someone from B's special division, in just 3 months. He shook the still-stunned Kazmir and asked loudly, "No, it's not about that. Jin, kid, what did you summon?" Kazmir answered hesitantly, "Forgive me, it was a phoenix." Quissel also dropped to her knees in utter shock. When she heard Kazmir continue, he summoned Tess. Her eyes widened, her lips trembling as she whispered, "No." Quickcantle screamed, "No." It echoed so loudly that it seemed even Jin could hear it from a distance. Alicia was completely dejected. "I went a little overboard, using an aura shield just to win a bet, and in the end, that's what made me lose. Who would have thought I'd lose twice to an attack from behind? When did you come up with this strategy?" Jane casually replied while sipping some water. "Since the very first match." He ran a hand through his hair, half joking. "Doesn't that sound a bit arrogant?" She smiled faintly. Coming from young Master Jin, it must be true. Jin stepped closer, his voice filled with sincerity. "Thank you so much for everything you've done for me, Miss Alicia." She replied softly, "I had a great time as well. You have no idea how proud I am of you." "All right, young master, what do you think about defeating someone from Special Division B before you've even turned 16? An echoing shout from above interrupted them. Jin turned his head. "Oh, is that you, Murakan? I'm listening." Before he could finish his sentence, Murakan roared, "Tess." Murakan's eyes were burning with rage. "Summon Tess now. Hurry." Tess, the blue phoenix of immense power, materialized. Instantly, Quickcantle prostrated herself, her voice shaking. "This servant greets the Lord of Flames." He looked away slightly. "It has been a long time." Tess's divine aura billowed into the atmosphere. Suddenly, it spread its wings and flew straight at Murakan, pecking him in the face and causing him to frantically beg for mercy. "Whoa! Wait a minute. What? Is there a problem? I have complete freedom of expression. My mistake? I mean, I have freedom. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." To the side, Kazmia placed a hand on her chest, feeling her heart pound indescribably. "Why does this feel so satisfying?" She remained bowed and trembling, while Murakan continuously pleaded with Tess. "I said I'm sorry. You have to say something back. I still have to deliver a message." "Please stop. Seriously," he yelled in desperation. "Kid, hurry up and send this thing away." Jane finally took notice. "Huh, okay." Tess then slowly faded away. Murakan sighed, rubbing his head where he'd been fiercely pecked. "Why did it suddenly attack you? I have no idea." "Unbelievable." He then called out in a serious tone, "Murakan." He frowned and answered at once. "Of course you want to know. Why the great Murakan was bested by a little blue bird. That isn't even Tess's true form. You can only behold its true essence in the Fire Realm." Jane asked in surprise. "The Fire Realm? Is that the name of the world where phoenixes live? I knew there were other realms, but this is the first I've heard of the Fire Realm." He nodded. "Of course, because that's a term only gods and dragons use. It's just a name we use to make conversation easier, but even the highest gods don't know its true name." He grew even more curious. "Even the gods don't know?" "That's right. It means that place is beyond their control." Murakan explained, his voice growing heavy. "That's precisely why even Sinew, the god of fire, cannot use the flames of the Fire Realm. What I'm about to tell you is the most important part. In the past, several gods left the Fire Realm one after another, including dragons like Quickcantle and me. Then, some of them started causing trouble, and Tess lost all patience. And that was the day we got to witness Tess's true power. In a fit of rage, Tess incinerated 5 gods and 7 dragons on the spot. Jin gently stroked his chin, his eyes filled with doubt. "What? Is this Tess really that powerful? Then how strong would someone have to be to fully unleash that power?" Murakan scoffed coldly, his tone defiant. "That's impossible. No matter how strong you are, you can't fully unleash his power. It doesn't matter who you are. No one can completely release the power of an entity from another dimension. It's a kind of balance, you see. That's also why those guardian gods are pretty much useless when they come to this world. And because of that, Tess will never be able to use his full power while in this world." But that being said, he suddenly growled, shouting right in Jin's face. Someone like you should have been burned alive. How could you, on your very first summon, make that dangerous old geezer join the fight right away? Do you have any idea how shocked we were? If he had gotten angry and burned you? No. If he had done that, he wouldn't have chosen you in the first place. He told me to tell you these things. He really likes you. Congratulations, kid. Jin fell silent, his thoughts racing. Test is far greater than I imagined. Sinew, the god of fire, governs the flames of the entire world, so naturally, against Sinew's contractor and the guardian dragon Kaden, all fire-based attacks are useless. However, since I have Test, when the Kanon and Jipo clans clash, his blue flames will be an enormous advantage. On May 1796, Kirin sat silently, his eyes scanning the words in the letter. So he was chosen by Test? That's quite interesting. But I have no interest in phoenixes, and besides, Jin's swordsmanship is only at this level. In the letter, lines detailing his power appeared. His swordsmanship has shown great improvement, developing at an alarming rate. He clenched the paper, his gaze pensive. Although I allowed him to use magic and shadow arts, he is still a Kanon. Chiron looked up and called softly, Han. The man immediately replied, Yes, my lord. Chiron asked slowly, I recall John has a nephew. Khan quickly replied, The nephew from the Heron clan. I just received information about him a few days ago. Hearing this, Chiron breathed an inward sigh of relief. What a stroke of luck. Khan continued in a steady voice regarding the request for the pirate competition. To assassinate a pirate participating in that competition and appearing on the participant list is Dante Heron, who registered under a false name. The pirate competition seems to be a contest among pirates. Chiron suddenly recalled a man with terribly yellow teeth. I also remember that 10 years ago, Mary was the overall winner. He nodded slightly, providing more information. That was the young lady's first victory. 2 months later, he challenged her to a rematch. Upon hearing this, Kirin decisively ordered, Fi, take the youngest there. With so many eyes watching, he won't be able to use magic or hidden weapons. He will have to win with his own sword. Fighting against a genius who is polishing his swordsmanship will surely make the youngest realize something. That as a member of the Runcandel family, he must prove himself with the sword. Back at the training grounds, a voice called out, Young Master Jin. Kazmia held up a piece of paper, looking excited. Come take a look at this. He asked curiously, What is it? The man quickly replied, almost boasting, that it was an application for the mortal tournament. Jin was surprised. What? That's a playground for pirates. Why so suddenly? Kazmia held up the paper as if it were a treasure. This was prepared especially for you. You've been working so hard lately. According to the Rainbow Seven, it seems Dante of the Han family is also participating this time. You probably know his grandfather, the current head of the Han family, John Han, right? He was considered to be on par with Lord Ken before he became the family head, and Dante is his most beloved grandson. Aren't you curious to see how strong he is? After listening to the long speech, Jin gently rubbed his chin. I see. But right after, he suddenly changed his tune, leaving Casimir dumbfounded. Is it really necessary to participate in this? The man quickly waved his hands, his voice pleading, Young Master Jin, please don't. Just think about it for a moment. That person is the successor to the Han clan. It's not often you get a chance to clash with someone like him. Jin closed his eyes tightly, calmly, as if accepting the inevitable. Well, if Lord Casimir has put it that way, then I suppose I have no other choice. I'll participate. The man immediately chirped with praise. Thank you. You've made a very wise decision, young Master Jin. However, Jin suddenly recalled the day he met with Ken and had a flash of insight. I get it now. When Father asked to speak privately with Lord Casimir, did he ask him to do this behind my back, making him set me up to fight the Han family's grandson, all to make me prioritize swordsmanship, huh? Lord Casimir, it seems you're not as simple as you seem. The man interrupted his train of thought. You have to leave tomorrow. The deadline for this is a bit short. Jin's eyes widened. What? Casimir hurriedly left, casually tossing the paper as if relieved of a burden, muttering a curt farewell. Well, have a safe trip then. Jin quickly tried to stop him. Wait a minute, Lord Casimir. Dock Ban, an island in the south. Walking silently among a crowd of pirates, Jin thought to himself, this is my first time traveling alone to a place like this, a place even more twisted than Mammoth. A tournament held in a place like this? The Mortal Tournament, they call it a competition, but you're allowed to kill your opponents, and what's more, there are no limits on weapons. They can even assassinate or poison their rivals before a match. The grandson of the great Han family is participating in a competition in a place like this. Is their family head insane? He squeezed through the motley crowd, continuing to think, well, the reason doesn't matter. Getting to fight him once is a good thing in itself. This will be an amazing experience. A figure in a green cloak, their voice full of excitement, spoke while laughing. This place stinks as much as ever. It turned out to be Veridin. He excitedly pulled back his hood. All right, let the entertainment come on now. In the room, boisterous laughter echoed. The thug crossed his arms, staring at the person before him. Huh? Who are you? Jin got straight to the point. I'm here to enter the competition. But the man told him, registration is closed. The registration period is over. Scram, and it would be for the best if you drop dead in some corner on your way out. Jin could guarantee one thing. I'm pretty sure registration is still open until sunset. Just that alone was enough to irritate Cosmos. I'm not in the mood to process your registration form. Are you not getting it? Or are you just pretending to be dumb? I'm very busy right now, so stop bothering me and get lost. But then, he heard Jin scoff, which caught Cosmos' attention. Huh. Seeing him present a few coins, he spoke with annoyance. What do you think you're doing? And Jin suddenly threw all the coins right at Cosmos' face. The force was so strong it sent the man sprawling to the ground. Then, Jin reminded him in a low voice, is this enough? Sign me up. Having been suddenly attacked, Cosmos remained silent for a long moment. A second later, he burst into loud laughter. You've got some guts, you little brat. I like it. After that, Cosmos agreed with Jin. All right, I'll sign you up. You brat will be in bracket 13. Take this. The people inside will gently guide you through the rest. With romance and love, I welcome you. You have joined this competition, you arrogant little punk. And he was none other than the master of the southern island, the pirate king Cosmos. Grimo held the information sheet and read, Jean Grey, bracket 13. He looks pretty confident. Find him a decent opponent, and if there isn't anyone, I don't even care if you throw him to the sharks. That exclamation made him exclaim, good heavens, the kids participating this year are as numerous as ants. After reading, Grimo turned to look at Jin. There's still one more guy. Not you, but a bastard who dared to hit the captain. It's quite a shame you two are in the same bracket. I wanted to see you two tear each other apart. Oh well, good luck. You two might meet in the final round, but you'll need a lot of luck for that. He then led Jin to a location. All right, this is the gathering place for bracket 13. I'll see you again if you manage to keep your life. Just as he noticed something was missing, Jin immediately asked, hey, what about my room? Grimo bluntly replied, how should I know? Hearing that, Jin secretly figured it out. Were there not enough rooms for all the candidates from the start? Each room had 2 to 3 people. Did they want the contestants to fight each other in these cramped rooms? This was more like a survival game than a test of strength. While he was thinking, someone noticed him. Hey. A guy inside asked, and who are you? Then he shouted loudly, hey, can't you see there are already 3 people in here? Get lost, you. But he was cut off by Jin. I'm going to count to 3 now. He emitted a menacing aura. When I get to the number 3, all of you had better be out of my sight. And so Jin began to count. 1. Meanwhile, the tough guy's jaw dropped in confusion. What the? Hold on. Jin simply ignored him and continued counting. 2. The tough guy angrily cursed, this damn little brat. And the final number was uttered, making the guy panic. In an instant, Jin's area descended into chaos, drawing the attention of others. They were curious enough to step inside to see. One of the guys in the room screamed in terror. The 2 men here had been brutally dealt with by him. Next, Jin walked over and picked up the golden blade. Up. Now he turned back and asked, anyone else want to stay? Yet there were still some who scoffed. Not only that, but let's all charge at once and send Jin to hell. Sharp slashes from swords flew wildly everywhere. One by one, they were being dealt with by Jin. The masked guy there was about to lose his mind, while Jin stood tall after wiping out all these pests. He slowly began to speak. Even if this place is lawless, it's not even worth bringing up in comparison to Mommy. So, it seems I'll have to lose a little sleep now. Someone's footsteps were slowly approaching. Jin was now leisurely reading a book. Grimo had a complaint. This is a bit of a hassle. Hey, kid. Looking at the mess Jin just made, he asked again. Are you planning to take out everyone before the match even begins? Jane closed the book as if nothing had happened. Just consider this a small event before today's main course. This statement shocked Grimo. And here I thought you were just an arrogant brat. The captain was right after all. You really have guts. So that's why the captain said to put you in with some of the more decent ones. Brackets 1 and 2 will be starting soon, and you'll have to fight them later. So for now, if you want, you can go watch those guys fight. Follow me, I'll personally escort you. Grimo also gave a reminder. Just so you know, using swords in the spectator area is strictly forbidden. So just sit there and behave. A super rookie, huh? Jin thought to himself, that's not too bad. Then he looked at the atmosphere around him. Are there this many spectators? I don't think anyone here would recognize me, but I should probably be careful and wear a disguise. Up in the stands, someone was talking loudly. Hey, have you heard that rumor? You know, the one about more than half of bracket 13 being wiped out? Damn it. I bet on one of them. What kind of monster did that? No, there's something else too. Among the contestants, they were whispering to each other, not noticing that Jin was already standing behind them. I heard there's a spot reserved for the crest of the House of Black Duncan. The person next to him, after hearing the information, was surprised. A reserve knight from the House of Black Duncan. Huh? What's a Black Duncan guy doing in a place like this? The other guy continued his story. I heard this while drinking with some CMOS pirate officers yesterday, that among the participants, there's a young man who stands out so much that it would be unreasonable if he wasn't from the House of Black Duncan. Jin had already sat down next to them, but none of them noticed. If that's true, then it could be Dayona, or Tona, or Jin Kanan. If it's really Jin Kanan, we've hit the jackpot. Lately, rumors have been flying around because someone that young is already a 5-star, and Jin silently judged. So it's because of the House of Black Duncan? Me, that's one thing, but they even know my 2 brothers' names. But I guess it's about time they made their names known to the world. If it's really them participating, I'll hunt them down and make them stand guard as punishment. Fireworks were exploding all over the sky. The host's voice rang out. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Coliseum of the race. You must all be bored to death, right? Then please welcome our CMOS Pirate King. The audience saw the man and cheered. CMOS, CMOS. He laughed excitedly. Everyone has answered my call this year and are all gathered here. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Light the fire, let it burn. Spirit. Right now, the opening ceremony begins. Each team consists of 14 people. So far, there are a total of 13 teams and 182 participating martial artists. And the first main contender to step into the arena of glory today is someone who reached the round of 16 in last year's tournament, the darling of the Sand Sea Pirates. His name is announced loudly, Mantis, and his opponent is a contestant appearing for the first time this year. Is there something hidden behind that youthful appearance? Let's welcome the young swordsman, Bao Mike. The 2 people who were just chatting in the stands were suddenly stunned. Even Jen showed a clear look of surprise. Those 2 started whispering again. What the? Isn't he just a nameless kid who's still wet behind the ears? I know the number of young participants has skyrocketed this year, but this is just. Jin silently judged. Letting a kid that young participate, they must be crazy. Suddenly he paused. Wait a minute, a kid. And Jin recalled the words of Grimo. There's another one besides you, a small guy who sent the captain flying. The difference between the 2 contestants on the stage was stark. Cosmos immediately announced, well then, the match. Mantis excitedly gripped his weapon, ready to attack. On the other side, Dante also had his hand on his sword, and the MC slowly said, if you please. He immediately declared the start. The moment the call ended, Dante made his move. The spectators watching the match all widened their eyes in surprise. Unbelievably, Mantis was slowly toppling over, followed by a loud thud. He finally lay defeated on the ground. Everyone was left bewildered. What just happened? Did anyone even see anything? Cosmos felt a headache coming on. Those damn Sand Sea Pirates are probably going to lose their minds. They continued to gossip. Did that guy lose his head? Jin was truly astonished. It's impossible to decapitate an opponent with sword aura in the blink of an eye. But a second later, he saw through it. I get it, he is. Jin knew this person well, Dante Han. At the same time, Cosmos declared the match was decided in an instant. The victory this time goes to Bao Mike. Cheers immediately erupted. Veridin jumped up and down cheering, yes, that's it. Now that's what I call a fight. Well done, Bao Mike. I'm betting all my remaining fortune on Bao Mike. Go, Bao Mike. Bao Mike. Jin was once again surprised by this appearance. Veridin Zippo, why is this guy here? Meanwhile, he was still shouting, Bao Mike, Bao Mike, Bao Mike. The people next to him joined in the fun. Yeah, I'll bet too. Just betting on Bao Mike is a sure thing, right? Veridin confidently affirmed, go ahead and bet without worry. Bao Mike is our future livelihood. Go ahead and bet your house deeds on him. This behavior made Jin judge him. Isn't he supposed to be on a mission? Being this wild while on a mission is going way too far. It'll be a huge hassle if he gets caught. I'll just quietly ignore him. However, Veridin's gaze happened to land on him, and then he spoke in a teasing tone. What's this? What kind of trick are you pulling? He was so loud that even Dante had to notice. It's been a while. He looked up in that direction and saw that it was Veridin Zippo. The only time I saw him was at the Zippo clan's banquet, to be welcomed by him in such a remote place like this. Instantly, Dante waved subtly. I'm also very happy to see you again, Veridin. While he was smiling brightly, Jin wanted to cover his face so no one would see him. And then there was Dante, as cool as a cucumber. Next, the MC enthusiastically came over for an interview. Now, before we move on to the next match, let's hear a few words from the first winner of today's tournament. Now, hello Paul Mike. How are you feeling right now? He immediately regained his composure, then said, right now I'm quite happy because I just eliminated another scourge to help the world. I hope that, in his next life, that guy won't become a mediocre pirate again. Simos chimed in excitedly. The pirate life really isn't for kids, is it? But aren't you afraid that saying that will make a lot of pirates here sad? Interesting kid, do your best. All the pirates who just heard your confession are now eagerly waiting for you. Dante remained silent, without a word in response. Seamoss excitedly tossed his hat up. All right then, for the next match, I invite the contestants to step into the arena. In Jin's room, at this time, he was reviewing what happened today. I've watched the next matches, but aside from Pac, there's no one else noteworthy. I can be sure that Pac is Dante Han. His appearance is very young, but his swordsmanship is on a level that leaves no other explanation, and Jin wondered if he could win. If I use magic and dark energy, I might have a chance, but if I only use a sword, I'm not so sure, but you never know what might happen. They announced that there would be about 3 to 4 matches each day, so my first match is probably within the next 3 days. So until then, he must be determined to overcome the darkness in this prison. A figure was in the dark dungeon. He had even silently walked here alone, and that was Dante. He looked very haggard now. Someone was holding a necklace containing the blood of numerous. Seeing Veridin twirling it like a toy, Diane questioned him. I didn't give it to you to play with like that. It is an item the young master is to use when absolutely necessary. Please be more careful. Hearing this, he just laughed it off. I'm sorry, Elder. I feel more at ease holding it in my hand. Is that the reason you called me here? At this, Diane revealed with a headache that on a northern island in the Bahu archipelago, a martial arts tournament is held annually. The old man mentioned a familiar name, which made Veridin jump. Perhaps you know about the Seamoss Arena, yet he still tried to deny it. What? This is the first time I've heard of it. Oh my! A martial arts tournament organized by pirates. How would I know about it? Never. I'm sure I know nothing about it, but in his mind, Veridin thought, and I was wondering where he disappeared to at this time every year. And Diane cleared his throat seriously. Dante Heron, who participated in last year's event and is the future patriarch of House Heron, has entered this time. Go there and check it out. And if you have the chance, see for yourself the level of the person whom one day you will surpass. Now Veridin felt very dejected, so I came here after hearing that, and it's great that I can also earn some extra money. Thinking about it again made him annoyed. But how come there haven't been any interesting matches for the past 2 days? It was great to see Dante's skills, but that's about it. This year is so boring. The 2 people behind him saw this and whispered. Isn't he enjoying it very much? Veridin was so frustrated he shouted. Where did all the skilled fighters go? Just then, his eyes landed on a familiar name. Jin Gray. Wait a minute, is that really Jin? So he didn't just come to be a spectator. Veridin immediately thought of Jin and Dante facing off against each other. Just that alone was enough to get him excited. Here we go, it's starting to get interesting. Elsewhere, a sword was forcefully stabbed into the ground by someone. Jin wearily plopped down onto the ground. He let out a long sigh and tallied the number of survivors at 147 and the number of deceased at 35. Among them, only 5 were eliminated in battle, while the others were taken out outside the arena. Fighters from other brackets will be here soon. I can't let my guard down. Who knows if I'll get stabbed in my sleep? I've trained to go without sleep since my cadet days, but staying awake for 3 whole days is a first. Just then, there were footsteps approaching, which immediately caught Jin's attention. Without hesitating for a second, he stood right up, approaching this place without bothering to hide their presence. It seems they're very confident in their skills. The person on the outside was standing in front of Jin's door. Seeing that he was about to attack, the opponent trembled and stopped him. Wait, Dante, looking completely wretched, spoke up. It might be a bit rude to say this is our first meeting, but can we talk? Meanwhile, Jin was still surprised by this appearance. So soon, Dante urgently made a condition. Please let me sleep for a bit. If you agree, I'll stand guard for you to sleep tomorrow. Jin asked in confusion. Hey, why so sudden? Where did you just pop out from? Dante answered honestly. I've been watching you since yesterday and saw that you are a true martial artist. His voice trembled more and more. So please, let me sleep. Before he could finish his words, Dante collapsed onto the floor. Jin was baffled. I didn't even have a chance to refuse. Doesn't Heron practice going without sleep? He just stared at Dante like that for a long while. After a moment of observation, Jin could smell the strong scent of blood. He must have been bothered by many people. Suddenly, he stabbed the tip of his sword into the ground, dismissing the thought. Right at that moment, outside the room, a few guys were stealthily watching the 2 of them. Wait, I'll give the signal. Before they could act, they were met with the sharp gaze of Jin. The leader was scared out of his wits, and with just a single wave of his hand, he was successfully eliminated. Then, he said coldly, haven't you guys heard the rumor? Anyone who enters this room is sent straight to hell. Hearing this, one of them spoke up, wait, I know. Jin Gray, you're the one who took care of that whole group of 13. Calm down and listen. We didn't come here for you if you hand over that pack guy who just went in. And yet, they still had the nerve to target Jin. They had just launched an attack when he caught it. Jin glanced at the arrowhead. Poison. Regardless, to go this far for a kid, I don't care who's behind all this, but can you guys take responsibility for it? Dante's eyes were slowly starting to open. The very next second, he shot up. Dante's breathing was extremely rapid. Jin revealed one thing. The scoundrels chasing him said they were under the command of the pirate One-Eyed Do. The last one spat it out before he died. They planned to make some quick money by cornering a citizen of Canaan. Dante immediately beamed. You protected me, a total stranger. Thank you so much. But my goodness, a citizen of Canaan, I'm truly surprised. How could I make such a basic mistake? Only now did he remember. Where is this? I should explain since I owe you. I am a noble, and I am also their target. Even though I'm not from Canaan, just consider me a noble from Bond. I'm sorry, I can't go into more detail. Seeing Jin's nod, he felt relieved. Thank you for understanding. I owe you my life. How can I ever? To repay the favor. And Dante proposed an eye for an eye, a life for a life. From now on, whenever you are in danger, I will protect you with my life no matter the cost. He affirmed with conviction, I swear on my honor. Jean simply nodded in agreement, then gave a reminder, all right, do whatever you want, I'm going to sleep. So please, wake me up before the 13th group match begins. Dante immediately complied, understood, protecting you is not part of the vow, so you can rest easy. His heart felt a little warm, he seemed cold, but he protected me. Someone I just met for the first time. It seems I've found a good friend. The burly guy outside was charging in to attack. Dante just calmly and gently drew the sword from his back. Then he swung it once, causing his opponent to suffer a miserable defeat. Right after that, an announcement rang out and the winner was Pal Mike. He had once again finished off his opponent with just a single blow. The crowd roared, Pal Mike, Pal Mike. Someone's sword lightly grazed the ground. Just like that, the referee was able to announce the result. And the winner is a person who, despite his young age, is incredibly strong, Jean Grey. The cheers erupted again, Jean. Someone in the stands discussed. That Jean Grey guy is pretty strong, no joke. Two men chatted excitedly. He might even be stronger than Pao Meek. He's no match when compared to the prodigy of the Canaan family. Jin overheard and whispered in denial. I'm not from the Canaan family. The cheers were so loud they echoed all the way into the dungeon. Jin and the others locked in there looked disgusted. So the contestants who made it to the final round this year are those two brats. This year is ruined because of those snot-nosed brats. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Are you all just going to sit there and take this lying down? An indignant man came up with an idea. They look decent enough, but they're just two kids. Before the winner's bracket match begins, if we call more people and surround them, Grimo appeared to intervene. Give it up, you can't beat them. And he revealed to them the nickname of that Jean Grey is the Grim Reaper. You'll understand once you hear the reason for that nickname. Besides, they share the same room. Do you really think surrounding them will be effective? After that, Grimo waved and left. I stopped you all because you guys are also somewhat well known. It wouldn't be any fun if you died before the match even started. Someone reluctantly agreed after hearing the advice. Well, that settles it. Let's stop here. The thuggish-looking guy was surprised by this. What? The other guy also foresaw the consequences. Let's just get out of here for now. That's for the best. Luckily, looking at the schedule, we don't have to face those two just yet. The red bandana man accepted. I don't want to die here either. The long-haired man with his eyes covered continued. All right, we're the only ones who know about this. Don't ever let CMOS find out. Someone slammed a cup down on the table in anger. Those worthless scoundrels. CMOS was annoyed with the information he had just received. Manipulating the matches to pick the winner, have they been secretly plotting behind my back like this? Hearing this, Grimo wanted to know, so what are you going to do? If you let this be, the competition will be incredibly boring. The audience will probably figure it out eventually. Suddenly, CMOS's tone became menacing. In that case, how about this? Better than this. And he gave the order to scrap the entire program for me, because Jin Grey and Paul Mick would be the two contestants advancing to the final round anyway. The decent ones and the remaining scum will all become fodder for the kids. And except for those two kids, raise the betting odds for the rest as high as possible, so high that they'll lose sleep if they don't bet. After coming up with a solution, CMOS became cheerful again. All right, the pace of the matches from now until the final will be over in a flash. He continued with his business. Let's go make some money. At the arena, the cheers were overwhelming each other. Paul Mike. Veridin leisurely assessed one who was a rising star that caused a huge shock from his very first match, and the other who was a grim reaper reeking of blood and flesh from the very first match. Then he asked the people behind him, who do you think will be the winner? One person replied, Paul Mike. The person next to him shared the same opinion. I agree. I think Paul Mike's swordsmanship is a bit more refined. Then they asked, in return, young master, you also bet on Paul Mike, didn't you? Veridin looked genuinely surprised. Me? Then he let them know, I bet on Jin Gray, 100,000 gold. The other two were taken aback. What? One of them spoke with some concern. Young master, Jin Gray's odds are set 3 times higher. Even if Jin Gray wins, will those pirates really have enough money to pay us? But Veridin seemed to have everything figured out. Well, Seamoss is a notorious pirate. He owns a few islands, and if he sells them, down in the stands, Seamoss shouted loudly to start the fight. I must have kept you all waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Pirate King Seamoss. The audience was blunt. Who cares? Hurry up and start the match already. Bring out Paul Mike. The other side wouldn't back down, counter-attacking Jin Gray. The Grim Reaper of Group 13. Where is Jin Gray? Seeing this chaotic scene, Seamoss thought to himself, you damn nobles, and next year I'll have to double the entrance fee to teach you a lesson. He cleared his throat and got straight to the point. Let's skip the long, drawn-out opening. Let's just call them out. Seamoss raised an arm and announced loudly, Paul Mike. His supporters cheered in unison. The entire arena erupted at his appearance. Paul Mike. He walked out amidst the cheers of the audience. Paul Mike. Next, Seamoss introduced, and his opponent is the Grim Reaper of Group 13, the nameless young swordsman, Jin Gray. His appearance wasn't very lively, only that familiar voice rang out. I believe in you, Jin Gray. I've bet everything I have on you. Veridin enthusiastically shouted, Jin Gray, go for it. He was bored, not even bothering to speak. Where exactly are you telling me to go? At this moment, Jin and Dante were facing each other. Seamoss prepared to announce, now, without further ado, the words everyone was waiting for. Let the match begin. Jin's feet were planted firmly in one spot without moving. Both of them had already drawn their weapons. Unlike any other match, both Jin and Dante were wary of their opponent. Dante's eyes narrowed sharply. He suddenly threw off his cloak. This very act stunned Jin. Seizing the opportunity, Dante immediately charged forward, but Jin quickly parried. The two blades clashed, creating sparks. This time Dante changed his position, ducking down and aiming for Jin's legs, but it was still unsuccessful. Yet he smiled brightly. I knew these cheap tricks wouldn't. It was actually effective against him. At that, Jin's face showed clear surprise. Dante was winding up, preparing a powerful move. Powerful. This time, I'm getting serious. On the other side, Jin was no slouch either, immediately unleashing a surge of energy. He didn't hesitate to challenge his opponent. Bring everything you've got. Dante looked at his rival and smiled, filled with excitement. Excitement. Contrary to his expression, Jin looked very serious. Instantly, the two of them rushed forward at the same time, creating a shockwave. A shockwave. The match was so intense that the spectators outside didn't dare to blink, feeling extremely excited by this display, by this spectacle. Jin's sword was ice cold from clashing with Dante's fire sword. The fight was incredibly tense. Dante then added more power to his sword. His attacks consequently became much more agile. From his observation, Jin could be sure that Dante's first attack was his fastest, but now, he was only accelerating when necessary, allowing him to distribute his power rationally. Necessary, allowing him to manage his power efficiently. Suddenly, he changed direction, surprising Dante. If that's the case, even so, he was still battle-hungry. Jin pushed himself to keep up with this speed. The audience cheered enthusiastically. Go, go. A man sitting in a corner was cursing his luck. This is insane. Who would have thought you could see a fight like this in this godforsaken place? Someone up above was still cheering wildly. Get him. Veridin watched, unable to hide his satisfaction. When a voice spoke up, how's the kids' battle going? Down in the arena, Jin gripped Dante's sleeve, speaking boldly and taunted. You've done well, Jin Gray. But if you have any more tricks, you better use them now, because I'm about to. Jin took a sharp breath, focusing intensely. Just a moment ago, he couldn't keep up with Dante. He's faster. He just kept flashing by like the wind, and although Jin could still dodge, it was clearly becoming difficult for him. In a certain moment, he was trying to find his opponent's weakness. Immediately, the arcs of Jin's technique began to lengthen. He delivered a sweeping slash past Dante's entire body. Unfortunately, that last exchange left Jin with a cut on his face. Dante only glanced back slightly, but the fight didn't stop, instead becoming even more intense than before. Right now, Dante had the upper hand, with every one of his movements being swift and nimble. The excited audience roared, "That's it! Yeah! Keep hitting him! Send those reckless bettors to the cleaners! A little more, just a little more." Dante had figured something out. That's right, this is your power, destructive swordsmanship, and the gifted physique to execute it. He's displaying an endurance that surpasses even that physique. You're doing this on purpose. As expected, you also used a fake name, and I've seen through you, Jane Dan of the Black Hand. Even so, he continued to charge forward, but this was all he had. Dante knew one thing for sure. He had made a mistake. His sword had already grazed past Jin's back. After being touched by it, his eyes turned back, deep and hollow. This expression momentarily stunned Dante. In that instant, he had to jump back and retreat. This left the entire audience bewildered. What? Why did he suddenly back off? Down below, Dante was lost in thought. What was that just now? He clearly remembered that he was being attacked, that he was about to be cut by something. Jin patted his own shoulder and exclaimed, "Oh my, so that's the reason. It was because of you. I accidentally let out a bit of my killing intent. Things are getting serious now." Now, Jin took off his shirt completely, while Dante on the other side got into a ready stance. Jane announced, "Now it's my turn," and he gripped the sword in his hand next, then charged straight at Dante. The force was so powerful his knees buckled slightly. Jin's sword pierced through once again, and now, the one being cornered was Dante. Looking at Jin's sword strikes, he had to reevaluate. It was not just a simple straight slash. The power behind every move was exactly the same. Dante coughed up blood. There was not a single mistake. It was only then that he realized, damn it, have I been losing since the very beginning? Dante refused to accept this reality. A resolve formed within him. No, if this goes on, I will finish him. Jin Runcandel, the two of them clashed violently. The ground shook. Suddenly, Jin issued a warning. Stop fooling around. You dare hesitate before me? I am Jin Runcandel. His tone grew serious. Do not disgrace this duel. And Jin called out his opponent's true name, Dante Heron. He was stunned for a moment, but a second later he smiled gently. His sword, aimed at Jin, became steadier. Dante spoke softly. All right, I've let you see an unsightly side of me. Jin Runcandel, will you still take me on? Hearing this, Jin just smirked, then began to move his sword, meeting his opponent's blade. Dante's feet dug into the ground. He struggled to maintain the clash of swords. Even Jin couldn't relax. Both of them pulled their swords back and retreated. Suddenly, Dante lunged forward. An incredibly sharp clang echoed as their swords met. The two of them engaged in a fiery sword fight, their blades clashing fiercely. Their deadly sword paths seemed designed to push the opponent into a corner. A stray blade grazed Jin's cheek, leaving a wound. Dante roared as he unleashed a powerful slash. A torrent of sword aura rushed towards Jin. He calmly observed, found an opening, and then suddenly dashed in front of his opponent. Dante struggled to fall back and dodge the blow as Jin raised his sword high. Before Dante's stunned gaze, Jin's face turned grim, as dark as a soul-reaping demon. A single downward strike made the entire area erupt. He tried to hold his ground, not letting himself retreat. Dante hoisted his sword and launched a surprise counterattack. Not to be outdone, Jin ducked to evade. He gripped his sword hilt tightly and continued to attack Jin. He tensed, thinking to himself, he's already at his limit. How can he possibly endure this? Dante Heron. He is a once-in-a-century genius, a talent blessed by the gods. However, he was born with a body that was frail and weak, a vessel that shackled his talent. He was drowning in hell because of this damn curse. That is what I know, and that is why I can feel it. Dante Heron. Your loneliness in the endless darkness, your despair when you look at your own frail body, your struggle on the brink of death to reach the place you belong. At the same time, Dante was also beginning to understand him. Jin, the 13th son of the Runcandel family, born with a golden spoon, a healthy body, talent, everything. But what I sense from you is despair. Why is Jin so pitiful and so desperate? Is it anger? Because you are the youngest? Because you are not in the line of succession? No, it is not for those foolish reasons. I can't see anything else. I just want to become the strongest. For that alone. How much longer? Must I endure to reach the place where I belong? I do not remember any more. How many times have I despaired? How many times have I lost heart? The two threw themselves into the fight, their hearts filled with resentment. Dante constantly asked himself, and how many times have I picked myself back up? I can't even remember anymore. Suddenly, his eyes flashed in astonishment at Jin, was also shocked. What? He froze. Dante's body was cracking, with intricate white veins of light spreading across him. Jin couldn't stop, because he knew that retracting his sword for that reason would be an insult to him. Damn it! And so, he remained resolute and unleashed a sharp slash. Dante's body fell back limply. Jin gripped his sword tightly, cursing inwardly. Damn it, damn it! Though he was reluctant, he had to continue. I'm sorry, Dante, who was now like a wooden puppet taking the hit. The sword slowly approached his neck. His weak point. Please understand, Jin prayed. This moment, on the verge of defeat, seemed to freeze. Jin was exhausted, breathing heavily and struggling for air. The sword stopped just short of the neck of Dante for a moment. Suddenly, he said something that stunned Jin. That was fun. After saying that, Dante collapsed to the ground. Jin shouted anxiously, Get a healer over here. A soft voice spoke up, drawing his attention. It's worse than I thought. Someone appeared and used healing magic. Don't worry, Jin. It was Veridin. I'll make sure he lives. He slammed his hand down, and a stream of green healing energy radiated out. Jin was stunned by the sudden appearance. Veridin calmly advised, "Don't worry, just watch. This is what I wanted to talk about." He thought with regret, but it's too late. It's beyond what can be cured with magic now. Not just his bones, but his internal organs are damaged too. On top of that, his aura is running rampant and can't be controlled, so the healing spell will only prolong his pain. But this is the only way for him to live. Veridin suddenly called out, "Hey Jin, listen carefully." He took out an artifact he was wearing around his neck, the blood of Numerous. "This is a secret between the three of us." A guard's footsteps hurried over, and he said worriedly, "Young master, it can't be used here." Veridin cut him off. "Shut up, come here, and use your cloak to cover us." The guard decisively followed the order, his cloak fluttering out to hide their actions. The insignia of the Jippel clan was visible on the cloak. Como was stunned when he saw it. "Jippel? What? It's the Jippel clan." He began to panic. "Why is someone from the Jippel clan here? They're here to kill Pao Mick. Damn it. If we get caught because of this, we'll all die." Como shouted, "Everyone, cover your ears and close your eyes." All the others obeyed him. Veridin remarked with amusement, "That guy is quick on his feet." Behind him, Jin curiously looked at the item around Veridin's neck. "Veridin, he explained, "this is a gift from my family. The blood of Numerous. Have you heard of it?" Of course, Jin had heard of it. Numerous, the founder of the Vankella Holy Land, the god of hope, who was killed in a horrific event. Numerous shed 8 tears and hundreds of drops of blood because of that event. The tears revive the dead and the blood heals all wounds and illnesses in an instant. Back then, they became a hot topic and are considered priceless treasures. Many great organizations, like the Jippel clan, have scoured the world searching for them. And now, this legacy of the god is only mentioned in legends. He guessed Veridin's intention. Was he planning to use it on Dante? Veridin replied, "That's why I told you to keep it a secret." Jin wondered to himself, why? Aren't the Jippel and HEIR clans on bad terms? Why would he go this far? He slowly placed the drop of blood into Dante's mouth and then asked, "You understand too, don't you? Losing a rival is like losing a friend." Jin was shaken to his core upon hearing this. Behind the guard, a blinding light erupted. Brilliant rays of light emanated from Dante's chest, and he showed signs of waking up. His mouth opened slightly, and Veridin was overjoyed to see it. Dante let out a sigh and asked, "What's happening?" He breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, it seems there are no side effects." Dante wondered, "Veridin Jippo, what are you doing here?" Jin was still out of it. "After what just happened, the blood of Numerous. It brought you back to life. You were on the brink of death. Veridin, did you use this just for that? So what about Dante and Jin?" Veridin said mysteriously, "The price for using this is very high. You guys know that." Dante was astonished after hearing this. "Numerous? Used it on me? How can I ever repay you?" Jin thought to himself. Moreover, he's from the Jippel clan. What are his conditions? Veridin casually made his request. "First, Jin, you'll buy me a round of drinks after this is all over. You're still going to be around for a while, right? I won't take no for an answer. And when you see me again, don't pretend we're strangers. Got it?" He let out a sigh, realizing he had been overthinking things. "He's an idiot. A really cool idiot." Jin agreed. "I'll think about it." Night slowly began to fall. A soft light illuminated a corner of the room. Cheers erupted from inside as the three of them returned. "You were amazing. When they said you could only take one of the winner's prizes, how did you manage to get both? You're really something else." Jin wondered. They expected me to choose only one after I almost died out there? Jin replied, "The levels might not have been a good match, but that was the limit." Veridin laughed along. "That's right, both of you nearly died." He pushed out a bag of gold coins. "It's not like I particularly need this. I'll give this to you, Dante. Jin isn't short on money." Dante accepted, but as a memento. "I'll treasure it." Veridin on the side whined like a child. "Hey, what about me? You should give me something too." Jin pushed a chest onto the table. Veridin was curious. "Is that a treasure map like in the stories? Are you really giving me something that valuable?" Jin flatly denied it. "No, this is yours." He lifted the box, gauging its weight. "An empty box? Thanks a lot." He continued, changing the subject. "Is that so? Dante, let me ask you something." Dante looked puzzled. "What is it?" Jin got straight to the point. "Why didn't you use your secret technique? I'm sure you could have." Dante's reply made him pause. "Weren't you the same? I don't know what other skills you're hiding, but for you to say that after holding back your own power is a bit unfair to the person you're talking to." Jin had to admit, the guy had sharp instincts. Outwardly, he played dumb. "What? I don't know what you're talking about." He smiled. "If you feel it was unfair, you can fight me again. Me, but with no hidden skills this time." Veridin chimed in, "Same here. in the future. When we face each other, as members of our respective clans, I look forward to that day. There, that's what I wanted to say too. Exactly. But really, wouldn't it be better if we could just sit together as friends? Jin teased him a bit. The successor of the Jipo clan is saying such weak-willed things. Ah, Veridin retorted in embarrassment. I'm not saying that if things turn sour, what I just said is null and void. Anyway, bring more beer over here, he called out to the other two. What are you doing? Raise your glasses. Jin, perfectly sober, thought to himself, even though we're sitting here, having fun and toasting each other, the day will come when fate forces us to point our swords at each other. Enemies who are friends, and friends who are also enemies. Enmity. I don't know how this relationship will end. Suddenly, Veridin remembered something. Oh right, have you guys heard about the Veridin impersonator? Dante was extremely surprised. An impersonator, and one impersonating you in the Jipo clan's territory. I don't know who it is, but that person must be quite formidable. Veridin continued, and that's the problem that has been bothering Andrin lately. The image of my clan is in shambles. I'm not saying this is specifically aimed at you, Jin, but the rumor is that the Runcandel clan is behind this. Jin wondered, so what are you going to do about the impersonator? My method is very simple. We will catch him at all costs, so I'm thinking we need a special grade mage to investigate this. He advised, I don't think that's a good idea. If it were me, I'd use this rumor to lure him out into the open. But if you announce that the Jipo clan is searching for the impersonator, you'll become a laughingstock. You'd be telling everyone that you're being played by him. You can catch the impersonator after he makes his move. Veridin considered this. That sounds reasonable. I'll tell them after I return to the clan. Jin stood up to leave. Well then, shall we end it here? Dante was surprised. It's over already? He left a remark as he prepared to leave. I'll attract attention if I stay any longer. Unlike you two, I'm very busy. Veridin asked suspiciously. Because of the provisional flag-bearer matter, or is there something else? Jin replied wearily, let's just say that. They said goodbye to him. See you later then. Veridin looked at his departing back and called out, my dear friend, Jin. Hearing that, he froze. He watched the direction his friend had gone, and despite the two behind him laughing cheerfully, he said coldly, in your dreams. Elsewhere, Karen was reading a letter from an acquaintance. You send Casimir, you receive Ken. Report, Jin has defeated Dante Han and won in the Cosmos Arena. Note, Jin has reached the level of a 6-star swordsman. He was surprised, then annoyed. He sent this after I told him to just write a summary. I'm being treated like a fool. Khan, who was behind him, asked curiously, Patriarch, did something happen to the young master? Ken explained, it's nothing. It says that Jin defeated the young master of the Han clan and has reached 6 stars. It seems he's working hard, and said to Casimir, I want to talk to him soon. I want to meet this friend of his. Khan replied, understood. Casimir, the subject of that conversation, suddenly felt a chill. He shivered and exclaimed, what's wrong? I suddenly feel cold. Jin was surprised. You feel cold while sitting in front of the fireplace. Are you sick? Casimir replied, I don't know. Should we add more firewood? Sorry, I interrupted you. Can you show me the map? He didn't hide it. Here. It's very vague, but I wonder what it's hiding. This is the first time I've seen a map like this. He took the map to study it. There was no way to find anything based on it. Julia's eyes lit up. What's that? A treasure map? Julia wants to see too. Let's go find the treasure. Her eyes filled with utter amazement. Huh? Casimir turned back doubtfully and asked, what is it, Julia? The little girl pointed to a spot and said, there's something important here and here too. What is it? Something important. And everyone is protecting something very, very precious. Julia suddenly became terrified, crying out in pain and anguish. He looked at the little girl's strange expression in panic, calling out to Julia. The little girl collapsed, clutching her head and screaming, no, 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 no. Someone rushed over. Murakhan protected Julia in his arms and ordered, she's losing control. We have to call the guardian deity and calm her down now. What are you doing? Is that so? Call Lachi right now. Hurry, Casimir replied urgently. Yes. As soon as Lachi arrived, he saw the little girl's condition. He was immediately alarmed. Murakhan instructed, the girl suddenly lost control after seeing something. You should calm her down. The boy held Julia in his arms and instructed, Julia, take a deep breath. It's okay. I'm right here with you. Don't be afraid. I'm right here. Everything is fine. Alicia rushed over. What's going on? Honey, why is Julia crying? Lachi gently shushed her. Shh. The boy held Julia and reported, it's all right. She's asleep now. Alicia took her daughter back as Lachi reassured her that she had calmed down. Murakhan praised him. Well done. The boy, even at a time like this, was mindful of his manners. Sir Murakhan, I haven't greeted you properly yet. He asked directly. It's fine. What did that kid see? The future? Lachi denied it. The past. Murakhan asked worriedly. Was that past a cruel one? The boy confirmed, yes. The condition for an ASMIL contractor to see the past is that it must be the cruelest or most haunting thing. When they see an object or a place related to it, if I had arrived a little later, things would have gotten very bad. It's truly cruel. He commanded, tell me about it. Lachi revealed, it was an ancient land. The people there isolated themselves from the outside world, trusting only in their gods, but thanks to that, they were able to live in peace, protecting their tranquility in their present, but that was before they arrived. The first one to find them was a mage. They approached the natives, saying they wanted to learn about their culture, but they started making unreasonable demands and at the same time, they began to ransack the land in search of something. This led them to murder the children of this place. And when they no longer hid their intentions, they began to kill and threaten the people, demanding they bring them something. It seems the thing they were looking for was a divine artifact that the villagers worshipped. Jin connected these words, natives, worship, and divine artifact. He asked Sir Lachi, can you see what that divine artifact is? The boy agreed. All right, wait a moment. It looks like a silver mirror, but light radiates from it. He suddenly thought of something. When I saw the sketch Lachi drew, I was certain it was the illuminating relic. The illuminating source of magic. Before my regression, it was a relic discovered by the journalists who exposed the atrocities of the Jippo clan. The Jippo clan had ransacked Kolan to find it and exploited the population here. I witnessed this through a mission when I was a cadet. That ancient land is Kolan, and the mages were the Jippo clan. So this map points to the place where the illuminating relic is hidden. In a desolate, ruined place, Muron chugged down his drink. He said with satisfaction, damn it, I would have gotten attached to them if I stayed any longer. It's quiet now, at least the booze here is fantastic. In contrast, in a quiet room, Lausa had prepared himself. The time has finally come for me to prepare to welcome our guest. Jin was astonished by the information he had just learned about the source of magic. He never thought that the map he got from the bandits would be the key to something so great. Murakhan furrowed his brows in confusion when he saw the sad look on the boy's face. Kid, what's with that expression? What are you thinking? Jin told himself, I can't reveal that I know about it. He tried to act calm. No, everything is fine, it's all right. Jin turned to the couple and called out, Sir Casimir. He was surprised. Ah, young Master Jin. Jin said apologetically, I'm sorry. Julia has already had a terrible experience because of me. Casimir replied without blame, it's all right, that's something a contractor of a god must endure. Someday. I already foresaw this, Lachi assured him. Sir Casimir, please rest assured. I will always be by Julia's side. I will protect her at any cost. He was very grateful. Thank you, Sir Lachi. Now that we know that this map is no ordinary thing, we must take action. First, I will ask if anyone around here can decipher the ancient language on the map. Let's leave this matter to the 7 colors to handle. Jin's spirits were lifted again. Then I'll be counting on all of you. However, he knew very well that this was easier said than done, and things would only get tougher from here on out. After the residents of Kolan were massacred by the Jippo clan hundreds of years ago, they were nearly wiped out, and the survivors are being held captive in Kolan. Can we find the Chak Kwang before the Jippo clan does? 2 weeks later, on the 17th of May, in the year 1796, there was a drunkard on the streets. Pan was drunkenly singing, spin around, world, my life. His footsteps were staggering and Pan unluckily fell and hit his head on the ground. He felt everything spinning. Jin walked up to Pan and asked, you don't look so good, do you? We seem to be in the same boat. Why not have a little chat? Pan wondered, kid, who are you? You have a bottle of wine in your hand too. Does that matter? I'm just a lover of wine. From that, he deduced, then you must be a good person. Helped up by Jin. Pan mumbled continuously, wine and snacks. Kid, are you an angel? He replied humbly. My hobby is just helping people. My sister at home would, like that. By the way, your skin color is quite strange, isn't it? I've heard that a lot, he revealed. My tribe is all like this. Jin was suspicious. A tribe? He raised the wine bottle, took a swig, and said, my homeland is very far from here. Let's stop here. I'll cry if I keep talking about it. He continued to probe. Far from here? I happen to have something that's also from a faraway place, but I don't know what's written on it. Do you think you might know? The map was held out in front of Pan. The wine bottle fell from his hand, shattering with a crash. He sobered up instantly, looking at Jin warily. Suddenly, Pan sensed someone approaching. He couldn't see them, but there were 2 more people, and he became even more vigilant. You, who are you people? Did you approach me because you know I'm a Colonian? Who are you, kid? Jin replied coldly. I am a follower of the commander of the Tekan outpost, Alicia. And that black-haired person and the blue-haired boy standing there are dragons. Murakhan got annoyed. Hey, why did you just blurt it out like that? He put on an innocent act. Well, what was I supposed to do? I had to say it. He reminded him seriously. You know that's not what I meant. Be more careful. Jin reassured him. It's fine, don't worry. Pan asked them in surprise, "You're not from the Jipol clan? Then how did you find me?" he explained. "We just happened to acquire the map. This blue-haired boy is the guardian dragon of Asmil, and thanks to Asmil's power, we were able to see the hatred hidden within the map. In it, people like you were being exploited. We have been searching for people who know about the map, but couldn't find anyone. But by chance, we found you, someone living in Tikan. Even if you ask how, it was truly just a coincidence." Pan denied it. "That's clearly not a coincidence. Follow me, you guys. I think it's best if you meet my sister." He then led Jin's group to his home. Lao Sha walked over and said, "Welcome. I have been waiting for you, the famous people from Tan." Pan bowed respectfully to Lady Lao. "Far. I brought them here without permission." She denied it. No, you did a great job." The observant Murakan realized. He'd been waiting. This is different. He silently wondered if he should call it holy power. It was something that shouldn't be in a place like this. Holy power was emanating from that girl. Was it due to her noble bloodline from Colon, or because she was the one chosen by their faith? The one born in the temple of the Holy Sword and chosen by the darkness, the last dragon of the Dark Dragon clan, and the guardian dragon of the child cherished by the great Asmil. Lausa reminded him that there was no need to be so surprised. This is just a small, little trick. He found it very familiar. "I've seen this unusual aura before," so Jin vaguely asked. "Lausa, are you by any chance a god?" In response to his question, she remained perfectly calm and then explained, "No, I am merely an intermediary. If I were a god, I wouldn't be hiding like this after losing my homeland." Murakan chimed in, "So you're the divine vessel of an old god. You're very perceptive. But is that it? Your presence will disappear soon." Lao Sa replied calmly. "You are rubbing salt in my wounds." He continued to probe, though. "Even so, this is the first time I've heard of a lesser old god being here." "Which god do you represent?" Lao Sa replied, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. More importantly, could you let me see the map?" Jin gave her the map and asked, "While you look at it, can I ask what it says?" Lao Sa began, "The one who has obtained the heart of Colin and is reading these words. Please do not abandon us. Come here and be our voice. We are merely silent people. That is how we have survived. The gods gave us a mission, but did not grant us strength. How cruel can they be?" Lao Sa revealed this was created by my late grandfather. This map had two possibilities, but instead of leading to the cruel Zipful clan, it brought the hope named Jin. "The effort of our daily prayers has been answered. So, may I make a proposal?" Murakan asked, annoyed. "A proposal, you say? Making a proposal when you've lost all your power? I think you should just be honest and beg for our help. We were planning to go to Colon anyway. You should just be honest and ask for help." She chuckled at his words. "How kind of you. However, I don't believe in help born from pity. Jin, it's been a while since you've heard Solderet's voice, hasn't it? I have something to offer as compensation. I will use all of my remaining power to summon your god." So, Murakan laid out the difficult situation. The divine vessel of an old god and the contractor of Asmil. There are quite a few prying eyes around this area. What are you going to do? Young Jin made his decision in an instant. "All right, let's get ready to head to Colon. But I'm not sure if I'm capable of saving all of your people. It's pretty hard to guarantee that." Lao Sa was very satisfied. "That is enough. Then I will provide you with inside information on Colon, and I hope it will help you." Jin replied politely. "Thank you." Upon their arrival, the Colon historical site was closed and off limits. Casimir sighed, "This is terrible. I should have sent the 7 Blades to scout ahead." Murakan disagreed, saying that even if he sent his subordinates, it wouldn't change the fact that this is a restricted area. That's true. On the side, Jin thought to himself, this place used to be freely open to the public before my regression, but it seems something changed during the time I was a cadet. Other changes. Normally, the horrors happening in this place would have been discovered by reporters 11 years later. But in this situation, that probably won't happen. With no other choice, Casimir asked worriedly, "Young Master Jin, what do we do now? We can't enter if this place is being used as a magic testing site like you said." Therefore, seeing that both of them ignored his words and entered together, he was shocked. "Young Master Jin, Sir Murakan." "Young Master Jin, wait for me." Jin voiced his suspicion. "Isn't it strange that there's only a single sign in a restricted area? There are no guards or defensive magic traps here at all. Would the Jipo clan be so careless with a place as important as this?" Casimir speculated based on that. Come to think of it, could it be that they've already found the treasure here? Jin thought they might have given up after failing to find anything for hundreds of years. Murakan had his own idea. Maybe they just used this place as a vacation spot. Suddenly, he felt something was off. Murakan stopped them. "Wait, stop." His sharp gaze darted towards the source of the movement. Over there, some people were carrying stones. Murakhan realized they were the natives from over there. There's a rather troublesome person over there. Casimir looked towards the construction site and immediately deduced. Silver hair? Is he a pure-blooded Jipo clan member? He confirmed it, judging by the way the man was drinking alcohol in broad daylight. He must be Muron. Jin knew about this guy, Muron, also known as the madman among the tower's mages. Instead of being known as the sixth son of Kiliak, he was famous as the crazed mage due to his eccentric personality. He revealed the information to his companions. He's a pure-blooded Jipo clan member, but doesn't have any bodyguards with him. Casimir replied, he's the master of the 7th magic tower of Jipo. He's an 8-star mage and also carries a ton of artifacts, so it's understandable that he's confident. Murakhan, emanating a murderous aura, exclaimed, so after we sever his head, we just need to get all these people out of here, right? That's the reason why I brought this germ along. Jin extinguished his boiling desire. No, our opponent is a Jipo pureblood. Since we've already killed Andre Jipo, it would become a huge issue. Even if we kill Muron, we'll still need a reason so the Jipo clan can't intervene. Suddenly, there was movement in the bushes to the side. The branches rustled slightly. Dino slowly emerged from the foliage. He didn't notice them and walked cautiously. A gloomy voice from Jean rang out behind his ear. Who are you? I won't ask again. The man froze, hastily introducing himself. Dino, I'm a reporter. Jin was startled upon hearing the name. Dino Jagran? He was the reporter who wrote the report about Colin in his previous life. The report would be published 10 years later. So does that mean he investigated everything himself? Jin gave the order, turn around. Observing Dino's appearance, he made a quick assessment. He was in his early 20s with a frail body. This young man started a war with the Jipo clan? How admirable. Jin started a conversation, a reporter. Did you come here to find a big story? What's it about? At the same time, the other two also revealed themselves. He was a bit hesitant to speak. Before that, may I ask where you're from? Jin reassured him, don't worry. Our story is as simple as it gets. We're just passers-by, honestly. A friend of mine from this region asked me for a favor, one thing. But since you said you're a journalist, it seems our destinations and goals are the same. Dino was surprised. You guys, you know about the current situation of the native people? Murakhan was wary. Wait, kid, are we really going to tell this guy everything? Casimir stopped him from acting rashly, Sir Murakhan, telling him this is so that he can achieve his goal of learning about this land. Murakhan was skeptical. What goal? He replied. Perhaps he came here for a hands-on experience and to learn about this place. Young Master Jin will cooperate with him to help him get the evidence and reasons to attack the Zippo clan. He has most likely also gathered quite a bit of information related to that. After some consideration, Dino opened his bag and took out a notebook. He handed it to Jin. Please take a look at this. He carefully flipped through the pages, looking at each line of content inside. May 1976, 3 natives have disappeared. I think Muron dragged them to the basement. May 1976, the natives I was in contact with have also disappeared. I interviewed other natives. According to what they said, Muron used some magic on Tick. I can't erase the look in her eyes. Jin realized immediately. This is even a native's journal. You're in danger. I'm sure you understand what would happen if the Jippo clan found this notebook. Dino's tone was nonchalant. It's fine. I approached Muron a few days ago. He was drunk at the time, and after I asked a few questions, I found out that Muron doesn't have any bodyguards. There's no reason for him to use you to get answers from me. It would be easier for him to just kill me instead. He returned the journal. I see. In that case, Dino Jagan, may I ask you for a favor? Over on Muron's side, he was still busy cursing. Those damn old geezers. Just because I joked around a little, they sent me to this damn place. Damn old geezers. Seeing the servant next to him, Muron unreasonably took his anger out on him. You think so too, don't you, you insect? Dino suddenly appeared and asked, isn't it lonely drinking by yourself? Yeah. Muron agreed. Dino, it really is lonely without a drinking buddy. He cheerfully smiled, carrying a bottle of wine as he walked out from the bushes. He acted friendly and waved him over. I've been waiting ages for you. I can't even communicate with these people anymore. As he said this, Muron paused, because he saw 2 people behind Dino. You didn't come alone today? He admitted. That's right. They are travelers and storytellers, so I brought them along thinking you might like them too. I'm sorry for bringing them without asking first. He casually waved his hand. No, it's fine, it's fine. Where did you meet them? Dino replied, I met them in the Fane Kingdom while I was looking for herbs. Everyone, please introduce yourselves. Jin took the initiative. It's an honor to meet you, Sir Muron. He gave a smile full of hidden meaning. In the past, Veridin had once assessed him. Big brother Muron is a disgusting person. The late Andrin was bad, but he's nothing compared to Muron. When I think about the things he's done, it makes me sick. I don't know what the elders were thinking when they gave him the position of Master of the Magic Tower. Dante was surprised. You'd say that about your own brother? Is he that bad? He didn't bother to explain. Someone as naive as you couldn't possibly imagine it. Anyway, it's inevitable that our Jin and the Black Dog clan will face off. So if you ever happen to meet Muran, just don't. I think I'll go easy on him. Otherwise, you'll be in for a world of hurt. Muran then asked with interest, "Oh right, are you going to tell me about your journey?" Jin played his part perfectly, but Sir Dino already said we experienced many interesting things. He replied with amusement, "You've experienced a lot, have you?" Jin denied it. "No, it's nothing compared to the missions of a Jipple mage like yourself." He turned to call out to Dano Jagan. He replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." Muran began to speak his mind. "The first time I met you was 2 weeks ago, wasn't it? I was genuinely curious about you. I mean, think about it. Some random reporter daring to just waltz into a restricted area of the Jipple clan like that. I was thinking, who the hell is this guy?" Dino sheepishly uttered, "I'm sorry." He put an arm around his shoulder and explained, No, I'm not blaming you. It's just that you piqued my interest." "But Dino, why were you looking into the indigenous people here?" Upon hearing this, Jin and Murakan immediately became vigilant. Muran continued his monologue. "You were snooping around while I was away. Goodness, I had to do a lot of work to deal with those who couldn't keep their mouths shut. My supposedly clever Dino Jagan, don't you know? People like you have all been made to disappear by me. You didn't know about that, did you?" As he said this, he flashed a cruel smile. Muran's demeanor became frantic as he jeered, "Oh dear, you foolish insect. You just keep crawling around here while I still allow it. What gives you the guts to do this? Aren't you afraid? I just can't understand it. So foolish, but now I get it. Why are you so bold?" Dino stared in shock at the blazing magic emanating from him. "Sir Muran, you're—" He had easily guessed that the Garden of Swords was the power behind Dino. Jin and Murakan quietly observed the unfolding situation. Murakan, from behind, grabbed Dino's shoulder and then lifted him up. Just as Muran's blade passed through, accompanied by a powerful stream of energy, they each dodged to the side, escaping the fiery attack from him. A blazing sphere enveloped Muran's body. Jin suspected it was a shield. I don't recognize what magic he used to create a shield of this size. Even if he hid the activation of the spell with that flame, there's no way I wouldn't have felt any magic presence. What kind of trick did he use? Murakan called out in alarm, "Kid, watch out. Even if you can partially conceal a spell, to completely erase all traces is impossible." Trying to see through the shield, Jin realized he was hiding something. Muran softly asked, "You're Jin, aren't you?"